In the depths of the ancient mountains and dense forests, towering trees soared high, casting shadows that obscured the sun. The autumn breeze swept through the treetops, producing a slow, monstrous rustling sound. Below, the branches swayed in unison with the treetop, clawing and grasping as if hellish demons were pouncing towards her, evoking an eerie terror. The moon was shrouded by a mass of dark clouds, with only a vague, dusky glow seeping through the thick overcast. In such a grim atmosphere, a patch of gentle light emanated from below, appearing strikingly radiant. It was a colossal tree, its trunk entwined with thick, arm-sized vines that spiraled downwards, finally sprawling across the ground in a net-like formation, taking root and extending towards another giant tree. At this moment, seated upon the rooted network of vines was a girl clad in a Daoist robe, her eyes tightly shut. She radiated a soft, white light, serving as a beacon in the dark wilderness. Unbeknownst to her, this glow possessed a lethal allure for some entities lurking in the shadowy forest. Under the nurturing radiance, an array of bizarre shadows gathered around, cautiously extending their claws toward the white light. Sizzle. As the sun rose, golden rays filtered through the overlapping leaves, illuminating the surroundings. Those dark shadows, caught in the sunlight, receded with piercing, lamenting cries, vanishing into the forest. The girl on the vines began to see her white glow dissipate, revealing her in full. She had cascading black hair pinned atop her head with an ancient 8 wooden hairpin, and her blue and white Daoist robe, contrasted by a black belt, accentuated her slender waist. Hanging from her waist was an yin-yang jade pendant, and slung across her shoulder was a small bag adorned with the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. She pulled the small bag close and opened it, revealing a brush, a box of cinnabar, and 8 sheets of yellow paper, nothing more. Her beautiful apricot-shaped eyes squinted slightly. "System, are you certain this paltry equipment is sufficient for me to survive in this unfamiliar world?" The girl's melodious voice resonated through the silent woods. "Host, a friendly reminder. Should you wish for further equipment, you must earn points to exchange for them. This is merely a token gift." The system's frigid tone delivered a mischievous response that felt eerily off-kilter. "Another friendly reminder. It would be wise for you to descend the mountain while you can. There are many lurking around, coveting what you possess. In your current state, a delay might mean ending up as someone's meal, thus becoming fertilizer for certain plants." With that, the system fell silent. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes widened in alarm. She couldn't shake the feeling of a sudden chill at her back. Without a moment's hesitation, she scanned her surroundings and caught sight of the branches waving ominously. Swiftly, she followed the trail indicators to hasten her descent down the mountain. As she made her way, the girl pondered fervently how she would manage to survive in this strange world with such limited supplies. Indeed, she was not from this realm. Due to a twist of fate, she had been brought here by a system named Virtue, and upon opening her eyes once more, she found herself in this unfamiliar deep mountainous forest, clad in a Daoist robe and experiencing a transformation from 26 years of age to merely 22. Amidst the depths of the ancient forest, towering trees rise majestically, their canopies obscuring the sun, while the autumn breeze whispers through the treetops, producing a slow, resounding rustle. Below, the branches sway in unison with the treetops, clawing and grasping as if infernal demons were advancing upon her, cloaked in an aura of dread. The moon, shrouded by encroaching dark clouds, casts a vague, somber glow through the thick veil. In such a scene, a patch radiating a gentle luminescence stands out starkly. It is a colossal tree, its trunk entwined with thick vines that spiral downwards to the ground, forming a net-like structure, deeply rooted and reaching towards another giant tree. At this moment, seated upon this network of grounded vines, is a girl clad in a Daoist robe, her eyes closed in tranquility. She emanates a soft, white light, standing as a beacon in the dimness of the forest. Unbeknownst to her, this luminous aura possesses a deadly allure for certain entities lurking in this shadowy realm. As the gentle light bathes the surroundings, peculiar shadows begin to emerge, cautiously inching closer to the white glow, their claws reaching out tentatively. With the dawn's arrival, golden sunlight filters through the layered leaves, dispelling the shadows with piercing rays, accompanied by anguished cries as they vanish into the depths of the woods. The girl upon the vines feels her white light begin to dissipate, revealing her fully. Her raven hair is gathered at the crown with an ancient bagua hairpin, and she wears a blue and white Daoist robe, accentuated by a black belt that emphasizes her slender waist. Hanging from her waist is a jade pendant shaped like the yin-yang symbol, and she carries a small bag emblazoned with the 5 elements in bagua. With a swift motion, she pulls the small bag closer and opens it, revealing a brush, a box of cinnabar, and 8 sheets of yellow paper, nothing more. Her almond-shaped eyes narrow slightly. System. Are you certain this meager equipment is sufficient for me to survive in this unfamiliar world? Her clear voice resonates in the stillness of the forest. Host. A friendly reminder, if you desire additional equipment, earn points to exchange for them. This is merely a token gift. The system replies in a cold yet mischievous tone, sounding quite eerie. Another friendly reminder, it would be prudent for you to descend the mountain now. There are many coveting your presence. In your current state, delay may lead you to become someone else's meal, ultimately transforming into fertilizer for certain plants. The system concludes, falling silent thereafter. Startled, the girl's eyes widen, sensing a sudden chill on her back. Without hesitation, she scans her surroundings, noting the branches thrashing violently, and swiftly makes her way down the mountain, guided by the signs along the path. Along the way, she ponders how she might survive in this strange world with her scant possessions. Indeed, she is not of this realm. An unforeseen accident had transported her, eyes closed and then opened, into a system known as Daoist. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in this unfamiliar, ancient forest, her age having reverted from 26 to 22. The system had promised her that by earning sufficient points, her wishes would be realized. Contemplating her strategies does not hinder her pace. At this moment, the only resource at her disposal is the jade pendant at her waist, which the system claims possesses defensive capabilities, albeit limited to 3 uses per day. To utilize it more frequently, she must cultivate her energy and channel it within the pendant. Yet for now, such aspirations remain distant. As for the yellow paper and cinnabar, devoid of energy, they are currently useless. She decides to practice the drawing method for the ghost-repelling talisman on the ground. Regardless, her immediate concern is to earn points after descending the mountain, primarily to exchange for a family heirloom containing cultivation methods and a compendium of talismans. Points earned from exorcising spirits far surpass those obtained from mundane acts, such as assisting an elderly lady across the street. After all, aiding one lady yields a single point, while capturing a ghost grants a minimum of 10. As her cultivation level rises, so too will the points from higher-level spirits. Unbeknownst to her, the sun climbs higher, and a sheen of perspiration beads upon her forehead as she hastens her journey, parched and yearning for water. How thirsty I am. System, do you possess any water? After searching in vain for a stream, she reluctantly appeals to the system. 10 points, would you like some? A vision of a water gourd appears in her mind, adorned with the same 5 elements and bagua designs. Why not go and seize it? She thinks. A mere bottle of water, yet so exorbitantly priced. 10 points equate to aiding 10 elderly women across the street or capturing a low-level ghost. Do you want it or not? The system seems intent on vanishing. I want it. She grits her teeth as she utters these words. 10 points, to be repaid within 10 days. Otherwise, face dire consequences. The system warns before vanishing from her consciousness. Currently, she remains at 0 level, burdened by a maximum negative balance of 10, which can only increase upon reaching level 1. Feeling a weight at her waist, the water gourd materializes, and parched, she hastily unscrews the lid to take a sip, cautious not to overindulge. She moistens her throat and lips, uncertain of when she might next escape this forest, preferring to conserve what little she has. Half an hour later, as she gazes at a crystalline spring ahead, her lips twitch in regret. Had she only persevered a moment longer, she would not have been cheated out of 10 points by that unscrupulous system. She approaches, crouching to cleanse her hands, then lowers her head to drink deeply from the refreshing spring water, relishing its cool, sweet taste. Seated upon a nearby stone slab, she fills the water gourd to the brim, intending to rest briefly before continuing her journey, for such springs may be rare. Her stomach growls audibly, a reminder that since receiving her new information the previous night, she has consumed nothing. Hunger gnaws at her. Grabbing the gourd, she drains its contents, drinking hastily and causing herself to burp. Feeling her belly swell with satisfaction, she refills the gourd, foregoing rest and rising to resume her journey, hoping to encounter civilization soon, where she can shamelessly procure some food. Her pace quickens as the sun ascends higher, the forest air growing stifling, particularly the pungent scent of decaying leaves and insects. After taking a sip from the gourd, she notices the system's directional arrow has vanished, leading her to a thicket ahead. A spark of joy ignites within her. The disappearance of the arrow suggests the presence of human habitation. Securing the gourd at her waist, she dashes toward the thicket. However, the scene before her starkly contrasts her expectations. What lies ahead is cordoned off with yellow tape, and within the confines, several officers in black uniforms, clad in white gloves, are taking photographs and collecting evidence from the ground. This sight is unfamiliar to her, though she has seen it on television. She now realizes she is witnessing a crime scene, with the officers diligently gathering evidence. Suddenly, her stomach grumbles again, an unwelcome interruption. Who goes there? Step forward. With a sharp shout, the sound of a gun being loaded echoed through the air. Chinchio felt her heart race. She did not wish to meet her demise before even embarking on her grand plan for points. Raise your hands and step forward, or I shall fire, a man declared. Gesturing to his comrades, the others nodded in agreement and began to stealthily surround her. I am merely passing through. Chinchio emerged from the thicket, hands raised. Her gaze settling on the man with the gun, the dark muzzle aimed directly at her. He was tall, at least 6 feet. Clad not in the uniform of law enforcement, but in a black trench coat, his tousled black hair framing a pair of piercing eyes that locked onto her, rendering her immobile. Chinchio sensed that any erratic movement on her part would prompt him to pull the trigger without hesitation. Rooted to the spot, she dared not advance an inch. A female officer, overcoming her initial surprise, approached to conduct a search. Chapter 2. 2 talismans observing the female Daoist being interrogated ahead. Daiwang furrowed his brow. The military had sealed off the area immediately following the incident. Where had this female Daoist emerged from? The Daoist sensed his gaze and turned to smile at him. Dai, this is for you, the female officer said, hurriedly handing over her notebook upon seeing Daiwang. The girl's words were a muddled mix of truth and deception. It was better to leave it to the king of hell, Daiwang. The 36th generation leader of the Chinese sect, Chinchio, has come down the mountain to hone her skills. The deeper he read, the more tightly Daiwang's brow knitted, a chill creeping over him. Since you are a Daoist, where is your temple? Daiwang inquired, his gaze sharp as he scrutinized Chinchio. My master has commanded that I must not disclose any information regarding the temple while training on the mortal realm. Chinchio met his gaze without flinching. Give me your finger. Seeing that her demeanor did not suggest deceit, Daiwang retrieved his phone and pressed a few buttons, guiding her finger towards the screen. Matching failed. Matching failed. After your birth, your parents did not register your fingerprints. The words on the screen darkened Daiwang's expression. This female Daoist was indeed undocumented. I do not know. I grew up in the temple, and this is my first time coming down the mountain, Chinchio explained, deducing that the officer had been checking her identity. You mean to say you have never descended before? Do you even know what the world outside is like? Daiwang's gaze shifted, becoming more complex. No, but I have heard my master recount tales. Although we no longer live in chaotic times, there are still many villains around, and I must be cautious, lest I be bound in throne stones. Chinchio stated earnestly. Bound in throne stones? What sort of nonsense did your master speak? Indeed, my master, in his kindness, saved someone, only to be bound and starved for 3 days and nights until a village dog named Wankai intervened and freed him. To avoid being stoned, I must be vigilant, Chinchio declared solemnly. In truth, the story she recounted was indeed based on real events, though it was her ancestor, Qin Qian, the founder of the Chinese sect, who had experienced it, not her master. Wankai? Daiwang felt the name was somewhat off. Oh, he is a large yellow dog. When my master entered the village, Wankai drooled upon seeing him and wagged his tail, prompting my master to toss him a chicken leg, thus sparking the tale of Wankai saving him. Had it not been for that whimsical act, perhaps none of them would have been born. However, the system conveyed this with a mocking tone, treating it as a joke. We live in a peaceful society now. Situations like your master described do not occur. Come with us to register your identity. Daiwang looked at Chinchio, hoping her words were truthful. Really? That would be wonderful, Chinchio exclaimed, her excitement evident. As she descended the mountain, she had worried about her undocumented status, never expecting a resolution to come so swiftly. Wait here, Daiwang instructed before walking back to the previous female officer. Any updates? Dai, there are still no discoveries. This is indeed the primary crime scene, but there are no signs of a struggle. Other than the deceased's footprints, there is nothing else here, the female officer reported. Her brow furrowed. This case is more perplexing than any we have encountered. Understood. Let's wrap it up. She called out to the others still searching. Dai. What about that female Daoist? The officer's eyes flickered towards Qianqiu. She is undocumented, emerging from a temple, her gaze clear, unlike someone who has committed a crime. After years of service, Dai Wang had developed a keen sense of discernment, but her background still warranted investigation. Otherwise, given Qianqiu's sudden appearance in a sealed-off area without any proof of her identity, she could easily become a person of interest. As for the dark energy Qianqiu was now drawn to from a distance, it was indeed the murky aura the system spoke of, nearly materializing. The entities residing there must be formidable. Regardless, encountering such entities would be like serving oneself up as a meal, so it was prudent to maintain a safe distance. The officers present radiated a semblance of righteousness, providing temporary protection from the murky energy. Furthermore, with the sun shining brightly, the area felt relatively normal. Save for a slight chill, but come nightfall, this place could turn into a veritable death trap. Anyone who accidentally stumbled in would surely meet their doom. However, Qianqiu found it peculiar that, according to the officers, there were villages nearby, yet she saw no sign of any villagers in the area. Only law enforcement officers attending to the case. Was it possible that the people in this world were disinclined to witness the commotion? Qianqiu recalled that previously. No matter the incident, crowds would gather to observe, and several officers would maintain order to prevent disruptions. Rubbing her chin, she mused that indeed. This was an entirely different world. The propensity for curiosity was markedly absent. On the way back to the village, the other officers, intrigued by Qianqiu's origins, engaged her with numerous questions, primarily concerning the temple where she had lived. Yet, she only managed to glean one piece of information from them. Someone had died there. But regarding the cause of death, she could not pry further. Since they were unwilling to share, she saw no reason to inquire. "Die officer, what is the status?" As they walked along the dirt road, an elderly man with a slight hunch approached them. "Things are progressing. We hope to resolve the situation soon to alleviate everyone's anxiety." Village Chief Yang nodded, noting the low spirits of the villagers in recent days. "Rest assured, we will swiftly uncover the truth and bring the perpetrator to justice." "Yang. This is Qianqiu. She will be with us for now," Dai Wang introduced, summoning Qianqiu. "You are a Daoist." Upon seeing Qianqiu, Village Chief Yang's eyes lit up. "Everything is fine. Having a young Daoist like you with us is a blessing. Lunch is ready. Let us all go eat. After a busy morning, you must be hungry." The chief smiled, ushering them toward his home. Dai Wang observed the village chief's face, marked by a hint of joy, with a complex expression. Author's note: for the little angels who leave messages, red envelopes have been distributed. It's a small gesture, please don't mind. This click feels rather cold. Chapter 3. 3 Talismans. Thus, in Ao family village, Qianqiu was afforded ample opportunities to earn points. While Captain Dai and his team investigated the case, Qianqiu could not accompany them, so she assisted the elders in the village instead. This served a dual purpose, repaying the kindness shown to her over the past few days and earning a few points, albeit modest, but better than none. In the courtyard, Qianqiu vigorously swung an axe, chopping firewood with determined strokes. Before her lay a neatly stacked pile of kindling, and observing this scene brought her great joy. She felt that not only was she being helpful, but she was also earning points, which she found delightful. "Qianqiu, Grandma has made some sweet soup. Come and have a taste." The gentle, affectionate voice of the elderly woman resonated behind her. "Just a moment, Grandma. There are still a few logs left to chop." "I'll be right there," Qianqiu replied with a grin, revealing her pearly white teeth. With her rolled-up sleeves exposing her fair arms, she swung the axe, creating a gentle breeze with each motion. "All right, I'll set the sweet soup aside for you to cool," Grandma Lu said with a smile. Though a few minutes didn't matter much, she wanted to ensure Qianqiu could enjoy the soup without haste. Such a good child, Qianqiu. Every morning at dawn, she comes to help us old folks. The running water in the courtyard makes it difficult for us to fetch water, yet she fills the kitchen water tank every day. As for the firewood, it takes considerable effort to chop, but Qianqiu sees to it, one household at a time. Today, it's her family's turn. After finishing the firewood, Qianqiu settled onto a small wooden stool, cradling a bowl of warm sweet rice dumplings in fine porcelain. The faint aroma of rice wine mingled with the delightful taste of the dumplings, all crafted by Grandma Lu's hands, and it was simply exquisite. "Grandma Lu, your sweet rice dumplings are absolutely delicious," Qianqiu exclaimed, wiping her mouth after savoring the last drop of soup. "Danny used to adore the dumplings you made. But now that he has grown and can purchase snacks from outside, especially the spicy strips from the corner store, he seems to have lost his fondness for your sweet rice dumplings," she reminisced. "That's all right. Just make sure to come by, and don't hesitate to bother me." Qianxiu chuckled as she moved to wash her bowl at the water pipe. Grandma would love to have you here. You're so polite. And why bother washing your own bowl? Grandma Lu remarked, her expression beaming with joy, for she understood that Qianxiu wished to spare her the effort of bending down. How endearing this child was. It won't take me long. By the way, Grandma, I thought I heard someone crying when I came over today. It seemed to be from the second house at the village entrance. That is from the Yang family. It's likely relatives of Yang Shizu who have come to mourn. Grandma Lu sighed. It's unfortunate that a boy like him could go off to study in the city, which is already a significant achievement in the eyes of our elders. Oh, they simply don't heed the wisdom of the elderly. That place isn't one to be ventured into. As she spoke, Grandma Lu glanced towards the mountains, her eyes reflecting a mix of fear and reverence. Is there something taboo about those mountains, Grandma? I took the same path down. Qianxiu paused, intrigued. This was the first time Grandma Lu had mentioned that area. Don't worry, child. When you descended, your yang energy was strong. You'll be safe, Grandma Lu reassured her. Grandma, I was born into a Daoist family, and I sensed something was off when I descended. The sun was shining brightly, yet that place gave me an eerie feeling, Qianxiu confessed, frowning slightly, withholding her thoughts on the murky energy she had noticed. Child, you must avoid that area from now on. You're not yet strong enough. Keep your distance. Grandma Lu advised, her gaze firm yet caring. She wished to protect Qianxiu from any misfortune. Understood, Grandma. But what exactly happened there? It seems everyone avoids speaking of that place. Qianxiu mused, having observed the underlying fear among the villagers during her time helping out. This matter shouldn't be publicized. But since you're curious, I'll tell you to quench your curiosity. Grandma Lu glanced at Qianxiu, preferring to share the truth rather than let her imagination run wild. I love hearing these mystical tales. Grandma Lu, wait until I finish moving the firewood before you tell me. Qianxiu exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. The system had indicated that if she could cleanse the murky energy from that area, she would earn significant merit. Grandma Lu chuckled at Qianxiu's enthusiasm. This was common knowledge among the villagers, yet it also served as a cautionary tale. Swiftly, Qianxiu moved all the firewood into the storage room. As sunlight bathed the courtyard, the elderly woman and the young girl sat beneath the eaves, engaged in conversation. A gecko clung to the sunlit wall behind them, seemingly fascinated by their dialogue, flicking its tail but showing no intention of leaving. The mountain where the young boy met his misfortune is known as Jiangjunao, the burial site of a general named Imo Chao. He was notorious for his brutality, having taken countless lives, and even in death. The number of servants and wives buried with him exceeds 1,000, not to mention the guards and retainers. As Grandma Lu spoke, a flicker of dread crossed her eyes, revealing her fear of the deceased. It is said that the tomb was selected by a skilled individual. Even though that general has passed, anyone buried within could still roam freely. According to the Wise One, every lantern festival, passers-by near Jiangjunao can hear music and laughter, witnessing ghostly lights. And those who behold such sights perish within 7 days. Once or twice may be coincidence, but when it occurs frequently, the ancestors began to take heed. Fortunately, as long as one keeps their distance, they can avoid trouble, which brings some comfort, Grandma Lu continued, accepting the teacup Qianxiu offered and taking a sip before resuming her tale. Over time, the ancestors deemed that area ominous, with the elders proclaiming that the village must not approach it. Over a decade ago, some villagers, dismissing the warnings, attempted to enter and retrieve items to sell, but they never returned. Since then, everyone has avoided that place even more. Grandma Lu did not mention that a relative of hers had been among those who entered. Who would have thought that the young boy would dare to covet the general's tomb? It's no wonder that trouble has arisen. That area is a forbidden ground for our village, she lamented. Initially, the village chief hesitated to report the incident, as everyone was well aware of what had transpired. Yet an outsider's involvement complicated matters. Oh dear, Grandma Lu sighed, expressing her concern that the mountain might become increasingly unsettled, potentially endangering the village. They were aging, already resigned to their fates, but they still had children to protect. Officer Dai and his team are good people. The village chief has advised them. Yet no one believes it's anything but murder. They insist on investigating thoroughly, dismissing the wisdom of the elders as mere superstition. Qianxiu, if possible, please try to persuade Officer Dai and his team. Grandma Lu grasped Qianxiu's hand, wishing to shield them from the repercussions of these events. Don't worry, Grandma. I will do everything I can to help, Qianxiu assured her, feeling a deep sense of gratitude towards the villagers who had shown her such kindness. Just stay here and talk to Officer Dai. Don't wander off, Grandma Lu replied, her eyes narrowing as she understood Qianxio's intentions. Grandma, have you forgotten? I'm a Daoist and have studied for many years with my master. I even possess magical artifacts. Qianxio smiled warmly at Grandma Lu's adorable expression. Grandma Lu regarded Qianxio intently, paused for a moment, and then spoke. Child, know your limits and don't put yourself in harm's way, or this old woman will be troubled. She patted Qianxio's hand, revealing that among the older generation, they held more trust in Qianxio than in Officer Dai. Qianxio exuded a calming aura, and she was indeed a genuine practitioner of Taoism. Rest assured, Grandma, I still wish to enjoy more of the sweet soup you make for me. Qianxio laughed, for she too cherished her life dearly. As long as you desire to eat. My dear, I have always prepared for you. Observing Qianxio's smile, Grandma Lu felt a significant alleviation of her worries. The author wishes to express, just the thought of sweet rice wine dumplings makes my mouth water. I recall my childhood when my grandmother herself relished sweet rice wine. She preferred it hot, adding a few small dumplings or cracking an egg into it after boiling. In contrast, I favored it chilled, with a sweet and sour flavor tinged with a hint of wine aroma, mixing in a bit of crushed ice to create a delightful taste. Interestingly, in those days without a refrigerator, the ice was made by filling a small bowl with water the night before and placing it atop a cabbage to freeze. Oh, how nostalgic that is. Nowadays, the sweet rice wine available outside lacks authenticity. Chapter 4. 4 Talismans. As Qianxio walked along the path, she let down the sleeves that had been rolled up on her arms. Dressed in a Daoist robe that billowed in the wind, she exuded a certain aura reminiscent of a disciple of Taoism. At the entrance stood several villagers, mostly older men and women, whispering amongst themselves and occasionally gesturing animatedly. Little Daoist Qianxio, has Grandma Lu's firewood been chopped? As she approached, a cheerful woman in a floral dress, her hair tied with a blue scarf and her skin sun-kissed, greeted her with a smile. Hello, Aunt Hua. Yes, I have finished chopping it, Qianxio replied with a smile, having busied herself over the past few days in Aojia village, gathering numerous bits of gossip from the villagers. Aunt Hua was an admirable woman. Her husband had passed away a decade ago, and she had tirelessly worked each day to support her children, who were now thriving in a big city. She had raised them well, but her concern for their father's grave made her determined to remain close, for she feared leaving them behind. Moreover, Aunt Hua had visited the big city once with her children, witnessing the towering skyscrapers and the fashionable piers, their curious gazes making her feel quite out of place. Even if she didn't mind, she couldn't bear the thought of her children being judged because of her, thus she resolved never to venture out again. She found comfort in their current life. Qianxio, have you finished chopping the firewood at Grandma Lu's? Come help at my house afterward. A middle-aged woman in a bright red dress with voluminous curls approached her. I say, Lu Tsuehua, can't you do it yourself? Before Qianxio could respond, Aunt Hua scolded the newcomer. You really have no shame. Humph. I wasn't talking to you, Lu Tsuehua retorted, inspecting Aunt Hua with a discontented glare. Qianxio dear, I just twisted my waist, so I can't work efficiently. Would you be able to lend a hand? Lu Tsuehua feigned discomfort, pretending to support her waist. Aunt Tsuehua, my hands are sore today, so I may not be able to help. However, I have learned a bit of healing from my master. Would you like me to treat your back? Qianxio extended her palm, revealing several shiny blisters from chopping wood. Never mind. Wait until your hands are better before you come help. Lu Tsuehua glanced at Qianxio's blisters and turned away, not mentioning the treatment at all. Qianxio, how could you not take care of those blisters? Aunt Hua disapproved, observing her. Come on, let's go to Aunt Tsuehua's. She'll take care of you. Aunt Hua took Qianxio by the wrist and led her home, which was close by. Qianxio, it's not that I'm scolding you. You must cherish your health. Aunt Hua's eyes were filled with concern as she looked at Qianxio's hands. This child had no parents and was entirely self-sufficient, emerging from the temple to hone her skills. Thankfully, she encountered kind-hearted individuals along the way. One could only imagine the trouble she might face had she met ill-intentioned people. Aunt Hua, I understand. I used to do this work often. It's just that the axe feels awkward to handle, hence the blisters. I also have a special ointment from my sect, and it will be fine by tomorrow morning. Qianxio smiled sheepishly, acknowledging her good physical condition but conceding to her sensitivity. Reflecting on her past, when her parents were away for business, she had done all sorts of work. It was only in recent years that life had improved, and she found herself easily fatigued after a short while. Stop being coy. Where's the ointment? Bring it out so I can apply it, Aunt Hua said, extending her hand toward Qianxio with an exasperated smile. Qianxio retrieved a small bamboo tube from her backpack and handed it to Aunt Hua. She had purchased it from the shop, where 1 point equated to 1 small tube. The ointment was indeed effective. Applying it today would leave no trace by tomorrow. Regrettably, this was only available at a friendly price from the system, limited to just this one bottle. This ointment smells delightful and is potent. It seems your master is quite skilled, Aunt Hua commented while applying the ointment to Qianqiu's hands. Isn't this dressing a bit too conspicuous? Qianqiu remarked, observing the thick bandages adorning her palms. Aunt Hua wrapped both of Qianqiu's hands, the coverage considerable. Anyone unaware might assume she had suffered a grievous injury from a large blade. Keep it like this to prevent opportunists from taking advantage, Aunt Hua said as she stored the remaining bandages. Thank you, Aunt Hua. Hearing her words warmed Qianqiu's heart. Recently, she had been tirelessly assisting several elderly residents to earn points, yet some of the aunts took advantage, seeking her help under various pretenses. While she could decline some requests, being no fool herself, she knew many of those who sought her assistance merely wished to relax while she toiled away. Initially unaware, she had once visited a household only to leave in frustration. Conversely, she recognized when someone genuinely needed help, and over the past few days, she had been exceedingly busy. Though the points earned were modest, they provided her with solace. After deducting the initial 10 points spent on a water lily from the system, she currently had 38 points remaining. The ancient cultivation method passed down through her family required only 50 points for a basic purchase, leaving her 18 points short. Currently, her level allowed her to owe the system 10 points, meaning she needed merely 2 more points to acquire the heart method. This was also a friendly price from the system. Furthermore, this method could be upgraded, but the required points were astronomical compared to her current standing. Upgrading from beginner to intermediate required 50,000 points, and from intermediate to advanced, 500,000 points. In comparison to her current resources, this was akin to a drop in the ocean. Upon bidding farewell to Aunt Hua and stepping outside, she encountered Officer Dai, whose dark expression suggested he had been wronged by someone. Officer Dai, what has happened? Qianqiu approached him with a smile, having learned much over the past few days. She felt a strong sense of duty to assist Officer Dai, especially since he had been willing to help her with her identity registration. Oh, little Qianqiu, what happened to your hands? Without waiting for an answer, Tang Gu, standing beside Officer Dai, cast a concerned glance at her hands. Thank you for your concern, Brother Tang. Just a few blisters from chopping wood, Qianqiu replied, feeling a bit helpless as Tang Gu persistently called her little Qianqiu, seemingly unwilling to change. Have you had lunch yet? Officer Dai's gaze swept over Qianqiu as he inquired. He was quite aware of her recent endeavors and found her actions intriguing. After several encounters, he realized that Qianqiu was not the type to blindly follow orders. She only helped those who truly needed assistance, whether due to age or incapacity. Not yet. Qianqiu Chong smiled softly, her brows curving slightly due to her smile, and the warmth in her eyes was quite comforting. Let us go eat, Dai Wang said, glancing at Qianqiu before stepping towards the village chief's house. For the past few days, their meals had been primarily at the village chief's home. Of course, they were not dining without payment, as they had settled their living expenses with the chief. As for Qianqiu's living expenses, the village chief had mentioned that the little Daoist did not need to pay, but Dai Wang insisted, adhering to the principle of not taking from the common people. He covered Qianqiu's share. Subsequently, Qianqiu wrote him an IOU, promising to repay him once she earned money. Dai Wang glanced at the IOU in his hand, his expression neutral as he looked at her, and declared, interest is waived. Upon hearing Dai Wang's calm words and seeing his gaze, Qianqiu, filled with gratitude, exclaimed, Thank you for your kindness. Brother Tang, why does Officer Dai look so grim? Qianqiu quietly asked, noticing the silhouette walking ahead and slowing her pace. The case has made no progress, and we just faced a barrage of insults from the deceased's family, Dai Wang sighed. Tang Gu, withdrawing his earlier smile, regarded Dai Wang with a pained expression. They understood the family's grief, yet the harsh words hurled at them were unbearable. Had it not been for Dai Wang holding him back, he might have retaliated. They call themselves urban professionals, yet they fail to listen. They resort to insults at the slightest provocation, behaving worse than shrews. Dai Wang had not had proper rest for several days due to the case, but the family showed no understanding, relentlessly chastising them. Oh, Qianqiu remarked, glancing at Dai Wang before quickening her pace to walk alongside him. Seeing her action, Tang Gu instinctively quickened his steps as well. With Qianqiu, the little Daoist, around, lunch was unlikely to be a painful affair. The author has something to say. Today's double update. Do you love me? Chapter 5. 5 talismans. The village chief's residence was quite respectable in the village. A 3-story small building with white-painted exterior walls, slightly yellowed with age, indicating it had stood for quite some time. The cement floor was uneven, and the balcony was adorned with numerous flowers, the soil still moist, suggesting they had been watered that morning. The adjacent storeroom was neatly organized, with everything in its place, reflecting the owner's fondness for cleanliness. "Excuse me, Auntie," Officer Dai smiled, nodding towards her. "Hee, what delicious dish has Auntie prepared today?" Tengu grinned, his face expressing eagerness. "Your favorite, braised potatoes with meat. It will be ready shortly," Aunt Ma replied with a smile. "Auntie, let me help you," Qianxiu said, following Aunt Ma into the kitchen, only to be ushered out a few minutes later. "With your hand injured, go sit outside and don't disturb me," Aunt Ma insisted, handing her a basket of washed mountain pears and shooing her away. "My hand is only a bit blistered," Qianxiu protested at the kitchen door, holding the basket of pears and grinning foolishly. "Truly, they are sweet." She placed the pears on the table, taking a bite of one the size of a child's fist, smiling broadly. These mountain pears were a local specialty, small and yellow-skinned. A bite revealed their sweetness and juiciness, and Qianxiu adored them, often consuming 5 at a time. "Qianxiu, if you keep eating, you won't have room for lunch," Tengu admonished, swatting her hand away as she gleefully munched. "Officer Dai, have you considered that perhaps those two were truly victims of some malevolent force? Otherwise, you wouldn't be at such a loss for leads," Qianxiu said, shifting her gaze from the pears to Officer Dai. Dai Wang's eyes were shadowed with fatigue, the toll of sleepless nights evident. Only the incompetent seek excuses for their ineptitude. "One must trust science," he replied, casting a steady look at Qianxiu, clearly disapproving of her recent remarks. "Officer Dai, discussing science with a Daoist is quite a feat," Qianxiu remarked, her lips twitching in a resigned smile. "For your safety, refrain from going up the mountain for now," Dai Wang declared, resolute in his mission to uncover the truth behind the 10-year-old disappearance of villagers. This was his first encounter with a peculiar case, and he felt compelled to resolve it. He could not bear the thought of the innocent suffering further at the hands of wrongdoers. Qianxiu glanced at Dai Wang and shrugged. Even for the sake of the villagers who had treated her well, she could not ignore the matter, and forbidding her from ascending the mountain was simply not feasible. "Is your aunt not done cooking yet?" Village Chief Young entered, hands clasped behind his back. "Your cooking is so fragrant that even I, from afar, can smell it." He chuckled, having maintained a warm relationship with Aunt Ma for decades. "Such a crowd, and yet you have no shame." Aunt Ma shot a glare at Yang before retreating to fetch the dishes. Seeing this, Qianxiu hurried inside, eager to avoid listening to Dai Wang lecture about science. Village Chief Yang warmly invited everyone to take their seats. "I nearly forgot. Old age is indeed affecting my memory," he lamented, slapping his forehead. "Please convey our regards to them," Dai Wang requested. "Ah, Officer Dai, that woman has just lost her child. She is understandably distressed, which explains her harsh words." "Do not take it to heart," Village Chief Yang sighed, observing Dai Wang's serious demeanor. "I understand. Let us eat," Dai Wang acknowledged, nodding at Yang's comforting words. Realizing Dai Wang was a man of few words, Yang decided not to dwell further on the grieving parents. Qianxiu, unable to tolerate the somber atmosphere at the table, began conversing with Aunt Ma, sharing amusing anecdotes from her past. Under her lively narration, the ambience at the table lightened considerably. Aunt Ma, a gregarious person, engaged happily with Qianxiu, her eyes sparkling as she spoke of her own children, while Village Chief Yang smiled, proud of his offspring's accomplishments. Even Dai Wang's expression relaxed noticeably. And Tengu, noticing the cheerful atmosphere, savored his meal even more, realizing that Qianxiu was indeed a master at enlivening the mood. After the meal, everyone helped clear the dishes into the kitchen. Tengu insisted on washing the dishes, wanting to ease Aunt Ma's burden. Relenting, Aunt Ma stepped outside, bidding everyone farewell before heading to the fields. She was a restless soul, always seeking tasks to occupy her time. As Village Chief Yang was called away, Qianxiu excused herself and stepped outside, determined to earn the remaining 2 points. Her advancement could not be delayed. Dai Wang surveyed the empty courtyard, returning to his materials. Feeling utterly lost in the current case, 2 corpses had been dismembered in the area of Jiangju and Ao, the wounds clean and precise, indicative of a skilled hand. The only traces left were the 2 sets of footprints. There were no signs of struggle, which was quite peculiar. Dai Wang reviewed the documents repeatedly, yet found no suspicious leads. Buzzing incessantly, his phone vibrated in his bag. He managed to free one hand and extracted his phone, promptly pressing the answer button. "Dr. Chu, what are the results?" He inquired as the call connected. Captain Dai, it is confirmed that both deceased succumbed to excessive blood loss. Their dilated pupils and contorted faces indicate they endured immense pain and terror prior to their demise. The reactions observed across their bodies suggest that these two individuals were conscious while being dismembered. A chilling female voice echoed through the phone into Dai's ears. Captain Dai, I find myself perplexed. There are no signs of struggle on the victims' bodies, not even any remnants of substances that could have numbed their nerves. Yet, both victims display no indications of having fought back. On the first day, Chu Mei visited the scene with other officers, and she too was puzzled. The evidence surrounding the area led her to believe that the victims had been paralyzed, explaining the splatter of blood without any sign of resistance. Now, it appears even more enigmatic. I understand. You will come over tonight with Lu Shan and the others to revisit the scene. Dai narrowed his eyes. This case has yielded no clues whatsoever. After ending the call, Dai massaged his throbbing temples. In recent days, they had been canvassing the area, inquiring about unfamiliar faces that had appeared near the village. Apart from those linked to the deceased, they were the only ones. Even in the area of Jiangjundiao, the traces of human passage, aside from the victims, were exclusively theirs. As for Qianxiu, the path she mentioned had been inspected, and indeed, footprints were found leading from that direction. Eliminating all other possibilities, the sole conclusion is that the murderer possesses an intimate familiarity with this locale. Able to traverse the mountains and forests without leaving a trace, restoring the surroundings to normalcy even after committing murder. Dai does not believe that any evidence could be entirely erased. It is merely that they have yet to discover it. He has contemplated every conceivable scenario. But the villagers' fears of spirits he dismisses, viewing them as remnants of feudal superstitions. These so-called supernatural occurrences are simply illusions conjured by the murderer, thus rendering Jiangjundiao a forbidden area for the villagers, the murderer's domain. The reason the killer lingers there might pertain to the general's tomb. Perhaps the true motive will become clear once they locate the entrance to the tomb. While Dai perceives the murderer as orchestrating a grand scheme, Qianxiu is preoccupied within the village, diligently switching her bandages for adhesive plasters before resuming her quest for earning points. Author's note: I am Gongjun. Chapter 6. 6 Talismans. Time always seems to slip away swiftly during busy moments. After dinner, night quietly descends. Qianxiu took a refreshing bath in the bathroom, exchanged pleasantries with Aunt Ma, and descended upstairs. Residing on the second floor, her room is furnished simply, with a bed, a table, and a wardrobe. The flowery curtains flutter gently in the breeze. Approaching the window, Qianxiu fully drew the curtains apart, revealing a round moon hanging in the sky. With only 2 days until the full moon, she admired the almost perfect orb, realizing it would soon be as round as a pearl plate. The night of the full moon is also when supernatural beings emerge within the general's tomb. System: exchange for the basic mental technique. Qianxiu secured the door and seated herself on the mat placed on the floor. The basic mental technique requires 50 points. The host currently lacks sufficient points. Would you like to incur a debt? The system's emotionless voice resonated in Qianxiu's mind. Basic mental technique exchange completed. Would you like to learn it? The system's tone remained as indifferent as ever. Yes. No sooner had Qianxiu spoken than a sharp pain spread through her mind. Clenching her jaw tightly, she stifled any cries of discomfort. Gradually, the pain subsided, leaving her with a sensation of swelling in her head, as if something were about to overflow from her consciousness. Basic mental technique learning completed. The host can now manipulate their intent to learn independently. Friendly reminder: while enhancing your abilities, do not forget to earn points to repay your debt. If the time comes and you have not repaid your points, annihilation shall ensue. Understood. I will earn points to settle my debt. Hearing the system's tone laced with a hint of cheerfulness, Qianxiu felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Each mention of annihilation seems to amuse the system, even momentarily disrupting its usual detachment. The system, upon receiving Qianxiu's response, let out a proud snort and vanished. Danjing Kong Fei. Nothing exists as it is. The pulse opens itself, not real, yet not unformed. With a thought, Qianxiu summoned the recently exchanged mental technique. Channeling energy to her dantian, she united her essence, exhaling through her chest, cultivating her spirit, and circulating her energy throughout her body, returning to her true nature. As she recited the mental technique, her body synchronized with its rhythm, as if an unseen presence were elucidating its meaning in her ear. Initially incomprehensible, she quickly grasped it through the accompanying voice. On the mat, Qianxiu sat cross-legged, palms facing the heavens, eyes tightly closed, clearing her mind of distractions and attuning to nature. This was a peculiar sensation. Though her eyes were shut, the scenery around her was vividly clear, more so than with her physical sight. The tiny white dots surrounding her seemed to possess a life of their own, curiously orbiting her. In that moment, Qianqiu felt as though she could extend her hands to beckon them to linger upon her palms. This was the essence of the world. On this night, the moonlight shone brightly, invigorating the natural energies around her. Gradually, the atmospheric essence enveloping Qianqiu intensified, and she released goodwill towards it, drawing the energies closer. As the moment became opportune, she invited the celestial power into her body, allowing it to circulate through her meridians. Her meridians became conduits, and the incoming natural essence flowed like streams, merging into unity. Under the moonlight's glow, the surrounding energies accumulated, unbeknownst to Qianqiu. A slender white thread, akin to a spiritual serpent, slithered from the sky towards her, and the ambient energies parted to grant it space. The luminous thread circled Qianqiu twice before ultimately diving into her brow, and the surrounding energies, without needing her guidance, instinctively flowed into her being. Startled by this sudden influx of natural essence, Qianqiu, after the initial shock, was ignited with joy, hastily channeling the essence into her meridians to begin refining it. Successfully drawing energy into the body on the first attempt, and acquiring a trace of moonlight essence, one must commend her lineage. Such talent is indeed remarkable. The system marveled at Qianqiu's increasingly adept movements. If initially, the pure essence refined from the natural energies within Qianqiu was merely the width of half a thumb, then after the subsequent surge of natural essence, it had expanded to the thickness of a thumb. In truth, the most beneficial aspect of this experience was the thread of moonlight essence. Even Qianqiu herself had not anticipated such fortuitous luck in attracting it, truly a blessing from her ancestors. Opening her eyes, she beheld the sky beginning to lighten, signaling the approach of dawn, indicating that she had been cultivating throughout the night. Stretching her body, she found no stiffness from maintaining her position. Instead, she felt a sense of ease and comfort. Host, it is still early. Perhaps you could try the exorcism talisman you practiced a couple of days ago. The system's voice rang out, indicating that this morning would be ideal for drawing talismans. Indeed, Qianqiu nodded, feeling an invigorating strength within her, possibly a result of last night's cultivation. She retrieved a small bag from the table, carefully laying out her brush, cinnabar, and yellow paper in an orderly fashion. Standing before the table, with a serene heart, Qianqiu gently picked up a nearby brush, dipped it into the cinnabar box, and guided the pure energy within her body in a circular motion until it flowed into her right hand, subsequently transferring it into the brush. The moment the pure energy entered the brush, Qianqiu felt as though she had become one with it. With her eyes closed, she summoned the exorcism talisman that she had memorized thoroughly. Upon reopening her eyes, her entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation, radiating an aura that harmonized with the universe. Her eyes, dark as ink, rendered the atmosphere around her almost elusive. With a stroke of the brush, it moved like flowing clouds and surging waters, and upon lifting it, a white glow appeared on the yellow paper. 8 sheets of yellow paper lay before her, each inscribed with exorcism talismans of varying quality. The first talisman she inscribed was of high grade, capable of warding off 30 attacks of demonic energy, while 5 were of medium grade, each capable of resisting 10 attacks. And the last 2 were of low grade, able to withstand 3 attacks. For a novice, her work was commendable, especially having produced a high-grade talisman. However, such advanced talismans were not easily crafted. She would need to exert more effort in the future to achieve this consistently. Content with her creations. Qianqiu carefully placed the talismans into the small pocket of her backpack according to their grades. Today, she resolved to earn more points, as she needed to repay the system promptly, lest she feel the ominous weight of a sword hanging over her head. As she descended the stairs, she happened upon Aunt Ma and greeted her with a smile. Qianqiu, where's the bandage on your hand? Aunt Ma's keen eyes quickly noticed Qianqiu's empty palm. Hee Aunt Ma. Look, I have a unique secret remedy from my master, and my hand is completely healed. Qianqiu showcased her hand repeatedly before Aunt Ma. You must take better care of yourself from now on. Don't treat your body as if it were made of stone. Aunt Ma admonished, relieved to see that Qianqiu's injury had indeed healed. Thank you, Aunt Ma. I understand, Qianqiu replied, running over to give her a warm hug. At your age, still hugging. Come help me steam some buns. Aunt Ma chuckled, though she felt a bit unaccustomed to the embrace. All right. Observing Aunt Ma's awkwardness, Qianqiu found her utterly endearing. By the way, Aunt Ma, these are the talismans I drew. They bring benefits when carried. One for you, and please give one to Uncle Yang. As the buns steamed, Aunt Ma and Qianxiu chatted by the fire. These are drawn by Qianxiu. I must keep them safe, Aunt Ma said, accepting the neatly folded talismans with a smile. Your master is quite formidable, so I trust your talismans are equally impressive. Aunt Ma, if the talismans start to heat up when you're out, take a different path. Qianxiu advised earnestly, holding Aunt Ma's hand. All right, I'll heed your advice, Aunt Ma responded, amused by Qianxiu's serious demeanor, noting how heartwarming her concern was. Regardless of the talisman's efficacy, they were imbued with Qianxiu's heartfelt intentions, and Aunt Ma vowed to keep them close. Little did she know, just days later, those talismans would indeed save her life. And I'm heading out. After devouring 2 buns and a bowl of thin porridge, Qianxiu informed Aunt Ma as she slung her small backpack over her shoulder. The elderly woman's dwelling was located at the village's edge, even more secluded than Uncle Yang's. On her way to the elder's home, Qianxiu noticed 2 children running frantically down the path ahead. Dahu, what's wrong? Qianxiu recognized them and quickly stopped them, noticing the tears still glistening on their cheeks. Woo-woo, Sister Qianxiu, the canola flower fell into the pond ahead. Dahu cried. Where? Take me there quickly. Qianxiu's mind raced. The canola flower was a nickname given to a shy yet kind-hearted girl. Sister Qianxiu, this way. Dahu sobbed as he led her. The other child trembled, breathless from crying, unable to articulate a word. Qianxiu instructed him to inform the adults at home and hurried after Dahu toward the pond, hoping they would arrive in time. Fortunately, the pond where the canola flower had fallen was not far ahead. As Qianxiu approached, she could see only a dark head bobbing above the surface, rising and sinking while ripples emanated outward. As she ran, she removed her backpack, shedding her heavy clothing upon reaching the pond's edge. Observing the bubbles on the surface, Qianxiu dove into the murky water, which obscured her vision. Host, channel the pure energy to your eyes, and you will see clearly. The system suddenly prompted. Qianxiu nodded and swiftly circulated the pure energy, soon spotting the canola flower sinking below. The canola flower struggled, but Qianxiu noticed something amiss. A dark shadow was entangled around the girl's limbs, pulling her down. Acting quickly, Qianxiu retrieved the yin-yang fish pendant from her waist, flicked it, and sent a stream of pure energy from the pendant's eyes toward the shadow. A piercing, unpleasant shriek erupted, shattering the pond's surface and sending ripples cascading outward. The shadow recoiled in pain, releasing the canola flower's foot. Seizing the moment, Qianxiu swiftly rescued the girl, who was frightened and gasping for air. The shadow, intimidated by the pendant's energy, could only glare resentfully as Qianxiu brought the girl to safety. As she swam to the surface, Qianxiu infused the canola flower with pure energy. Give me the child. Tengu rushed over upon seeing Qianxiu emerge with the girl, quickly taking her into his arms. The child was laid gently on the ground, and a stern-looking woman began performing chest compressions on her. Just as hope seemed to wane, the canola flower coughed up a mouthful of dirty water. Hearing the commotion, Qianxiu sighed in relief, her gaze drifting to the water's surface where the shadow glared at her with malice. Are you all right? A warm garment was draped over her shoulders as Daiwang, looking concerned, approached. It was already autumn, and the pond's water was cold and chilling. As for the canola flower, Yuewu helped carry her to the village clinic. The incident had occurred early enough that, aside from Daiwang and Aunt Ma, only the family members who had accompanied the children were present by the pond. Oh dear, she was fine just a moment ago. What happened? Aunt Ma hurried over upon seeing Qianxiu's disheveled state, guiding her toward the restroom. After adjusting the water temperature, Aunt Ma helped Qianxiu clean up, and once she stopped shivering, she allowed her to step into the bath while she went to prepare ginger soup to drive away the chill. Officer Dai, what happened to Qianxiu? Aunt Ma inquired once the ginger soup was simmering. Dai Wang recounted the events, and upon finishing, Aunt Ma breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they're both all right, that's what matters. Thankfully, neither Qianxiu nor the child was harmed. That pond is indeed quite sinister. Officer Dai, don't rush off just yet. The ginger soup is ready. Everyone should have a cup. Aunt Ma insisted as Dai Wang attempted to rise. Host, congratulations on saving a life. The system rewards you with 50 points. Keep up the good work. As Qianxiu soaked in the warm water, the system's voice echoed in her mind. 50 points. Qianxiu emerged from the water's surface, having just received a reward of 50 points. Indeed, had those 2 children not encountered you, the drowning child would have been dragged to the bottom by the water ghost, and by the time the villagers arrived, the child would have perished. The system elaborated, hinting at the myriad of consequences involved. The water ghost, shrouded in a thick aura of darkness, had undoubtedly harmed others before. The chilling gaze of that ghostly figure lingered in Qianqiu's memory, accompanied by an unsettling aura that sent shivers down her spine. In the heat of the moment, she had little time to ponder, but reflecting now, she marveled at her own bravery. After all, it was indeed a genuine water ghost. Yes, it has claimed several victims in that pond, the system confirmed after a brief pause. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu contemplated her next move. This water ghost could not be allowed to remain. Closing her eyes, she entered the points marketplace, deducting 5 points owed to the system, leaving her with 45 points. Glancing at the comprehensive guide of talismans left by her ancestors, she quietly exited the marketplace, knowing that the guide required 100 points, an amount she lacked for redemption. System, how many points is that water ghost worth? She inquired after a moment's hesitation. She had learned the drawing methods for several talismans provided by the system, with the exorcism talisman being the most challenging. Now, she required that comprehensive guide. The water ghost has harmed several humans. If you vanquish it, you will earn 50 points, the system replied without hesitation. I wish to exchange for yellow paper, Qianqiu remarked as she reopened the marketplace, her heart sinking at the exorbitant price of the yellow paper. 1 point per sheet. How many do you require, host? The system's monotone voice mixed with a hint of excitement. I need 10 sheets. She nearly spat through gritted teeth, frustrated by the system's greed. Host, you must understand that the yellow paper in the marketplace comes with a quality guarantee. It not only enhances the success rate of talisman drawing but also eliminates the risk of talisman failure. You should be grateful, the system replied, as if offended by her discontent. Huh? Qianqiu scoffed, drying herself off and beginning to dress. Are you feeling better, Qianqiu? As she stepped outside, she spotted Aunt Ma approaching with a worried expression. I'm fine, Aunt Ma. I apologize for causing you concern. As long as you're okay. Come, have some ginger soup to ward off the chill, Aunt Ma said, holding a steaming bowl. Thank you, Aunt Ma. Qianqiu smiled as she accepted it. The brown sugar water was both spicy and sweet, warming her body and heart. Meanwhile, the village's small clinic buzzed with activity. Although it was merely the home of a villager with some medical knowledge, it had gradually become the village's makeshift clinic. On a cot lay the pallid cauliflower flower, covered with a warm quilt, while her grandfather sat beside her, anxiously holding her hand. Xiaocue, it is my fault. I did not take good care of you. The old man lamented, tears streaming down his wrinkled cheeks. Dad, Xiaocue is fine. You needn't worry, a woman in her 30s said dismissively, her gaze somewhat disdainful. As she walked, she soothed the boy in her arms, whom Qianqiu had encountered earlier, the child too frightened to speak. Only the girl's grandfather remained deeply concerned, holding on to his granddaughter's hand, hoping for her swift recovery. Shuming's eyes fell upon the wrist of the girl peeking out from the quilt, where a peculiar black handprint marked her skin. This detail intrigued her, for she had noticed these markings when attempting to rescue the girl. They were not limited to her wrists. Similar prints marred her ankles, which seemed unnatural. Dr. Chu, Yu Weiwu entered, glancing at the girl and her grandfather, signaling Chuming to step outside for a discussion. That girl is Xiaocue, the sister of the boy who was recently held by the woman. Their family places a heavy emphasis on sons over daughters. Only the grandfather treats her well. Today, Xiaocue asked her grandfather for money to buy a notebook. But when the old man gave her the money, the boy saw. Upset, he forced Xiaocue to give it up, and in the ensuing struggle, he pushed her into the pond. As he spoke, Yu Weiwu's tone grew somber. If it hadn't been for Qianqiu's timely intervention, this splendid child would have been lost. Shuming's frown deepened. The woman's blatant favoritism toward her son was evident. The boy had nearly caused his sister's demise. Yet neither he nor his mother appeared to grasp the severity of the situation. With a few soothing words, the mother placated the boy, promising new clothes and sweets. And he ceased crying, even demanding 5 extra coins from her, more than what Xiaocue received, showing no remorse, a smile plastered on his face as if he had accomplished something grand. Watching the mother and son depart, Chuming felt a twinge of worry for Xiaocue. For now, she had her grandfather to protect her. But who would she rely on in the future? The author wishes to express how dashing I am for updating daily. Starting today, I will change the title, and the cover will be updated tomorrow. Just a heads up so that my little angels don't get lost. La la la. I am a diligent little artist. Chapter 8. 8 talisman seals in the evening. The old man carried a bamboo basket of eggs, leading Xiaocue to the village chief's home. Child, quickly bow to the Daoist and thank her for saving your life. Upon Qianqiu's appearance, she witnessed the little girl kneeling at her grandfather's behest. Get up. You're still unwell. Chinchio rushed over to assist Xiaotsue to her feet, noticing her pallor. Little Daoist, we have little of value. Please accept these eggs as a token of our gratitude. The old man gazed at Chinchio with immense gratitude. Xiaotsue doesn't need to eat eggs. They are for the Daoist sister, the girl suddenly interjected, her gaze earnest and clear. Xiaotsue, I understand your wish to express gratitude. But please listen to me. Keep this appreciation in your heart for now. When you achieve great things in the future, I will return to ask for a meal. Your grandfather's health is also a concern. Keep the eggs for you two to share, and when he recovers, you can enjoy your fortune together. Chinchio gently ruffled Xiaotsue's hair. Due to prolonged malnutrition, the girl's hair appeared somewhat dull, and at 10 years old, she was still quite small, standing beside her 7-year-old brother. Few would believe she was the elder sister. The old man nearly shed tears at Chinchio's words, realizing that the little Daoist implied Xiaotsue would have a bright future, alleviating his worries about her well-being after he was gone. Sister, will Xiaotsue be able to earn a lot of money in the future? She tugged at her clothing, her eyes sparkling with hope. Xiaotsue will be remarkable and earn plenty, buying a big house for grandfather to live in, so you must study hard. Chinchio replied with a smile. And I'll buy grandpa meat to eat every day? Xiaotsue beamed, her cheeks forming adorable dimples. Now, let me take a look at your wrist, Chinchio said, pulling her closer. Sister, this is the mark left by the water ghost. As she rolled up her sleeve, even Aunt Ma took notice of the ghostly handprint on Xiaotsue's wrist, her complexion paling. Seeing the handprint, Xiaotsue recalled the events at the bottom of the pond, her expression darkening. Do not be afraid. Remember, I am a Daoist. Come, sit here, Chinchio encouraged, moving a stool beside her. She gently patted Xiaotsue's chest, channeling a wave of pure energy into her. Yes, Xiaotsue felt a surge of warmth envelop her body, and she noticed that the shadow left by the water ghost was gradually dissipating, as if it had been banished by the recent warmth. Her gaze towards Chinchio brightened. Aunt Ma and the others stood behind Chinchio, curious about her intentions. Chinchio reached for her small backpack, and with a swift motion, extracted a talisman inscribed with mystical symbols. Aunt Ma glanced at it and realized it resembled the 2 talismans Chinchio had given her that morning. Chinchio pinched the talisman between her fingers, murmuring incantations as she pressed it against Xiaotshue's wrist. The onlookers, mere mortals, could not perceive the transformation occurring on Xiaotshue's wrist. Only Chinchio understood that when the talisman met the ghostly handprint, it emitted a hissing sound, and simultaneously, the dark mark on Xiaotshue's wrist began to dissipate into a wisp of black mist. It was gone. The ghostly handprint had vanished. When Aunt Ma saw Chinchio lift the talisman, she beheld Xiaotshue's unblemished skin. The ominous mark that had been there moments ago was now non-existent. It appeared that Chinchio truly possessed remarkable abilities. Recalling the talismans Chinchio had handed her earlier, they vowed to carry them with care in the future. After all, there had been instances in the village where ghostly handprints appeared on individuals, an alarming omen. One family had tried every conceivable method to rid themselves of it, even visiting numerous temples, yet they ultimately succumbed to the torment of the ghostly handprint. Thus, the villagers held a profound fear of these marks. To them, the appearance of a ghostly handprint signified hopelessness, a signal to prepare for the worst. The elderly man, witnessing Chinchio's success in dispelling the ghostly mark from Xiaotsue, sank to his knees in gratitude, for Xiaotsue was still alive. As Chinchio worked to remove the ghostly imprint from Xiaotsue's ankle, she was unable to assist the elderly man. Aunt Ma quickly stepped in to help him up, fully aware of Chinchio's character. All will be well from now on, Chinchio declared cheerfully as she adjusted Xiaotsue's trousers after the final handprint was dispelled. Xiaotsue's elder sister had foretold a bright future for her, urging her to honor her grandfather diligently. The talented Daoist sister's words were ones that Xiaotsue wholeheartedly believed, regardless of what the future held. She would never forget the kindness bestowed upon her by the young Daoist. As the sun began to set, the elderly man, stooped and carrying a basket of eggs, walked arm in arm with Xiaotsue, the two sharing laughter and warmth on their way home. A heartwarming scene indeed. Uncle Yang, Aunt Ma, I'm heading upstairs for a bit, Chinchio informed them before ascending the stairs. Aunt Ma responded affirmatively, watching her go while recounting Chinchio's impressive feats to village chief Yang, advising him to keep the talismans close, for they were life-saving artifacts. Passing by Dai Wang's room, Chinchio overheard discussions about the case at hand. She shrugged and made her way to the rooftop. The sun had not yet set completely, and Chinchio found a sheltered spot, laid down a mat, and commenced her evening cultivation. as her internal methods began to circulate. The ambient energy of the world began to converge around her, slowly being absorbed and refined. Time seemed to fly during her practice. The sun dipped below the horizon, and a full moon ascended into the night sky, stars twinkling into existence around it. Once the case discussions concluded, Daiwang intended to ascend for a smoke to unwind, only to be taken aback by the sight of Qianqiu bathed in moonlight. With a flick, a blue flame sprang to life as Daiwang lit a cigarette, the scent of lighter fluid wafting through the air. His slender fingers held the white stick as he brought it to his lips, extinguishing the flame and exhaling a smoke ring. He was not a habitual smoker, only indulging when he found himself at a dead end with a case, using it as a means to alleviate stress. The cigarette quickly burned down to the end. Daiwang glanced at Qianqiu, unsure how long she would remain in meditation. He contemplated warning her, but ultimately decided to turn back and head downstairs. Some Daoists claim to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. Though he did not believe it, he did not wish to disturb her. An hour later, Qianqiu emerged from her meditation, aware that she had tasks to attend to that night. Otherwise, she might have continued until dawn. She retrieved talisman paper, a brush, and vermilion ink from her backpack and arranged them neatly on the rooftop platform. This time, she was drawing basic spells, binding and ghost-dispelling talismans, as this was her first venture into exorcising ghosts, and she needed to be thoroughly prepared. Although the system indicated that she could use the Yin-Yang Jade pendant to exorcise ghosts, the pendant had its limitations. For the sake of her future endeavors, she must utilize these talismans as well. Once the talismans were completed, Qianqiu stored them in her backpack, checked the time, and then descended to prepare for her expedition to the pond. Qianqiu, what are you planning to do out so late? Aunt Ma asked, emerging for a drink just as Qianqiu was heading out. Aunt Ma, I'm going to the pond, Qianqiu replied, concealing her surprise at encountering Aunt Ma. Qianqiu, are you going to confront the water ghost? Aunt Ma set down her cup and inquired. Yes, since everyone has been so kind to me. I wish to eliminate this hidden danger for everyone. Qianqiu turned and responded earnestly. Don't worry, it's just a water ghost. I'll be back shortly. Trust me, Qianqiu grasped Aunt Ma's slightly calloused hand, knowing that without such reassurances, Aunt Ma would never allow her to leave. All right, but do be careful. Aunt Ma relented, recalling how Qianqiu had dispelled the ghostly mark from Xiao Chui's hand, and seeing that Qianqiu did not appear to be acting recklessly. When Daiwang came downstairs, he was startled to see Aunt Ma sitting quietly on the sofa. After inquiring, he hurriedly dashed out the door. A water ghost. Daiwang hurried toward the pond, intent on discovering what Qianqiu was up to. After all, it was the 21st century. What kind of demons and monsters could possibly exist? Author's note. Today we experienced a power outage. Last night, I charged my tablet but forgot to charge my phone. I borrowed a phone to set the time. I'll respond to comments once the power returns. Love you all, moi. Chapter 9. 9 Talismans. Qianqiu stood at the edge of the pond, reciting incantations. In a short while, the water's surface began to ripple with increasing intensity. Humph. Who is this little Daoist? I spared you during the day, but you dare to come knocking at night. A dark shadow emerged from the water, through the swirling black mist enveloping the water ghost. Qianqiu clearly discerned its form, pale blue and short in stature, with long limbs and a triangular head. Its mouth could stretch to its ears when it spoke, revealing tiny, sharp teeth. Its eyes were as large as bells, with pupils as dark as incense coils. Just one glance left Qianqiu feeling slightly dizzy. Foolish host. The water ghost uses those eyes to ensnare humans. You need not invoke protective energy, yet you dared to stare. Do you wish to perish? The system's admonishing voice echoed in Qianqiu's mind, jolting her back to full awareness. Thank you. Qianqiu understood the system's warning and promptly began to circulate her protective energy, realizing her earlier oversight. You possess some ability, but what a pity. The water ghost, noticing Qianqiu's awakening, rolled its incense-like eyes. You have caused countless deaths without a shred of remorse. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice and eliminate you. Qianqiu cast a cold glance at the water ghost, her hands never faltering. The water ghost was thoroughly enraged by Qianqiu's words, its surrounding darkness transforming into a serpent that lunged toward her. You're quite young, yet you speak boldly. I shall see how you enact justice. As the water ghost finished speaking, the black serpent lunged towards Qianqiu. Wah, sister, save me. I don't want to die yet. Please help me. The plaintive cries of children echoed from the depths of the lake, followed by a group of children aged 7 to 12 surfacing from the water. Qianqiu regarded the children with furrowed brows, fearing that these souls were the victims of the water ghost over the years. As the water ghost observed Qianqiu's stillness, a wave of dark energy enveloped its form, causing the children to emit piercing cries. Upon closer inspection, Qianqiu noticed the children's faces contorted in agony, as if suffering from immense torment. She discerned that black tendrils wrapped tightly around their ankles, extending throughout their bodies. The constricting darkness inflicted unbearable pain upon their souls, akin to enduring 1,000 cuts and torturous executions. This realm had long been her domain, untouched and unchallenged for years. Yet today, someone dared to seize her new toy and disturb her peace, believing her to be pliable. The water ghost shot a resentful glance at Qianqiu and began to converse with the tortured souls surrounding it. The souls, upon glancing at Qianqiu, lunged toward her with clawed hands. Reluctant to harm these innocent spirits, Qianqiu evaded their onslaught while devising a strategy. "Sister, I'm so sorry. We didn't mean to." "It's not your fault," she reassured them, narrowly dodging the spectral attack. Under the water ghost's control, the children were unaware of the torment inflicted upon them at the bottom of the pond. Their suffering was profound. Half an hour passed, and Qianqiu bore numerous black bruises. Realizing that her 50 points would be wasted, to heal these wounds, she would need to endure the agonizing cost of purchasing medicine from the system. "Bind!" she suddenly shouted, causing the surrounding spirits to halt their assault. The water ghost's smug expression faded, replaced by an ugly grimace as its pallid skin twisted grotesquely. "What have you done to me?" It seethed, immobilized by the talismans floating around it. "While you commanded them to attack me, I secretly placed talismans near you. Had I not been wary of your detection, I would not have endured such punishment for so long." Qianqiu touched the wound on her lip, wincing at the pain. It was a testament to her lack of skill. "Now, it is time for you to atone for your sins. Slay the malevolent spirit, and let no ghost defy me. I command you swiftly." As she recited the incantation, several talismans swiftly encircled the water ghost. "Ah, it hurts. I was wrong. Please spare me," the water ghost pleaded. Too late to escape its fate. As the golden light emanating from the talismans intensified, the water ghost's form contorted into an unusual shape. No matter how it wailed, Qianqiu remained unmoved. This suffering was its retribution, a consequence of its actions. "Sister, thank you for saving us." Several small spirits floated toward her. However, intimidated by the golden light radiating from Qianqiu, they dared only to stand at a distance. Finally free from their horrifying plight, it was she who had rescued them. "The gates of the underworld shall close. Wait a moment, and I will escort you down." Having liberated these children, Qianqiu was determined to ensure their safe passage. This place was fraught with danger, and she did not wish to have exerted herself in vain, especially after enduring a beating for their sake. As she hastened her incantation, the talismans surrounding the water ghost began to spin rapidly, the golden radiance growing ever brighter. The water ghost, enveloped in this luminous glow, gradually shrank until it vanished completely. With a flick of her wrist, the two circles of talismans ignited spontaneously, transforming into ash that scattered upon the pond's surface. "I will send you down now. Are you ready?" Qianqiu smiled at the small spirits, now that the water ghost had been vanquished. "We are ready." "Thank you, sister," they chorused in unison. "Very well. I shall begin." Her smile faded as she bit her finger, drawing symbols in the air above the small spirits. "Supreme decree, transcend your lonely souls, all spirits and phantoms. Receive the grace of rebirth. Hasten to be saved." The clear incantation resounded by the pond, each word transforming into golden characters that descended upon the small spirits. Lacking sufficient cultivation to send them down solely by her own strength, Qianqiu followed the system's instructions, using her blood to draw the talismans, supplementing them with pure energy and incantation. If all went well, she could indeed send them down tonight. The act of using her blood to create the talismans drained her vitality, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit. Enveloped in golden light, the small spirits felt a warmth they had not experienced in ages, bowing deeply in gratitude to Qianqiu. As they vanished into the golden glow before her, Qianqiu wore a gentle smile, wishing for them to be reborn into favorable circumstances and lead peaceful lives in their next existence. Tonight's endeavor had been taxing, and as she relaxed, fatigue washed over her. Glancing at the pond, she vowed that no water ghost would ever again lure souls within its depths. Gathering her belongings, she stumbled slightly, nearly teetering into the water. "Goodness, that scared me. Another close call, and I might lose my life," she exclaimed, patting her chest in relief, stepping cautiously away from the pond's edge. Positioned a meter from the water, she reassured herself that even if her strength faltered, she would not fall in, and thus shakily made her way toward Aunt Ma's home. I'm so exhausted. My entire body aches. My soul feels as if it is trembling. I wish I could lie down and sleep for 2 or 3 days. After Qianxiu departed, a figure emerged from the bamboo grove behind her. Daiwang observed her retreating silhouette, his brow furrowing in disbelief. A staunch atheist throughout his life, the events of this night had utterly shattered his understanding of reality. Pondering deeply, Daiwang sought an explanation for the inexplicable occurrences. Following Qianxiu to this location, he had initially watched her converse with the empty pond. Moments later, he noticed her dodging attacks from unseen forces, yet aside from Qianxiu's erratic movements, he saw no other suspicious figures. Labeling her as a woman who had ventured out at midnight to perform rituals, he suspected her sanity was somewhat questionable. But the strangeness did not end there. He then witnessed several talismans drifting slowly toward the pond, eventually forming a circle above it. Suddenly, Qianxiu ceased her movements, dusted off her clothing, and began speaking to the pond in an incomprehensible tongue. To his astonishment, the talismans ignited in midair, turning to ashes carried off by the wind. Following this, Qianxiu bit her finger and began gesturing wildly in the air, reciting phrases resembling incantations. Her face alight with joy as she gazed at the empty space before her. Whether performing rituals or conversing with herself, these actions could be rationalized. However, the floating talismans that moved of their own accord were truly baffling. Could it be that Qianxiu wielded control over them? No, it was inconceivable. She must have employed some external force. Daiwang scrutinized the pond for a long while, yet he found no evidence of such a force. The chilling sensation that seeped into his bones left him utterly unnerved. Science could not explain the events of this night. Each moment felt like an encounter with the supernatural. The author has something to say. Finally, the call has come, unexpectedly. Here comes the second update. Little fairies, hurry up and put me in the bowl. Chapter 10. 10 talismans standing at the door. Qianxiu straightened her clothes and adjusted her facial expression before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Qianxiu, are you all right? As soon as she entered, Aunt Ma hurried out, her eyes filled with concern. Aunt Ma, the water ghost has been dealt with, so there is no need to worry anymore, Qianxiu replied with a smile, feeling a mixture of warmth and sadness in her heart as she noted how long Aunt Ma had waited for her without sleep. Are you being too strong? With all these injuries, let me apply some medicine for you, Aunt Ma said, her keen eyes spotting the bruise at the corner of Qianxiu's mouth, filled with sympathy. No need, Aunt Ma. These wounds won't heal with regular medicine. I'll use the potion given to me by my master, and by morning, I'll be fine. Qianxiu carefully tugged at the corner of her mouth. Then go soak it now, Aunt Ma urged, not holding Qianxiu back any longer but instead encouraging her to head upstairs. All right, I'll go. You should get some rest too, Aunt Ma, Qianxiu said, beginning to ascend the stairs with a stiff gait. Oh dear. How could I forget to ask Qianxiu if she has seen Officer Dai? Aunt Ma slapped her thigh, suddenly remembering that Daiwang had followed Qianxiu inside. Indeed. It wasn't long before Aunt Ma heard the sound of the door opening. Upon seeing Officer Dai, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Sorry, Aunt Ma, for worrying you, Daiwang said as he entered, catching sight of Aunt Ma coming out from the living room, his eyes filled with guilt. Glancing at the time, it was already past 1, yet Daiwang felt no inclination to sleep. After washing his face upstairs, he lay in bed, listening to the symphony of snores around him, his thoughts drifting back to the mysterious scene by the pond that night. In the bathroom, Qianxiu prepared warm water, spending 30 points to exchange for a potion from the system. Gazing at the bottle, no larger than a baby's fist, she silently cursed the merchant. Following the system's instructions, she opened the cap and squeezed gently, allowing a drop of transparent liquid to fall into the bathtub. Instantly, the originally clear warm water transformed into a milky white, releasing a fragrant aroma with the steam. Stripping off her clothing, Qianxiu quickly stepped into the tub, the milky liquid enveloping her body. Her pores opened wide, and she could feel a gentle force penetrating through them. The areas that had just been beaten by the little ghosts showed signs of relief. The overall soreness dissipated, making her want to sink deeper into the comforting embrace of the water. Now you realize how worthwhile it is, right? 30 points for a bottle. And there are 50 drops inside. How dare you call me a merchant? Qianxiu remarked, detecting a tone of grievance in the system's indifferent voice. All right, I was wrong. Thank you, Qianxiu said, lifting her head above the water's surface with a smile, finding the system sometimes resembled a child. Not at all, the system replied, its tone nonchalant. Host, you have enough points to exchange for the complete set of talismans. Would you like to proceed? The system suddenly inquired. Enough, Qianxiu exclaimed in surprise. If her memory served her right, she had earned 50 points for defeating the water ghost tonight, plus the original 35 points, subtracting the 30 points spent on the potion. She should have only 55 points. How could the system say she had enough? Summoning the point store? She glanced at the lower right corner and was astonished to find her points had soared to 135. Where had the extra 80 points come from? Host. You saved 8 souls tonight, preventing them from facing the fate of drifting away, hence the reward of 80 points. Additionally, considering your spirit of sacrifice by using your blood to send them off, the system will reward you with a set of Daoist robes, which have double the defense of your previous set. The moral system always surprises you. Benefits can drop at any moment. Keep up the good work, host. As the system finished speaking, a set of Daoist robes appeared on a nearby hanger. Qianqiu's gaze swept over, noting that the robes were moon-white instead of the initial blue-white. As for any alterations in style, she would have to wait and see. Just moments ago, she had been worried about whether her clothes would dry by morning. But upon seeing the system's gift, she felt a sense of relief. System, do you not have any more casual clothing? She pondered aloud. Although she was now a Daoist priestess, she could not possibly wear robes every day. The village accepted her attire due to their fear of the supernatural. But she doubted city dwellers would be so understanding. Moreover, she needed to find a way to earn a living. She couldn't just set up a stall to catch ghosts in this unfamiliar world. Would you like a long robe? The system paused before asking. It's the 21st century. I prefer modern, casual attire, not ancient styles. Qianqiu felt a throb in her temples. Forget it. I'll purchase the complete set of talismans. I'll figure out the clothing later, Qianqiu sighed, not wanting to engage the system further on this topic lest she be driven to madness. Exchanging for the complete set of talismans requires 100 points. Do you want to proceed? The system, feeling displeased at being diverted, adopted an even colder tone. Yes. Qianqiu replied, sensing the system's evident dissatisfaction and feeling somewhat helpless. The exchange for the complete set of talismans is complete. Please feel free to learn and utilize them. The system stated before vanishing, needing to design a few modern outfits that would leave the foolish host in awe. Qianqiu glanced at the point store. Her 135 points dwindled to just 35, making her feel a twinge of regret. After her moment of lament, she closed the point store and began accessing the complete set of talismans, similar to when she learned cultivation techniques. Her head felt heavy until the entire set of talismans imprinted itself in her mind, at which point she felt a bit better. All the drawing methods for the thousands of talismans were now firmly lodged in her memory. Whatever she wished to learn, she could summon with just a thought. Although the system acted as a cheat, drawing advanced talismans would still require diligent practice. After studying the talismans for a while, Qianqiu noticed the water in the bathtub had returned to its clear state, and even the temperature had cooled down. She picked up a towel to dry herself before beginning to get dressed. Once she donned her clothing, Qianqiu realized her body felt incredibly light, all fatigue having vanished. Even the mental exhaustion caused by her blood loss had significantly improved. Most remarkably, she discovered that all the bruises inflicted by the little ghost had completely disappeared. In high spirits, she glanced at her new Daoist robes. The style was identical to the previous set, but the color and craftsmanship were notably refined. The new robes featured subtle patterns along the edges, exuding an air of grandeur. Despite being the same style, the new robes appeared far more elegant than the first set, accentuating her Daoist demeanor. Accompanying the robes was a cloud-patterned hairpin, ancient and stately, smooth to the touch. What intrigued her most was the aura of heaven and earth subtly emanating from the hairpin, indicating it was no ordinary wooden accessory. System. What kind of wood is this made from? Qianqiu asked curiously. Finest Fusang wood. Take good care of it, the system replied before disappearing again, ignoring her calls. With no other choice, Qianqiu stored the new robes and hairpin in her backpack, deciding to wait until the system was in a better mood to inquire further. Setting her backpack aside, Qianqiu began washing her clothes, being careful to keep her movements light so as not to disturb anyone. Once finished, she quietly carried her clothes up to the rooftop, where the wind would dry them swiftly. After hanging her clothes, she glanced at the time. It was nearly 3 in the morning. Qianqiu decided against going to sleep, as she was not alone tonight. The forensic doctor named Chu-mei was with her. It would be unfortunate to wake her by going downstairs, especially since she still carried the lingering chill from earlier. Having poured out the remaining water from the basin, Qianqiu descended the stairs clutching it, donning her new Daoist robe, which instantly warmed her body. Not only was its defensive capability commendable, but its ability to retain heat was truly remarkable. With her backpack secured, Qianqiu ascended to the rooftop, gathering the pure energy before her. Gazing into the distance towards Jiangjun Ao, where the thick, murky energy had expanded further. Tomorrow marked the 15th day, the night of the full moon, when the general interred in Jiangjun Ao would undoubtedly emerge with his legion of spectral servants to revel in the moonlight. Observing the fluctuations of that murky aura, it seemed that every full moon night, the ghostly general's power surged, and he would manifest outside. Compared to the confines of his tomb, Qianqiu yearned for an encounter with the ghostly general outside. The full moon not only augmented the general's strength, but also bestowed her sect with the moonlight's illumination to combat the supernatural. Naturally, the greatest beneficiaries of this moonlit advantage were the righteous practitioners of their lineage. Beneath the tomb lay the ghostly general's domain. Even though his spectral power diminished on the first day of the month, the area remained saturated with ghostly energy, devoid of any earthly essence that Qianqiu could absorb. Hence she dared not descend lightly. Her only opportunity was the night of the full moon. Setting her mat, Qianqiu settled into a meditative posture. Aware that time was slipping away and she needed to seize the moment to cultivate her skills. In contrast, the most arduous night was endured by Daiwang, who lay in bed, tossing and turning, and by morning, his eyes were bloodshot from sleeplessness. In a moment of resignation, Xu Mei retreated to rest, intending to create a wider space for Qianqiu. However, upon awakening the next day, she found everything unchanged from the night before. After grooming herself, as Xu Mei opened the door, she encountered Captain Dai emerging from the adjacent room, his dark circles and bloodshot eyes betraying a night spent in almost complete wakefulness. "Good morning, Dr. Chu," Daiwang greeted, his gaze subtly drifting behind her. "Oh," he acknowledged, recalling the disturbances from the previous night, and made his way upstairs. Upon opening the rooftop door, he spotted the Daoist robe billowing gently in the wind, clearly hung out to dry the night before, now nearly dry. Scanning the rooftop for Qianqiu's presence, Daiwang frowned slightly, perplexed, and made his way back downstairs. Aunt Ma, having risen late after a night of restless sleep, entered the kitchen and was greeted by the sight of Qianqiu bustling about. Remembering Qianqiu's injuries from the night prior, Aunt Ma was about to admonish her to rest, only to find that not only had Qianqiu's bruises vanished, but she also appeared remarkably vibrant. "Qianqiu, your injuries have truly healed. How is your health?" Aunt Ma inquired, inspecting Qianqiu from head to toe, confirming the absence of any marks. "Hee, Aunt Ma, I possess a unique remedy, though it only heals wounds inflicted by supernatural forces." "Quite unfortunate," Qianqiu lamented, wishing that any injury could be treated, as it would ease her future financial burdens. "You should be content. This is indeed remarkable," Aunt Ma chuckled, playfully tapping her forehead. "To heal overnight is almost miraculous." "Indeed. By the way, Aunt Ma, look at the buns I steamed today. Aren't they plump and white?" Qianqiu proudly lifted the lid, her smile radiant. As the steam swirled away, Aunt Ma beheld a cluster of perfectly round white buns nestled in the iron pot. "Qianqiu, your buns are even whiter and softer than mine. Where did you learn this?" Aunt Ma expressed her admiration for Qianqiu's culinary skills. "Of course, I learned from my master at the sect, though it's mostly thanks to my talent. After seeing my master make them twice, I figured it out," Qianqiu admitted. Recalling her mother's teachings, she had always excelled in food preparation. Her mother often praised her, claiming that if she lived in ancient times, she would easily become a royal chef. "Go on, bask in your pride," Aunt Ma laughed, realizing that Qianqiu's presence brightened her spirits, effortlessly dispelling any gloom. "By the way, Qianqiu, you've changed into a Daoist robe?" Aunt Ma paused, a look of realization crossing her face, finally noticing the subtle difference in Qianqiu. "Yes, the other one is still wet, so I had to wear this one," Qianqiu replied, tinged with a hint of helplessness. "You truly suit the Daoist robe. It looks wonderful on you," Aunt Ma complimented sincerely. "Of course, I was born to look good in anything," Qianqiu replied, lifting her chin with pride. "Good morning, Aunt Ma." "Good morning, Qianqiu." Xu Mei entered the kitchen, drawn in by their cheerful laughter. "Good morning, Dr. Chu." Qianqiu greeted with a smile. "Miss Chu, you're up. How did you sleep last night?" Xu Mei's demeanor was often cool, making Aunt Ma slightly hesitant in conversation. "I slept well, Aunt Ma. Is there anything you need help with?" Xu Mei noticed Aunt Ma's reticence and softened her expression. "Aunt Mei, could you help me take the dishes outside? Breakfast will be ready soon," Aunt Ma replied with a smile. "Sure." Xu Mei remembered the dishes left out from the previous night, washed them, and carried them out. Aunt Ma removed the firewood from the stove, while Qianqiu retrieved the steamed buns. placing them in a small basket lined with a cloth to prevent them from becoming soggy from the steam. After washing her hands, Aunt Ma ladled the porridge into a large basin before taking it outside. Buns, porridge, and a small serving of pickles made for a simple farmhouse breakfast. If it weren't for Captain Dai and the others, Aunt Ma and Village Chief Young would have settled for steaming a few buns and brewing some tea for breakfast instead of going through the trouble of making porridge. On the dark red wooden table, the modest breakfast was laid out. Shumei picked up a white porcelain bowl, ladling steaming porridge into it before handing it to Dai Wang. He accepted the bowl with a nod of thanks, leisurely picking up a bun to begin his meal. Qianqiu had a particular fondness for buns, especially tearing one open to spread a layer of fermented bean curd inside. The taste was simply her favorite. Aunt Ma, your fermented bean curd is the best, Qianqiu exclaimed, taking a bite with satisfaction. If you like it, then eat more. Aunt Ma beamed, delighted to see her cooking appreciated. Yes. Captain Dai, would you like some fermented bean curd? Noticing Dai Wang's gaze lingering on her, Qianqiu pushed the jar of bean curd forward, assuming he would enjoy it as well. Thank you. Dai Wang responded calmly as everyone turned to look at him. He took a small piece of fermented bean curd, spread it evenly on a bun, and upon tasting, found it indeed delightful. Qianqiu, did you really get rid of the water ghost last night? Aunt Ma inquired quietly, glancing around before leaning closer. Is it truly possible to fill it in? Aunt Ma's eyes sparkled with hope. Previously, they had considered filling the pond for the sake of the children, but those who participated had sustained injuries of varying severity, leading to a belief that the endeavor was cursed. After several attempts met with misfortune, they abandoned the idea, merely warning their children to avoid that path, which was a shortcut to the neighboring village. Some children, unwilling to waste over half an hour detouring, quietly ventured forth. Very well. I will have your Uncle Yang notify them soon. Once the pond is filled, it will alleviate some of our worries, Dai Wang assured. Captain, experts from the city will arrive tomorrow with advanced equipment. If there are indeed tombs here, they will be uncovered swiftly, Lu Shan interjected, his expression composed. Archaeologists? Qianqiu frowned, casting a disapproving glance at Dai Wang. Captain Dai, this could lead to trouble. Aunt Ma's joy evaporated at Lu Shan's words. If someone were to excavate the mountain, not only would those digging face peril, but their village would also suffer the consequences. Officer Dai, we, the villagers of Aojia village, will never permit those so-called experts to ascend the mountain for grave excavation, Village Chief Yang declared, setting down his bowl and chopsticks before departing. As the leader of the village, he must protect the residents, and Officer Dai's invitation to the experts clearly endangers their community. I share the sentiment. Your actions not only jeopardize them, but also implicate the entire village of Aojia, young and old alike. Qianqiu, with her lively eyes locked onto Dai Wang, remained resolute, undeterred even under his deliberately intimidating aura. Preposterous. If this issue is not resolved promptly, it will indeed harm everyone, Dai Wang stated coldly, recalling the vivid events of the previous night as he observed Qianqiu's unwavering gaze. Officer Dai, regardless of the circumstances, we will not allow you to ascend the mountain. Aunt Ma gathered her bowl and chopsticks and retreated to the kitchen, acting not only for their benefit but also for that of Officer Dai and his team. Watching Aunt Ma leave, Dai Wang's lips twitched, yet he refrained from uttering a word. Qianqiu glanced around at the others, then stepped out with her bowl and chopsticks. Team leader Dai, what shall we do? Yu Weiwu's thick brows twitched. He was somewhat superstitious, having heard much about it at home. We shall proceed as necessary. As for last night's occurrences, Dai Wang intended to find an opportunity to directly inquire with Qianqiu. Chu Mei's gaze lingered in the kitchen, contemplatively observing Qianqiu's back. Qianqiu, are you heading to Jiajunao? Aunt Ma paused momentarily. Time is of the essence. Once Officer Dai and his team arrive, it will be too late. Qianqiu nodded earnestly. Do you truly have confidence? Worry and hope flickered in Aunt Ma's eyes. Yes, Aunt Ma, rest assured, I will prepare. Qianqiu reassured, grasping Aunt Ma's somewhat rough hand. Qianqiu, please be cautious. Aunt Ma looked at her with gratitude. She had become the hope of Aojia village. Yes, I shall take my leave now. Qianqiu entered the kitchen, packed a few steamed buns into her bag, and Aunt Ma accompanied her to the door. As Qianqiu ventured towards the woods, her once frail figure appeared more imposing in Aunt Ma's eyes. Dai Wang, stationed on the second floor, confirmed Qianqiu's direction and informed his teammates before following her into the mountains. The author wishes to express, the weather is becoming increasingly frigid. I find myself reluctant to rise from my warm bed. Even the thought of exercising seems daunting. I dread the prospect of gaining more weight after winter passes. At times like this, I envy those in the north who have heating installed in their homes. Chapter 12. 12 Talismans After Bidding Farewell to Aunt Ma. Qianxiu made her way directly to Jianzhenao. The sun shone fiercely, yet it could not dissipate the chilling aura surrounding her. Sitting upon a clean stone, Qianxiu retrieved a steamed bun from her backpack, preparing to eat it with water. Officer Dai, would you care for a bun? She paused, hand poised at her mouth, then turned to speak. Thank you. Upon noticing that Qianxiu was aware of his presence, Dai Wang pushed aside the surrounding branches and stepped forward with ease, displaying no embarrassment at being recognized while following her. Drink some water. Qianxiu handed him the water gourd. Dai Wang's preparation was not as thorough as hers. This water is delightful, refreshing and sweet. It differs entirely from what he had tasted in the village, reminiscent of mineral-rich spring water. Naturally, why do you follow me? Officer Dai? Qianxiu fixed her striking black and white eyes on him as she received the gourd. What were you doing by the pond last night? Dai Wang hesitated before inquiring. To catch a water ghost. Qianxiu examined him from head to toe, a smile playing on her lips. Do you believe in ghosts and spirits? Dai Wang swallowed the bun, his gaze fixed on Qianxiu, as if attempting to see through her. I presume Officer Dai has already formed a conclusion regarding this matter. Qianxiu smiled lightly, finding it amusing to discuss such topics with a police officer, akin to asking a vendor if they sell buns. Moreover, if he had not already made up his mind, he would not have traversed mountains and streams to join her here. If one does not witness it firsthand, how can one believe it? Dai Wang's brows furrowed slightly. Ultimately, you remain skeptical. If you wish to see, you may, but do not regret it later. Qianxiu toyed with a jade pendant in her hand, knowing she had someone capable to assist her. Furthermore, outside Aojia village, she required Dai Wang's help for her household registration, making this an opportunity to demonstrate her capabilities as a genuine practitioner, unlike the fraudulent charlatans outside. I do not regret it. A flicker of determination crossed Dai Wang's eyes. Even if there is danger, you still wish to see? Qianxiu was pleased with Dai Wang's attitude. He did not cling to theoretical debates, but rather sought the truth, regardless of how it might challenge his worldview. As the captain of the criminal police team, do you think I would fear danger? Dai Wang looked at Qianxiu with some displeasure. As law enforcement, they were all accustomed to facing peril head-on. Apologies, that was not my intention. Since that is the case, let us proceed to assist. Qianxiu secured the water gourd at her waist and clapped her hands, stating, What shall we do? Dai Wang surveyed the surroundings, uncertain of what Qianxiu needed from him. Since you do not believe that the 2 university students died by accident, tonight you shall witness the true culprit. Qianxiu grinned, beginning to instruct Dai Wang in moving stones for her. Given her current abilities, she lacked the strength to confront the ghost general directly, necessitating external assistance, such as formations. With Dai Wang's righteous aura as a law enforcement officer, his aid in setting up the formation was entirely appropriate. Goodness. In just a few days, the malevolent energy has become so robust. Standing before the swirling energy, Qianxiu observed it rising from the earth, now as thick as a basketball. The heavenly net. Noticing Qianxiu lost in thought, Dai Wang approached and spotted the diagram in her hand. Indeed, Qianxiu extended the diagram towards him. It was a formation blueprint she had purchased from the system for 10 points. Do you comprehend it? Qianxiu teased as she noticed Dai Wang engrossed in the drawing. Shall we arrange the formation according to this? Dai Wang raised his eyes, captivated by the diagram's intricacy, rendering him oblivious to Qianxiu's playful remarks as his full attention was absorbed by the formation. Yes, I shall enhance it later. Seeing Dai Wang's serious demeanor, Qianxiu refrained from further teasing. She had not anticipated his interest in formations. The sparkle in his eyes upon seeing the heavenly net formation was akin to that of stars. With Dai Wang's expertise, Qianxiu felt significantly relieved. As a novice in formations, his presence made the process considerably easier. Dai Wang sat on a stone, sipping water, his gaze filled with a smile as he observed the formation he had arranged. Once the formation was established, Qianxiu began to infuse it with spiritual energy. Dai Wang, seated on the stone, watched Qianxiu as she focused intently. Standing at the heart of the formation, Qianxiu formed hand seals, her fingers moving in intricate patterns, her feet also beginning to shift in rhythm. Left hand represents benevolence, embodying the yin. Right hand signifies malevolence, embodying the yang. Yin and yang harmonize, delineating heaven and earth, encompassing celestial phenomena and geography, while synchronizing with the steps of the formation to harness the forces of nature. Dai Wang observed Qianxiu's fluid movements with astonishment. As she performed, he noted subtle changes occurring around them. The formation he had just set up seemed to vanish, as if it had suddenly fused with the surroundings. And even he, with his exceptional memory, could scarcely pinpoint its original location. What astonished Daoist the most was the air surrounding him. The chilling atmosphere dissipated, replaced by the refreshing breath of nature that filled his lungs. Truly a delightful experience. Qianqiu completed the final step of her technique, making a concluding gesture. And the air trembled, reverting to its original state. Had it not been for the system operating in her mind, such a complex maneuver would have been impossible to execute successfully on the first attempt. Glancing at the 0 in the lower right corner of her score, Qianqiu felt a sharp pang in her heart. Upon seeing Qianqiu half kneeling on the ground, Daoist hurried over, noticing the fine beads of sweat on her forehead, and promptly helped her to the stone where he had just been seated. "Have some water," he said, opening the gourd lid and offering it to her. "Thank you," Qianqiu replied, her tone lacking the vigor it had when she arrived. Perhaps the fatigue had drained her energy, making her voice weak. "The ghost general will emerge in a few hours. I need to cultivate for a while, otherwise, I want to be able to handle him when he appears. Keep this jade pendant on at all times, regardless of what happens." After taking a sip of water, she removed the jade pendant from her waist. "Understood." Daoist took the pendant, placing it in his close-fitting bag, and handed her a steamed bun. Qianqiu glanced at him, her eyes brightening as she accepted the bun and took a hearty bite. The night would be the most physically demanding time, and she needed to replenish her strength. Daoist found her fierce consumption of the bun amusing. After all, she was still a child at heart. Yet, he seemed to forget that he was not much older than Qianqiu. Once the formation was activated, every minute transformed in a myriad of ways. "You should stay close to me. The formation's eye is the safest point in this area. Of course, if one is reckless, that's another matter entirely. Daoist, remember, no matter what you see or hear tonight, do not leave this area," Qianqiu commanded, drawing a circle around him. "Don't look at me like that. Even if I am in danger, you cannot come out. To put it bluntly, your presence would only hasten our demise." Seeing Daoist frown, she spoke her mind. She had no desire to perish, and if he ventured out, it would only accelerate their fate. "I understand," Daoist replied, pinching the bridge of his nose. Realizing that even as a captain of the criminal police, there were times when he was regarded with disdain. However, upon reflection, it was evident that expertise lay in specialization. If supernatural beings truly existed, he was merely an outsider. "Very well, I shall begin my cultivation. Please refrain from disturbing me unless absolutely necessary. To avoid disrupting tonight's ghost-catching endeavor, it would be wise for you to remain here as well. If you have any physiological needs, you should address them now in the woods, for once the sun sets, you must not leave this circle." Qianqiu patted Daoist's shoulder, her expression earnest. "I'll be back shortly," Daoist said, casting Qianqiu a complex glance before stepping outside, not wanting to endure a night of restraint. "I want to peek, so don't wander too far," Qianqiu called out, watching his retreating figure. "Haha." Once Daoist disappeared into the thicket, Qianqiu could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter and curling up on the ground, even the fatigue from her earlier exertion dissipating significantly. After laughing enough, she hurriedly began meditating to recover her energy. While she harbored no concerns for Daoist, since he had promised, she trusted he would comply. As the sun gradually set, Daoist felt the shift in the environment around him. The chirping of birds and the buzzing of insects seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving Jiangjun eerily silent. Qianqiu sat beside him, and as Daoist glanced at his watch, he realized 3 hours had passed since she began her meditation, and she had maintained her position without even a twitch of her brow. Such an uncomfortable posture made Daoist wonder if Qianqiu would wake up feeling sore. As he stared at the clearing ahead, listening to the ticking of the second hand, a peculiar smile crept upon his lips. At precisely 11:58, Daoist walked around the circle Qianqiu had drawn, when suddenly he halted, his gaze fixated in disbelief. The full moon hung high in the sky, its gentle light cascading over the forest, a scene that should have been breathtaking. However, Daoist was drenched in cold sweat. The clearing before him had undergone a transformation. With beautiful palace lanterns floating in midair, lavish maids bustling about, their trays laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, melodious instruments began to play, and graceful women adorned in sheer fabrics danced alluringly, their feet treading on a red carpet as vibrant as blood. A gentle breeze carried a faint whiff of blood to Daoist's senses. He narrowed his eyes, his sensual lips pressed tightly together. One arm crossed over his chest while the other shielded his face, peering through his fingers at the mirage-like scene before him. a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Well, this is truly a ghostly sight. Author's note, Ghost Servant. Haha, there's me to eat. Chapter 13, 13 Talismans Click. The hour and second hands of Dai Wang's wristwatch both halted at 12 o'clock, and simultaneously, he felt an unsettling aura surging from all directions. Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to the pressure, he sensed the air before him shift, and that chilling presence vanished. Welcome, my lord. Your might is unparalleled, and your celestial aura remains eternal. Suddenly, the music and dance ceased, and the crowd shouted in unison, prostrating themselves on the ground. Ha ha ha, rise. A boisterous laugh echoed through the silent forest. Dai Wang turned to see a burly man clad in a yellow robe standing imposingly on a platform. It was evident that this was the ghost general Qian Qiu had mentioned. Even from a distance, he could feel the murderous and bloody aura emanating from the ghost general. Thank you, my lord. The crowd echoed in unison. The ghost general waved his hand, and the surroundings returned to their earlier liveliness, with instruments resuming their melodies and dancers moving even more seductively than before. Dai Wang stood within the circle, filled with concern. Could Qian Qiu's petite frame truly withstand the formidable ghost general, a veteran of countless battles? Not to mention, even he feared he would not fare well in a one-on-one confrontation with the ghost general. Don't worry, I know my own strength well enough. So I won't act recklessly, Qian Qiu smiled, attempting to pat Dai Wang on the shoulder. Unfortunately, he stood too tall, so she settled for a pat on his arm instead. Can I really not help? Dai Wang asked, observing Qian Qiu's comforting demeanor. A hint of a smile gracing his lips. He had been so captivated by the scene before him that he hadn't even noticed when Qian Qiu had awakened. Your presence here is the greatest assistance you can offer me, Qian Qiu replied, guiding Dai Wang to sit down. Now was not the time for action. I still have 3 buns left. Eat. Qian Qiu sat cross-legged, pulling out the remaining buns from her backpack. You eat, Dai Wang urged. Knowing Qian Qiu would expend energy in her battle with the ghost general, while he merely needed to sit still. Then I'll have 2, and you'll have 1. Qian Qiu declared without hesitation, placing one in Dai Wang's hand before starting to eat, aware that she needed ample strength. The aroma of various delicacies wafted through the air as Qian Qiu chewed on her cold bun, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Want some? Dai Wang asked. Amused by Qian Qiu's expression, a playful smile appearing in his eyes. Not interested, she retorted, casting a disgruntled glance at him. Realizing those dishes were likely not as delightful as they appeared. I'll treat you to a meal after we get out, Dai Wang said, his tone much warmer than usual. All right, it's a deal. Qian Qiu's eyes brightened at the prospect of a meal, her mood instantly lifting. Okay, Dai Wang thought as he watched Qian Qiu's eyes light up at the mere mention of a meal. It was clear she was easily satisfied. Imagining the feast awaiting her once they exited, Qian Qiu felt her spirits soar, envisioning it might be the most sumptuous meal she would have after entering the city. On the other side, the ghost general reclined in his golden chair adorned with dragons and tigers, surrounded by lovely companions and an array of exquisite delicacies. In stark contrast to the two confined within the circle, he appeared to revel in comfort. However, his enthusiasm for the beautiful dancers and singers began to wane. After a while of indulgence, his expression soured. The attendants, sensing his displeasure, grew increasingly cautious in their movements and speech. Suddenly, the sound of training and combat erupted, shattering the silence around them. The ghost general's coarse voice rang out clearly amidst the chaos. The musicians, startled by his command, felt their fingers tremble as the melody shifted from gentle to fierce, imbued with an air of bloodshed. Shortly thereafter, 2 armored warriors emerged, their eyes reflecting a glimmer of despair. Regardless of the outcome, both knew they would not survive the night. The defeated would meet a swift demise, while the victor would be compelled to continue fighting, unless they possessed extraordinary strength to compel the general to cease the bloodshed, leaving them only with a fate of disembodiment. As the full moon began its descent, the ghost general's gaze became clouded with intoxication, yet he called for the battles to persist, seemingly unsatisfied. The scent of blood thickened in the air, and Qian Qiu glanced at the gruesome scene before her, unfazed. She had become so acclimated to her new form that even such horrors could be met with indifference. Qian Qiu realized early on that this body had adapted remarkably well to its surroundings, even influencing her own spirit. Officer Dai, remember my words from before, do not emerge. Qian Qiu steadied herself, recognizing that the moment had arrived. Yes, be careful, Dai Wang advised, observing Qian Qiu with concern. Of course, I still wish to savor the feast you promised. She smiled at him before quietly slipping away, clutching a talisman. Dai Wang watched her slender figure depart, exuding an air of determination. Helpless to assist her, his clenched fists tightened, for he despised feeling protected. He had always been the one to shield others. Great Jade Emperor, sever the paths of the 10 directions. Enforce the righteous decree to transform evil into soil. Let the righteous find their way, while the wicked remain trapped. The celestial net shows no mercy. I obey the urgent command of the Supreme Elder. Qianqiu positioned herself in the formation's blind spot and began to chant the incantation. As the incantation concluded, the environment around her began to shift. The beautiful lanterns suspended in the air transformed into flickering green ghostly flames, and the elegantly dressed attendants morphed into grotesque, decaying forms, with writhing insects crawling from their eye sockets. As the formation activated, blazing golden light enveloped them, and anguished cries echoed throughout the forest. Many ghostly servants were scattered under the golden glow, while a few managed to escape into the depths of the graves below, narrowly avoiding disaster. Crack! The ghost general crushed the skull of a female ghost servant kneeling behind him, the intoxication in his eyes dissipating as he beheld the unfolding scene. Who dares to act in my domain? His voice boomed with a chilling ferocity. Qianqiu stood resolute, undeterred by the armored figure before her, his eyes ablaze with rage. General, you have slain the innocent in life and continue your malevolence in death. Today, I, Qianqiu, the 36th leader of the Qinyi sect, shall uphold justice and eradicate you. The malevolent spirit. She met his fierce glare with unwavering resolve. The Qinyi sect? I've never heard of such a name. It seems this nameless sect's leader has quite the audacity. The ghost general scoffed, his eyes ablaze with disdain. Whether it is bravado or not, you shall soon find out, foul spirit. I am determined to vanquish you, Qianqiu declared, springing into action and invoking the celestial net. As she moved, the atmosphere shifted rapidly, and a multitude of golden swords surged toward the ghost general. Narrowing his eyes, he calmly drew his sword, advancing rather than retreating. Such trivialities do not frighten me. Hiding within the formation, Qianqiu observed as the ghost general effortlessly severed each golden blade, her expression revealing no hint of concern, but rather a faint smirk. The ghost general paused, performing intricate sword flourishes, and with each movement, a gale surged, coalescing the essence of his malevolent aura into a massive black sword that floated ominously above. The blade, at least 3 yards in length, bore a skull at its hilt, exuding an overwhelming aura of despair. Your appearance is pleasing. I shall claim you for my crypt. The ghost general licked his lips, commanding the massive sword to sway with a flick of his wrist. Fury welled within Qianqiu, yet she refrained from speaking, unwilling to reveal her position, especially with the sword forged from the souls of countless wronged spirits. She quickened her actions, nearing completion. The ghost general surveyed the surroundings, pointing forward. The colossal sword began to descend, imbued with destructive force, aimed directly at Qianqiu's location. Boom! The ground trembled violently as the sword struck, and Dai Wang, glancing back, witnessed the devastation where Qianqiu had once stood, now reduced to chaos. The surrounding forest bore the brunt of the blow, a wide path cleaved through the once vibrant trees, now stripped of life, their decayed branches suggesting they had long since perished. The ghost general smirked at the devastation before him, his eyes gleaming with mockery. With such meager skills, you dare to challenge me? Once I claim your soul, I will ensure you face a fitting punishment. Author's note, la la la. Seeking adoration and support. Chapter 14. 14 talismans. A dark cloud drifted overhead as the moon, round as a disk, hid behind it, seemingly unable to bear witness to the scene below. Suddenly, the ghost general moved, and Dai Wang blinked, realizing the general stood mere steps away from him. Crouching on the ground, Dai Wang gripped the dagger drawn from his boot, his sharp eyes narrowing, ready to strike should the ghost general make a move. Celestial net, ensnare, he called out, and a colossal golden net surged upward. The ghost general, hearing the noise, found it too late to evade. As the net closed, it transformed into a cage, imprisoning the ghost general within. Huh? Do you truly believe this trivial net can contain me? The ghost general scoffed, dismissing the entrapment. Not necessarily. The air shifted, and Qianqiu emerged, her robe torn, blood soaking one side. Had she not reacted swiftly, the previous attack could have cost her life. With a flick of her fingers, Qianqiu began to weave a spell. As she moved, the air vibrated, and multiple beams of golden light surged forth, encircling her before descending to form an altar. The ghost general's countenance darkened at the sight, realizing the celestial net was merely a prelude. Her true intention was to utilize the energy within to summon the altar. He had underestimated her audacity. I did not expect you to possess some knowledge, Qianqiu remarked, Stealing a glance at the ghost general, her hands never faltering as she began to inscribe on the altar's yellow talisman cloth with her blood. Foolish child, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? With your cultivation, you dare to summon deities? Absurd, the ghost general bellowed, not genuinely fearing Qianxiu, but rather wary of her current endeavor. How it unfolds, you shall soon discover. Qianxiu's complexion was pale, yet her eyes sparkled with fervor. Given her current cultivation, she could not achieve this alone. Fortunately, she possessed an external advantage. Upon finishing her incantation, Qianxiu held a long incense stick, stepping with a cadence that differed from the previous formations. Now, her solemn demeanor combined with her steps exuded an air of profound reverence. As she chanted the invocation, her voice transformed, becoming more ethereal and resonating throughout every corner of the area, despite its soft volume. The ghost general, listening to the invocation, grew increasingly dark in countenance. Raising his colossal sword, he began to strike, desperate to escape this place. I beseech the divine, let the celestial gates open. I humbly request assistance from the divine beings. May they descend to aid my golden form, as commanded by the laws of heaven. I, a devoted disciple, earnestly implore the three pure ones, the supreme Lord Laozi, and the nine heaven Xian knew to manifest their divine arms swiftly, as per the heavenly decree. With a crack, the ghost general's expression brightened momentarily as he noticed the opening in the cage. He cast a glance at Qianxiu, realizing he had fallen into a significant trap today. He would remember her face and, one day, seek revenge. Suddenly, his steps faltered, and a beam of white light enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Disciple Qianxiu of the 36th generation pays homage to the Supreme Lord. Seeing the elder in Daoist robes, holding a floating dust whisk, Qianxiu quickly performed a bow of respect. She had not anticipated that the deity she summoned would be the Dao ancestor himself. Her heart swelled with exhilaration. This was a true celestial being. Seizing the opportunity, the ghost general quickly channeled his ghostly energy to break free and escape. However, the Supreme Lord waved his whisk, causing Qianxiu to kneel to the ground. Lifted by its ethereal force, protect the dragon platform, a voice resonated in Qianxiu's mind. She understood the Supreme Lord's intent. If anything happened to the dragon platform, their connection would sever, leaving her powerless against the ghost general. Disciple obeys. Qianxiu placed the long incense upon the dragon platform's incense burner, retrieving talismans from her bag and casting them into the air. The pure energy surged, and the talismans instinctively formed a protective circle around her and the dragon platform. Given that the ghost general was a millennia-old malevolent spirit, he was not easily vanquished. Qianxiu's cultivation fell short, and the Supreme Lord could not exert his full power. Little ghosts, heed my command. The ghost general, aware of the dragon platform's significance, unleashed a torrent of ghostly energy, coiling around Qianxiu like a massive black serpent. As the dark energy approached the dragon platform, it morphed into dozens of malevolent spirits, each with ghastly faces and elongated fangs, shrieking ferociously, their claws sharp as blades. Lunging towards the dragon platform, Qianxiu deftly manipulated her wrist, altering her hand gestures, and the surrounding talismans emitted a brilliant light, dispersing the oncoming spirits. Among the malevolent spirits, some were reckless, undeterred by the golden light, stretching their claws towards the dragon platform. In response, the red characters on the exorcism talisman emerged and struck the spirits, sending them scattering in terror. Watching the scene unfold, Qianxiu's face paled further. If this continued, the talismans would fail, and she could not guarantee the dragon platform's safety. The ancestor seemed to sense the shift in Qianxiu's pure energy, narrowing his eyes as he directed the floating dust towards the ghost general. In that moment, the ghost general appeared less formidable than before. After the Supreme Lord's intervention, he was now in a pitiful state. Kneeling on one knee, bound by the floating dust, his eyes burned with resentment, yet he felt no fear towards the ancestor. Glancing towards Qianxiu, he noted the 10 or so spirits relentlessly assaulting them. Even if they broke through now, it would be too late. Then, if I must perish, I shall take you down with me. The ghost general's eyes gleamed fiercely as he unleashed a thunderous howl, and Qianxiu felt the surrounding murky energy rapidly converge towards him. Self-detonation. A look of astonishment flashed in Qianxiu's eyes. The self-detonation of a millennia-old ghost was beyond her capacity to endure. Even this mountain would succumb to desolation for a century due to the permeating ghostly energy. Moreover, as she glanced towards Daiwang, she realized that if the ghost general truly self-detonated, he would undoubtedly perish. I offer my heart's blood as a sacrifice, beseeching the ancestor to manifest and vanquished the malevolent spirits, restoring peace to the mountains and forests. Qianqiu knelt towards the ancestor, transforming her pure energy into a blade as she made a decisive cut over her heart. The blood, vibrant and filled with vitality, caught the ancestor's attention. With a swift wave of his broad sleeves, her heart's blood vanished without a trace, and in the next moment, Qianqiu's cultivation surged, her palms sweeping forth, obliterating the spirits before her in an instant. With Qianqiu as the conduit, even the Supreme Lord's power, though not fully unleashed, proved sufficient to dispatch mere malevolent spirits with ease. With a swift movement, she traversed the distance, appearing directly before the ghost general. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from her, he hastened his pace. Unbounded celestial sovereign, break. A resonant male voice surged through his body, enveloping the ghost general in boundless strength. Finally, a glimmer of white light penetrated his dantian, transforming into a colossal hand that clenched, instantly dissipating the ghost general's millennia of cultivation into ethereal smoke. With the destruction of his ghost core, the ghost general's anguished wail echoed through the forest. The white light erupted, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. The radiance expelled the surrounding ghostly energy, and as the malevolent spirits were eradicated, the Supreme Lord departed without delay, soaring into the heavens. With the Supreme Lord gone, Qianqiu's body weakened, collapsing to the ground. The moonlight cast down upon her, the blood trickling from her lips a vivid crimson. Dai Wang, witnessing Qianqiu lying there, felt a surge of anxiety. He clenched his fist and lunged forward. Qianqiu. As he rushed through the now absent barrier, he quickly scooped her into his arms. I'm fine. Cough, cough. Just treat the wounds. Please don't take me to the hospital. I can't afford it. Qianqiu struggled to open her eyes, gasping for breath. She did not wish to awaken to a mountain of hospital debt, and besides, her external injuries were manageable, while the hospital could do nothing for her internal wounds. Please don't go. Qianqiu, filled with concern, reiterated her plea to Dai Wang. Seeing him nod in response brought her some relief before she succumbed to unconsciousness. She was not only in pain but felt agony coursing through her entire being. Summoning the divine came with a price, and she knew the after effects would torment her for days. Dai Wang, observing Qianqiu's pallid complexion and the gaping wounds on her body, felt a heavy gloom descend upon him. Even in such a state, she was worried about money. His expression reflected his disbelief. Nevertheless, he proceeded to gather the items, carefully cradling Qianqiu in his arms as he hastily made his way towards the village. The wounds on her body, though no longer bleeding, appeared ghastly. As he carried Qianqiu, Dai Wang failed to notice the brief distortion in the space behind him. His worldview shattered as he glanced at the person in his arms, casting doubt upon the reality of this world. Indeed, there were ghosts and deities. Good people often faced hardship. He had seen many who struggled, and thus, even if ghosts and gods existed, he would not immediately abandon his belief in self-reliance. In this world, he, Dai Wang, had always only trusted himself, and that would remain unchanged. During the divine summoning, he noticed Qianqiu glance in his direction. This time, he truly felt he had clung to her coattails. Had he not been there, perhaps Qianqiu would not have offered her heart's blood as a sacrifice. The heart's blood that even a deity desired was undoubtedly far more precious to Qianqiu. This time, he truly owed her a significant favor. Upon descending the mountain, Dai Wang observed that the village appeared unusually vibrant compared to the usual darkness at this hour. Typically, the village would be engulfed in shadows. Now, it shone like a beacon, brightly illuminated. The village head and the villagers stood at the entrance, having learned from their elders that Qianqiu had ventured alone into the general's hollow for their sake. Had it not been for her words, they would have entered the mountain long ago, for Qianqiu had undertaken this journey for them. In the dead of night, as everyone's gaze remained fixed on the direction of the general's pit, they all witnessed the sudden emergence of a bright light. Many villagers inwardly recited prayers to the Buddha, silently hoping for Qianqiu's safe return. The author has something to express. Alas, recently, while nestled in my blankets, I have noticed my weight has increased, rendering me devoid of motivation. To prevent becoming a ball after the new year, I quickly placed an order on Taobao and resolved to commit to an hour of yoga each day. I must lose weight. I refuse to become a ball. Chapter 15. The Talisman. A week had passed since the exorcism. On the spacious wooden bed, Qianqiu lay with her eyes tightly shut. Her complexion, once pale from excessive blood loss, had regained a healthy hue, and her breath was steady, yet she showed no sign of awakening. Holding a piece of gauze, Chu Mei began to change Qianqiu's bandages. As she peeled away the gauze and observed the wounds that had started to scab, Chu Mei found it quite remarkable. However, within Qianqiu's mind, tranquility was a far cry from her true feelings. What the hell? System, you just mentioned that I earned over 1,000. Nearly 2,000 points from this ghost clearing mission. So where are my points? Qianqiu glared at the panel in the lower right corner that displayed a 0. Host. All points have been used to repay debts. The system's tone dripped with disdain, implying that without its assistance, the host would not have awakened so swiftly. Not only had her internal injuries healed, but even her vitality had risen to a new level. I remember agreeing to give you just 100 points for this ghost-clearing task. Qianqiu glared ominously at the panel. Humph. It was you who couldn't bear the pain and called for my help, and now you want to renege? Not happening. The system retorted angrily, recalling the days when it was the one suffering. It was not easy to summon spirits. You never mentioned that helping would cost all my points. Qianqiu replied weakly, having thought this venture would make her rich enough to purchase some decent items from the shop. Little did she know, the system had been exceedingly ruthless, leaving her with not even a single point. Nearly 2,000 points had vanished without a trace, merely a numerical value she never even glimpsed. Annoyed by Qianqiu's complaints, the system sank into the depths of her consciousness, allowing her to ramble on alone. After a while, seeing that the system ignored her, Qianqiu pouted and decided to cease her chatter. Regardless, the ghost general had been vanquished. Even if she were to leave this place, her worries would be minimal. After a moment of silence, Qianqiu gently touched her forehead and slowly opened her eyes. It must be said that the expenditure of those points was indeed worthwhile. The sensation of being utterly drained had dissipated, though she still felt slightly weak. As her vital energy coursed through her body, the sharp pain in her dantian was merely a mild discomfort, and even her qi had expanded noticeably. She moved her arms and felt no pain. Only a slight itch, confirming that, as the system had claimed, she was indeed healing. Qianqiu, you're awake. Just as Qianqiu was about to sit up, she heard the somewhat cool yet joyful voice of Chu, the medical examiner. Chu-yi, I'm fine now. I can get up on my own. Qianqiu smiled at Chu Mei as she leaned against the pillow that Chu-yi had placed behind her. How does your body feel? Chu-yi helped Qianqiu to adjust her position and picked up a nearby instrument to conduct a simple examination. I feel great, just a bit hungry. After cooperating with Chu-yi's checkup, Qianqiu rubbed her stomach and spoke. There's nothing serious, just a bit of weakness. Chu Mei's cool demeanor softened with a hint of a smile. She had already heard about Qianqiu's endeavors from Daiwang. I've been simmering chicken soup for you. Sit tight while I fetch it. After advising Qianqiu not to move around, Chu Mei quickly headed downstairs. Qianqiu's gaze shifted to a piece of jade pendant resting on the cabinet beside her clothes. This was the pendant she had given Daiwang at the general's pit. It seemed he had placed it here. After rubbing the pendant for a moment, Qianqiu tucked it into her backpack. Ah, this robe has been mended. Qianqiu unfolded the robe. It had been torn in several places during her encounter with the ghost general. Now, the gashes had been stitched up with white thread, forming a fishbone pattern that, surprisingly, looked quite attractive. It was Aunt Ma who mended it, saying it would be a shame to lose your new garment. I didn't expect Aunt Ma's skills to be so impressive, Chu Mei remarked, taking the robe from Qianqiu's hands and placing it aside. Indeed, I thought it was beyond repair. Qianqiu smiled, feeling a pang of regret. She had only worn the new robe once, and it had already been damaged. It was one of her 2 garments, and she truly cherished it. Delicious. Qianqiu watched as Chu Mei ladled soup into a bowl, her mouth nearly watering at the sight. This was chicken soup made from an old hen gifted by the villagers, simmered until the bones were almost dissolved. Of course it would be fragrant. Chu Mei handed over the steaming bowl, and the rich aroma made Qianqiu's stomach growl audibly. Feeling slightly embarrassed as the sounds echoed from her belly, Qianqiu lowered her head and focused on sipping the soup. Chu-yi, what has happened regarding the general's pit? After finishing a bowl, she glanced at Chu Mei with a hint of shyness. The situation has been resolved. You need not worry, Chu Mei replied, offering another bowl of soup while recounting the events of the past week. The National Investigation Team arrived the day after Qianqiu defeated the Ghost General. With the Ghost General's malevolent presence gone, the villagers soon located the entrance to the ancient tomb. Family members of another deceased individual, upon seeing the closure report and the 10 or so skeletons pulled from within, wept silently. They had clarified that their son had insisted on accompanying others. And now that tragedy had struck, who could they blame? Coming to terms with their grief, they cremated their child's remains, departing with the ashes. Hoping for their child's peaceful rest, Qianqiu listened, slightly astonished. The calm demeanor of the deceased's family had left a deep impression on her. They had left without tears or hysteria, peacefully taking their child away. 3 days prior, villagers had held funerals for the skeletons, burying them in the cemetery of Ao family village. Afterward, they never set foot in the general's pit again. Although the issue had been resolved perfectly, the impact it left on them was significant. That place remained a forbidden area for them. However, this incident brought a benefit to Ao family village. The authorities decided to construct a road for the village and awarded it 50,000 yuan. The artifacts discovered within the general's tomb possessed immense historical value. Chinchio estimated that it wouldn't be long before Ao family village became lively, as the newly discovered general's tomb would undoubtedly attract numerous history enthusiasts. While the tranquil life of Ao family village would be disrupted, it was not necessarily a bad thing. The influx of visitors would provide them with a new source of income. With everything resolved splendidly, Chinchio felt a surge of happiness. After wrapping herself in a robe, she informed Chu Mei of her intention to take a stroll, for lying in bed for a week had left her limbs feeling stiff. Finding the house empty, with the front door wide open, Chinchio stepped outside and noticed many unfamiliar faces bustling by, each holding various items in a hurry, apparently heading towards the general's pit. Villagers passing by spotted Chinchio and greeted her with smiles, pleased to see her recovering. Standing at the doorway for a moment with a fixed smile, Chinchio eventually exchanged pleasantries before retreating inside. "I'm feeling much better." Upon entering, Daiwang immediately spotted Chinchio seated in the courtyard. His eyes flickered, and he approached with a question. "Yes, I'm all healed." Chinchio raised her arm slightly in affirmation. "Since you're well, we shall depart tomorrow." Daiwang pulled over a stool and sat facing Chinchio. "I want to see the wound." He gently took Chinchio's arm, still feeling uneasy despite Chu Yi's assurance that the wound had scabbed over. "Tomorrow we leave." Chinchio's eyes widened in surprise. "You possess remarkable healing abilities." Daiwang gazed at the scabbed wound beneath the gauze, regarding her with a look akin to that reserved for monsters. Yet, having encountered deities and spirits alike, he harbored little doubt regarding Chinchio's remarkable healing abilities. "I owe it all to my master's rigorous training," Chinchio mused, lamenting the loss of her thousands of points that had vanished into thin air. "Your master possesses remarkable foresight. You should rest well before our departure tomorrow." "I shall inform village chief Yang," Daiwang said, ruffling Chinchio's somewhat disheveled hair before taking his leave. Just 2 days prior, the village chief had mentioned that they wished to prepare a sumptuous feast for Chinchio before their departure. That evening, the atmosphere at village chief Yang's home was vibrant and lively, with a table laden with an array of farmhouse dishes. As they celebrated and indulged into the early hours, at the entrance, Chinchio accepted the backpack handed to her by Aunt Ma and, after bidding everyone a reluctant farewell, climbed into the off-road vehicle parked by the roadside. "Let us go," she said to Daiwang, poking her head out of the window, waving energetically at the villagers standing at the intersection. Upon opening her backpack, Chinchio discovered a plump yellow envelope. As she tore it open, she found a letter from the villagers as well as a thick stack of money. They insisted she accept the money without hesitation, explaining that it was a government reward, as expenses would arise beyond the village. The sum of 10,000 yuan was a collective decision made by the entire village. Hugging her backpack tightly, Chinchio buried her face in it, her eyes stinging as if she had just chopped onions. Daiwang glanced in the rearview mirror, quietly turning on the car's radio. As the lyrics played, Chinchio's tears flowed freely, and she silently cursed Daiwang for his uncanny ability to strike at her emotional core. Author's note: Song, Going Home, Chapter 16. The talisman. The weather was gloomy, and with autumn nearing its end, a chill accompanied the autumn breeze. At the crossroads, passers-by brushed past one another, their clothing growing heavier. Some had their hands shoved deep into their pockets, while others grumbled about the sudden drop in temperature. When the red light flashed and the green light illuminated, the pedestrians waiting on either side hastened forward, for the green light would not last long, and another wait for the next cycle loomed ahead. Chinchio shed her Daoist robe and donned a more casual outfit, blending in with the throng as they made their way across the street. Even if she encountered a bloodied specter standing in her path, she would maintain her unwavering smile. Since entering the city, her encounters with spirits had increased, particularly with those souls who met untimely ends, lingering in places of their demise. The city was vast, and with it came a greater number of accidents and fatalities. Now, as she passed them, her mindset had shifted from the trepidation she felt upon her first arrival. Entering a narrow alley, Chinchio found a spot plastered with advertisements. She took out her notebook, jotting down the names and phone numbers from the flyers. Afterward, She retrieved a printed sheet from her backpack, applying glue to the back before affixing it to the wall. A couple of firm pats ensured it would stay in place. And with that, she clapped her hands clean and departed. A gust of wind rustled the paper, the words ghost hunting, exorcisms, seeking individuals fluttering in the breeze. With the contact information prominently displayed below. In the bustling metropolis, everything came at a cost. The apartment she resided in was rented by Dai Wang at a modest rate. And though he had not yet requested rent from her, he had granted her a year to earn money, a gesture for which Qianqiu was truly grateful. Currently, her primary need was for points, which drove her to roam about, performing acts of kindness, such as assisting elderly individuals across the street or helping those burdened with heavy loads. However, as the saying goes, the world becomes increasingly affluent, yet the hearts of men change with time. Even her simplest acts of kindness were met with suspicion. And upon hearing such remarks, she merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. She required time to accumulate points, making it impossible for her to seek a conventional job alongside her peers. Moreover, her only real talent lay in ghost hunting, an endeavor that not only promised financial gain but also the coveted points. Unfortunately, she had yet to receive a single job offer. With a click, the door lock turned, and Qianqiu stepped inside her two-bedroom apartment, which was beautifully furnished. She had arrived with little more than a set of toiletries. Lifting a cup from the table, she took a sip of the chilled water, shivering slightly at its coolness. Settling onto the sofa, Qianqiu embraced a cushion and began dialing the numbers she had noted down in her notebook. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Zhang? She greeted politely once the call connected. Speaking. What is it? Came the weary voice from the other end. After a brief silence, the call was abruptly terminated. Qianqiu sighed in resignation, sending the pre-composed text message she had prepared. This was not the first time someone had hung up on her, but it was certainly preferable to being met with outright hostility. Glancing at her notebook, she noted several more numbers remaining. Undaunted, she took a deep breath and continued dialing. Hello, I am Qianqiu, the 36th generation leader of the Qianyi sect. I saw your flyer posted outside. May I inquire if you require my assistance? Her tone was gentle, laced with polite warmth. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, little girl. At your age, you should be studying rather than meddling in such affairs. The caller lectured her before hanging up abruptly. After numerous calls, either met with disconnections or reprimands, Qianqiu clutched her stomach, feeling a profound weariness settle within her. I am a Daoist. I am a Daoist. Oh dear. The phone on the coffee table vibrated with an incoming call, and upon glancing at the screen, she noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Qianqiu, she stated, sitting up straighter, her tone composed. This could very well be her opportunity for work. Hello, Daoist Qian. Can you truly use mystical arts to locate individuals? A youthful voice resonated through the receiver. Indeed, sir, and rest assured, I do not charge if I cannot find the person, Qianqiu replied, understanding that requesting payment up front might lead him to suspect her intentions. May I ask when you are available? I would like to discuss this further in person. The youth seemed relieved upon hearing that she would not charge unless successful. I am free at the moment. By the way, what is your name? Qianqiu inquired, glancing at the time, hopeful that the conversation would lead to a lunch invitation. My surname is Cheng. Are you familiar with the Century Mall? He asked. Yes, though it will take me over an hour to reach there. Please bear with me, Mr. Cheng, Qianqiu assured, aware of the concerns that lingered in his mind. After all, the world was rife with unscrupulous individuals. I will wait for you at the Starbucks across from Century Mall, and we can connect via phone, the youth responded, sensing her decisiveness, which sparked a flicker of admiration within him. Very well, I will see you shortly. After ending the call, Qianqiu beamed. Rolling joyfully on the sofa, this was her first job opportunity, and she was determined to make a splendid impression. After sufficient revelry, she ventured into her bedroom and retrieved the new Daoist robe awarded by the system. This ensemble would undoubtedly enhance her standing. With her small bag slung over her shoulder, Qianqiu hummed a light tune as she descended the stairs. Within the community, residents admired her Daoist attire, giving her approving thumbs-ups for her elegant appearance. Qianqiu maintained a gentle demeanor, adorned with a soft smile, as she greeted the elders before gracefully departing the neighborhood. Upon boarding the bus, Qianqiu found a seat by the window. As it was not yet rush hour, the bus was still relatively empty. The curious glances from the young boys and girls around her indicated that they believed her attire suggested she was headed to a comic convention, and they whispered amongst themselves, occasionally stealing glances in her direction. Elderly men and women also shot her inquisitive looks, as her outfit indeed exuded an aura reminiscent of Daoist elegance. The scenery outside zipped past, and Qianxiu gazed at the bustling pedestrians, lost in her thoughts. Time flew by quickly, and upon hearing the sweet voice of the announcer calling out the next stop, she rose to prepare to disembark. This stop was not far from the Century Mall. And after a short walk, she arrived at the Starbucks where she had arranged to meet Mr. Ching. As she stepped inside, she quickly scanned the interior and retrieved her phone to dial a number. "Hello, is this Daoist Qian?" A boy of similar age stood before her. "Mr. Chung, I apologize for keeping you waiting." Qianxiu smiled at the young man. "No need for such formality, Daoist Qian. I haven't been here long myself. Please, follow me." He replied with a smile, guiding her into a private booth. "Your attire is quite distinctive," he remarked. Once seated, a server brought in several plates of exquisite pastries, and Qianxiu ordered a coffee, which would take a moment to prepare. "Mr. Chung, could you please explain the situation?" Qianxiu sat up straight, her Daoist robe lending her an air of ancient grace, resembling a scene from an ink painting. "You need not address me as Mr. We are of similar age. Just call me Chung Hao," he replied, surprised to find that the person he had contacted was a beautiful young woman, rather than an elderly Daoist priest as he had expected. "This is the information about my sister. She came here 2 months ago to visit a friend and has since vanished without a trace. We reported her missing, but the police have no leads," Chung Hao explained, sliding a document across the table to Qianxiu. To be honest, he had called her with a glimmer of hope, wishing to encounter a true master. Yet now he felt a twinge of anxiety. Qianxiu did not seem deceitful, but did she truly possess the ability to assist him? As she perused the document, Qianxiu noted that the person Chung Hao was seeking was named Chung Li, a 23-year-old beauty and his elder sister. "Chung Hao, do you have something that belonged to your sister?" Qianxiu inquired, having discerned his thoughts. "This is a pendant she gifted me on my birthday this year. Would it help?" He removed the guanine pendant from around his neck, the only item he had that was connected to her. Taking the pendant from Chung Hao, Qianxiu felt its gentle warmth, sensing the affection his sister had hoped for his safety when she bestowed it upon him. Clearly, their bond was strong. With her eyes closed, Qianxiu began to chant an incantation, a wisp of pure energy enveloping the pendant as she attempted to establish a connection with the essence of his sister within it. After 5 minutes, she placed the pendant back on the table, looking into Chung Hao's expectant eyes, unsure of how to break the news. "Daoist Qian, please, just tell me. I can handle it," Chung Hao urged, noticing the hesitation in her demeanor as the smile faded from his face. "I'm afraid your sister may no longer be among the living," Qianxiu finally spoke after taking a sip of her coffee. With a sudden jolt, Chung Hao pushed his chair back too forcefully, the screech of the chair against the floor echoing painfully. His gaze was fixed on the pendant, his eyes filled with sorrow, leaving him oblivious to Qianxiu's words. With a sigh, Qianxiu exited the booth. Author's note: Christmas is just a few days away. Time has flown by so swiftly. Had I not watched a video yesterday, I would hardly have realized how close it was. Once December arrives, I will be another year older. Chapter 17. The Talismans. Upon returning home, Qianxiu had barely settled down when she received a call from Dai Wang. The house was conveniently located not far from where Dai Wang worked, and this was not her first visit to the police station to see him. The staff recognized her, so she kept her Daoist robe on and headed straight there with her keys. It only took about 10 minutes on the bus to reach the Public Security Bureau where Dai Wang was stationed. "Xiaoqiu, here to see Captain Dai?" A middle-aged man greeted her cheerfully as she entered. "Hey, do you know where Daigo is?" Qianxiu asked, placing the fruit she had just bought on the table. "You brought fruit again. I've told you several times to stop," the man exclaimed, his stern expression surprisingly authoritative. Many knew that Dai Wang was her mentor. "It's not like I can eat it all myself, and I'd rather share it than let it spoil at home," Qianxiu replied with a smile. As the staff had treated her well since learning she was training at the Daoist temple. "Xiaoqiu is here. Just in time. Captain Dai has been waiting for you. Follow me," Zhuojia, clad in police uniform, called out to her as she approached the hallway. "Ma Shu, I'm leaving now." Qianxiu waved goodbye to the man, relieved that Zhuojia had arrived to rescue her from further admonishment. "Next time, don't bring anything, or else you'll hear it from Ma Shu again," Zhuojia advised, his warm voice complimenting his gentle demeanor. "Got it. If you hadn't come out, I might have been stuck there all afternoon," Qianxiu chuckled. "By the way, do you know what Captain Dai wants to see me about?" she asked, tilting her head as they climbed the stairs. "You'll find out when you get up there," Zhuojia replied, glancing at her as the sunlight glinted off his glasses. As they chatted along the way, they finally reached the door at the end of the corridor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in, came Dai Wang's voice from within. Zuijia opened the door, and upon entering, Qianqiu noticed that Dai Wang was not alone. A serious-looking man in his 40s, clad in a police uniform, was also present. This is Xiao Qiu, the middle-aged man said, his previously stern expression softening as he fixed his gaze on her. Hello, I am Qianqiu. She stepped forward with a smile. Qianqiu. This is the director of the Public Security Bureau, Director Guo, Dai Wang introduced her. Hello, Director Guo. Qianqiu was puzzled by his presence and the familiarity he seemed to have with her. Xiao Qiu, it's a pleasure to meet you, Director Guo said warmly, shaking her hand and gesturing for her to sit. As Qianqiu took her seat, she glanced at Dai Wang, feeling somewhat bewildered by the situation. The way Director Guo looked at her gave her the unsettling feeling of being scrutinized by a cunning fox. Have some water, is what Jia offered, placing a cup of hot water in front of her before sitting down. Thank you. Xiao Qiu, I've heard from Dai Wang about the situation at Jiangjundiao. That location has always been a thorn in our side. Fortunately, the villagers have long held superstitions about that area, which has kept it relatively peaceful in recent years. However, I never expected someone would intrude. It's truly a tragedy for those two children. Had we encountered you sooner, perhaps we could have spared them from their fate. Director Guo said, the sorrow in his eyes lingering. Qianqiu was taken aback by his words. Director Guo, you know about the incident at Jiajundiao? She asked, confused. If he was aware, why had they sent Dai Wang and his team, who clearly had no knowledge of the matter? I know a little. Xiao Qiu. The Bureau actually has a hidden department, the Special Cases Investigation Team. They've been responsible for cases like this one. They had previously discovered the issues at Jiajundiao. But unfortunately, all the capable individuals have retreated into the mountains to cultivate, and without any information released, it's been difficult to locate them. There are also some celestial masters whose abilities are insufficient to deal with the ghostly general. Of course, there are those who are overly arrogant and despite our advice. They ended up losing their lives there. Thus, on behalf of the state, I want to thank you. If it weren't for you, we cannot imagine what might have transpired. After General Guo finished speaking, he stood up and bowed to Qianqiu. The matter of Jiangjuanao had long been a source of distress for him. He had not ceased to search for a sage over the years, yet alas, he had encountered none. General Guo spoke earnestly, asserting that this was the duty of those of us who practice the Tao. As Qianqiu assisted him to his feet, she felt a deep admiration for him, if only for this singular gesture. Daoist Qianqiu, I wish to discuss a matter with you. In recent years, our nation has witnessed a surge in peculiar cases. The special department has dispatched personnel across various regions, yet they remain severely understaffed. Hence, I hope that Daoist Qianqiu can lend us a hand as a consultant for our department's special cases. With Qianqiu's support, General Guo stood tall, his eyes gleaming with a serious demeanor. Is there compensation? Qianqiu inquired candidly. To be frank, General Guo, I did not bring any money when I descended the mountain. And currently, I am residing in Brother Dai's accommodation. After a moment of contemplation, Qianqiu asked, not out of pride, but from genuine necessity. Haha, you need not worry about that, little Qian. There will certainly be compensation, General Guo chuckled, having anticipated her concern. He had thought she might refuse, and a sheen of sweat had formed on his brow. Moreover, I have other commitments upon descending the mountain, so I cannot adhere to a strict daily schedule. However, rest assured that I will respond promptly whenever the Bureau requires my assistance. Upon hearing of the compensation, Qianqiu felt reassured. That's not an issue at all. General Guo nodded with a smile. It is indeed challenging to recruit someone of your caliber, Daoist Qianqiu. Many of them carry an air of superiority. I often feel the need to wear a smile even when approaching them, and I find myself disapproving of their attitudes at times. I have no objections, Qianqiu declared with a firm pat on her chest, grinning. Excellent. Thus, let today mark the beginning of your first assignment, little Qian. General Guo resumed his seat with a smile. So soon, I already have a job. Qianqiu mused, stroking her chin and casting a playful glance at General Guo. Dai. Please brief Qianqiu on this case, General Guo said, lifting his teacup for a sip, his expression still warm and inviting. Qianqiu, come here, Dai remarked, nodding towards General Guo before turning to Qianqiu. Since 3 years ago, several cases of missing women have surfaced across various locations. Investigations have revealed that the last known whereabouts of these women were in Nanshur. Strangely, none of the city's surveillance cameras captured any footage of the missing individuals. As of now, the total number of missing persons has reached 25. Dai unfolded the documents for Qianxiu to review. This case was indeed intricate, as all leads had vanished upon their arrival in Nanshur. Wait, Qianxiu exclaimed, taking the papers from Dai's hands. A photograph was affixed to the document. She had seen this person today, Cheng Li, the sister of Cheng Hao. Do you know her? Dai inquired, glancing at the photo. She is deceased. Upon hearing this, Dai furrowed his brow. Very well, please contact the families of the missing individuals. I wish to ascertain their birth dates and see if we can uncover their current locations. Qianxiu stated, tapping her fingers on the table. I will reach out immediately. Zuijia adjusted his glasses, taking the documents as he exited the room. How Zuijia procured the birth dates was beyond her concern. Of course, Qianxiu replied, casting a glance at Dai. Sometimes, ancient techniques proved far superior to modern technology. I hope your collaboration brings fruitful results. I must take my leave now, General Gua said, offering a cheerful glance at the pair. Take care, General Gua. Qianxiu replied as she rose. I will see you out. Dai got up, accompanying General Gua as they exited. I am now a working individual, with a secure position in the government, Qianxiu proclaimed, folding her left arm across her chest and resting her chin on her right hand, her eyes sparkling with pride. With this employment, she would no longer need to make calls or distribute flyers. At the very least, her basic needs were assured. Wait no longer. Here are your credentials. Along with a meal card, Dai entered the room and found Qianxiu slumped in her chair. A meal card. Let us go for a meal. I am famished, Qianxiu exclaimed, her eyes gleaming at the sight of the card Dai had handed her. Let us go, Dai replied, casting a glance at the young Daoist. Qianxiu followed closely behind Dai, glancing at the credentials he had just given her. Wow, this photograph is quite impressive, she remarked. The image appeared to be a screenshot from a video, showcasing her current attire. Special Cases Investigation Consultant, Qianxiu. Upon seeing the name on the card, Qianxiu's eyes narrowed in delight. She had never imagined she would receive credentials from the Public Security Bureau in her lifetime. The documents have been filed in the system. You are now a bona fide public servant with the same authority as I, Dai informed her, observing the glimmer of pride in Qianxiu's eyes. Let us go, today. I shall treat you, Qianxiu declared, pinching the meal card between her fingers, exuding an air of extravagance. Clearly, General Gua had his sights set on her from the beginning. Otherwise, how could the processing of these credentials have been expedited so swiftly? Yet, she found no fault in this. She quite enjoyed the atmosphere here. With her basic needs met and the prospect of earning points, it was indeed a win-win situation. Dai watched as Qianxiu eagerly approached the meal counter. Calling out for braised pig trotters, fish-flavored eggplant, and beef with potatoes, even adding a side of tofu soup. He wondered if she could possibly finish such a feast. In the end, reality proved Dai's concerns unfounded. A satiated Qianxiu sat in her chair, a look of contentment on her face, while her plate was left spotless, devoid of even a grain of rice. Author's note: today I learned that yesterday was the winter solstice. Did everyone enjoy their dumplings? Chapter 18. 18 Talismans as Night Fell. Zuijia and Dai assisted Qianxiu in transporting the necessary tools for the evening's ritual to the rooftop. General Gua sat leisurely on a small stool, engaging in conversation with Qianxiu, their relaxed demeanor starkly contrasting the industrious efforts of the other two. The items required for the ritual were not in Qianxiu's possession. They had been procured as per General Gua's instructions, and naturally, the expenses would be charged to the Bureau, as these were essential supplies needed for future use. As they finished moving the items, Qianxiu rose to cleanse her hands, commencing her preparations for the evening. Her requirements were modest, allowing her to work swiftly. Both General Gua and Dai had witnessed Daoist conduct rituals before, so they observed Qianxiu's movements with little astonishment. Only Zuijia, his eyes sparkling with intrigue, could hardly contain his excitement. Once a staunch Marxist like Dai, he now found his understanding of the world challenged by Qianxiu's actions. The wind on the rooftop was brisk, causing Qianxiu's Daoist robe to flutter. A yellow cloth lay spread across the table as she focused intently, holding a brush dipped in red cinnabar, beginning to write upon it. Murmuring incantations that were incomprehensible yet soothing, the flickering red candle flames danced in the gentle breeze, showing no signs of extinguishing. With a deft motion, she inscribed the birth dates of all the missing women upon the cloth. Reciting her verses, Qianxiu wielded a peachwood sword, moving rhythmically, swaying left and right. The three onlookers held their breath, witnessing what appeared to be a shamanistic dance, yet in their eyes, it was rendered solemn and reverent. Their gazes filled with respect for Qianxiu. As Qianxiu continued, a line of red characters gradually emerged upon the altar. precisely matching the birth dates she had written on the yellow cloth. However, above those names, a blood-red circle appeared, enclosing the character for death. The circle surrounding the character bore additional significance, known as the longevity circle, representing the lifespan of the deceased. As I gaze upon the scene, the colors of these circles vary. Had the lifespans of the deceased been exhausted, the hues of the necropolis would have been uniform. However, currently, the Garden of the Dead is only halfway traversed, with one half painted in blood red and the other in a pale hue, indicating that these souls have met an untimely demise, their earthly lives not yet fulfilled. With a shift in the cadence of time, the incantation upon her lips transformed, and she began her summons with the first name. As the gates of the underworld open, let the spirits traverse the shadowed path. The deceased return, unimpeded, as commanded. With a flick of her wrist, she pointed forward, causing the candles flanking her to flare, their flames leaping over a meter, illuminating the dim rooftop with brilliant light. After a minute, the flames subsided, returning to their original state. Methodically, she summoned the spirits one by one, beads of sweat dotting her forehead, her resolve unwavering. Take a moment to rest. Upon noticing her pause, Dai Wang rushed to support her. Bai Jia, observing her pallor, offered her a drink. Thank you, she replied, her voice faint. The exertion of summoning so many spirits had drained her both mentally and physically. All those young women have perished, their very souls snatched away. The perpetrator could not possibly be human, Qianxiu stated after a brief respite. The three companions nearby exchanged troubled glances, for those young women were just beginning their lives, with bright futures ahead, now extinguished. Qianxiu shook her head. The youngest was merely 17, while the eldest was only 25, all in the prime of their youth. Is there a way to locate the murderer? Gua, his gaze sharp, pondered the implications of a non-human assailant, which added layers of complexity to the situation. I shall attempt to find the last place they vanished, Qianxiu responded after taking a sip of water. Xiaoqiu, I entrust this task to you, Gua said gravely. Understood, she affirmed, rising to approach the altar. This time, she retrieved a piece of yellow paper and inscribed Qing Li's birth date upon it, as she was the final victim. She hoped that her lingering essence had not entirely dispersed. Qianxiu bowed to the heavens and earth, grasping a peachwood sword, enchanted her incantation, Heaven and Earth Decree. Spirits of the four corners, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, heed my command. As the incantation left her lips, she moved her hands, directing the peachwood sword toward the yellow talisman on the table. Before their eyes, the talisman began to levitate slowly, finally coming to rest in the direction where Qianxiu's gaze aligned. Closing her eyes, she murmured her incantation again. Command. Suddenly, her eyes flung open, and a surge of energy infused the talisman. In a flash, the talisman ignited spontaneously, turning to ashes before her, scattering with the wind. The others were oblivious to the transformation that took place after the talisman burned. Only Qianxiu noticed a slender, spider silk-like red thread extending into the distance. Daigu, drive the car. We must investigate Cheng Li's last known whereabouts, Qianxiu instructed. All right, I'll wait for you downstairs, Dai Wang replied, nodding as he observed Qianxiu gathering her belongings. We'll accompany you. Will this cause you any trouble? Guo inquired, eager to examine the scene himself. No trouble at all, Guo, Qianxiu smiled, aware that there might be scant clues, for to silently eliminate so many in a bustling city without detection indicated a meticulous mind. However, regardless of the absence of leads, she felt compelled to ascertain one thing. As they journeyed in Dai Wang's SUV, with Qianxiu navigating from the passenger seat while Zhu Jia and Gua sat quietly in the back, the red thread continued to extend ahead, weaving through the city until they reached its outskirts. Qianxiu's fingers danced, her gaze glinting with determination. Suddenly, the red thread began to quiver, vibrating erratically amid a low hum. With a fierce glint in her eyes, Qianxiu produced a talisman and hurled it at the thread. A burst of crimson light erupted as the talisman ignited upon contact, and the thread guiding them dimmed, ultimately vanishing from sight. Just when they thought the ordeal concluded, a wisp of black smoke unexpectedly shifted, rapidly infiltrating through the car's window. The smoke had a clear target and surged toward Dai Wang. In a swift motion, Qianxiu grasped the smoke, preventing it from entering Dai Wang's eyes. The others watched in trepidation as the smoke writhed in her grasp, feeling a chill run down their spines. Had it entered Dai Wang's body, the consequences could have been dire. Channeling her energy, Qianxiu pinched her fingers together, and with a hissing sound, the black smoke gradually dissipated. What was that? Dai Wang, his hands gripping the steering wheel, furrowed his brow at the unsettling scene. The trail of the spirit was uncovered, leaving them to ponder whether the entity was audacious enough to remain near the site of Chung Li's demise. If her intuition was correct, the perpetrator likely resided on the street ahead, and Chung Li and the others may have met their end within that creature's dwelling. Qianxiu rubbed her fingers together. Since they could engage with the essence of the deceased, it signaled they were nearing their destination. Dai Wang, an integral figure within the precinct, possessed knowledge that was often confidential. Should the creature become aware of Qianxiu's insights, it would spell disaster, for that being was no benevolent spirit. The ability to wield such sorcery suggested that the entity was formidable. Tonight is not the time for confrontation. It would be unwise to disturb the wildlife of the night. I shall return tomorrow in daylight, Qianxiu remarked, casting a glance at her companions. The night belonged to those creatures, and their true nature remained shrouded in mystery, making reckless actions inadvisable. Xiaoqiu, is there a way to counteract that dark sorcery? Guo inquired, nodding thoughtfully as he regarded her. Indeed, I possess a talisman for exorcism. Qianxiu replied playfully. At a friendly price of 1,000 per talisman, it is a bargain. Her eyes sparkled as she swiftly retrieved several talismans from her bag. Dai Wang watched with a bemused expression. She certainly seized every opportunity to profit. I'll take 10. I will settle the payment tomorrow, Guo said with a gleam in his eye. And I also request 10. Zhuo Jia, aware of Guo's experience in such matters, adjusted his glasses as he spoke. Do you truly believe my talismans are as inexpensive as cabbages? You both demand 10 at once. Qianxiu replied with a wry smile, bemused by their boldness. Ahem, Xiaoqiu, you must understand that Uncle Guo has a family to care for. This is for their sake, Guo explained with a light cough. Xiaoqiu, Zhuo Ji's family also needs some, so do consider me as well, Zhuo Jia added, his glasses glinting. This is a one-time offer. Qianxiu sighed as she reluctantly retrieved 20 talismans from her backpack, folding them into an octagonal shape before handing them over. Though their acquaintance had been brief, they had treated her kindly, and thus she was willing to part with her hard-earned creations, having painstakingly crafted them over the past few days. Xiaoqiu, this kindness shall not be forgotten, was said, his eyes brimming with gratitude, for fine talismans were truly a rare treasure, especially those crafted by a master like her. As the hour grew late and their stomachs rumbled, Qianxiu declared, Tonight, I shall treat everyone to skewers. With money in hand, her spirits soared. Uncle Guo is quite generous. Tonight, I shall add an extra skewer for you all, while the rest will have one each of lamb, Qianxiu boasted, adopting an attitude that promised a lavish evening. The author has a message. It is time to prepare for the new year. Recently, I have seen everyone getting ready with cured meats and sausages. I do not particularly enjoy cured meats, though sausages are acceptable. However, the preparation process is quite cumbersome. Are others starting to prepare for the upcoming festivities as well? It seems that in recent years, the essence of the new year has become increasingly faint. Chapter 19. 19 Talismans Buzzing. On the bedside table, Qianxiu's phone vibrated incessantly, shifting positions due to the tremors. Regrettably, the person buried under the covers remained unwilling to rise. When the phone fell silent, a few minutes later, a loud knocking echoed from outside the door. Qianxiu peeled back the covers, still in a daze. Stumbling to the door, she opened it with a click, revealing Dai Wang's impatient expression. I'll be ready in a moment, she exclaimed, noticing the icy displeasure etched on his face and the chilly aura surrounding him. Instantly, Qianxiu became alert, hastily darting into the bathroom. Dai Wang glanced at his watch before striding inside. Despite Qianxiu's reluctance to leave her bed, the room was impeccably tidy. 10 minutes later, Qianxiu emerged, refreshed and dressed in casual attire, standing before a table laden with steaming breakfast, toasted bread, fried eggs, and a cup of hot milk. Let us eat and hit the road, Dai Wang announced as he exited the kitchen, rolling down his sleeves and donning his coat. Thank you, brother Dai, Qianxiu beamed, pleasantly surprised by his warmth, which contrasted sharply with his frosty exterior. His physique, revealed after shedding his coat, was impressive, though his conversational skills left much to be desired. Have you eaten yet? She asked, taking a sip of milk and glancing at Dai Wang. I have, he replied, his focus still on the documents in his hands. Not lifting his gaze, he closed the file and, with his long strides, headed toward the door. Qianxiu followed closely behind, maintaining her silence. This is the information from last night. You can peruse it on the way, he said, handing her the file once they were in the car. The first page bore the words West District, 13th Alley in bold letters. The area was notably chaotic, with a mix of people. Stay close to me, Dai Wang instructed, giving her a sidelong glance. Understood, Brother Dai, she nodded in acknowledgement. He responded, lapsing into silence once more. Qianqiu focused intently on the materials he had given her. And the car was enveloped in quietude. The early morning sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a serene glow over them, creating an atmosphere of tranquil contentment. Though neither noticed it. An hour later, Dai Wang parked the car in a lot not far from 13th Alley. The narrow passage was too small for most vehicles. Despite its size, the alley was bustling with life. The entrance featured shops selling clothes, shoes, and other items, but at this early hour, few customers were present. As they ventured deeper, they encountered several antique shops, with numerous small stalls lining the streets, selling breakfast items. People of all ages, clad in pajamas and slippers, either sat or stood, enjoying their meals with vibrant energy. Brother Dai, let us grab a bite, Qianqiu suggested, tugging at his sleeve as she made her way to a nearby stall. Uncle, I'll have a bowl of beef noodles. What about you, Brother Dai? She smiled as she took a seat. Thank you. I'll have what she is having, Dai Wang replied, somewhat perplexed but complying. Coming right up. 2 bowls of beef noodles, the proprietor called to the woman cooking, who appeared to be his spouse, as Qianqiu surveyed her surroundings. She noted the cleanliness of the place and the familiar banter among the patrons, indicating a loyal clientele. Not full yet? Dai Wang observed, scanning the area but finding nothing amiss. I am, but the sight of the beef noodles makes me hungry again, Qianqiu admitted shyly, revealing a surprisingly hearty appetite for a girl. Then let's eat. The aroma is delightful, Dai Wang remarked, glancing at her. This broth is a century-old recipe. Of course it's fragrant, Qianqiu replied with a smile, eyeing the large pot in front of them. Dai Wang, intrigued by her enthusiasm, took a bite of the noodles and was pleasantly surprised. This was indeed the best beef noodle soup he had ever tasted. One more bowl, please, Qianqiu exclaimed, finishing the last drop of broth in her bowl. Of course, young lady, just a moment, said the smiling proprietor. Dai Wang set down his chopsticks, his eyes narrowing slightly at Qianqiu's hearty appetite. As they awaited their next serving, the other customers at nearby tables departed, leaving them as the last diners. Here is your noodles, the proprietor's wife said cheerfully as she brought Qianqiu her meal, which contained even more beef than the previous bowl. We're about to close up. This is the last of the beef, so I hope you don't mind, she added, her demeanor warm and friendly. Thank you so much. I'm delighted, how could I complain? Qianqiu replied with a bright smile. By the way, I have a question for you, if you don't mind, she said, taking a bite of her noodles just as the proprietress was about to rise. Feel free to ask, young lady, the proprietress said, sitting back down. Are there any other creatures in this area besides you? Qianqiu's question caused the proprietress's expression to darken, her gaze turning sharp. Miss, we haven't engaged in any illicit activities. Have we? The proprietress stated, her eyes fixed on Qianqiu, who noted the tension in her hands clasped tightly under the table. Dai Wang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering supernatural beings over a meal, but given Qianqiu's demeanor, it seemed she had purposely chosen this location. The supernatural realm has its own rules, especially concerning those with a human world permit. Protecting kindred spirits is a serious offense that incurs severe penalties, Qianqiu explained calmly, causing the couple to tense visibly. Miss, my husband and I have always conducted our business properly and have never broken any laws, the proprietress said, gripping her husband's hand, desperately hoping to convey their innocence. To be candid, there are malevolent entities in 13th Alley who have murdered over 20 human women. Such occurrences, even if only a street apart, can lead to collective punishment. A principle I trust you both understand, Qianqiu stated, setting down her chopsticks and wiping her mouth with a napkin, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling. While the couple broke out in a cold sweat. We understand. If you have any questions, we will do our utmost to cooperate, the proprietress and her husband replied, their faces pale. In the supernatural realm, to regulate the behavior of its denizens, a joint agreement was established to impose strict penalties. Such regulations were confidential to humans unless conveyed by an envoy from their realm. At that moment, the couple wished only to extricate themselves from the situation unscathed. I require information on all supernatural beings in this street, Qianqiu stated, glancing at the couple. The first shop on the street deals with transformation. In the 8th shop, the couple exchanged glances before beginning to divulge the details. Qianqiu turned to Dai Wang, her intent clear, urging him to take notes. Half an hour later, the information regarding all the creatures in Alley 13 was gathered. Thank you both for your cooperation, said Qianqiu. I hope you treat today's events as if they never occurred. As for what transpired, there is no need for you to worry. I trust that we can maintain a good relationship moving forward. Qianqiu looked at the two with satisfaction. Rest assured, we have never met you two, they replied respectfully. Nodding in agreement. Well then, I look forward to coming back for your delicious noodles next time, Qianqiu added, placing the payment on the table as he left with Daiwang. The couple watched them depart, pocketing the money and beginning to pack up. Knowing that this incident would not implicate them, their expressions relaxed considerably. More than 30 creatures, Daiwang remarked, glancing over the records. He had never imagined that so many non-human entities were concealed around them. Fear not. Those who can cross into our realm from the demon world are generally gentle and amiable. The more malevolent creatures usually cannot breach the barrier, Qianqiu reassured him, sensing his concern. As for how I know this, I purchased the information with points from the system, having established their order. The two began to enter various shops in the guise of customers. The author wishes to convey, it is Christmas Eve. Have the little angels eaten their apples? It is raining here, making it impossible to go out and play today. Perhaps it is best to quietly watch movies at home. Wishing all little angels a joyful Christmas Eve. Much love to you all. Chapter 20, 20 Talismans. As the two stepped out of the shop, the sun had moved past its zenith and was slowly drifting toward the west. Let us find a place to eat. There is only one shop left, Daiwang noted, glancing at his watch, which indicated that it was already past 3 o'clock. After searching for a long time, their stomachs had begun to grumble. Treasure pet shop, Qianqiu said, eyeing the pet store nestled deep in the alley. It was highly likely that it was the one they were looking for. There is a small restaurant ahead. Let us go there, Daiwang suggested, spotting a clean and tidy establishment. If it truly is the right one, we should rest for a while to replenish our energy. They ordered 3 dishes and a soup, and while waiting for their meal, Qianqiu called over a nearby waitress. Since it was not peak hours, the restaurant was nearly empty aside from their table, and the waitress's eyes sparkled with interest as she glanced at Daiwang. Qianqiu skillfully gleaned a great deal of information about the shop owner from her. Once their dishes arrived, the waitress reluctantly retreated. Quite the charm, Qianqiu remarked, observing the waitress from another table, whose bright eyes frequently darted toward Daiwang. She playfully winked at him. Daiwang chose to ignore her teasing tone and began to serve himself soup, leaving Qianqiu feeling somewhat unamused in her attempts to tease him. It seems the owner is indeed a refined and kind-hearted gentleman. According to the waitress, he has a remarkable reputation among the locals. If it truly is him, he must be exceptionally skilled at concealing his true nature, Qianqiu stated after swallowing her food. We shall find out soon. After we finish, we will pay him a visit. Daiwang replied. With so many victims, I wonder where he has hidden those girls' bodies. With these thoughts in mind, they quickened their pace, and half an hour later, they stood hand in hand at the entrance of the pet shop, beaming like a couple in love, glancing at one another. Daiwang stepped forward to push open the door. Qianqiu, wearing a playful smile, entered and curiously scanned every corner of the store, only to find nothing that piqued her interest. Her eyes filled with confusion, though she maintained her playful demeanor. Welcome. What can I assist you with today? Approached a man in a white coat, appearing to be in his 30s, with a comforting smile on his face. Hello, I brought my girlfriend to look at pets. Do you have any recommendations? Daiwang said warmly, glancing affectionately at Qianqiu before shaking hands with the owner. May I ask what type of dog your girlfriend prefers? The owner inquired, still smiling. By the way, my surname is Bai Fu. May I know how to address you both? He continued, shaking Daiwang's hand. Daiwang. Qianqiu, he replied coolly, embodying the style that is currently favored by young women. Mr. Bai, I would like to browse first. The type is not essential. I just wish to find one that catches my eye, Qianqiu said with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Upon seeing her expression, a flicker of malice crossed Bai's eyes. Please, follow me to the yard. The sun is lovely today, and all the pets are enjoying the sunshine outside, Bai said, stepping ahead to pull back the curtain for them. Upon entering the yard, they discovered several rows of cages, counting 36 dogs of various sizes and breeds. However, Qianqiu noticed that these dogs did not possess the usual friendly demeanor of typical pets, regardless of their size. They gazed at them with eyes that glinted with a feral hunger, as if they yearned to tear them apart and consume them whole, sending chills down Qianqiu's spine. Behave, my darlings, Bai seemed to sense Qianqiu's discomfort and gently tapped a hand drum nearby, speaking softly. Strangely enough, as soon as he spoke, Qianqiu felt a palpable change in the dog's demeanor. Their previously menacing gazes transformed into adorable, pleading expressions. Noticing the shift in Qianqiu's expression, Daiwang stepped closer. wrapping his arm around her waist to create a visual barrier, ensuring Bai could not see their true emotions in that moment. What do you think? Does Miss Jian have any favorites? Bai asked as he approached them, playfully teasing a dog in front of him. I'd like to take another look, Jianxiu replied, stepping forward to stand in front of a husky. Regarding the earlier incident, she refused to believe it was a mere illusion. Mr. Bai, you have taken excellent care of them, she remarked, observing the robust husky in its cage, its coat shiny and sleek, its weight exceeding 100 pounds. I cannot deny that. I have always been fond of dogs, so my care for them is meticulous. Even the dog food I provide is of the highest quality. Bai replied, his gaze tender. To be honest, I have my own rules for selling pets, while some may find them a bit excessive. I genuinely wish for the dogs that leave my shop to find happiness and to meet good people. What kind of rules do you have, Mr. Bai? Qianxiu asked, playfully stroking the husky in the cage. Only when both the owner and the dog share a mutual affection will I sell, Bai said, gently patting the husky's head. Qianxiu watched in astonishment as the husky displayed its affection for Bai, unlike when she had attempted to approach it earlier. Its playful eyes and the way it leaned against Bai's hand were clear indicators of its fondness for him. Perhaps I should learn from you, Mr. Bai. So that the dogs will like me too, Qianxiu said, positioning herself in front of the cage, adopting the gentlest tone possible to coax the dogs. Meanwhile, Daiwang, having been interrupted during his conversation with Qianxiu by Bai Fu, wandered around, pretending to observe the dogs while actually scanning the surroundings. The entire yard was impeccably clean, devoid of even a speck of dust. Though a pet space should be clean, an excessively pristine environment felt somewhat unnatural. Additionally, perhaps it was his imagination. But in that moment, a faint scent of blood wafted into his nostrils. Upon inhaling, he realized it was merely the fresh fragrance of the surrounding flowers and grass. It seems that our dog has no fate with Miss Qian, which is indeed a pity, sighed Boss Bai beside them. I apologize, Miss Qian. But rules are rules and cannot be broken. Boss Bai maintained a gentle demeanor, yet his eyes were resolute. May I come to visit it when I have time? Perhaps one day it will take a liking to me, said Qianxiu, her gaze filled with anticipation as she looked at Boss Bai. The pet shop is always open to you, Mississippi. If fate allows, I shall not refuse, Boss Bai replied with a smile. That would be wonderful. Thank you, Boss Bai. Qianxiu expressed her joy, her eyes sparkling with clarity. I'm sorry, but we have customers arriving. I must attend to them. You two may play with it in the meantime, Boss Bai added with an apologetic glance toward them. All right, Boss Bai, you attend to your business. I will play with Ru Bao for a while, Qianxiu said, her eyes brightening as she finally had the opportunity to observe the place closely. Feel free. I shall excuse myself for now, Boss Bai said before striding toward the exit. Darling, come see this dog. It might just take a liking to you, Daiwang said, wrapping his arm around Qianxiu's waist as they moved to the side. There are cameras. In the frame, Daiwang leaned down to Qianxiu, making an intimate gesture while quietly whispering in her ear. Though this white teddy is small and lovely, I still prefer the earlier Ru Bao, Qianxiu pouted, playfully addressing Daiwang. It's quite comprehensive. The camera is well hidden, she whispered to him as she bent down. Truth be told, the camera was so cleverly concealed by Bai Fu that, had it not been for Daiwang, she likely would have never noticed it. Well, whatever you prefer, Daiwang said, observing Qianxiu's little temper with a tender smile, gently pinching her cheek. You're so wonderful. With that, Qianxiu leaped into Daiwang's embrace. Daigu, did you hide a piece of iron in your chest? It hurts so much. Out of sight of the camera, Qianxiu rubbed her nose, her eyes glistening with tears. A scent of blood lingered in the yard. Though it was fleeting, it was very distinct, suggesting that someone had likely been harmed not long ago. Daiwang gently patted Qianxiu's head, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, regretting that he hadn't been more careful when he had bumped into her. Click. Inside the shop, Boss Bai bid farewell to the customers, watching the scene on the screen, gripping his pen until it snapped in his hand. You choose not to walk the path to heaven, yet you force your way into hell. You can only blame your ill fortune. At this moment, Bai Fu bore no trace of the earlier gentleness. His face twisted with jealousy and hatred. He opened a drawer, retrieving a palm-sized remote control, pressing a finger upon it, his eyes consumed by madness. On the screen, the two who had just been playfully interacting with Ru Bao suddenly collapsed to the ground. Then, with a flick of his wrist, two pieces of paper drifted to the floor, their bodies gradually swelling, leaving only faceless visages. From behind, they resembled Daiwang and Qianxiu themselves, grabbing a paint box nearby. Bai Fu worked with lightning speed, quickly painting two identical faces. Go, he commanded, slapping them, and the two left Bai Bao pet shop with sweet smiles, even stopping to take a selfie before exiting the 13th alley. Watching the scene unfold, a deeper smile formed on Bai Fu's face. Author's note: Christmas is upon us. Wishing all the little angels a Merry Christmas. The first 20 little angels who leave a message before midnight will receive a red envelope. Though I'm not sure if 20 will actually comment. Chapter 21. 21 Talismans. Bai Fu locked the shop door, hanging a sign that read "Closed for business" with a devilish smile as he entered the yard. The mother of Ru Bao is nearly done. You all are just in time to take her place. This flesh looks quite delectable. Ru Bao will surely appreciate it. Bai Fu approached Qian Qiu, squatting before her and pinching her gently. Moreover, this soul is exceptionally pure. It will surely be delicious. He licked his lips. Bai Fu flicked his fingers toward a flower stand, a burst of light shooting onto a red brick, causing it to shrink, revealing an entrance with a staircase leading down. Glancing at the two who had succumbed to unconsciousness, Bai Fu hoisted them up, entering the newly opened underground passage. Boom, boom, boom. As the door above closed, the ghostly flames lining the sides of the underground passage ignited, illuminating the basement as brightly as day. The basement spanned approximately 200 square meters, empty in the center, with a particularly large formation drawn above. On the other side, various electrical supplies were arranged, especially a yellow wooden table about 2 meters long, stained crimson, bearing numerous marks from knives and axes. Beneath the table, a narrow channel ensured that whatever dripped down would flow into it. Bai Fu tossed the two toward this side. Unconcerned about waking them, the amount of drug they had inhaled was sufficient for them to sleep for 2 days and nights. Scrape, scrape, scrape. The sound of blades grinding accompanied by the faint trickle of water reached Qian Qiu's ears, igniting a fierce anger within her. She could surmise the kind of treatment those girls had received here. With a subtle movement of her fingers, a stream of pure energy struck Dai Wang's lips. But she hadn't expected him to be so guarded even in unconsciousness. Reluctantly, she increased her force and forced the antidote into his mouth. She hadn't anticipated Bai Fu would act so swiftly against them, nor did she realize what had touched upon his sore spot, prompting such urgency. Daoist? The sound of sharpening blades ceased, and Bai Fu stood before her, evidently aware that she had awakened. What is this? Do you wish to braise me or stew me today, little demon? Qian Qiu ceased her pretense, dusting herself off and standing up, her almond eyes smiling. Yet Bai Fu sensed the anger simmering beneath. Beside Dai Wang lay a 10-year-old girl, her face adorned with a smile, likely still chatting when Bai Fu made his move. As Dai Wang regained consciousness, he overheard their exchange, remaining still on the ground, knowing that his awakening would only complicate matters for Qian Qiu. However, why did his mouth hurt so much? It felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. Cautiously, he opened his eyes to see the girl lying a few meters ahead. It appeared he needed to find an opportunity to send her away. That depends on what the little darlings prefer. Bai Fu dismissed Qian Qiu entirely, considering her merely a little Daoist, not someone to instill fear in him. Is that so? I believe they would prefer to feast upon your flesh. Qian Qiu shot him a cold glance. Given his prolonged existence in the human world, how could he still harm humans? Since you've come here today, let your life be forfeit, Bai Fu declared, his hands moving, revealing a black orb in his grasp. Qian Qiu's eyes widened in surprise at the sight of the black orb. No wonder he was so bold, having trapped the souls of the slain within, allowing him to harness their energy without detection from the demon realm. Bai Fu's fingers twitched, and a blade of black energy shot toward Qian Qiu. She dodged, the black blade leaving a deep mark on the wall behind them. The little Daoist has some skills, but that is all. Bai Fu pressed the orb against his abdomen, and his entire being began to transform. His black hair turned to long silver strands, his once ordinary eyes transformed into yellow slit pupils, and 2 elongated fangs protruded from his mouth, his limbs sharpening into claws akin to those of a wolf. Roar! Bai Fu let out a low growl, his body crouching low to the ground, his back arching upwards, and his yellow vertical pupils gleaming with murderous intent. Qian Qiu felt a flash of white light rushing towards her, and instinctively she sidestepped, though her arm was still caught, leaving a deep claw mark. It must be said, the blood of a Taoist is particularly sweet and fragrant. I almost feel reluctant to feed you to Ru Bao and the others. In the distance, Bai Fu licked his paw, his gaze towards Qian Qiu igniting with a crimson glow. If you wish to consume me, you must first prove your worth. Qian Qiu shed her outer garment, revealing the small bag of trigrams she carried beneath. With a flick of her fingers and a step forward, she muttered incantations, and a beam of yellow light instantly enveloped her, forming a golden barrier around her. Just a little trick. Bai Fu exclaimed, his body darting towards Qian Qiu like a bolt of lightning, exuding a strong metallic scent. Gripping a peachwood sword adorned with empowering talismans, Qian Qiu, unable to perceive Bai Fu's speed, instinctively closed her eyes, relying solely on her keen intuition to engage in battle. The two moved swiftly, silver and golden lights intertwining, producing a dazzling display of brilliance. The once orderly basement descended into chaos, walls marred with claw marks and sword slashes. Taking advantage of the tumult, Daiwang stealthily approached the girl, seizing the opportunity to carry her out of the basement amidst their fierce struggle. Bai Fu evaded Qian Qiu's peachwood sword, but was repelled by the radiance emanating from her jade pendant. His four claws gripping the ground tightly, yet still forced back several meters, leaving deep gouges in the concrete. Once he halted, he spat out a mouthful of blood, which flowed into the ground along the path of his claw marks. Tearing a strip of cloth from his garment, Qian Qiu staunched the bleeding wound on her thigh. This enormous white dog struck with ferocity, each attack aimed at her vital points. Had it not been for her animal-like instincts, she might have suffered far worse injuries. Unexpectedly, when did the southern city produce a Daoist with such moderate strength? Bai Fu licked his lips, his gaze towards Qian Qiu growing colder. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you truly believe that possessing such an artifact grants you the right to wreak havoc among humans? Qian Qiu's voice was icy, yet laced with fury, for those girls had lost their chance at reincarnation because of him. Humph. You humans have always held yourselves in high regard. You accuse me of harming humanity, yet when you hunt down our kin, do you ever show mercy? Bai Fu scoffed, his tone rife with anger and resentment. Upon their arrival in the human realm, they had harbored noble aspirations, seeking to coexist peacefully with humans. Yet now, out of the original 7 or 8 companions, only he remained. The others had either been slain by humans or consumed by them. He never felt remorse for the humans he had killed. He merely sought to make them pay for their lives. Why the silence? Do you still believe we should endure the slaughter of our kin while we must pay a heavy price for avenging ourselves against humanity? The bloodlust in Bai Fu's eyes intensified, and as he recalled something, the veins in his forehead bulged. His gaze filled with hatred and a hint of a cold smile directed at Qian Qiu. Do you know? Xiao Guang, who came out with me, was still a child. By your human calculations, he was only 9 years old, filled with love for humanity as he stepped into this world. He greeted every human with a smile, his eyes filled with hope for them. But what did you humans do? Xiao Guang saved a child, only to be discovered by the child's father, who, with sweet words, deceived the innocent Xiao Guang into revealing the hiding places of several of his kin, simultaneously learning their weaknesses. They were merely children, the oldest being no more than 13. They had only just awakened their intelligence and knew nothing of your human deceit, believing you truly cared for them. And what did those humans do? For their own gain, they lured them in, exploiting the weaknesses Xiao Guang had revealed, brutally slaughtering them, and in the end, drank their blood and consumed their flesh. At that moment, why did you not label those humans as cruel? Bai Fu was enveloped in dark energy, his eyes devoid of reason. Had he not been out searching for food that day, he too might have become a meal for those filthy humans. He could only hide, helplessly watching as those humans devoured his companions, singing and drinking. He longed to rush out, but he could not. There were traps laid for them. He needed to survive, to avenge his kin. Afterwards, Bai Fu blended into the crowd, learning from humans while secretly honing his skills. Had it not been for a fortunate encounter later, he would have had to wait another 10 or 20 years to seek revenge. Children, they were merely children. Why did humanity treat them so? You call us beasts. Yet what you humans do is even more monstrous. After speaking, the remaining human form of Bai Fu began to transform, ultimately becoming a true white behemoth. At this moment, Bai Fu measured at least 7 or 8 meters in length and towered over 2 meters tall, his eyes filled with fury and malice. Yet deep within them lay profound sorrow. Bai Fu, you should know, boom. Woof woof woof. Just as Qian Qiu opened her mouth, a loud crash echoed from behind her. The dogs that had been locked in cages rushed down, positioning themselves protectively behind Bai Fu, their bodies tense and growling fiercely at Qian Qiu. Not only that, but Qian Qiu also saw the girl who had just been rescued by Daiwang, tears streaming down her face as she slowly approached them. The author wishes to say, my friend's cat was temporarily housed at my place, and today it scratched my hand, drawing blood. I'm quite anxious about it, especially after being frightened by a post from some time ago, so I haven't been able to write much today. By the way, for the little angels who left comments yesterday, remember to check your red envelopes. I've sent them out. Moi? Chapter 22. 22 Talismans. Bai Fu gazed at the approaching girl, hatred nearly materializing in his eyes, now completely suffused with crimson. I'm sorry. I truly had no idea my father would do such a thing. The girl stood before Bai Fu, tears streaming down her face, a look of despair etched on her features. If you can forgive me, you may kill me, or share my flesh with everyone. Her gaze towards Bai Fu was filled with desperation and madness. What are you doing? Daiwang stepped forward. Realizing that a dagger was embedded in the girl's abdomen, bright red blood trickling down her clothes, revealing that she had inflicted this wound upon herself. Do not concern yourselves with me. Let me die here. I wish to apologize to Xiao Guang below. The girl cried out. Humph, you call Xiao Guang your best friend. Yet you speak of how delicious his flesh is? Do you truly believe you deserve to see him again? Bai Fu exclaimed, transforming into a white shadow as he lunged towards the girl. Qianqiu moved swiftly, positioning herself in front of him. No. I didn't know that the meat I ate that day was Xiao Guang's. I'm so sorry. The girl's complexion paled, had it not been for Bai Fu. She might have never realized that she had once caused the death of her savior and consumed him. The thought was unbearable, causing her stomach to churn as her eyes frantically searched for the dagger that Daiwang had used. She wanted to cut her abdomen open to retrieve Xiao Guang. Seeing her increasingly frantic expression, Daiwang raised his arm and struck the back of her neck, then took a nearby piece of white cloth and folded it, using it to bandage her abdomen. The wound was not deep and had not struck any vital organs. He held a wooden staff in his hand, watching Bai Fu warily. You shall all perish here today. Bai Fu growled, and the dogs around them immediately transformed their gazes into fierce, predatory stares. Be careful, Qianqiu exclaimed to Daiwang, brandishing a peachwood sword as she lunged forward. Daiwang, lacking the ability to contend with Bai Fu, could only fend off the dogs attempting to approach her. The dogs glared at Daiwang with fierce, green eyes, devoid of the docility expected of household pets. Their sharp teeth glistened, viscous liquid dripping from the corners of their mouths. Daiwang, these dogs cannot be spared. They have tasted human flesh and have been influenced by Bai Fu, leading to a transformation within them. They will now view humans as prey. Upon noticing Daiwang's reluctance to deliver a fatal blow to the dogs, Qianqiu seized the opportunity to explain. When we entered the yard today, they revealed their true nature. Had it not been for Bai Fu's control, they would not have remained so tranquil. Understood, Daiwang replied in a low tone, his fingers deftly maneuvering as bullets accurately struck the approaching dogs in their heads. Warm blood splattered across his face, yet he did not flinch. Faced with an overwhelming number of dogs, he stowed the wooden gun at his waist and produced 2 daggers, preparing to engage them hand to hand. Each dog bore a trace of the malevolence instilled by Bai Fu, attacking directly toward Daiwang's vital arteries. Meanwhile, Qianqiu restrained Bai Fu, preventing him from intervening. How dare you harm my precious ones? I will send you to hell. Bai Fu's eyes burned with rage, wishing to penetrate Daiwang's skull with his gaze. With a roar, he consumed a black orb, his body enveloped in an even denser aura of darkness. His claws, already sharp enough to slice through iron, grew longer, now entwined with strands of black mist, as Bai Fu let out a thunderous roar. Qianqiu noticed the red mark on his forehead had vanished, replaced by a dark symbol. No, not merely a mark, but a script of an unfamiliar language. Bai Fu's massive form cast a fleeting shadow before disappearing from Qianqiu's sight, leaving behind an ephemeral silhouette that dissipated with the wind. Holding her breath, Qianqiu strained her ears, yet found herself unable to discern Bai Fu's presence. He had become as undetectable as air. How do you fare, host? With your current abilities, you are insufficient to confront Bai Fu. Would you care for a cleansing pill? It can elevate your prowess within half an hour. The system, which had been silent, suddenly chimed in as Qianqiu focused on locating Bai Fu. A clearance sale, only 398 points, quite a bargain, it cheerfully proclaimed. Qianqiu glanced at the panel in the lower right corner, feeling no desire to converse with the system. A 5-minute countdown begins now, trust me. This is truly a special offer, but it is time-sensitive. After 5 minutes, the price will double. Consider wisely, and call for me once you decide. With that, the system vanished. Frustrated, Qianqiu felt her eyes redden as the countdown ticked away in her mind. Bai Fu's colossal figure continued to elude her, his nimble movements allowing him to launch surprise attacks from behind. Despite her extraordinary instincts, she suffered several injuries from Bai Fu, and the blood seeping from her wounds was black, indicating that his claws were now poisoned. Give me the cleansing pill, Qianqiu uttered through gritted teeth. Vexed by the system's opportunistic nature, she questioned whether she could amass enough points with such a system in play. If only we had done this sooner. I wasted energy on your countdown, the system complained, its displeasure palpable. The cleansing pill had a refreshing aroma, dissolving upon contact and flooding her meridians with powerful, purifying energy. As Bai Fu prepared to attack from a wall, he sensed a sudden shift in Qianqiu's aura, forcing his raised paw to retreat. Qianqiu silently recited her mental mantra, channeling the cleansing energy throughout her body. With a jolt, she opened her previously closed eyes, swinging her peachwood sword, which struck the iron wall with a resounding clang. As the energy flowed, weapons materialized in her mind, and a chain formed from the purifying energy manifested in her hand. Bai Fu, I offer you one last chance, surrender or perish. Qianqiu narrowed her eyes, her right hand flicking to send one end of the chain to her left. The chain was attached to a dagger, its sharpness unmatched, yet its length was excessive, trailing nearly to the ground. Since the moment I took action, I have never considered surrender. Let us fight. Only one of us shall remain alive today. Bai Fu declared, revealing his deadly claws. Witnessing his resolve, Qianqiu moved her right hand, the chain clashing against itself as it surged toward Bai Fu. Dai Wang sat amidst a pool of blood, surrounded by the dogs he had pierced with his daggers. He glanced at the dogs, recognizing their innocence. Regrettably, they had chosen the wrong master. The moment they allied with Bai Fu sealed their tragic fate. As he surveyed the battlefield between the two combatants, he could only discern fleeting shadows. Unable to determine who would emerge victorious, reaching for his phone, Dai Wang realized the importance of a waterproof device, as his had succumbed to the blood that enveloped it. He attempted to move, but found it increasingly arduous. His body weakened from the onslaught of over 30 frenzied dogs, now tainted by evil. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed as Dai Wang wiped the blood from his eye and looked ahead. A blood-soaked white dog lay gasping on the ground, signifying Qianqiu's victory. Kill me. Bai Fu's voice was frail, his strength waning. As Qianqiu stepped forward, her clothing bore numerous claw marks, soaked in blood. Although the cleansing energy had momentarily enhanced her abilities, she struggled against Bai Fu, who was driven by desperation. The only distinction between them was that one lay incapacitated while the other stood. Do not harm him, or I shall take his life. A trembling voice of a girl interjected. Observing Dai Wang's condition revealed he too was gravely injured. We are at fault. I implore you to spare him. He did not indiscriminately kill. Those he has slain were those who feasted upon the flesh of Xiao Guang and his companions. I bear no hatred towards him, truly. He is not to blame. We wronged them. The girl wept as she spoke, her anguish directed at those who had harmed Xiao Guang. I have always been curious. Although my parents are now in their 50s, they still possess the appearance of their 30s. Every decade, we relocate, and initially, my parents were pleased. Yet in recent years, despite their unchanged appearance, their bodies exhibit signs of change. These must be side effects. Is this why Bai Fu has targeted us while sparing them? Yet, upon learning the truth, I have never harbored hatred towards you, only regret for not protecting Xiao Guang and the others. The child who smiled like the sun, was it I who brought about their demise? I now wish only to protect the last friend of Xiao Guang. Bang. Author's note, la la la, I am the lovely author. Chapter 23, 23 Talismans. Upon hearing the gunshot, Qianqiu's pupils contracted as she glanced toward Dai Wang. Would you trade one life for another? I offer my life in exchange for Bai Fu's. The girl trembled, having acted impulsively in her emotional state, still clutching the wooden gun despite her fear. Dai Wang's complexion darkened, his body had become immobile. If it had not been for his sheer luck, he would have undoubtedly been dispatched by that young girl's wooden gun. Seeing this, Bai Fu wore a mocking smile. If you wish to kill, then do so. But I have a question for you. Where did you hide the corpses of those girls? Qianqiu stepped forward, disregarding the derision in Bai Fu's eyes, and coldly inquired. The flesh was consumed by my beloved pets. As for the bones, they were dried by demon fire, ground into powder, and used to build walls. Go ahead and act. Bai Fu replied, closing his eyes, awaiting Qianqiu's final strike. Bai Fu, your sins are numerous, and to let you die would be too lenient. Those girls were innocent. Although your friend was harmed, it does not justify your actions towards other innocents. I shall strip you of your cultivation, reducing you to an ordinary dog for the rest of your life, to atone for your past misdeeds. Upon finishing her words, Qianqiu moved her right hand, directing the cleansing chain into Bai Fu's abdomen, tightening it forcefully and obliterating his dantian. A flicker of panic crossed Bai Fu's eyes. He would rather die than live as a dog, stripped of his dantian and cultivation. Alas, it was too late. He could only feel his power dissipating rapidly within him, and no amount of effort in channeling his techniques could reverse it. His once mighty body began to shrink as his internal energy collapsed. As Qianqiu sensed the waning of his power and witnessed the disappearance of the dark runes from his forehead, she finally sighed in relief. For this was her last ounce of strength, and the effects of the cleansing pill had worn off, its side effects crashing over her like a tsunami. The rapid loss of power, coupled with the excruciating pain in her dantian, made her feel as though she had been crushed repeatedly by a vehicle. Ultimately, darkness enveloped her vision, and she collapsed to the ground. The young girl cast a grateful glance at the fallen Qianqiu, enduring her pain as she crawled toward Bai Fu. His body had undergone a transformation. He now resembled a half-grown white puppy, his cultivation nearly dispersed, and the pain throughout his body sent him into unconsciousness. The girl carefully lifted Bai Fu, directing all her focus on him, thus failing to notice the black orb that slipped from his form. The orb seemed to move of its own accord, rolling slowly toward a dark corner. Just before it collided with the wall, the space there distorted slightly, and the orb vanished. Bai Fu's cultivation has been stripped. I shall atone with him from now on. I will keep a watchful eye on him. Thank you, the girl said as she bowed to the two of them, though only one remained conscious. Dai Wang's expression was grim. He could scarcely manage to move, his eyes fixed on the girl as she completed her bow and departed. Gazing at Qianqiu, who lay in a pool of blood, Dai Wang struggled forward, beads of sweat forming on his forehead due to his exertion. He managed to raise his arm, fumbling through Qianqiu's bag for a mobile phone, dialing a number for General Guo. With weak breaths, Dai Wang uttered an address before the phone slipped from his grasp. He could still hear General Guo's anxious voice on the other end. Lying on the cold ground, Dai Wang clung to the last vestiges of his consciousness. He knew he could not afford to lose consciousness before General Guo arrived. If further complications arose, the situation could become dire. His gaze remained fixed on the doorway, his right hand gripping the strap of Qianqiu's bag. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until familiar voices echoed from the entrance, at which point Dai Wang succumbed to darkness. General Guo and his team entered to find the two individuals sprawled in a pool of blood, their faces paling in an instant, their hands trembling. Be cautious. They are gravely injured, Zhuijia exclaimed, rushing over to check the carotid arteries of both individuals, instructing the nearby medical personnel. The medical team, being professionals and aware of the gravity of the situation that warranted General Guo's personal involvement, proceeded with utmost care. General Guo, Zhuijia noted. Observing Guo standing at the long table, his brow furrowed. Seal off this area. I will take Dai Wang and the others to the hospital. Clenching his fists, Guo's heart sank at the sight of the marks on the table. The scratches around the basement and the numerous dog corpses indicated they had endured a harrowing battle. Such devastation could hardly have been wrought by mere mortals. Yes, General Guo, Zhuijia acknowledged, watching as Guo departed with his team while other members began collecting evidence. The dog corpses being bagged for disposal. Mr. Ma and his wife watched as the police vehicles left, their worries alleviating considerably. For it seemed that the malevolent demon had been apprehended. 3 days later, at a military hospital in the southern city. In a pristine white room, medical equipment beeped rhythmically. A nurse entered, conducting a routine examination on the patient in the bed, jotting down data meticulously. Confirming the patient's stable recovery without abnormalities, she then exited the room. Not long after the nurse's departure, Qianqiu stirred, awakening with a dazed expression. As she turned her head, she noticed the instruments beside her, and upon surveying her surroundings, she finally realized she was in a hospital. This must be a work-related injury. General Guo will reimburse my medical expenses, she murmured, taking in the immaculate single-patient room, complete with a sofa and television, clearly a luxury accommodation. By the way, I wonder how many points I earned this time? With that thought, Qianqiu closed her eyes. Delving deep into her consciousness, determined that General Guo must cover her medical bills. Wow, I actually accumulated this many points, she exclaimed excitedly. Counting the numbers in the bottom right corner of the panel repeatedly, her gaze cautious, fearing she might overlook one. Host, it's only a 4-digit number, not 40 digits. The system remarked, somewhat exasperated by Qianqiu's enthusiasm. Given that I managed to avoid being cheated this time, I certainly must count carefully. Qianqiu retorted with a roll of her eyes, thrilled to witness her first accumulation surpassing 2,000 points. This time, you are rewarded with 3,000 points. After deducting the 100 you owe, you have 2,009 remaining. If you work diligently in the future, your points will surely not dwindle, dear host. The system chuckled. By the way, would you like some medication to alleviate the side effects of the cleansing pill? Special friendship price. It added in a teasing tone. You almost made me forget. You didn't mention the severe side effects of the cleansing pill. Qianqiu thought. wishing she could stuff a few pills into the system's mouth for not informing her sooner. To forcibly enhance strength without any side effects. That would be a top-tier divine medicine, and would you truly be willing to pay such a price, dear host? The system replied with a tone of knowing better. Indeed, she hesitated. Qianxiu glanced at the price, the zeros behind the number making her dizzy. So, shall we proceed? Do you still want the pill? The system reminded her of its earlier offer. No, I can endure, she decided, noting the price of 500 points. She would rather endure the discomfort than waste her hard-earned points. Such frugality, then endure it well. The system shot her a disdainful glance before retreating deeper into her consciousness, ceasing further communication with Qianxiu. Unfazed, Qianxiu opened the item shop, perusing its contents. She realized that her arsenal of magical treasures was still woefully inadequate. With her points in hand, she hoped to procure some valuable items at reasonable prices. Before her next engagement, she was determined to be fully prepared, unwilling to rely on the system for last-minute purchases, which were often single-use and exorbitantly priced. Once or twice, she could tolerate the inconvenience, but repeated occurrences would undoubtedly lead to waste. Unless absolutely necessary, she was resolute about not squandering even a single point. The author has something to express. Today, the author is quite silent. Chapter 24, 24 Talismans. For practitioners, the pure energy within their bodies provides a protective shield, allowing Qianxiu to recover far more swiftly than Daiwang. As the bandages were removed, even the doctor couldn't help but marvel at the rapid healing of her wounds. Her attending physician was well aware of individuals like Qianxiu, so he merely expressed astonishment at her recuperative abilities without harboring any desire to probe further. These extraordinary beings possessed methods that were beyond mere mortals' comprehension. Moreover, prior to Qianxiu, he had encountered other exceptional individuals, yet he preferred this girl with clear, kind eyes over those with haughty dispositions. How are you feeling today, Qianxiu? Dr. Huang entered with a smile. I feel much better today, Dr. Huang. I believe I can get out of bed and take a few laps shortly, Qianxiu replied with a smile, genuinely feeling capable of doing so. Not so fast. You should remain in bed for another couple of days. Don't rush your recovery, Dr. Huang said gently, glancing at Qianxiu's wounds, which were indeed healing well. Got it. Thank you, Dr. Huang, Qianxiu replied, lowering her sleeves, contemplating sneaking out for a stroll once the doctor left. She felt her body stiffening from lying in bed for so long. Call me if you need anything, and take care of your recovery, Dr. Huang instructed before departing. Okay. Have a safe trip, Dr. Huang, Qianxiu exclaimed, her excitement making her sit up as soon as the doctor exited. Oh dear, this pillow is so mischievous. Rest assured, Dr. Huang, I will absolutely not get out of bed, she chuckled, clutching the pillow she had seized in a moment of urgency. Doctor. Huang fixed her with a gaze for 30 seconds until Qianxiu lay back down and covered herself with the blanket, after which he gave her a look of approval. She planned to take a quick stroll as soon as Dr. Huang and the others left for lunch. After turning on the television and cycling through all the channels without finding anything of interest, she settled on a music station, listening to songs while scrolling through her phone. She browsed various forums on supernatural phenomena, oddities, and ghosts, noticing many imposters posing as masters among the active participants, while genuine practitioners who spoke the truth had been silenced. Ironically, those charlatans who exaggerated their tales were lauded, with numerous comments begging for contact information from supposed experts. However, one particular post caught Qianxiu's attention. It was from a man who expressed concern over his girlfriend's unusual behavior and sought help on the forum. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the girlfriend did indeed exhibit strange behaviors, easily overlooked by the unobservant. Yet, many users mocked the poster, suggesting he reflect on his relationship instead of blaming curses for his girlfriend's departure. Qianxiu sent a private message with her phone number to the poster, briefly outlining the symptoms exhibited by his girlfriend before leaving the forum. After glancing at the time, she placed her phone on the bedside, pressed her fingers to her temples, leaned back against the pillow, and closed her eyes to relax. Knock, knock, knock. After a brief moment, she heard a knock at the door. Checking the time, she realized it was likely Sister Chu arriving. Come in. The door is open, Qianxiu called out. How are you today? As the door swung open, Chumei entered, carrying a thermos. Sister Chu, I feel much better now, Qianxiu responded cheerfully. Are you hungry? I made old duck soup today. It smells delightful, Chumei said as she opened the lid, steam wafting out. A bit. I apologize for troubling you these past few days, Qianxiu said, turning to help set the food on the table. Don't be so polite with me, Chumei replied with a cool smile, her demeanor naturally reserved. "By the way, Sister Chu, how are things at the bureau lately?" Qianqiu asked while serving up the food, knowing Chu Mei brought extra portions to ensure they could eat together. "It's manageable. Everyone is coping well, so you need not worry. Focus on your recovery," Chu Mei reassured her, intentionally omitting any mention of the pet shop incident. "All right, Sister Chu. You must have some soup too," Qianqiu said eagerly, scooping a bowl for Chu Mei, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "Speak your mind. What do you wish to do?" Chu Mei inquired after taking a sip from the bowl, casting a cool glance at Qianqiu. "Hee, Sister Chu, I just want to get out for a little stroll. Could you keep an eye on me for Dr. Huang?" Qianqiu requested, dropping her bowl and gently shaking Chu Mei's arm. "After we eat, I'll check your wounds," Chu Mei stated, noticing Qianqiu's playful expression as she drank her soup. "Yay. Sister Chu, have the duck leg," Qianqiu exclaimed, realizing she had a chance when she excitedly placed the duck leg into Chu Mei's bowl. "Come on, eat up," Chu Mei said, placing another duck leg into Qianqiu's bowl with a hint of exasperation. Qianqiu nodded and quickly began to eat. Today she finally had the chance to get up and stretch her legs, and it felt magnificent. "Slow down." Chu Mei's cool voice echoed in the room as she observed Qianqiu's rapid pace. "Understood," Qianqiu replied, aware that disobedience could jeopardize her chance to get up today. Once filled, Qianqiu sat on the bed peeling fruit while Chu Mei sat on the sofa reviewing medical records. After confirming that Qianqiu's wounds were genuinely not serious, she permitted her to move about, though only within the confines of the hospital room. Though the space was limited, Qianqiu found immense satisfaction in the grounded feeling it provided. "Sister Chu, this is a talisman I drew. Remember to carry it with you. It's waterproof," Qianqiu said, sitting on the edge of the bed and pulling out a talisman from beneath her pillow. "It's beautiful. I really like it." "Thank you." Chu Mei admired the small red pouch embroidered with golden threads, emanating a calming aura. "I'm glad you like it," Qianqiu said, swinging her legs joyfully. "I must leave now. I'll visit again in the evening." "Rest well," Chu Mei remarked, glancing at her watch as the time approached. After Chu Mei departed, the room fell silent once more. In the adjacent hospital room, Dai Wang lay wrapped in bandages even more extensively than Qianqiu, resembling a mummy yet still exuding an air of forbidding detachment. Even the nurses felt an icy chill as they approached him to administer injections. This was not entirely Dai Wang's fault. He was fixated on a photograph in his hand, his sharp gaze piercing the image, the cold aura emanating from him a direct response to its content. "Excessive indulgence leading to cardiac failure," Dai Wang muttered, contemplating the photograph. Just as the matter with the pet shop was settling, another case emerged. After investigation, they discovered a commonality among the deceased. Each had a wife or girlfriend, yet also a mistress on the side. This connection prompted Zhuojia to link the cases together. Despite the absence of clear homicide evidence, any lingering doubts warranted thorough inquiry. Zhuojia discussed the matter with Dai Wang for a considerable time, only departing when the doctor arrived. He had not intended to trouble Dai Wang, but the team members had let slip his name, prompting Dai Wang's stubborn insistence on his presence. Dai Wang's recovery was not as formidable as Qianqiu's, forcing him to remain somewhat sedentary, yet even so, his recuperative capabilities were impressive compared to ordinary individuals. The doctor sent off Luojia and conducted a thorough examination of Dai Wang, advising him to rest well before leaving the ward. As the golden rays of sunlight streamed in through the window, Dai Wang lifted his arm and playfully pinched his brow in a comical gesture. The sun dipped below the horizon, giving way to the night. The sound of high heels clicking against the pavement echoed from the alley, and in the dim light, a captivating woman clad in a red dress and perched on 10-centimeter stiletto heels emerged gracefully. She possessed an exquisite visage, particularly her blood-red lips that tempted one to rush forward and taste them. As the woman stepped out of the alley, she glanced around to confirm her direction before swaying her alluring figure towards the roadside. On the sidewalk, numerous men gazed at her with fervent eyes, their stares seemingly attempting to adhere to her every curve. Some men, so engrossed by her beauty, were chastised by their girlfriends, who pulled them along hastily. In their rush, one nearly stumbled, casting a disgruntled glance at his partner yet ultimately complying. With a sharp slap, the girlfriend's grip tightened, prompting an irritated response from the man, who, in a fit of anger, retaliated with a slap of his own. She covered her cheek, tears streaming down her face, while onlookers murmured and pointed fingers. The girl shouted, "It's over," before hailing a taxi and departing. The man, cursing under his breath, straightened his clothes and, with an exaggerated grin, approached the enchanting woman. A flashy red sports car came to a halt nearby. Before he could greet the beauty, she smirked mockingly at him and sped away in her vehicle. He was left in a cloud of exhaust, and as he raised his hand in frustration, he recalled the girlfriend he had just scorned, his expression darkening. The surrounding crowd regarded him with derision, and he cursed at them, dialing a number repeatedly until he was met with silence. He had been blocked. What a waste of my money. He muttered angrily and entered another familiar number. Baby, tonight. But before he could finish, a flower pot fell from above, striking him squarely on the head. He collapsed, blood pooling around him, while a white chrysanthemum swayed gently nearby. His eyes widened in terror and despair as his body convulsed before falling still. The last words he uttered lingered in the air. A moment of silence followed the shocking scene, soon interrupted by gasps and shouts from the crowd. Some composed individuals dialed emergency services and reported the incident. Meanwhile, the man's phone lay abandoned against the wall, a woman's frantic voice still echoing from the receiver. Half an hour later, the man was loaded onto an ambulance while witnesses began giving their statements. Unbeknownst to anyone, a man quietly slipped away from the scene. Baby, where do you want to go tonight? In the car, a portly man with a shiny face gazed at the woman beside him, surprised to find her even more stunning in person than in her profile pictures. He could hardly contain his excitement. Tonight promised to be extraordinary. The moonlight is lovely tonight. How about we go to the mountaintop to enjoy it? The woman parted her red lips, her hands wandering restlessly over the man's body. All right, whatever you say. The man, breath quickening, pressed the accelerator, speeding toward the summit. The mountaintop at midnight was eerily silent, the winding road barely accommodating a single vehicle. Fortunately, it was just this one car. Otherwise, it would have likely met with disaster. At some point, the woman had positioned herself atop the man, her delicate fingers entwining around his neck. As he glanced down, he was irresistibly drawn to her enticing curves. The cool moonlight flooded the car. Yet he failed to notice his hands had abandoned the steering wheel, the car maintaining its course as if guided by invisible hands ensuring its stability. The woman's alluring features curled into a sinister smile, and the man, oblivious to the shift, found her even more intoxicating. His hands roamed her back, his lips pursing, ready to claim hers. Let me take you to paradise, my dear. As she spoke, a sweet fragrance enveloped the man. He nodded, entranced, closing his eyes in satisfaction. In the next moment, her gaze transformed. Her once brown pupils now glowed crimson. With a flick of her tongue across her lips, she inhaled deeply, drawing forth a misty essence from his cheek. As she consumed it, his complexion paled while a blissful smile remained etched on his face. She seemed to relish the experience. Her eyes tightly shut. After indulging, she extended her hand with a cigarette out the window, igniting it with a spark. In an instant, the cigarette turned to dust, dissipating into the air. Casting a glance at the man in the driver's seat, she snapped her fingers, and the car veered straight off the curve. As it plummeted, she transformed into a streak of red light, escaping through the window. A thunderous explosion resonated from below as the sports car crashed, engulfed in flames that illuminated the mountainside in a fiery glow. The woman smiled with satisfaction, vanishing into the woods like a fleeting ember. What a stroke of bad luck. Chinchio remarked while watching the news on television, surprised to learn that someone had indeed been killed by a falling flower pot. Such misfortune could only be the result of either extreme bad luck or the individual's own karmic burdens. Are you watching this news too? Shumei entered just in time to see a report on the accident that had occurred the previous night. The reporter was interviewing bystanders. Yes, Sister Chu. What delicious food did you bring today? Chinchio's gaze shifted from the television to the food container Shumei carried. Carp soup, quite flavorful. I have business today, so I want to be joining you for lunch. Shumei served the soup, mentioning that the incident was not isolated. Sister Chu, I can now get out of bed. If you're busy, you don't have to bring me meals anymore. After much pleading with Dr. Huang, Chinchio had finally received permission to move about, albeit for a limited time. It's no trouble. The soup was prepared last night. I'll just warm it up when I arrive. It's nice to get some fresh air at lunchtime too. Let's eat. Chu Mei arranged the meal before her. All right, but let me know if you find it too much. Chinchio understood Chu Mei's character. She would certainly inform her if she became overwhelmed. After finishing the meal, Chinchio decided to get out of bed and stretch her legs. She donned a coat over her hospital gown and opened the door, stepping into the bustling corridor filled with doctors, nurses, and patients. A stark contrast to the quiet of her room. Chinchio resided on a higher floor. After a brief exchange with the nurse at the station, she proceeded towards the elevator. By the way, it seemed that Dai Wang had a fondness for mangoes. Perhaps if she brought him some, he would permit her entry to visit the patient. The more she contemplated this, the more satisfied she became, quickening her pace. The hospital welcomed numerous patients daily. Some emerged alive, while others remained. Much like the scene before her. As the elevator doors opened, apart from a couple of living souls, the rest were spirits of the deceased. It was preferable not to see them, but since she could, Qianxiu had no intention of squeezing in among them. The sheer number was overwhelming. And she would inevitably find herself standing atop one of their ethereal forms. "Dear girl, are you coming in?" An elderly lady, holding a thermos in one hand while pressing the door button with the other, spoke in a gentle and amiable tone. "Yes, thank you, Grandma," Qianxiu replied, her eyes curving into a charming smile, exuding an aura of purity that sent the spirits within the elevator scattering in fright. Observing the suddenly vacant elevator, Qianxiu stepped inside with a smile. At the moment the doors closed, the spirits outside caught a glimpse of her cold, warning gaze through the gap, causing them to leap in terror. As they scurried away through walls and ceilings, Qianxiu deemed them wise for their hasty retreat, feeling quite pleased. After exchanging a few words with the elderly lady inside the elevator, they arrived at the first floor. Author's note: thank you to the two little angels for the support. Haha, I must tell you about a dream I had, where someone disassembled my arm, and I lay there on the hospital bed, wide-eyed, watching. With each chop, he severed my arm into pieces and then attempted to reattach them, claiming that this would allow my arm to move. Looking at his serious face, I felt embarrassed to point out that my arm was perfectly fine before he dismantled it. This is a human arm, not a mechanical one. Yet, strangely, I felt quite happy. It felt as if I were trembling in my dream, covering my face. Please, do not call me. Let me cry for a moment. By the way, today marks the last day of 2016. When we wake up tomorrow, we shall step into 2017. Congratulations to everyone for aging another year. Hiding my head. Please don't hit me. Embrace 2017 with open arms and appetites. Wishing everyone a smooth journey in the new year, wealth in your pockets, sweet and short joys, double salaries, delightful clothing, and may the paths you pursue grow wider. Chapter 26. 26 talismans. Before the inpatient department lay a small garden, adorned with numerous blossoms and bordered by a few benches. Elderly patients donned in hospital gowns sat in clusters, some engaged in conversation while others played chess, creating a lively atmosphere. Despite the gaiety, they were mindful not to disturb others, keeping their voices low. Qianxiu selected a sunlit bench to bask in the long-awaited warmth. Beside her sat a small boy, approximately 3 or 4 years old, also clad in a hospital gown, with a bewildered expression. Squinting, she noticed dark energy beginning to envelop the child. If this continued, he would surely transform into a malevolent spirit. "Little brother, are you alone?" Qianxiu inquired, pulling out her phone and inserting her earphones, tilting her head towards the boy and pretending to hold the microphone, not wanting to appear as if she were speaking to the air. "Big sister, can you see me?" The boy suddenly noticed her, his previously vacant eyes now shining with recognition. Initially, he had not grasped the concept of death. It puzzled him why the adults around him ignored him. Gradually, he came to realize that he had passed away, hence the living could not see him. Little brother, tell me, why do you sit here all alone?" Qianxiu smiled warmly, attempting to project a friendly aura towards the little spirit. "I'm waiting for my mommy. But she has T come to pick me up for many days," the little spirit replied, counting on his fingers before realizing it was insufficient. "Big sister, why has T my mommy come for me? I listened to her and came in all by myself. She promised to come for me. But I've been waiting for so long. Why hasn't T she come?" As he spoke, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes. He had heard whispers from other spirits suggesting he was abandoned by his mother, yet he refused to believe it, convinced that she loved him dearly. So your name is Xiaobao. But Xiaobao, you must understand that you have passed away, and your mother cannot see you now. Therefore, you should seek rebirth. Perhaps then you can once again be her child," Qianxiu explained, observing the dark energy coiling around the little spirit and flicking her fingers to disperse it. "Is what you say true, big sister? But I don't want to be reborn. I want to bring my mommy here, so she can stay with me forever." The little spirit looked up, his pupils fading until only the whites of his eyes remained, fixated on Qianxiu. "You are so kind, big sister. But I want to go for rebirth," he declared before vanishing like a wisp of smoke. Sitting on the bench, Qianxiu pinched the bridge of her nose, troubled by the realization that the boy was beginning to transform into a malevolent spirit. Thankfully, he had yet to manifest any significant malevolence, but judging by his recent words, it wouldn't be long. Reflecting on what the little spirit had said, Qianqiu felt a pang of sorrow. It was evident that his mother had abandoned him here, leaving him behind. Such a negligent mother was someone Qianqiu had always detested. At the hospital entrance, Qianqiu observed the little spirit, enshrouded in dark energy, glaring resentfully at a pregnant woman who had just exited a vehicle. Compared to before, the boy's aura of resentment had nearly doubled. If she was not mistaken, that woman was likely the very mother who had left Xiaobao behind. The pregnant woman gently caressed her belly, accompanied by an elegant man whose tender gaze supported her as they entered the hospital. The warmth of that family scene, along with their blissful expressions, deeply provoked the little spirit standing nearby. With hands poised to claw, the boy's sharp, dark nails rapidly extended as he transformed into a wisp of darkness, lunging towards the pregnant woman's belly. Qianqiu, noticing this, swiftly intervened, positioning herself in front of the little spirit. "Let me go." The boy's voice turned shrill, causing an inexplicable chill to envelop those passing by. "Qianqiu, listen to me. If you act this way, you will be condemned to hell." Qianqiu firmly grasped the little spirit's hand and led him towards the stairwell. "It's no wonder my mommy abandoned me. She has another child now. I despise that man, and even more so, that child." The little spirit was engulfed in resentment, his aura growing increasingly cold, his eyes filled with hatred. Seeing the intensifying malevolence surrounding him, Qianqiu produced a talisman and affixed it to the boy's forehead, placing a hand atop his head while reciting incantations. The boy's overwhelming resentment needed to be purified. As the incantation was uttered, a soft golden light enveloped the little spirit, golden characters descending upon him as his dark aura gradually dissipated. Half an hour later, the boy regained his original appearance, his large eyes brimming with tears. "Why doesn't Mommy want me? Sister, will Xiaobao really encounter such a wonderful family?" The little spirit gazed at Qianqiu with hope, his malevolence cleansed, revealing a rather adorable child, although still pale. "Of course, our Xiaobao is so lovely. Come, sister will take you to get some delicious food," Qianqiu said, taking the little spirit's hand as they made their way towards the inpatient department. The little ghost remained silent, obediently allowing Qianqiu to lead him by the hand. The elder sister's hand radiated warmth, her voice softer than even that of his mother. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be to encounter a mother like her in his next life. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips. Upon returning to the hospital room, Qianqiu used her magic to send delicious treats to the little ghost. Observing him happily munching on the food while seated on the sofa stirred a bittersweet feeling in Qianqiu's heart. Had his mother not sent him anything in the past 2 years? "Elder sister, may I watch some cartoons?" Little Bao clutched an apple in his hands. Since his passing, he had scarcely enjoyed a cartoon. Each time he wished to watch, he simply followed the children in the pediatric ward. Yet some of those frail children seemed able to see him, causing them to cry whenever he approached, leaving him unable to watch anything at all. "Of course, what do you wish to see?" Qianqiu inquired with a smile. Since she intended to guide little Bao towards reincarnation, she hoped to provide him with at least a few warm memories. "I want to watch Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf on the children's channel," little Bao exclaimed with wide eyes. "All right," Qianqiu replied, promptly locating the channel, and she settled down beside him to watch. Knowing that little Bao adored fried chicken, French fries, and cola, she even ordered takeout, transforming the hospital room into a cozy cinema for the two of them, their laughter harmonizing with the sunlight streaming through the windows, creating a delightful atmosphere. Yet, this heartwarming scene was seen through Qianqiu's eyes alone. For the nurse standing at the door, overhearing Qianqiu's soft monologues within, it felt distinctly eerie. At the entrance of a certain community, a taxi came to a halt, and a girl clad in a delicate pink coat emerged, appearing to be in her late 20s. "Qianqian, you're off work." As soon as the elevator doors opened, Zhang Qianqian spotted a man approaching, and the smile on her face vanished instantly. "What do you want now? We have already broken up." Zhang Qianqian glared at Zhang Feng, the man with whom she had spent 5 years. "Qianqian, I know you're just upset. After being together for so long, how could we just separate? Look, I brought you your favorite cheesecake." Zhang Feng smiled as he approached, carrying an exquisite cake box. "Zhang Feng, you know well that we have been together long enough. Yet, every time I mention marriage, you brush it off. I can see it now. You fear that marriage will hinder your career, never considering my feelings. My family is pressing for marriage, yet all you offer are sweet words. To be honest with you, I see no future for us. It's better to part ways. You pursue your ambitions, and I will seek my own future." Zhang Qianqian shook off Zhang Feng's outstretched hand and took out her keys to open the door. As the door closed, she caught a glimpse of Zhang Feng leaning against the wall, his gaze filled with reproach and confusion. A sardonic smile curled her lips as she firmly shut the door. After graduating, she met the handsome Zheng Feng at the company, but there was a strict policy against office romances. Their relationship had to remain clandestine. And after years of this secrecy, she felt driven to madness. As a woman, she yearned for a normal romantic relationship. With the pressure of age and her family's insistence on marriage growing stronger, Zheng Feng continued to placate her with vague assurances. Believing him once or twice was naive. Believing him repeatedly was foolish. She recognized that Zheng Feng genuinely liked her, but that was all it was, just like. When it came to career advancement, Zhang Qianqian simply wasn't significant enough. After washing her face in the bathroom, Zhang Qianqian emerged to see the red coat hanging in the living room. A seemingly ordinary garment, yet in her eyes, it shimmered like a radiant feathered robe. She had purchased it on Taobao, inexplicably drawn to it at first sight. Even though it cost half a month's salary. Normally frugal, she hadn't hesitated for a moment. Why is it that every day apart makes you even more beautiful? Your colors are more vibrant. Zhang Qianqian caressed the red coat, which she cherished, having even ordered a rack to display it in the living room. She gently stroked the fabric, whispering sweet nothings as if speaking to a lover. At that moment, the anguish on Zhang Qianqian's face faded, her eyes fixated on the coat. Filled with infatuation, the author wishes to convey, Happy New Year, my little angels. Tomorrow I have matters to attend to, so I will pause updates. My apologies. Oh dear. The foolish author forgot to set the time. Hurry and send it out. Chapter 27. 27 Talismans. The moon hung low in the western sky, the sun having set. The once bright living room dimmed suddenly, and Zhang Qianqian, who had been leaning over the red coat, abruptly halted her caressing motion and instead carried the garment towards the vanity. Standing before the mirror, the coat in her hands seemed to lift on its own. She gently removed her other clothing and carefully draped the red coat over herself. As she donned the garment, an even stranger transformation occurred. With the emergence of a flowing skirt, her previously sallow complexion transformed into a delicate, porcelain-like radiance. Even her bosom appeared more pronounced, and her waist became incredibly slender, resembling an elegant water snake. Seated at the vanity, Zhang Qianqian opened her makeup box to apply cosmetics. With each stroke, her features morphed. Her cheeks became as described in novels, petite enough for a man's palm, with willow-shaped brows and cherry-red lips, complemented by a dainty nose and enchanting, lively eyes, transforming her into a mesmerizing beauty. Compared to her previous self, she was utterly unrecognizable. After admiring her makeup, a satisfied smile, one that was not quite her own, graced Zhang Qianqian's lips as she picked up a nearby comb, giving her hair a single stroke. Her chestnut curls cascaded into flowing, wine-red waves, enhancing her already alluring visage. Once ready, Zhang Qianqian stood before the mirror, twirling gracefully. Her ankle gave a little movement, and a pair of slender high heels appeared on her feet. She took her phone, prepared to take a picture, but suddenly her lips pouted in discontent. Extending her finger, she bit it, letting a drop of crimson blood trickle down. With a smile, she touched her fingertip to her lips, smearing the red, instantly transforming her cherry lips into a luscious crimson. Savoring the remnants of blood at the corner of her mouth, Zhang Qianqian then picked up her phone, striking an extraordinarily sultry pose for a photograph, which she promptly uploaded to her dating app. Within 5 minutes of posting, her phone buzzed with numerous private messages. Many contained mentions of luxury cars and high-end goods, a typical tactic for those looking to impress. Beautiful, lonely one, would you grant me a chance to warm your heart? A message with red lips caught Zhang Qianqian's eye. Upon checking the profile, she found him more appealing than the last suitor, a well-dressed man in designer brands, even driving a limited edition luxury car. Though the unusual individuals from Nanshire had recently ventured out, she dared not approach these upper-class figures. Any inquiry into their backgrounds could lead to troublesome consequences. As for the man from last night, he was merely a foolish plaything, unworthy of her interest. With everything prepared, Zhang Qianqian grabbed her handbag and set out. The prospects on the dating app seemed inadequate. It appeared necessary to venture outside in search of new prey. With a flick of her wrist, she transformed into a streak of red light, exiting the community. She did not wish for her current visage to be seen by others. This time, the woman she sought would serve as an exquisite vessel. The streets, alive with vibrant lights and an array of passers-by, were momentarily captivated by a striking figure clad in red, emerging from a narrow alley. Zhang Qianqian, adorned in attire that bespoke luxury, seemed an unlikely presence in such a locale, prompting some to entertain thoughts of approaching her, yet none dared to make the first move. The environment was rife with potential trouble, One wrong step could lead to unwelcome complications. With an alluring gait, Zhang Chanxian sauntered into a nearby bar, seeking a dimly lit corner to settle down. After ordering a drink, she awaited the arrival of her prey for the evening. As time slipped by, numerous men cast fervent glances in her direction, yet none mustered the courage to approach her. Leaning back languidly, she held her glass, the crimson liquid rippling within. A mischievous drop of red wine slid from her lips, and she playfully licked it away, a sight that rendered several men momentarily irrational. A burly man, visibly intoxicated, approached her with 2 glasses in hand. "My dear, you seem lonely. Allow me to keep you company." He boldly took a seat beside her, his hand audaciously brushing against her thigh. Zhang Chanxian, with a playful lift of her brow, accepted the drink he offered. Observing this swift advance, other men felt a pang of frustration. Had they known she was so eager for attention, they would have acted sooner. But now they could do little but watch as another claimed her attention. At that moment, the door to a private booth swung open, revealing a group of intoxicated revelers. "Master Wu, my gratitude is immense. Here is your reward. Please accept it." A man, his eyes glazed, slipped a wad of cash into Master Wu's pocket. "It is but my duty, Mr. Zhou. You are too kind," replied Master Wu, garbed in a gray robe, his hair neatly secured with a jade hairpin. His cheeks slightly flushed from drink, clearly satisfied with the transaction. Such a significant matter should not be taken lightly, Mr. Zhou began, only to be interrupted by Master Wu. "There is a malevolent aura here. You must leave at once." With that, Master Wu retrieved an object from his satchel. Indeed, he was a capable Daoist priest. Otherwise, he would not have perceived the faint traces of dark energy amidst the bar's haze of smoke and alcohol. With a swift motion, he cast a spell, and the once spinning pointer on his compass suddenly stilled, indicating a direction. "Take this talisman and depart," Master Wu instructed, handing Mr. Zhou a yellow talisman before following the compass's guidance. As the alcohol's effect dissipated, Mr. Zhou's mind cleared, and he pondered Master Wu's assertion of dark energy. Having witnessed Master Wu's ghost-catching prowess, he promptly accepted the talisman and led his entourage out through the back door, surrounded by his men. For he was not one to court danger. Meanwhile, Zhang Chanxian, preparing to leave with her newfound companion, suddenly sensed the presence of the Daoist priest approaching, causing her expression to shift dramatically. "What's wrong, darling?" her partner inquired, noticing her sudden fear. "That insufferable Daoist is back. Last time, he threatened my family, claiming I was a demon, all because I rejected his advances. If not for him, I wouldn't be in this predicament," she lamented, tears streaming down her cheeks. Her companion, moved by her tale, felt a surge of protective instinct. "Fear not. I shall protect you. Just watch. I will avenge you." He quickly spotted the conspicuous figure of the Daoist among the crowd, his physique imposing. "With a single punch, I could easily subdue him. How dare he covet such beauty?" Additionally, he harbored his own intentions. As such a captivating woman was not to be enjoyed for merely one night. He envisioned a future together. Stripping off his jacket, he showcased his well-defined muscles before standing defiantly in front of Master Wu. "Step aside." Master Wu regarded the muscular man with a raised brow. "I challenge you to pass over me, you chicken-like brute. How dare you pursue such a beauty?" The muscular man derisively assessed Master Wu, his tone dripping with scorn. "Once more, I command you to move." Master Wu's expression darkened at the insult, for he was far from the feeble figure the man portrayed. He merely possessed a physique that appeared slim beneath his robes. "I won't let you." With that, the muscular man swung a fist toward Master Wu. Zhang Chanxian, observing the unfolding confrontation, smirked. While she was no match for the Daoist, she knew his meager skills would be ineffective against her. Why would she leave when she had finally found her prey for the evening? Sensing the situation turning against the Daoist, she feigned distress, casting a glance at the other patrons in the bar, further maligning Master Wu. For someone as enchanting as Zhang Chanxian, even if her words were false, many would be inclined to believe her. The first muscular man fell, and soon several others pushed forward. Many patrons, emboldened by drink and the modern era, scoffed at the notion of a mere Daoist wielding a compass to accuse a beautiful woman of being a demon. Zhang Chanxian's charm and tears were far more convincing than the Daoist's claims, leading the crowd to see him as a rogue rather than a defender against evil. Fueled by a sense of chivalry, they rallied to her aid, intent on confronting the so-called priest. As the chaos erupted, Zhang Chanxian wore a satisfied grin, seizing the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Meanwhile, Master Wu, besieged by blows, sensed her imminent escape and hastily retrieved a talisman from his robes. Despite the blood trickling from his forehead, he muttered incantations, and hurled the talisman towards Zheng Qianqian. The talisman seemed to possess a will of its own, striking her in the chest and illuminating the room with a flash of red light. A piercing scream echoed through the bar, shattering the overhead lights. Blood trickled from Zheng Qianqian's lips as she cast a venomous glare at Master Wu before transforming into a streak of crimson energy, vanishing from sight. Oh no! That direction leads to the military hospital. Master Wu's expression soured as he glimpsed where the light had disappeared. An earthquake. The patrons, despite their initial confusion over the bizarre occurrences, remained skeptical, attributing the chaos to the bar's already vibrant atmosphere. The cacophony of shouts and laughter enveloped the scene, drowning out the strangeness of what had just transpired. In that moment, the bar was engulfed in turmoil, with voices raised in anger and confusion. As the year draws to a close, even someone as dashing as myself finds the three-dimensional world quite hectic. The recent updates have all been pre-prepared to avoid any interruptions in content. Therefore, I shall update every other day for the next few days. Chapter 28. The Symbolic Talisman. In the evening, Chu Mei arrived at the hospital to bring Qianqiu her meal. While watching the animated show on the television, her gaze inadvertently drifted towards Qianqiu several times. For some reason, she felt that the ward was unusually cold today. After adjusting the thermostat, Chu Mei still felt a chill creeping down her back. Qianqiu, why have you consumed so much junk food? As she peeled the fruit, Chu Mei noticed the overflowing takeout boxes in the trash, and her expression turned stern. Sister Chu, it's a long story. In short, it was teamy. I'll explain when I have the time. Qianqiu wiped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten to dispose of the garbage. Sister Chu held a deep aversion to fried foods. Let us hope it isn't. Chu Mei narrowed her eyes, considering the quantity. Even Qianqiu couldn't possibly finish it all. Rest well. Dr. Huang said that after a few more days of observation, you should be able to discharge. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave, Chu Mei concluded, scanning the ward before exiting. She couldn't shake the feeling that there were cold, watchful eyes observing her. Okay, I'll see you off, Sister Chu. Qianqiu replied and stepped out of the ward alongside her. Do you have that thing in your room? Once outside, Chu Mei halted, frowning as she inquired. Previously, she would never have entertained such thoughts, but now she couldn't help but consider it. Sister Chu, there is indeed a little ghost inside. I have something I would like you to help me with, Qianqiu said, handing her a folded piece of paper. What is this? Chu Mei opened it to find several names written on it. Please help me investigate them. I want to know about her and the first child. Qianqiu looked at Chu Mei, determined to uncover the truth about Xiaobao. As for the names, Qianqiu had taken the time to look them up at the nurse's station. Now, as a person with a badge, it would be a simple task. Is this related to that little ghost? Chu Mei scrutinized the names, folding the paper and placing it in her pocket, feeling a strange familiarity with them. Qianqiu nodded. Next time you come, can I see him? Chu Mei pondered before speaking. She had yet to truly encounter a ghost. Sure. Anyway, Xiaobao's current appearance isn't frightening, so you needn't worry about scaring Sister Chu, Qianqiu assured her. Go on in. The elevator has arrived. Chu Mei felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation, unsure of what a ghost might look like. Once the elevator doors closed, Qianqiu lowered her waving hand and, satisfied with the clean corridor, headed back to the ward. Xiaobao, what is wrong? Upon opening the door, Qianqiu found Xiaobao standing at the entrance, looking hesitant. I've seen that sister before. Xiaobao tugged at Qianqiu's sleeve, his voice muffled. You've met Sister Chu? Qianqiu was taken aback. When had Xiaobao encountered her? When Dad had the accident, Mom and I went to collect Dad's body. I saw that big sister at the police station. She even gave me a piece of candy. Xiaobao's eyes dimmed as he recalled the moment of his father's passing, his once handsome father now unrecognizable, haunting him with nightmares. Xiaobao, that's all in the past. Don't dwell on it. Qianqiu gently ruffled his hair. She had refrained from discussing his father today, fearing it would upset him. The resentment had only just begun to dissipate. Another shock would undermine the healing process. I just missed Dad a bit. Xiaobao clung to Qianqiu's leg, recalling how much his father had loved him. Xiaobao, your father may have already been reincarnated. Your bond with him remains, and perhaps in the next life, you will still be father and son. Qianqiu lifted him, settling onto the sofa. Can I really be his child again? Upon hearing this, Xiaobao's eyes sparkled with hope. Indeed, it's possible. Fate is a mysterious thing. And if all goes well, you might truly be father and son in your next life. That would be wonderful. I miss Dad so much. Xiaobao hugged Qianqiu's waist, counting all the good things his father had done for him, tears streaming down his cheeks. As Qianqiu listened to his choked sobs, she comforted him while gently patting his back. From Xiaobao's fragmented words, she gleaned much information. His full name was Ku Jiobao, given by his father. He had often been told, "You will always be my little treasure, no matter how much time passes." It was evident that Xiaobao's father had cherished him deeply. As for his mother, she seemed to have been well treated by Xiaobao's father. Though Xiaobao's mother appeared to harbor resentment towards him, which extended to Xiaobao. However, being young, Xiaobao's mother pretended to care for him in front of his father, leading him to believe that she was merely strict. It was clear that Xiaobao still held affection for his mother, even if it was secondary to his feelings for his father. Even when his mother brought him to the hospital, he bore no resentment, only realizing her true feelings when he sensed her presence and saw the gentle expression she wore for the new baby in her womb. Why did she give birth to me if she didn't want me? Why didn't she offer me anything after abandoning me? For the past 2 years, the offerings I received were from the kind-hearted elders in the hospital, and now she has another baby, showing such tenderness. The more I think about it, the angrier I become. As Qianqiu listened, her brow furrowed involuntarily. The woman's actions were truly infuriating. Xiaobao, don't dwell on it. Trust me. In your next life, you will have the best father and the best mother. That woman has no claim to you. She is unworthy of being your mother. Qianqiu softly reassured him, wishing to prevent Xiaobao from succumbing to darkness due to her. I understand. Having my dad is enough for me. Xiaobao clenched his little fist, content with the thought that as long as he could once again be his father's child, he would be happy. That's the spirit. Didn't you mention wanting to eat those delicious candles from the street next door? I'll go buy some for you. Qianqiu glanced at her watch, noting that the shop was still open, and she needed to gather some supplies. She intended to send Xiaobao to the afterlife that evening to avoid prolonging his suffering. Really? Will you buy them for me? At the mention of food, Xiaobao's previously dim eyes lit up with excitement. Do you want to come with me? They had spent the entire afternoon in the ward without stepping outside for a stroll. Sister, you go ahead. I'll wait here. The man inside is quite scary. So be careful. Xiaobao scratched Qianqiu's palm, expressing concern about the intimidating figure. Understood. Take care. The little one watched as Qianqiu exited the ward. Goodbye. Sister Lu, Qianqiu called as she briskly made her way to the elevator. As she observed the elevator descend, Sister Lu cast a glance into the ward. The television was still on, playing animated shows. After ensuring no one was inside, she recalled Qianqiu's peculiar actions earlier that afternoon, and an involuntary chill ran down her spine. Rubbing her goosebumps, Sister Lu exchanged a few words with others before proceeding to check on other rooms. Once outside the hospital, a gust of cold wind greeted Qianqiu, prompting her to tighten her coat as she strode towards the alley Xiaobao had mentioned. Most of the shops near the alley have already closed their doors, with only a few still open. The flickering lights at their entrances evoke a sense of eerie foreboding. Glancing up, I noticed the absence of signs, and to my surprise, despite the layer of black grime covering the door, it was evident that the wood used was of exceptional quality. Little girl, if you're going in, do so. Don't linger at the entrance and obstruct business. Just as I was about to step inside, I heard a gruff voice from the entrance. Apologies, I'm here to shop. I looked up and saw the formidable uncle that Xiaobao mentioned. Go on in. The man exhaled a puff of smoke, his long fingers holding a half-burnt cigarette, his impatient, slanted eyes surveying me. His tousled hair, slicked back, combined with the stubble on his chin, made his already rugged face appear even more menacing. Xiaobao's description of him was not without merit. Choose whatever you need. After entering, the man slumped onto a couch, leaning back and propping his leg high. After taking a drag from his cigarette, his sideways glance swept over me, only to casually turn away just as I almost noticed him. I'll take these, I said, placing the items I needed onto what could only be described as a counter. The array of goods was impressive, and their quality surpassed my expectations. I had indeed stumbled upon a fine establishment. 869. To give you a stroke of luck, let us make it 888. The man rose from the sofa, casting a glance over the items before speaking. Uncle, are you sure this is a stroke of luck for me and not for yourself? I couldn't help but twitch my lips at the audacity with which the proprietor raised the price. Such a young lady, fretting over every detail. Here you go. Consider it a favor. He cast a disdainful look my way, carelessly tossing a stack of yellow paper onto my pile of goods. Then I thank you, uncle, I replied, glancing at the yellow paper and choosing not to argue further as I cheerfully packed my items into a plastic bag. I'll come again. The uncle watched me leave, pulling out a cigarette from his pack and lighting it. I never expected to encounter someone with such a peculiar fate. As I walked through the alley, my eyes narrowed with delight at the contents of my bag. Indeed, expensive items have their advantages, and these were quality goods. No wonder Xiaobao was so keen on them. Suddenly, I halted, realizing something was amiss. I quickly grabbed my belongings and dashed toward the hospital. In my room, I had created a barrier using talismans to ensure tranquility, designed to keep wandering spirits at bay. Yet, I had just felt my barrier shatter. Xiaobao was still inside. My pace quickened. If it were a benevolent spirit, it would not breach my barrier, and mine was not easily broken. It appeared that a vengeful ghost had entered the hospital. Indeed, a true malevolent spirit. The author has something to say. The author is looking dapper today. Apologies, I made a silly mistake and set the timeline to February. Thankfully, I checked during my free time. Chapter 29. The 29th talisman. As night descended, the sky outside darkened, and the hospital's lights flickered on, resembling the daytime ambience. However, there was indeed a distinction. The night brought a profound silence, devoid of the daytime clamor from patients, as if someone had pressed the mute button. Brr, it's cold. A nurse at the station shivered, tightening her coat while cradling a hot water bottle she had just filled. As she held the bottle, she began reviewing the documents laid out on the desk. In the corridor, the lights flickered subtly, barely noticeable to anyone else. A vengeful spirit is coming. A shrill voice pierced the quiet as a pale-faced ghost suddenly emerged from the wall, panic etched across its features. Hey, kid, watch your words, or we might turn you into a vengeful spirit. Several other spirits shot in disapproving glances. I swear, a true vengeful spirit is here. I saw her. She devoured several souls downstairs. Believe it or not, I'm leaving. The ghost ascended, recalling the presence of a Daoist above who would never permit such happenings. Humph. What a coward. Even if there is a vengeful spirit, we are many old souls here. Aren't we supposed to be afraid? An elder ghost in a traditional suit stroked his beard. Indeed, this is our territory, others echoed in agreement. It had been ages since a brazen spirit dared to intrude here. After all, this was sacred ground. The spirits exchanged glances, deciding to investigate. As they prepared to move, they suddenly noticed fine red threads emerging from the surrounding walls. To think you were hiding in here. The red threads wove into a dense net, ensnaring the recently frightened ghosts, as a woman in a red dress floated in from behind. The once calm spirits were now filled with anxiety, realizing they could not break free from the net of red threads. Who are you? Do you know whose territory this is? The elder ghost feigned calmness, his gaze darting towards the woman in red, who exuded an ominous aura. Whose territory it is matters not to me. I intend to consume all the wandering souls here, and no one can stop me. The woman licked her blood-red lips, her gaze fixated hungrily on the spirits. The ghosts exchanged apprehensive glances, their aura shifting as they transformed from pristine to grotesque, bloodied and twisted. Unfortunately, lacking resentment and malice, they possessed little power, and being less than a century deceased, they were ill-equipped to confront the woman. Their strength and speed were utterly insufficient. Their movements appeared sluggish in her presence, devoid of any threat. Seeing that none of his fellow spirits could harm her, the elder ghost gathered all his energy, launching a fierce attack. The woman, observing the dark, thick energy swirling like storm clouds, regarded it with disdain. With a swift motion, she extended her hand, unleashing a red thread that ensnared the ghostly energy in an instant. As the ghostly energy was trapped, the elder ghost's pallor shifted from pale to dark, his face contorting in horror. What are you? You are not worthy to know. The woman replied, making a sucking motion, drawing the elder's already translucent spirit into her mouth. The other spirits trembled at the sight, realizing that the woman was indeed consuming souls, and with her formidable power, their chances of escape were slim. The woman surveyed the trembling spirits with satisfaction. They had succumbed to fear so quickly. While their power was low, their essence could still aid in restoring her own strength. Before the spirits could react further, numerous red threads shot forth from her fingertips, binding them together. With a parting of her lips, the spirits were drawn toward her, helpless against her pull. Their desperate struggles and cries were futile as their souls were entirely devoured, transforming into energy for her use, leaving them forever unable to reincarnate. After consuming them, the woman caressed her warming abdomen, licking her lips as she ascended, knowing she needed to gather enough energy quickly. Even if she could not fully recover, she must not fall into the hands of those Daoists. The spirits pounded against the walls and glass, but to no avail. They could not break through the barrier the woman had erected. In a desperate bid to avoid being consumed, The wandering spirits searched frantically for a place to hide. The nurse on duty tonight felt an inexplicable heaviness in the air, causing the fine hairs on her body to stand on end. As she traversed the corridor, an unsettling sensation overwhelmed her, as if cold, piercing gazes were fixed upon her, leaving her drenched in a cold sweat on this frigid night. The restless spirits, desperate to escape their plight, sought the attention of the living. If they could possess a human, their chances of freedom might increase, even if it jeopardized their future reincarnations. They would rather take that risk than be consumed by a woman. The corridor, now devoid of life, featured a woman in a flowing red gown that trailed behind her, resembling the wedding attire of an unwed maiden from ancient times, deeply crimson. Having consumed numerous spirits, her complexion had regained some vitality, contrasting sharply with the pallor she bore when injured. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the silence, drawing her attention to a shattered vase on the ground, while a distinct blue garment peeked from around the corner. With deliberate steps, the woman advanced, her footsteps resonating ominously, reminiscent of the grim countdown of death. The man lurking around the corner trembled uncontrollably, possessed by a restless spirit, rendered immobile with fear. Slowly, crimson threads began to unfurl, and the man stifled a gasp as a foul odor wafted from below, revealing a conspicuous pool of yellow liquid at his feet. Disgusted, the woman regarded him with disdain, questioning his audacity to appear before her in such a pitiful state. After colliding with the man, the physician hastily rose, scanning the corridor but finding no trace of the individual who had knocked him down, causing a fresh wave of cold sweat to break out on his back. Once he confirmed that the patient was not gravely injured, he quickly summoned assistants to carry him inside. The woman's keen gaze swept across the corridor, noting its cleanliness. There were no lingering spirits here, and the atmosphere felt remarkably pleasant. She stepped forward, drawn to the room with the most potent energy. Upon reaching the door, the allure intensified, but as she reached out to touch the wall, an unseen force repelled her violently. Rising from the ground, she discerned that no powerful presence resided within. The barrier had merely inflicted harm. After testing her surroundings, she identified the weakest point to be the windowsill outside. Determined, she prepared to break the barrier from the outside, for she was resolute in acquiring the delectable essence within. Suspended in the air, she surveyed the interior and discovered a small spirit engrossed in watching animated shows. Her nostrils flared, eyes glimmering with longing. She had not anticipated finding such a pure soul here. For her, this pristine essence would be a significant boon. After making necessary preparations, she descended slowly, her blood-red attire billowing like a banner in the wind. Unbeknownst to the innocent child, danger was drawing near. The woman closed her eyes, hands forming a seal at her chest, channeling her energy into her palms. With a thunderous crash, the barrier shattered under her might, causing the hospital to tremble in response. The child sensed the malevolence emanating from outside and quickly crouched behind the bed. As the barrier fell, the woman glided through the glass, her scarlet gown cascading down above the child. Cowering in a corner, the child trembled, instinctively aware of the woman's perilous nature. She seized him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly from the ground. Their eyes locked, and the child realized his fragility, unable to muster the strength to move. The woman's gaze clearly marked him as her prey. Having been dead for 2 years, the child had garnered some wisdom. The elders in the hospital had warned him about certain areas harboring malevolent spirits. Should these spirits consume them, they would lose their chance at rebirth. In that moment, he comprehended that the woman in red was indeed one of those malevolent entities. The woman regarded him with a predatory gaze, licking her lips as she opened her blood-red mouth to devour him. The author wishes to convey. Today, the author remains as dashing as ever. I have once again set the month to February, truly amusing myself. Chapter 30. 30 talismanic seals. With a resounding crash, the barrier in the hospital room was breached, unleashing a tremendous force that toppled the cabinet to the ground. The child peered toward the entrance, seeing the elderly figures who had once cared for him standing at the door, their faces marked by fear as they hesitantly advanced. Please, spare the child. He is still just a boy, pleaded Grandma Lu, her kind gaze resting on the child before turning to the woman with newfound resolve. In such a short span, she had already consumed many souls within the hospital. Are you jesting with me? The woman retorted, her lips curling with disdain as she regarded them as if they were fools. No jesting here. The child is under the protection of Master Qian Dao. You cannot take him, the elderly woman insisted, her hands trembling, perspiration forming within her clenched fists. They needed to buy time. Others had already been dispatched to inform Master Qian Dao. Is that so? What a pity. I have taken a liking to this soul. regardless of his past. He now belongs to me. I grant you a choice. Either depart or stay and nourish my essence. The woman smirked, impatience flickering in her eyes. We will not leave. If you do not relinquish the child, do not blame us for the consequences. The elder spirits exchanged glances, their resolve strengthening. Then I shall grant you your wish. With that, the woman transformed, a torrent of crimson energy surging forth like a tide toward the spirits. The elder spirits trembled, quickly positioning themselves to form a small defensive formation. The red threads halted before the dark mist, probing for an opening to strike, observing their newfound steadiness. The woman's expression shifted, a cunning idea flashing through her mind. Do you think I would allow you to delay me? The woman tightened her grip on the child's neck with one hand, her other hand morphing into a claw. The spirits felt a chill as they beheld her elongated, blood-red nails. As the claws lunged toward the elders, the child struggled fiercely. You will face retribution for this, cried one elder, as the others lamented their impending doom. I'm sorry, little one. I must go first, they uttered, feeling their essence being siphoned away, realizing their existence was fading. No, the child wept, tears streaming down his face as he watched the elders, who had treated him like family, sacrifice themselves for him. The realization ignited a fierce determination within him. Suddenly, the woman's demeanor shifted as she flung the child into the air. You shall pay with your life. Enveloped in darkness, the child's eyes bled crimson tears, filled with hatred directed at the woman. The elder spirits experienced a pang of sorrow. The child was transforming into a vengeful spirit for their sake, jeopardizing his chances of rebirth, a true calamity. Little Bao was unable to utter a word before his soul was brutally torn apart by the woman's sharp nails. Along with the other spirits who met the same fate, their souls scattering. Grandpa, Grandma, you have slain my grandparents. I shall avenge them. As Little Bao witnessed the horrifying scene before him, a dark aura enveloped him, swelling rapidly. Even the woman could not help but be astonished by the speed at which he absorbed the resentment. Truly, as a purified soul, his transformation into a vengeful spirit was astonishingly swift. The woman's gaze towards Little Bao grew increasingly satisfied. Once he fully morphed into a malevolent ghost, he would become sustenance for her. At this moment, Little Bao's once innocent and charming visage had vanished, replaced by a pallid face akin to parchment, marred with black veins formed from resentment. His eyes, now dominated by the whites, had reduced his formerly dark pupils to mere pinpricks, rendering him not just fierce in appearance, but utterly terrifying. The woman perched on the edge of the bed, relishing the spectacle, hoping for his transformation to be as profound as possible, for it would justify her long wait. However, fate took an unexpected turn. As Little Bao gazed at the nonchalant woman, memories of his grandparents' vanished souls surged within him, and he could no longer contain his fury. With a primal roar, he lunged at the woman with clawed hands. Yet, despite his transformation into a vengeful spirit, his abilities were still too feeble to confront her. The woman deftly evaded his attacks, playfully toying with him, and with each passing moment, she noticed the intensifying resentment radiating from him. To ensure Little Bao's complete transformation into a malevolent spirit, she had invested considerable effort. In an instant, the entire hospital room became shrouded in resentment, affecting not only the patients within the ward, but also those upstairs and downstairs, plunging them into deep nightmares. The sole exception was Dai Wang, who lay bedridden, still recovering and unable to rise. Clad in high-level talismans bestowed by Qianxiu, the waves of resentment could not approach him, leaving him blissfully unaware of the surrounding disturbances. A nurse attempted to raise the television cabinet, pressing the remote in vain. The screen remained static, flickering with white noise. Feeling an inexplicable chill enveloping the room, she rubbed her arms and decided to turn off the television. After several futile attempts to press the power button, she straightened with a jolt, sweat cascading down her back as she recalled unsettling rumors. The chilling atmosphere intensified when she caught a glimpse of a crimson shadow at the edge of the screen, its malevolent grin sending shivers down her spine. With stiffened limbs, the nurse made her way toward the door, feigning calmness despite the terror in her eyes. When she grasped the doorknob but found it unyielding, panic surged through her, and she began pounding on the door. Observing her colleague walk by indifferently, seemingly oblivious to her desperate pleas, despair washed over her as she recognized the truth. That ominous woman was no benign presence. Her piercing gaze made it abundantly clear that she was now the prey. Regret consumed the nurse as she lamented her failure to heed her elder's warnings. Why did I insist on meddling? It wouldn't have wasted electricity just to leave the television on. Now, I may have jeopardized my life. Frantically checking her phone, She was alarmed to see the signal displayed as 0. Suddenly, the screen dimmed, and a grotesque visage emerged, prompting the nurse to shriek and retreat into a corner. The woman chuckled softly, dodging Little Bao's assault, and reached out to caress the nurse's cheek, enveloping the room in her screams. Do remember, I am not your enemy. Look closely. That woman is the one you should despise. She cast you aside, leaving you as a lost soul. But that is not the crux of it. You see, she is also responsible for your father's demise, forsaking you to be with another man. She simply loathed you and wished to bear a child with him. The woman delved into Little Bao's memories, surprised that a nurse had intruded at such a critical moment, as if fate itself conspired in her favor. If this little spirit could spill blood and take a life, while simultaneously devouring that woman's ghost, his resentment would become purer. The woman contemplated that it might be more advantageous to nurture him until he grew stronger before consuming his soul, thereby conserving her efforts. Provoked by the woman's taunts, Little Bao began rampaging within the ward, the painful past she had so cruelly unveiled clawing at his mind. Upon hearing that the woman had also caused his father's death, a fierce hatred ignited in his eyes, far more intense than before. The woman observed Little Bao's transformation with great satisfaction, and unnoticed by him. A slender red thread detached from the back of his head. The nurse, cowering in the corner, had tears streaking her face, rendering her appearance disheveled and cat-like. Yet, to Little Bao, her visage morphed into that of his mother, her expression softening as she tenderly caressed her abdomen, radiating an aura of happiness. The nurse felt an unnatural chill enveloping her, her breath crystallizing into mist as she unwittingly noticed a thin layer of ice forming around her. You killed my father. I demand your life in return. Little Bao's terrifying figure materialized, his vengeful aura rapidly closing in on the nurse. Startled by the sudden appearance of the vengeful spirit, she fainted from fright. In an instant, Little Bao stood before her, his razor-sharp nails glistening with fresh blood, his eyes gleaming with a sense of vindication. Ah! The nurse clutched her abdomen, her gaze filled with terror as she wished to flee, yet her body betrayed her, immobilized by fear. Little Bao loomed before her, the blood still dripping from his claws, his eyes reflecting the satisfaction of vengeance fulfilled. The author wishes to convey, today, the author remains a quiet and handsome gentleman. Upon receiving notification from the editor, on January 11th, Wednesday, a significant update will be released. I hope everyone will continue to support me. Thank you, with love. As always, the first 20 angels who leave comments exceeding 15 words will receive red envelopes. I adore you all. My red envelopes are eagerly awaiting. Are your pockets prepared? Cheers. Chapter 31. 31 Talismans Bang. Chinchou kicked open the hospital room door, immediately spotting the nurse collapsed in the corner, drenched in blood, her vitality waning. If she did not receive treatment soon, it would not be long before another soul would be lost. Little Bao stood before the nurse, his expression grotesque. His once pure eyes now consumed by intense wrath, his long black nails stained crimson, droplets of blood falling to the floor and creating small red blossoms. Little Bao. Qianqiu's brows furrowed as she beheld the spirit on the brink of being entirely consumed by resentment. Hearing Qianqiu's voice, Little Bao turned his head stiffly toward her, recognizing a familiar warmth, yet unable to recall who she was. His eyes flickered with resentment, a momentary haze clouding his mind. How dare you harm my people? Qianqiu narrowed her eyes, casting a dangerous gaze at the woman. I thought you were a formidable being, yet you turn out to be merely a child. The woman glanced at Qianqiu, noting her modest cultivation and adopting a condescending tone. It seemed the barrier within the room was not of her design, but the ability to evade her detection suggested some skill. Shall we? Take a closer look, she commanded, her attention drawn to the bloodied figure lying in the corner. Struggling for breath. Dr. Huang, please escort the patient for treatment. Until I emerge, this floor is temporarily sealed off. Qianqiu glanced at Dr. Huang and spoke earnestly. Understood. Doctor. Huang cast a sweeping glance inside, braving the chill as he stepped inward. Though only a few meters, the distance made him break into a cold sweat. The closer he approached the nurse, the more he felt an oppressive chill emanating from her. As his hand rested on her shoulder, the sensation intensified. Xiaoqiu. I can't lift her, Dr. Huang said cautiously, glancing at Qianqiu. Xiaobao, that was merely an illusion. Release the ghostly energy, Qianqiu commanded sternly. Although Xiaobao was unaware of her identity, she complied after that directive. Dr. Huang caught Qianqiu's gaze and promptly bent down to lift the nurse, but halfway through, an unseen force blocked his path. Do you truly consider me invisible? My prey is not something that can be taken away at will, the woman declared. a crimson thread barring Dr. Huang's way. Qianxiu narrowed her eyes. With a flick of her wrist, she sent forth a jade pendant infused with pure energy. The pendant collided with the red thread like a fierce rival, incinerating it into ash upon contact. Quickly, move. Qianxiu urged Dr. Huang. Then, she bit her finger, smearing blood onto the jade pendant while murmuring incantations. A flash of white light erupted, incinerating the woman's encroaching red threads into nothingness. As Dr. Huang exited with the nurse, the previously ajar door slammed shut with a resounding thud, sealing off two realms. Casting a glance behind, Dr. Huang organized the personnel while swiftly heading towards the operating room. Seal off this floor. Until Qianxiu emerges, no one is permitted to enter or exit, he instructed Nurse Liu. As for the nurse from earlier, he had already arranged for a doctor to operate within. Tonight's events would require reporting. Understood, Dr. Huang, Nurse Liu replied, glancing at the still-lit lights before hurrying to make arrangements. As for why Shelley had disregarded orders to enter Qianxiu's room, the hospital would address that matter post-incident. This floor was unlike any other. It housed not just high-end wards but also patients of a special nature. The requirements for medical personnel here were stringent. Shelley's disregard for protocol could endanger more than just herself. Inside the ward, the woman observed as Qianxiu effortlessly dispelled her attack, her demeanor growing increasingly grave. Did you willingly depart from her body, or shall I force you out? Qianxiu brandished a peachwood sword, her gaze icy. The vitality of the possessed individual waned. If this continued, it would not be long before the woman fully occupied the body, leading to the complete annihilation of its original soul. Meanwhile, Xiaobao was sealed at the foot of the bed by Qianxiu's jade pendant. Once the woman was dealt with, Xiaobao would be next. Come on. I want to see how you intend to expel me, the woman taunted, a sinister smile gracing her lips. The life she possessed was a living being, and the little Daoist boy would likely hesitate to harm her. Without reservations, she moved her hands, unleashing a torrent of crimson threads that surged towards Qianxiu like a relentless tide. The jade pendant was meant for containing Xiaobao, leaving Qianxiu with only the peachwood sword, which was inferior in power. Surrounded by the delicate red strands, she felt reassured by the presence of the jade pendant beside Xiaobao. But her primary concern remained: how to reveal the woman's true form. System, do you know what her true essence is? Qianxiu inquired while fending off the assault. Yes. It will cost 300 points to tell you. The system replied, casting a glance at the woman. Why don't you seize the opportunity? Though aware that the system would likely take advantage of the situation, Qianxiu couldn't help but wish to pinch its cheek. How many points are needed for the items to combat her? She suddenly asked. To summon the Xiantian Thunder Mantra, it requires 1,000 points. The system paused, recognizing that the 300 points might soon be lost. Retrieve the information on Xiantian Thunder, Qianxiu said with a smirk. Who said she needed to know what the woman was in order to confront her? As long as there was something capable of driving her out, that was sufficient. The nature of the woman would reveal itself once she was expelled. As Qianxiu swung at the crimson tide, her eyes remained fixated on the summit data. Surprised at the might of the Xiantian Thunder, it was vastly superior to ordinary lightning, akin to the difference between a small snake and a giant python. The Xiantian Thunder was specifically designed to strike malevolent spirits and dispel evil entities. If summoned with sufficient power, it could easily deal with a vengeful ghost. Exchange for the Xiantian Thunder Mantra. Qianxiu felt that this tool was tailor-made for her, although her current power was limited. She had no doubt about her ability to expel the woman's true form. Exchange successful, the mantra is being transmitted. The system's voice resonated in Qianxiu's mind. And as it finished speaking, a surge of information flooded into her consciousness. In an instant, it merged with her memory, allowing her to access it whenever needed. Humph. The child is still distracted at such a critical moment, the woman mocked as she wielded her wrist, sending forth more crimson threads that transformed into steel needles, assaulting Qianxiu from all angles. Is that so? By the decree of the Jade Emperor, I summon you, Thunder God, to command all spirits. By my command, winds and thunder obey, 5 true thunders and 9 heavenly thunders heed my call. Qianxiu declared, her voice growing clearer with each word, her expression grave. As she recited the incantation, the woman realized her attacks could no longer reach Qianxiu, and instinctively, a sense of dread began to envelop her. In that moment, she sensed a shift in the surrounding air, particularly in the sky outside, where dark clouds gathered, crackling with lightning that flickered with a fiery glow, resembling a colossal dragon of thunder. Even from a great distance, the oppressive aura emanating from the clouds was palpable. The luminosity within the clouds intensified, as the thunderous dragon seemed poised to unleash a catastrophic strike. The winds outside howled violently, curtains whipped against the windows, and ferocious gusts battered the structure, causing the glass to shatter within moments. Command! Qianqiu sealed her hand gesture, uttering the final word of her incantation. As her voice trailed off, the dark clouds parted, and a colossal bolt of purple lightning descended instantaneously. Boom! The interior of the room was engulfed in a brilliant violet light as the thick bolt struck the woman, transforming the previously omnipresent crimson tide into ash. Although the eerie violet lightning descended from the rooftop, they observed that the structure remained unscathed, with only Qianqiu's room appearing to be dominated by the violet glow. The brilliance seeped through the door cracks, blinding those outside. What perplexed them further was the fact that despite the tremendous commotion, the other patients in the ward seemed oblivious, the entire floor shrouded in an eerie silence, save for the piercing screams emanating from Qianqiu's room. Gathered in a tight circle, sweat dripped from their palms, their faces as pale as parchment. Qianqiu's eyes narrowed slightly. The violet light posed no threat to her, as her gaze remained fixed intently on the woman. Beneath the violet light, the woman's figure flickered, a hazy red shadow struggling against the inevitable, unwilling to vacate the body it had painstakingly fused with. Revealing her true form would undoubtedly lead to her utter obliteration. As Qianqiu tightened her grip, she felt the immense toll the thunder decision was taking on her vital energy. It was imperative that she swiftly compelled its true form to manifest. Reluctantly, she summoned a second bolt of profound thunder, perplexed that one alone had failed to reveal her essence. An astonishing predicament indeed. With a thunderous crash, the second bolt struck, amplifying the woman's anguished cries to a harrowing crescendo that left the medical staff outside dazed and disoriented. As the heavy shadow enveloping the woman dissipated, a crimson light was forced from her body. Qianqiu released her technique, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she gazed at the crimson light with a complex expression. Holding her peachwood sword, she stepped forward with deliberate grace, unleashing the binding magic as the light left the woman's form. With the final steps of her ritual, she activated the exorcism array, aligning her hand gestures with incantations to complete the formation. Taking a deep breath, she cast a glance at the crimson light before moving toward the woman it had once possessed. With the malevolent entity departed, Zhang Qianqian regained her original appearance, a stark contrast to the visage Qianqiu had first encountered. Lying on the ground, Zhang Qianqian's complexion was ashen, her eyes surrounded by dark circles, her vitality severely diminished, resembling nothing more than a recently deceased corpse. Qianqiu executed a precise hand seal, her fingers pointing to Zhang Qianqian's brow, locking her 7 souls and 6 spirits. Given Zhang Qianqian's precarious state, any misstep could easily lead to her soul being drawn away. Reaching for a nearby cup of water, Qianqiu pinched a talisman between her fingers, murmuring incantations as she tapped the talisman to several points on Zhang Qianqian's body. With a flick of her finger, the talisman ignited spontaneously, and she administered the talisman-infused water to Zhang Qianqian, nourishing her spirit. Yet, despite these efforts, Zhang Qianqian's condition remained frail after 3 years of torment. Although the malevolent entity had borrowed her body, the lingering resentment of those it had slain would inevitably leave its mark on her. While the karmic ties were not insurmountable, they would undeniably affect her fortune throughout her lifetime. For malevolent entities, a resolute heart in a person renders them incapable of exploiting weaknesses, controlling the body to commit atrocious acts. In Zhang Qianqian's case, the entity had claimed numerous lives through her, revealing her fragile nature and exposing the darkest corners of her psyche. This ordeal was akin to a series of dreams for her. Yet she could not be deemed entirely innocent. She bore a measure of responsibility. The scales of right and wrong were recorded elsewhere, though Qianqiu remained unaware of their existence. Having attended to Zhang Qianqian, Qianqiu approached the crimson light, initially expecting to confront a malevolent entity that had cultivated itself for centuries. To her astonishment, it was something entirely different. Within the crimson light, a 2-meter-long red thread quivered, coiling in a manner unlike any silk she had encountered before. This vibrant red, akin to blood, was its natural hue. In both her past and present lives, Qianqiu had never heard of a red thread achieving sentience, rendering the scene before her astonishingly surreal. The seemingly ordinary peachwood sword glimmered with a golden line at its edge, and intricate characters flickered momentarily along the blade. No matter your nature, atone for the sins you have committed, Qianqiu declared, drawing her finger across the sword's surface. In an instant, the sword transformed into a beam of light, aimed directly at the crimson mass. Qianqiu's eyes widened in disbelief, She had been assured that it could expel all malevolent spirits. Yet the crimson light remained undisturbed, leaving her feeling deceived. System, have you provided me with a counterfeit? After a moment of contemplation, she confirmed that her technique had been flawless. I apologize, I misjudged you. Please deduct the 500 points from my account, she lamented, feeling a pang of regret. The host's acknowledgement of error allows for significant improvement. The system has forgiven you. Please refrain from questioning the system in the future. The system promptly responded, appearing buoyant. Given your swift admission, the system will not shortchange you. This red thread is a valuable item that you may claim as your own. Once you do, its true nature will be revealed to you. It was clear from the system's tone that it was in high spirits. Regarding the process of claiming ownership, the system explained that the red thread, currently struck by profound thunder, instinctively feared Qianqiu. This was the optimal moment for her to assert her claim before it fully regained its consciousness. Qianqiu held faith in the system, knowing they were bound together. It would not betray her. Without hesitation, Qianqiu stepped forward, drawing a drop of her essence from her fingertip and casting it toward the crimson light. As her blood landed on the luminous thread, it absorbed her essence at a visible rate. As Qianqiu recited the binding incantation, the surrounding crimson light transformed into a slender thread that penetrated her brow. Simultaneously, Qianqiu felt her consciousness rise, floating above the ground as scenes unfolded before her like a cinematic reel. Through this vision, she learned the origins of the red thread. Although it was not a complete being, it had been fashioned by a celestial deity and retained a trace of divine essence, which had awakened its intelligence. Upon descending to the mortal realm, the red thread found life here far more enjoyable than in the heavens, drifting with the wind and witnessing the beauty of the human world. By chance, it fell into the chamber of a bride-to-be who, blushing, was sewing her red wedding gown. The red thread was stitched into the fabric, enhancing its vividness and beauty, eliciting great fondness from the bride, who caressed it daily, eagerly anticipating the day she would don it. Time passed swiftly, and the long-awaited day arrived. The bride wore the gown, her face a blend of anticipation and shyness. Yet, tragedy struck. She awaited her groom, who never arrived. News reached her that, for reasons unknown, the horse bearing the groom had gone mad, dragging him for 2 blocks before he was rescued, lifeless. The bride, upon hearing this, turned pale, her mind filled with the image of her groom's smile. When discovered, she had taken her own life with a 3-foot-long red ribbon. Thus, a day of joy transformed into one of mourning. The bride's gown, intended to accompany her in death, resurfaced decades later in the hands of another woman, one who was, in fact, the reincarnation of the former bride. She bestowed love and hope upon the red thread, igniting its desire to fulfill a perfect wedding for them. Tragically, as before, the groom met his demise on the wedding day. This created a vicious cycle. No matter who possessed the gown, once the bride donned it on her wedding day, joy would invariably turn to sorrow. As the occurrences multiplied, the red thread's consciousness grew stronger, absorbing the despair of those women, overshadowing the hope they once offered. In its increasing agitation, it began to enact its own form of retribution. During one such act of vengeance, the red thread was ensnared by a Daoist, unable to destroy it. The Daoist trapped it in a formation. After an unknown span of years, when it regained consciousness, its essence manifested on the coat purchased by Zheng Qianqian. As Zheng Qianqian donned this particular garment, everything transformed. Her dissatisfaction with her boyfriend began to surface, and the red thread accentuated the darker aspects of her psyche, compelling her to unwittingly join in the hunt. The red thread commenced absorbing the souls of men for its own cultivation. Had it not accidentally intruded into Qianqian's hospital room, it is likely that the unfortunate souls within the hospital would have remained oblivious to this matter, leading to even more deaths at the hands of the red thread. Although it had already acknowledged her as its master, its inherent brutality had not waned. To render it a useful tool, complete purification was imperative, otherwise, the emotions birthed from its consciousness would inevitably affect Qianqian. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Qianqian stepped forward, gripping the red thread tightly in her hand. Regardless of its struggles, she showed no intention of releasing it. As she stowed it in her backpack, she could still hear its howls, a fitting punishment, considering the harm it had caused to so many. The talisman she had layered into a bagua ray was not to be taken lightly. Upon reflection, ordinary spirits would be harmed by merely approaching a basic talisman, let alone the mid-level talismans she had layered into the array. The consequences for the red thread trapped within were surely dire. After this encounter, if the red thread recognized its misdeeds and began to repent, Qianqian would purify it. allowing it to serve as her tool in the future. However, if it remained unrepentant, she planned to confine it until it acknowledged its faults. The suffering involved would be far more profound than that of hell itself. Outside, a spectral figure hovered in midair, observing the events transpiring within the room with clarity. Two shadows trailed behind the apparition, watching as it vanished before hesitating momentarily and eventually departing. Qianqian's gaze suddenly darted towards the window, discovering nothing amiss outside. Frowning slightly, she realized just how exhausted she was, her senses dulled. Master Wu, what brings you here? The floor was sealed off, prompting the Daoist surnamed Wu to take the stairs. Upon arriving, he was immediately struck by the oppressive aura of resentment enveloping the entire floor, his expression darkening considerably. What a heavy atmosphere of resentment, he murmured, furrowing his brows. Aside from the traces left by the monster he had been tracking, there was a chilling aura belonging to a fierce ghost. Master Wu, Qian Daoist is inside. She prefers not to be disturbed while performing her rituals. Dr. Huang glanced at the Daoist Wu and, with a resolute stomp, pursued him. Given his status, he had encountered many esteemed masters, and this one left no impression on him, suggesting his strength was likely not formidable. Dr. Huang's attempts to dissuade him bore no fruit. The Daoist had a certain influence in this area, and despite his current abilities, he had been raised as a prodigy, his temperament reflecting that of his master, eccentric and haughty. Standing at the door to Qianqian's room, Master Wu could sense the chilling ghostly energy emanating from within. A mere trick, he scoffed, placing his hand on the doorknob, smirking as he felt a surge of coldness before pushing the door open. Dear fellow Daoist, are you not aware that it is highly taboo to intrude upon another's ritual? Qianqian gathered the purifying energy around her, narrowing her eyes at the intruder with evident displeasure. My apologies, I was rather abrupt. Master Wu's gaze flickered. He had not anticipated that the Qian Daoist was a young lady, and he realized with some alarm that he could not discern her cultivation level, whether it was due to a magical artifact she possessed or her innate abilities surpassing his own. I merely came in pursuit of a monster and feared it might cause trouble for you, he added, his thoughts leaning towards the latter possibility. As this girl appeared to be merely in her 20s, he found it hard to believe she could possess greater talent than he. If she were indeed that gifted, she would not be so obscure in this field. Now may I take my leave? The displeasure in Qianqian's eyes nearly materialized. It seemed that the red thread had been driven here by him. The thought of the innocent souls devoured in this place intensified her ire towards him. Given the heavy resentment of the little ghost, may I offer my assistance as a gesture of goodwill? Despite his words, there was no trace of sincerity in his eyes, only a glint suggesting that helping her would be advantageous. This irked Qianqian further. Without hesitation, she flicked her wrist, sending a stream of purifying energy toward Master Wu's face. Bang! As he felt the force of that energy, Master Wu hastily retreated, stepping outside the room just as the door slammed shut behind him, sealing it with a heavy thud. Unappreciative. Not only did Master Wu find himself covered in dust, but he also suffered a red nose from the door's impact. Dr. Huang stood behind him, stifling laughter at the sight of his red face, feeling both amused and uncomfortable, as this was the first time he had witnessed the usually composed Wu in such a disheveled state. Master Wu turned his head, shooting a glare at Dr. Huang and the others, then sat down on a chair at the door of the room. The little ghost's resentment was no ordinary weight. He was curious to see how the young Daoist would resolve this. Taking out his compass, he observed the needle and began to calculate. The monster had indeed passed through here before vanishing. It appeared that he had lost track of it this time. The thought of whether Qianqian had captured it never crossed his mind. He found it hard to believe that a creature capable of evading him after sustaining an attack could be subdued by her, even if it were injured. The old ghost is back. Just as Master Wu put away the compass, he noticed several heads emerging from the floor below, their bloodied faces screaming as they caught sight of him, quickly retreating into the ground. Master Wu stepped forward, pulling one of the ghosts out from the floor, his expression darker than before. At just under 40, he maintained his appearance well, looking no older than 30, yet these spirits dared to call him old ghost. A clear sign of their ignorance of the consequences. Please, Master Wu, do not be angry. We sensed the female ghost's energy dissipate and wanted to see if she was captured by the Qian Daoist, so we could make plans accordingly. The ghost trembled, avoiding eye contact with Master Wu. The one clad in red? Master Wu's brow furrowed as he pulled the ghost closer. Yes, the fierce ghost in red attire. She has consumed many souls in the hospital, including Brother Wang. The ghost spoke with a tone of sorrow, lamenting the loss of Brother Wang, whose soul energy was quite formidable, yet he still fell victim to the female ghost. Brother Wang was devoured. Master Wu recognized the ghost's mention of Brother Wang. Within the complex spirit population of the hospital, there were always a few leaders. Thanks to their presence, even though they roamed freely, they were not exterminated by Daoists, as they understood the boundaries of acceptable behavior. Indeed, many companions have perished, the ghost lamented, its face contorted in pain. Several it knew were among them. With just a few more years, they could have been reincarnated for a new life. Yet they met such a tragic end just before their time. Dr. Huang, seeing Master Wu seated, took the opportunity to fetch a cup of water from the dispenser, sensing that whatever Master Wu had discussed with the ghost was likely a sorrowful matter. Inside, Qianqian was reciting a transmigration sutra for Xiaobao, relieved that he had not committed any heinous acts recently. Otherwise, it would have been truly troublesome. With her hands pressed together, she sat opposite Xiaobao, golden characters flowing from her lips, encircling him in spirals. Some penetrated through the light barrier and enveloped him, seemingly unnoticed. Yet Xiaobao emitted anguished cries as the words entered his spirit. This marks a baptism for Xiaobao. He has injured others, nearly causing a loss of life. He must bear the weight of his responsibilities. Otherwise, should Qianqiu send him below, Xiaobao's next life may be fraught with misfortune. Only by enduring the profound pain tenfold can he atone for his recent transgressions. They were all such good people. Had they not cared for him as they did, perhaps they would not have vanished. The thought of having harmed his grandparents brings forth an uncontrollable tide of tears. After his father passed away, he first felt warmth in their presence. Though he would occasionally be scolded by his grandparents, they would always comfort him with treats afterward. The room fell silent for a moment, and Xiaobao's cries became increasingly frantic, his sorrowful wails striking Qianqiu's heart with a pang of agony. He is but a child. Yet he has endured experiences that even adults find unbearable. Suddenly, a voice filled with love and affection broke through the despair. Xiaobao. It was Grandma. Xiaobao, excited, leaned against the light wall, tears and snot covering his face. Don't cry, dear. Grandma has come to take you home. The elderly woman, leaning on her cane, approached with a wrinkled face radiating joy. Grandma, where's Grandpa? Xiaobao wiped his face, glancing around and realizing that only Grandma was there. He cried out eagerly. If Grandma is here, can I hope that Grandpa and the others are too? Do not worry, they are all still here. Is that not why I have come to fetch you? She replied with a smile. They had thought it was the end. Yet who could have imagined that after such tearing pain, they would open their eyes to discover something incredible? They were in the underworld. Yes, I will go with you, Grandma. Xiaobao exclaimed, his tears wiped away, replaced by a joyful smile. However, this matter remains unclear to them. So they attribute it to the whims of fate. There is always an eye watching from above. May I inquire, Grandma, did you go directly below? Qianqiu asked, contemplating that the old woman's spirit was not entirely steady, likely due to his sudden departure during a time of great turmoil. Could it be that others were present to open the gate of the dead without her noticing, whisking away the fading spirit? Such skill is far beyond what she possesses. The old woman glanced at Qianqiu but said little, yet Qianqiu perceived the answer in her eyes. Xiaobao, these are gifts from your sister. Take them with you to enjoy below. Qianqiu used her powers to present the items she had procured for Xiaobao as a farewell gift. Thank you, Sister Qianqiu. With the resentment lifted, Xiaobao's golden aura began to fade. He rushed forward and hugged Qianqiu's leg, acknowledging her as a good person who had spared him from becoming a vengeful spirit twice. Had she not intervened, he shuddered to think what might have become of him. Be good and listen to Grandma and Grandpa below. It is getting late. I will send you down now. Qianqiu patted Xiaobao's head, placing the items in his hands. The old woman took Xiaobao's hand and thanked Qianqiu, while Xiaobao bowed low in gratitude. As their figures gradually faded from view, Qianqiu rubbed her nose, feeling a twinge of sorrow, but ultimately relieved that there was a happy ending. Those spirits had not completely vanished. They still had a chance to be reborn. The author has something to say. Today, a substantial update of 10,000 words. I hope my little angels will continue to support me. Love you all, moi. As mentioned yesterday, the first 20 comments with at least 15 words will receive red envelopes. I hope to distribute them all. Chapter 32, 32 Talismans. With the resolution of matters, Qianqiu felt her spiritual energy wane, causing her to collapse onto the floor. Having just guided Xiaobao, she had been holding herself together and even opened the gate of the dead, depleting all her strength and energy. The coldness of the tiles seeped through her clothing. Yet she remained on the floor for nearly 10 minutes. Clutching the edge of the sofa, Qianqiu gritted her teeth and slowly rose, her movements reminiscent of a tortoise. Come in, she managed to say after a deep breath. The Daoist was still outside, She had sensed people lingering at the door when she collapsed. Xiao, are you all right? Dr. Huang, upon hearing movement, hurriedly pushed the door open. Seeing Qianqiu lying pale on the sofa filled him with concern. Dr. Huang, have someone carry her out for treatment. Qianqiu could barely lift her hand, only managing to raise her eyelids slightly. This is the person possessed by that monster. Daoist Wu, who had just entered, stood in a blind spot and had not noticed the figure lying by the bed. Her appearance had changed. Even the crimson attire had lost its vibrant hue, becoming considerably duller. Well, this matter requires an explanation, does it not? Countless souls have been devoured in this hospital. After witnessing them carry away the unconscious woman, Qianqiu addressed the Daoist. She had no intention of revealing that the spirits were still alive. He had managed to harm the red thread, so with his strength, he should have been able to intervene during the soul's consumption. Yet he only appeared when matters were nearly resolved, which seemed rather irresponsible. Had it been 1 or 2 souls, he might not have acted thus. But due to his oversight, hundreds of spirits were consumed in the hospital. Even with his proud nature, he could not excuse himself from this fault. He should not have altered his course midway. I apologize for the trouble caused to you, young friend. I shall come again to apologize next time. I will not disturb your rest any further. Farewell. Daoist Wu, recognizing Qianqiu's exhaustion, had no intention of lingering. I am unable to rise due to my injuries. So I will not see you off, Daoist Wu. Qianqiu glanced at him. Though somewhat arrogant, he was not one to shy away from admitting fault. Rest well, young friend. I bid you farewell. With that, the Daoist departed, understanding that Qianqiu had done well to hold herself together despite the chaos. As for the monster, she could inquire about it when she had recovered. Sister Lu, please assist me. Seeing Sister Lu enter, Qianqiu urgently called out, needing rest. Rest well. Sister Lu examined Qianqiu, whose complexion was as pale as paper. Qianqiu replied softly, closing her eyes. It was indeed a remarkable feat that she had held on this long. This slumber lasted a week. Had her health indicators not been normal, Dr. Huang would have suspected a more serious issue. Upon learning that Qianqiu had encountered more trouble, Dai Wang visited daily, pushing a wheelchair to see her. His wounds had healed considerably, but he still could not stand for long. He opened the curtains, letting fresh air circulate the room, as the lilies on the counter emitted a faint floral fragrance. Dai Wang sat by the bedside, slowly reading a book. Mr. Guo had instructed him to focus on his recovery and not to involve himself in any cases for the time being. With a click, the door creaked open, causing Dai Wang to set down his book and furrow his brow, glancing toward the entrance. Dr. Chu has arrived. Noticing the time, Dai Wang realized it was already noon. Is Xiao still asleep? Dr. Chu's gaze swept over the bed. Compared to the previous days, Qianqiu's complexion had returned to a healthier tone, indicating that she was close to waking. No, I apologize for the trouble. Watching Dr. Chu's adept movements, Dai Wang felt a bit embarrassed. She had been preparing soup for him these past few days, albeit benefiting from Qianqiu's circumstance. This bone broth is beneficial for your recovery. Doctor. Chu ladled out the soup and handed it to him. Thank you. Both were not particularly talkative, and after that exchange, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Deep within her consciousness, Qianqiu had awakened. At this moment, her gaze fell upon the points panel, and to her delight, she had accumulated a considerable number of points, nearing 5,000. The sight of the zeros trailing behind the numeral 5 nearly brought her to tears of joy. Soon, she would ascend to level 3. Unlocking a plethora of items in the marketplace, many of which were both inexpensive and useful. Overcome with happiness, Qianqiu could not contain herself, and laughter erupted from her lips. Such foolishness. The system lamented, face-palming in exasperation. Beside the hospital bed, Dai Wang exchanged a glance with Chu Mei, both regarding Qianqiu with a mix of curiosity and disbelief. She had yet to fully awaken, yet her laughter preceded her consciousness. Were it not for Chu Mei's knowledge of Qianqiu's stable condition, she might have called for a doctor upon witnessing that exuberant laughter. Xiao. Chu Mei stepped closer, playfully pinching Qianqiu's cheek, which felt delightfully plump. Cough, Chujia. You're here, Qianqiu exclaimed, feeling a slight pinch of pain as she opened her eyes to see Chu Mei's complex expression. In an instant, she recalled her earlier outburst of laughter, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Oh, Daigu is here too, she added, her eyes revealing her awkwardness. The earlier incident weighing heavily on her. How are you feeling? Should I call Dr. Huang to check on you? Chu Mei inquired, affectionately ruffling Qianqiu's hair. It's good to see you awake. No need, Chujia. I feel perfectly fine, Qianqiu replied, sitting up and glancing around the altered hospital room. By the way, how is Xing Chanqian doing? She asked, placing a pillow behind her for support. Currently, there are no significant issues. She is just a bit weak. With time, she will recover, Chu Mei responded. Oh, I see. Qianxiu nodded. Zhang Chanqian would likely struggle with her health throughout her life, but living was certainly better than the alternative. Are you hungry? Dai Wang suddenly interjected. A bit, Qianxiu admitted, looking up at him and patting her stomach. There's some soup. Have a little to tide you over. Chu Mei served her a bowl, and the fragrant aroma of the broth tempted Qianxiu to finish it in a few hearty gulps. Dai Gu, you're still not well? She remarked, wiping her mouth as she looked at Dai Wang, who sat in a wheelchair. Not everyone possesses such terrifying recuperative abilities, he replied with a wistful gaze. Yearning for a quicker recovery. Indeed. You ought to consider who I am. Qianxiu teased, her eyes dancing mischievously. Her rapid recovery was not solely due to her physical resilience. She had a little help from external sources. By the way, Chu Jia, how did that matter I asked you about turn out? Qianxiu shifted the conversation. That woman. Take a look for yourself, Chu Mei said, opening her bag to reveal a folder. To know a person's face, but not their heart, such a wicked woman is rare indeed. Qianxiu opened the folder to read the contents. Little Bao's mother was originally an orphan. His father, Kinney, fell gravely ill during childhood, and his superstitious grandmother sought to find a child bride for him. In this era, normal families would never agree to such a notion, yet Kinney's parents, unable to dissuade the elderly woman, accompanied her to an orphanage, where they intended to find a companion for Kinney. The children at the orphanage, having matured quickly, were informed directly of their purpose. Those willing to become Kinney's future bride could join them. Everyone thought the family was blissful, devoid of any mother-in-law conflicts, and they were regarded as the epitome of happiness in their community. However, shortly after Little Bao's second birthday, Kinney was involved in a tragic accident, and Little Bao was subsequently neglected by Komei. According to Komei's testimony, Kinney's demise was orchestrated by her and another man, as they sought to be together without the burden of Kinney. After inheriting his wealth, they believed they could live carefree. The man, Sun Li, had also come from the same orphanage as Komei, perhaps having enjoyed a life of comfort for too long. She sought excitement and developed feelings for someone who had once aided her. Yet, she conveniently forgot who had rescued her and offered her a home. After Kinney's death, her disdain for Little Bao grew, especially upon discovering that Kinney had bequeathed most of his fortune to Little Bao. To acquire the money, they would have to wait for Little Bao's demise, which would grant her the power to inherit. Though reluctant to abandon Little Bao, she succumbed to Sun Li's sweet words and, during the bitter winter, subjected the child to a cold bath. When his face turned crimson with fever, she took him out into the streets. They arrived at a distant hospital, beside which lay a dark alley that remained gloomy even in broad daylight, rarely traversed by passers-by. Little Bao was abandoned there, and when he was eventually discovered, it was too late for rescue. When the police arrived, Komei was weeping, claiming her child had been abducted and that her family was searching for him. Due to their meticulous planning, the police found no leads to pursue. Had it not been for Little Bao's encounter with Qianxiu, their crimes might have remained concealed. However, one aspect puzzled Chu Mei, given the lack of evidence against them. Why did they voluntarily confess? Author's note: red envelopes have been distributed. Dear angels, remember to check. Recently, I have resumed daily updates, though I can only guarantee 3,000 words per day. To ensure continuous updates during the new year, I must work diligently to stockpile content. Love you all, moi. Chapter 33. 33 Talismans. Upon finishing the reading, Qianxiu closed the folder and cast her eyes out the window, reflecting on how innocent Little Bao and his father were. She hoped they would find a better family in their next lives. Every action has its consequences, Qianxiu remarked after listening to Chu Mei. It seemed someone had intervened in this matter, and according to Chu Mei, it was likely not a human hand. However, Little Bao had already been sent away by her, leaving her puzzled as to who would target Komei and her partner. She resolved to inquire further when she had the opportunity, as her concern lingered. Your life resembles a treacherous journey through flames, Dai Wang observed, glancing at Qianxiu with a hint of helplessness. Even in the hospital, she managed to draw forth 2 cases. Yet, it was precisely because of her that some individuals' misdeeds came to light. How can I not demand a raise? Qianxiu retorted playfully, glancing at Dai Wang. That matter is best discussed with General Gua, he replied, raising an eyebrow, indicating his inability to assist. Cheapskate. Qianxiu shot him a playful glare before turning her attention back to Chu Mei. Now that I'm feeling better, Chu Jia, can I be discharged? Staying here is driving me mad. Dr. Huang, I assure you I am well. Should I jump around a bit to prove it? Qianqiu declared, throwing off her covers with the intent to leap out of bed. The observation period has been extended, Dr. Huang interjected coolly, adjusting his glasses just as Qianqiu's feet were about to touch the floor. Honestly, Dr. Huang, that isn't fair, Qianqiu protested, retreating beneath the covers. Well aware that he was serious. When may I be discharged? She asked, her lips twitching in annoyance. Dr. Huang seemed to enjoy teasing her, but she chose to overlook it considering his good intentions. In 3 days, if there are no abnormalities upon examination, you may be discharged, he stated, scribbling rapidly on the medical record. I understand. Thank you, Dr. Huang. 3 days would pass swiftly. Compared to those still confined to wheelchairs, she felt incredibly fortunate. I'll take my leave now and return later with dinner. Chu Mei tidied herself up, picked up her bag, and prepared to leave. Take care, Sister Chu, Qianqiu said, glancing at Dr. Huang, still hesitant to get out of bed. Chu Mei nodded at both Qianqiu and Dr. Huang before departing. I'll see you off, Dai Wang said, maneuvering his wheelchair to follow her outside. How's everything at the bureau? He inquired as soon as they stepped out. In recent days, he had received no news, and President Guo was concerned he might be like Qianqiu, suffering from old wounds while accumulating new ones. Besides, there hadn't been any major cases lately. Everything is fine at the bureau. Just focus on your recovery and don't worry. I'll be leaving now. See you tonight, Chu Mei succinctly replied as she stepped into the elevator in her high heels. Dai Wang watched the elevator descend, then turned his wheelchair back toward the hospital room. What Chu Mei said was indeed true. They had not needed to intervene in recent cases. The only one that had arisen was inadvertently resolved by Qianqiu. As for the participant, Zheng Qianqian, she was possessed during her soul-sucking phase. Despite her dark inner self being magnified, she had not actively harmed others, merely a puppet under someone else's control. Moreover, she had been punished and would suffer from illness for the rest of her life. Regarding Kumei, the Bureau had reached a decision. Both she and Sun Li, who had harmed 2 others, would be sentenced to life imprisonment, stripped of political power for life. As for their child, who remained innocent, Kumei would serve her sentence after giving birth. The weather that day was exceptionally pleasant, as if celebrating Qianqiu's recovery, with clear blue skies stretching endlessly. Even the breeze wafting through the window felt refreshingly uplifting to Qianqiu. Be careful not to catch a cold. Doctor. Huang entered and spotted Qianqiu standing by the window, a smile in his eyes. Cough, cough. Dr. Huang, you wouldn't understand. Their essay saying, a gentle breeze brings with it a sense of freedom and joy, Qianqiu replied, her face radiating sunshine. She longed to run around the flower bed, having been confined to her bed for too long. Indeed, I don't understand. But I do know that if you catch a cold from standing there, you'll have to stay longer, Dr. Huang said with a warm smile reminiscent of spring, prompting Qianqiu to quickly move away from the window. Take care of yourself after you go out. Don't let me see you here again, he added, approaching her. He found her spirited nature endearing, reminiscent of his own daughter, though he felt more concerned for Qianqiu. Rest assured, Dr. Huang, it will be difficult for you to see me here again, but elsewhere, that remains uncertain. She replied, yes, and you too. Do come visit Uncle when you have time. Dr. Huang patted Qianqiu on the back, feeling a twinge of reluctance to part with her, but he knew this was not a place for lingering. Goodbye, Uncle Huang. Goodbye, Sister Lu. Goodbye, everyone. Qianqiu embraced everyone before leaving with Chu Mei. Upon exiting the elevator, Chu Mei did not lead Qianqiu to the garage, but headed straight to the hospital entrance, where a familiar black Buick awaited. Hey, Xiaoqiu, congratulations on your discharge. The car window slowly lowered, revealing the sunny, handsome face of Xiao Shuai. Xiao Shuai, you're here to pick me up today? Thank you. Qianqiu had become quite familiar with Dai Wang's team and spoke without reservation. Of course. Get in the car. We'll take you out for a feast, Xiao Shuai said, stretching to open the door for Qianqiu, only to be outpaced by someone else. I'm really looking forward to it. The food at the hospital has been quite bland, Qianqiu remarked, noticing Dai Wang seated inside the vehicle. Settle in, Xiaoqiu. Xiao Shuai will drive, Dai Wang said. Chu Mei placed her belongings in the car and slid into the passenger seat. However, Brother Dai, how did the hospital allow you to be discharged with such severe injuries? Qianqiu asked, her eyes scanning Dai Wang up and down with curiosity. My wounds have healed, but my bones still need time to mend completely. As long as I avoid any strenuous activities, I'll be just fine, he explained. Brother Dai, your recovery is impressive. Without any miraculous medicine, you've healed so well so quickly. To be honest, I'm a bit envious, she admitted. Dai Wang remained silent, merely casting a glance her way. It was astonishing that she, with her extraordinary healing ability, envied him. Haha. Qianxiu recalled her own recovery speed, but refrained from mentioning that it was due to her exceptional abilities as a cultivator. She understood that she was not the only cultivator, and Dr. Huang and the others merely marveled at her rapid recovery, as many cultivators possessed remarkable healing capabilities. Xiao Shuai, where are you taking me for this grand feast? I'm eagerly anticipating it. Qianxiu smiled, quickly shifting the topic. You'll find out in due time. But it's still early. Xiao Qiu, if you don't nibble on something, you might not make it to dinner. If you get too hungry and can't eat, don't blame your brothers for not accommodating you, Xiao Shuai teased, well aware of Qianxiu's temperament. I'm telling you, even if I snack now, I could consume an entire roasted lamb by myself tonight, she exclaimed, raising an eyebrow and grinning widely as she relaxed among friends. All right. You can take the whole roasted lamb tonight. If there is any left over, you'll be treating us to dinner, Xiao Shuai replied, his bright white teeth gleaming as he spoke. Are we really going to have roasted lamb tonight? Qianxiu felt her mouth watering at the thought. Yes, we'll have roasted lamb and hot pot outside the city. You're going to enjoy it. I chose this place because everyone has a strong taste, but unfortunately, our boss can't handle spicy food right now, so we opted for this venue with both options, Xiao Shuai explained, considering everyone has preferences. Well, I want to hold back, Qianxiu said, rubbing her hands together, having not had anything spicy in a long time. Tonight, I'll order a whole one just for you, he added, sporting a look that seemed to say, aren't you glad I'm doing this for you? In light of your thoughtful gesture, I might just share a lamb leg with you, Qianxiu teased, lifting her hand playfully. Thank you for your generosity, your majesty. Xiao Shuai squeaked, mimicking a high-pitched voice as he glanced at Qianxiu through the rearview mirror. Haha, Xiao Shuai, your voice is brilliant. You could easily do voiceovers. Qianxiu laughed heartily after a moment of surprise. Your majesty, with such a commanding presence, you would surely captivate everyone, he said, echoing her playful tone. Dai Wang observed the two, chuckling at their banter, which could only be described as a delightful annual performance. Chu Mei, less composed than Dai Wang, couldn't he help but smile at the playful exchange between Xiao Shuai and Qianxiu. Finally, the car arrived at the entrance of Qianxiu's neighborhood, and the two of them ceased their playful sparring. The author has something to say. La la la. The author is feeling quite cheerful today. Chapter 34. 34 talismans. As the sun dipped low in the sky, Dai Wang and the others drove towards the outskirts of the city. Given the current distance, the journey would take about an hour. They navigated through winding paths until they reached a row of greenhouses, where a small 5- or 6-story building stood, flanked by several Mongolian yurts of varying sizes. Once the car was parked, they stepped out, greeted by an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Mr. Dai, your private yurt is ready. Please follow me, a waitress dressed in traditional Mongolian attire said with a smile, leading them to a slightly larger yurt. This yurt could comfortably accommodate around 10 people without feeling cramped, and the interior boasted vibrant ethnic decorations in red, yellow, blue, and green. After the waitress served the milk tea, she exited the yurt, leaving an array of delightful dairy pastries on the table, their rich, creamy scent filling the air. Little Chio, let me tell you, this restaurant is doing exceptionally well. For this evening, I made a reservation starting yesterday. I assure you, you will be thoroughly satisfied tonight. The delicious food is simply irresistible. Shuai Xiao sat down beside Qianxiu, smiling as he introduced her to the various delicacies of the place. The owner has acquired all the nearby land, constructing a large greenhouse filled with fresh, organically grown vegetables. If customers desire, they can even pick their own produce. I am genuinely looking forward to it, Qianxiu remarked with a squint and a smile. This is indeed a grand feast. You will not be disappointed. Please do not hold back later, Shuai Xiao replied with a grin, revealing his own anticipation. As the prices here are rather steep and their modest salaries do not allow for frequent visits. Rest assured, I shall not hold back today. I will eat to my heart's content, Qianxiu declared, patting her stomach with a smile. By the way, when will Zhua and the others arrive? Qianxiu glanced at the time, noting it was nearly 6 o'clock. They should be on their way. Today, we received a directive from President Guo. Otherwise, it would have been quite difficult to get together so early. Oh, Dai Gu, the doctor said you cannot drink. Qianxiu's gaze fell on Dai Wang, who was lifting his wine glass. Before he could take a sip, she swiftly intercepted the glass. It's fine. Dai Wang frowned slightly at the cup in Qianxiu's hand. No, Dai Gu, you should stick to this instead, she said, handing him a cup of milk tea from the table. The aroma of the milk tea wafted through the air, and Dai Wang shot a glare at the chuckling Shuai before taking a sip, savoring the rich creaminess mingled with a delicate fragrance of tea leaves. He glanced at Qianqiu, whose satisfied smile was undeniable. Fine. Today, I will indulge her. Observing Dai Wang's actions, Qianqiu nodded in approval. A patient should indeed behave like one. Of course, one cannot rule out that Qianqiu may have been intentional, considering Dai Wang had previously reported her to Dr. Huang. Haha, boss? It seems you will not enjoy the wine tonight. Shuai laughed heartily, recognizing how much their leader adored the drinks here, and found Qianqiu's earlier actions utterly amusing. Initially, he had disapproved of Qianqiu's interference, yet he was surprised to see Dai Wang merely glance at her before genuinely opting for the milk tea. Who would have imagined witnessing Dai Wang being subdued by someone else? Half an hour later, members of Dai Wang's team arrived one after another, immediately lifting the wine glasses on the table, demonstrating their fondness for the drinks here. Once everyone had gathered, the dishes began to arrive in succession. The nourishing lamb soup exuded a rich aroma, while the roasted whole lamb, golden and sizzling, was enough to make one salivate. Thank you all. I look forward to your continued support. Qianqiu's eyes crinkled with joy. She could feel the genuine affection from everyone. Welcome, little Qiu. Cheers. The milk tea in her cup was downed in one go, and it was at this moment that Qianqiu realized that aside from herself and Dai Wang, everyone else was holding wine glasses. Even Chu Mei and Yin Li were indulging in alcohol. With each drink consumed, their spirits soared higher, filling the yurt with hearty laughter. Even Qianqiu felt her cheeks flush, not from the drink, but from the warmth of the food. With such an abundance of dishes, she worried they might not be able to finish, but gradually, she realized her concern was unfounded. Each person at the table had a hearty appetite, regardless of gender, and their chopstick skills were impressive. Despite Chu Mei and Yin Li maintaining their figures, they certainly did not shy away from indulging. And Qianqiu found herself envious of their seemingly effortless ability to eat without gaining weight. Outside, the cold wind blew, while inside the yurt, the atmosphere was ablaze with warmth. An hour later, Qianqiu excused herself to find the restroom, having enjoyed the milk tea a little too much. The restroom was easy to locate and not far away. After washing her hands, just as she was about to leave, a girl entered, looking quite refined with a blissful smile on her face. Noticing Qianqiu's gaze, the girl nodded and smiled at her. Wait a moment. Qianqiu called out to the girl who was about to open the door. The girl halted, looking at Qianqiu with a puzzled expression. My name is Qianqiu. Here is my number. If you encounter anything strange, feel free to call me. I'm not joking. Qianqiu stepped forward, handing her a business card with utmost seriousness. Hee, thank you. The girl replied awkwardly, yet accepted the card. Seeing her take it, Qianqiu smiled and exited the restroom. Qianqiu? After she left, the girl glanced at the business card, which was a simple black card inscribed in golden calligraphy with Qianqiu's name and phone number. Minglan, it's getting late. We should head out now. A few people stood up, donning their coats. Let us take Wang Tao's car. He hasn't had a drink tonight, so be careful on the road. The man named Minglan, dressed in a sharp suit and wearing a serious expression, was clearly someone who took matters seriously. Understood. No need to see us off. Several others mumbled, still feeling the effects of the drinks. Sister-in-law, we're leaving now. Let us get together again sometime. One of the more sober individuals said to the girl. Yes, take care on the way, she responded, her cheeks slightly flushed, still adjusting to the title. Within moments, all the members in the yurt had departed in their vehicles. Yes, Zhu, her cheeks flushed, nodded. Today was a joyous occasion as she could finally be recognized as her idol's girlfriend. Ming Lan's actions brought her joy. After solidifying their relationship, he had introduced her to his closest friends, and hearing them refer to her as sister-in-law made her heart soar. Little pig, why don't you drive today? I've had a bit too much to drink. In the front of the car, for safety's sake, Ming Lan handed the keys to Zhu. Yes, Mingge. You can rest a bit. I'll wake you up when we arrive, Zhu said with a smile. Once Ming Lan got into the car, instead of resting, he continued to converse with Zhu. Zhu wanted to suggest that her idol could stay at her place, but worried it might come off as too forward. She refrained from mentioning it. Mingge, you should take a nap, she urged, noticing Ming Lan looking a bit unwell. No need. It would be too dull for you to drive alone. I'll keep you company, Ming Lan said, gently massaging his temples before smiling at her. Ming Lan was quite adept at finding topics for conversation, and the two chatted amiably throughout the journey. Once they parked, Zhu felt a tinge of reluctance to part ways. Let me walk you upstairs, she offered. The alcohol's effects had lessened for Minglan, and his eyes sparkled with warmth. Zhu had recently rented a place in an old apartment building on the 6th floor, so they had to climb the stairs. Suddenly, the hallway lights went out unexpectedly. The distinct sound of something clattering echoed in front of Zhu, startling her into jumping. Thankfully, Minglan reacted quickly, catching her before she could stumble. Author's note: readers, thank you for your support. Due to rampant piracy, I've decided to implement protective measures starting today. I hope you all understand. Chapter 35, The 35th Talisman's Meow. Hee, it's a cat. Zhu patted her chest, feeling a sense of happiness from an unexpected turn of events. It's fine. Let us go. Minglan gently patted Zhu's shoulder, his gaze fixating on the black cat squatting at the doorway, a slight frown creasing his forehead. There was an old wives' tale back home that encountering a black cat at night boded ill. Once the door swung open, Zhu invited Minglan inside for a glass of water. Although he initially intended to decline, the memory of the black cat prompted him to step inside. Zhu, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight, Minglan declared as he settled down, aware of Zhu's strong sense of pride. He resolved to find an opportunity in the coming days to persuade her to move in with him. His intentions were not driven by ulterior motives. Rather, he found the living conditions here quite inadequate. The aging 2-bedroom apartment had one room with a locked door, and it exuded an unsettling aura. All right. Zhu's heart fluttered with joy, though she masked her excitement and proceeded to fetch a pillow and blanket for Minglan. After they had washed up, they refrained from further conversation and retreated to their respective rooms, as the hour was already late. In the stillness of the night, an eerie rustling sound broke the silence. Yet Minglan, slumbering on the sofa, remained oblivious, possibly due to the effects of alcohol. Conversely, Zhu, exhilarated by the prospect of sharing a space with her idol, struggled to find sleep, thus hearing the peculiar noise with acute clarity. The sound faded shortly, and she dismissed it, assuming it was merely Minglan, like herself, unable to rest. As dawn approached, Zhu finally slipped into dreams, where she encountered her long-departed grandmother. The elderly woman gazed at her with loving eyes, her rough yet warm hands caressing Zhu's cheek, familiar and comforting. Child, hurry, leave quickly. Suddenly, her grandmother's gentle expression morphed into one of grotesque fury, her tone turning harsh. Zhu, what's wrong? Minglan, alerted by Zhu's anguished cry, rushed into the room. Minggu, it's nothing. I just had a nightmare. She managed a strained smile, the image of her grandmother's distorted face still haunting her thoughts. Go wash your face and come for breakfast, Minglan said, wiping the sweat from her forehead with a smile. Zhu blushed at Minglan's warm demeanor and took a towel into the bathroom. Upon her return, she found the table set with congee and side dishes, evidently prepared by Minglan that morning. Zhu, come here. Minglan served her a bowl of congee and, only after watching her eat, began to serve himself. Minggu, your culinary skills remain exceptional, Zhu said, feeling warmth spread through her as she savored the comforting meal. Then eat more, Minglan encouraged with a smile. Zhu's gaze drifted to a door marked as a storage room. The landlord mentioned it was filled with unwanted items, she commented, giving it a cursory glance. Her curiosity piqued, but not strong enough to pursue it further. Shall we not take a look? Minglan felt a strange unease, despite the rudeness of his query. The landlord explicitly instructed me not to open it, repeating the warning thrice. Zhu replied, shaking her head, her curiosity not particularly strong. Really? It seems odd for a mere storage room to warrant such repeated caution, Minglan mused, recalling the chill he felt the previous night. Convinced the source of that unsettling sensation emanated from the storage room. In a world rife with malice, he was unwilling to let any ill-intentioned individuals fixate on Zhu. Just as he was about to speak, the phone on the table buzzed with an incoming call, revealing it was their manager. Zhu observed Minglan's increasingly serious expression with concern as she quietly continued to eat her congee. Zhu, there's a problem with the collaboration our team is handling. I'll likely be busy for the next few days. If you need anything, just text me, Minglan said, his face a blend of seriousness and guilt. Having promised to accompany Zhu for outings during this time. No worries, Minggu, your work is paramount. We can go out once you're free. Zhu replied with a smile, knowing that soon she would start her own job, and finding a time for both would be challenging. Sorry, Zhu. Here's a spare key to my apartment. You know where I live. After tidying up, Minglan handed her the spare key, aware that directly suggesting she move and would likely be met with resistance. He preferred to let her come to the decision on her own. I understand. Zhu felt the key grow warm in her hand. Xiaozhu, I love you. Once I'm free, I'll take you to the seaside. Minglan suddenly enveloped her in a hug, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Okay, be careful on the road. Zhu blushed as she bid him farewell. Standing by the window, she watched Minglan's car gradually exit the community, unable to contain her joy any longer. She pressed the key to her heart and began to twirl in the living room, eventually collapsing onto the sofa where Minglan had slept the previous night. Mingge gave me a key. Does this mean I can freely enter his domain? Zhu mused, her cheeks still flushed. Suddenly, she paused, biting her lip before pulling the neatly folded blanket Minglan had used closer. Inhaling deeply, she reveled in the lingering scent of him, so intoxicating. At 20, just having begun her university journey, she had moved away from her hometown to a city far away, transitioning from uncertainty to gradual integration within merely a month. With her studies being manageable, her dorm mates often engaged in their own distractions. Two of them, particularly fond of online games, drew Zhu in, and she soon found herself captivated by the enchanting characters they played. In the game, she took on a mentor, and after a year, they became a virtual couple. Minglan, known as the gaming community's male deity, was renowned for his skillful gameplay and melodious voice, which Zhu found irresistibly charming. To match his prowess, she honed her own skills and became a formidable support character by his side. Against the doubts of others, they flourished as a couple within the game for 2 years. Upon discovering they resided in the same city, Minglan proposed they meet for a meal. Zhu approached this meeting with excitement, knowing upon seeing him that she was irrevocably drawn to him. Once together, Zhu realized Minglan was genuinely a wonderful person. His demeanor was respectful, and he treated her with utmost seriousness. Even holding hands only came after 6 months of their meeting, truly a pure-hearted idol. Despite the landlord's eccentricities, the affordable rent brought her joy. However, Minglan's earlier words lingered in her mind, prompting her to retrieve the blanket and approach the storage room door. The wooden door was secured with a large iron lock. Zhu pushed against it, attempting to peer through the crack, but only darkness greeted her. Knock, knock, knock. As she concentrated on the door, a sudden, forceful knock startled her. Taking a deep breath, she walked over to open it. "Granny, what brings you here?" she asked, finding the frail landlord standing at the threshold. "I brought you some vegetables from the garden upstairs since I saw you at home," the elderly woman said, thrusting a bag of greens into Zhu's hands with a somewhat fierce demeanor. "Thank you, Granny," Zhu replied, accepting the bag, only for a piece of bok choy to tumble to the ground as she bent to retrieve it. As she picked it up, she noticed the old woman's previously cloudy eyes suddenly sharpened, scanning the interior of the house with a glint of cold light. "Finish your meal, then come up to pick more," the old woman instructed before departing, hands clasped behind her back. The grandmother is indeed a kind soul. Although her demeanor may seem somewhat stern, she shares the same warmth within as a beloved idol. Zhu chuckled to herself as she gazed at the vegetables in her hands. Upon entering the house, she placed the ingredients in the refrigerator and retreated to her room, where she began submitting her resumes on her computer. When one is engrossed in work, time seems to slip away swiftly. Outside, the night was shrouded in darkness. Zhu stretched her sore neck and made her way to the bathroom to freshen up. Click, click, clang. It was about to begin. Inside the room, the elderly woman sat on the sofa, her sharp gaze fixated on the clock as the hand moved to the 12th. The black cat nestled in her lap lifted its head and meowed towards the window, only to settle back down as the woman moved. If Minglan were present at that moment, he would recognize that the black cat in the grandmother's lap was the very same that had frightened Zhu that fateful night. Rustling sounds filled the air. The living room window had not been tightly shut, allowing the cold wind to dance with the curtains, which fluttered about before quickly settling down again, as if a swan had been grasped by the neck, unable to take flight. From the storage room, a chilling sound emerged, reminiscent of thousands of insects scuttling. The noise drew nearer and nearer, and Zhu felt as though they were about to crawl upon her. Yet, no matter how she tried, she could not move or open her eyes. Suddenly, the wind lifted the curtains, and the distant headlights of vehicles streamed through the glass. The once visible blue and white bedding was now obscured, overrun by a myriad of venomous creatures, centipedes, cockroaches, scorpions, and snakes, many of which are rarely seen in the city. Time slipped away unmeasured, and finally, Zhu could open her eyes. However, the sight before her made her wish she had never done so, for now. Her eyelids felt as heavy as lead, unable to close once more. She could only watch helplessly as a blackish-red snake slithered across her cheek, its cold, slimy texture sending chills down her spine. Although she could not move, her senses were alarmingly acute. She felt the various poisonous creatures crawling across her body. In her utter despair, she found herself powerless, unable to act. The curtains billowed once more as the wind gusted through, illuminating the room with the headlights of passing vehicles. The author has a message. Thank you to the kind angel who contributed nourishing liquid. Love you, sending virtual hugs. Today the sun is shining, and I will wash the bedding, so I need to switch things up early. Chapter 36. 36 Talismans. The following day, a faint light seeped through the curtains. Juju lay rigidly in bed, her eyes red and tear-streaked. She moved her fingers, feeling weak, yet still able to rise. Memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Were they real or merely a dream? In that moment, she found it difficult to distinguish between the two. Propping herself up with a pillow, she closed her eyes, and the terrifying images from the night before rushed back with startling clarity. She touched her forehead, feeling its heat. Recalling that she still had some fever-reducing medicine left. With unsteady steps, she made her way to the cabinet, quickly retrieving the remaining medicine. After taking the pills with some water from her bedside table, she drew back the curtains and gazed at the bustling pedestrians below. Her anxiety lessened slightly. After all, this was the city. If such a multitude of snakes and insects were to appear, the tranquility below would surely be shattered. Upon reflection, if indeed so many venomous creatures had emerged, she likely would not have woken up today. She would have long since met her demise. Ding! A message notification chimed. Little pig, the weather is lovely today. Remember to go out for a stroll and eat on time. I'll make time to see you the day after tomorrow. At 7 in the morning, Ming Lan had sent her a text, likely before heading out. Don't worry about me, Mingo. Take care of your health and don't overwork yourself, Juju replied, her heart brimming with joy as she sent the message. As for the events of the previous night, they had already faded into the background of her mind. As seconds turned into minutes, Juju noticed the text on her computer beginning to blur, her eyelids growing heavy, threatening to close. Pinching her brow, she set the laptop aside, deciding to take a short nap, hoping that by the time she woke, her fever would have subsided. The market was alive with the sounds of bustling voices, the cries of vendors filling the air. Qianqiu, dressed casually, wandered among the stalls. At the meat stand, she selected a piece of marbled pork belly and, after a moment's thought, added a bone. Dai Wang's meals were now her responsibility, and a hearty bone broth would do him good. The morning produce was fresh and vibrant, and with bags in hand, Qianqiu walked home contentedly. Ding! As the elevator doors opened, Qianqiu spotted a dark figure waiting at her door. Daigo, why didn't you call? She asked, rummaging for her keys to let him in. I assumed you were out buying groceries, Dai Wang replied, comfortably shedding his shoes and arranging the vegetables neatly in the fridge. Though he had his own keys, he had left them behind since he had rented the place to Qianqiu. Yes, I bought some bones for broth. The morning market's produce is fresh today. You're in for a treat, Qianqiu said, changing into an apron as she prepared to simmer the bones. Daigo, go watch some TV. I'll be done shortly, she urged, gently pushing him out of the kitchen. Let me know if you need any help. He called back as he moved to the living room, pulling out his notebook to review some materials. Cooking the bone broth was straightforward. Within minutes, the bones were in the pot. As the heat increased, Qianqiu cleaned and seasoned the fish she had bought, planning to steam it. 10 minutes later, she removed her apron, rinsed the fishy smell from her hands, and stepped outside, carrying a bowl of freshly washed grapes. Warm sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the spot where Dai Wang sat in a golden glow, softening his typically stern features. Qianqiu's gaze was unabashed as she studied him. Even Dai Wang, with his rough demeanor, could sense her scrutiny. Have some grapes, she offered, extending the bowl towards him as he met her questioning eyes. Casually glancing at his notebook, she noticed he was reviewing a case filled with unsettling images that made her stomach churn. However, Dai Wang appeared unfazed, accustomed to such sights. Shaking her head, Qianqiu decided not to dwell on it and instead pulled out her new notebook, searching for a movie to watch. There are countless captivating films in this world. Especially her beloved zombie and horror genres, she could watch them daily without growing tired. With her headphones on, clutching a panda pillow, she sat at the coffee table. Surrounded by snacks and drinks, her eyes glued to the screen, utterly engrossed in the unfolding story. Dai Wang observed her for a while, amused by her passion for horror films. He, a ghost-hunting Daoist, found it ironic yet endearing that she enjoyed such content. Her expressions were more intense than those of the actors on screen, and he chuckled at the thought of her diving into the screen if a door to the supernatural appeared. Foolish. The protagonist is so dim-witted. Qianxiu exclaimed, exasperatedly watching the lead female character. It was painfully obvious that the ghost could discern direction by sound, yet she screamed at the sight of a mere doll. A sound that could be heard from blocks away. If she hadn't screamed, her friend wouldn't have died. Such a classic example of protagonist privilege. How could she escape while her friend suffered a gruesome fate? Qianxiu truly becomes increasingly infuriated, her expression reflecting an urge to confront the female protagonist with a scathing rebuke. Taking a sip of juice to calm her nerves, Daiwang observes Qianxiu's puffed cheeks and, with a smile, offers her the cup on the table. Thank you, brother Dai. Qianxiu replies, draining it in one go, yet feeling unsatisfied. She pours herself another glass. Since it's so aggravating to watch, I should just stop. Daiwang, noticing the fury in Qianxiu's eyes, fears she might explode in anger. No, I must witness how the female lead meets her demise at the hands of the ghost. Qianxiu declares vehemently as she finishes her drink. Fine, Daiwang responds, somewhat helplessly. He seldom watches horror films, as they often follow predictable patterns. Yet, Qianxiu's stubborn resolve to endure the frustration perplexes him, bordering on self-torture. When encountering a director who deviates from the formula, horror films can be thrilling, as the reckless protagonists often meet their doom, providing a sense of satisfaction for the audience. However, with directors who adhere to the old tropes, it's typical for one protagonist to be the sole survivor, having inadvertently caused the demise of their entire team. After a period of reflection, one would expect them to learn from their mistakes, but by the end, the director often reverts to old habits, leading the protagonist into yet another perilous situation. This maddening blend of love and hate towards the storyline elicits a mixed response, compelling one to exclaim, "Bravo, such a director." Yet, while Qianxiu vents her frustrations at both the director and the female lead, she secretly clicks on the next installment. Throughout the day, Qianxiu and Daiwang remain indoors. One engrossed in research, the other in films, their companionship strikingly harmonious. In the afternoon, having endured enough torment from horror films, Qianxiu selects a popular zombie movie, rumored to be exceptionally entertaining and perfect for relaxation. After 3 episodes, she scoffs while munching on chips. Excellent. Although the protagonists have doomed an entire village, it's likely a narrative necessity. The next episode should be more enjoyable. Yet, after 5 episodes, Qianxiu slaps her thigh in frustration, wearing a sinister smile. That scoundrel who recommended this said it would be thrilling. Where is the thrill? It's sheer emotional torment. She slams her thigh, unaware of the imprint left behind due to her overwhelming irritation. While the zombie film is indeed captivating, its predictability is even more exasperating than horror films, leaving her nearly breathless from frustration after a morning of anguish. In the film, the female lead invariably encounters a dilemma. A group of villains demands a villager's surrender, which could lead to a peaceful resolution if the villagers comply. However, the female lead, defying logic, declares, "Leave it to me. No one will be harmed." The outcome? The entire village becomes collateral damage, and the targeted individual is still taken away. Ironically, this individual is a virus researcher, thus implicating him in the outbreak. Nonetheless, the female lead views him as a victim, resolutely assuring her team, "We promise to protect him. We cannot give up. We must save him." The others, inspired by her words, rally in agreement, disregarding the lone dissenting voice. At this juncture, Qianxiu can only exclaim, "You're going to challenge a base with thousands of personnel with a team of 10? Quite the protagonist, indeed." Eventually, Qianxiu closes her laptop, but reopens it a minute later, compelled to witness the unfolding calamity. She cannot bear to miss their downfall. Daiwang, observing this spectacle, feels an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, bemused by the enigma of women. How could she still want to watch despite her evident frustration? Noting the time, he heads to the kitchen, deciding to prepare dinner himself, concerned that Qianxiu's emotional state might lead to a culinary disaster. Author's note, ha ha ha. I really want to write about such a reckless protagonist. I'm at a standstill. What should I do? My drafts are running low. I must strive to store more. Chapter 37. The 37 Talismans. Night quietly descends. Zhu lies in bed, surrounded by darkness, startled awake by her surroundings. Touching her forehead, she realizes the medication has taken effect. Her fever has subsided, and her strength is returning, with her stomach growling in protest. Rubbing her belly, Zhu glances at her phone beside the pillow, discovering 2 unread messages from Mingwan, time-stamped around 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. She muses. Could it be that he only just had lunch? He must be so busy. Truth be told, she feels a twinge of concern for him. Bread and milk will suffice for now. She really doesn't want to cook alone. Anything to fill her stomach will do. However, if Ming Lan were here, she would exert every effort to prepare a grand feast for him to replenish his strength. But for now, she decides to let it slide. Flopping onto the sofa, Zhu grabs the remote and turns on the television, randomly selecting a channel while munching on her bread and milk. Though slightly cold, it serves as a wake-up call. A comedy film plays on the screen, and after a few minutes, she finds herself laughing heartily, pleasantly surprised by its humor. Having not watched a movie in a while, Zhu manages to enjoy it thoroughly, tears of laughter streaming from her eyes. It's unexpected joy to find herself so entertained while alone. Suddenly, her phone buzzes on the coffee table. She picks it up to see it's a call from Ming Lan, her heart racing with anticipation as she eagerly answers. Hello. Minggu, have you eaten yet? She asks, noting his voice suggests he might just be finishing work. Yes, I'm eating now. Have you had anything, little pig? Ming Lan replies, relieved to hear her cheerful tone. I ate. I was just watching a movie. It was hilarious. Zhu excitedly recounts the film's plot, her animated description painting vivid scenes in Ming Lan's mind. As he slurps his noodles, Ming Lan's eyes soften with affection. He finds her chatter soothing, washing away his weariness. Little pig, once I have some free time, let us go to the cinema together to watch this film, he suggests, wiping his mouth with a napkin, his tone gentle and indulgent. Okay, I'll wait for you to finish your work. Zhu's heart leaps at the invitation, brimming with excitement. After a while, they chat leisurely until Zhu urges Ming Lan to rest early, though he insists it's no trouble. She worries about him having dinner so late, especially if it's instant noodles. The thought tugs at her heartstrings. Ming Lan, unable to argue with her, ends the call. Though instead of resting, he returns to his casework, eager to finish so he can spend more time with Zhu. As for Zhu, after hanging up the phone, she was filled with excitement. Perhaps it was due to her long nap during the day that left her particularly spirited. She opened her computer, accessed the game login interface, and logged in with both her and Ming Lan's accounts. Finding a serene and beautiful spot, she began a face-to-face meditation. There she sat before the computer, gazing at the two avatars on the screen, smiling sweetly as if she had fallen into a pot of honey. She remained there for 2 hours after typing good night. My wife and kiss. My wife. She finally logged out of the game, her cheeks flushed. That night, Zhu kept the lights on, planning to sleep with the illumination. Feeling untroubled and relaxed, she soon drifted into slumber, her breathing steady, a smile lingering on her lips, perhaps dreaming of something delightful. Suddenly, a cacophony of sounds erupted from the storage room, more peculiar than the previous night, as if something were gnawing on the cardboard boxes. The door to the storage room cracked open, and a swarm of insects poured out, an unsettling sight indeed. The door swung wide, revealing a red and black cobra that coiled itself, resting its tail upon the doorknob. With a sharp sound, it pushed open the bedroom door. This time, instead of entering, it assumed a menacing posture at the threshold. The ceiling light began to flicker erratically before ultimately extinguishing. Beside Zhu's bed stood an elderly figure clad in deep blue attire, her hair meticulously arranged and secured with a silver ornament. Her gaze was fixed on the door, exuding an aura of stern vigilance. The cobra hissed one last warning, but the elderly woman remained resolute, steadfast as a guardian at Zhu's bedside. Suddenly, the multitude of insects surged, forming a massive, shadowy figure, some critters tumbling off due to the sheer density. The elderly woman, undeterred by the grotesque spectacle before her, gripped an elongated object, embroidered with auspicious symbols, as the monstrous swarm lunged at her. With a swift movement of her right hand, she deftly swatted the approaching insects away. As the night deepened, the moon became shrouded by thick clouds, and the streetlights flickered ominously, casting doubt on whether they would remain lit. In stark contrast to the silence outside, Zhu's room buzzed with chaos, the insects swarming every corner except for the area around her bed, which remained untouched. The elderly woman wielded the sole of a shoe, relentlessly striking at the encroaching pests. Despite her exhaustion, with her hairpin disheveled, she bore a contented smile as she watched over the slumbering Zhu. Glancing at the time, she knew dawn was approaching. If she could endure this moment, the vile creatures would retreat. As the first light of dawn broke, she leaned against a nearby cabinet, gasping for breath, yet her lips curled into a reassuring smile. As the pests began to withdraw, she trembled, making her way to Zhu's bedside, gently placing her rough hands upon her cheeks. With the rising sun, the elderly woman's form gradually became transparent, ultimately vanishing from the room. Meanwhile, the lights flickered back to life. "Grandma!" Juju shot upright, her eyes still glistening with remnants of sleep. She had dreamed of her grandmother again, who sat by her bedside, just as in her childhood, crafting shoe soles while keeping watch over her slumber. Raising her right hand, she switched off the bedside lamp and began her morning routine, feeling refreshed from the previous night's restful sleep. After breakfast, Juju sent her customary message to Ming Lan before embarking on a thorough cleaning of her home. However, during her cleaning, she discovered a cockroach beneath her bed, and upon seeing the lifeless creature, memories of her nightmarish dreams flooded back. After tidying up, she opened her computer to search online for advice on dealing with cockroaches. The results were filled with dismissive comments, suggesting she was seeking humor, as having cockroaches was deemed normal. Many keyboard warriors mocked her, insinuating her lack of cleanliness, as if her home had become a garbage dump. Reading through the responses, Juju's fingers danced over the keyboard. The growing pressure she felt was undeniable. Closing her computer, she resolved to take a stroll to clear her mind. That night, as she fell into a deep sleep, the vile creatures emerged once more from the storage room, their numbers increasingly alarming. The elderly guardian continued to stand vigil at Juju's bedside, brandishing the shoe sole against any approaching pests. This time, she appeared even more worn than before, her form growing increasingly transparent as dawn approached. For several consecutive nights, the elderly woman appeared, driving away the pests that invaded Juju's room. Yet with each passing night, her strength waned, her body grew frail, and her once vibrant demeanor dulled. Even her expression bore signs of weariness. With strands of white hair cascading down her forehead, her posture becoming stooped. Nevertheless, her gaze towards Juju remained filled with warmth and affection. As dawn neared, the elderly figure collapsed to the ground, her eyes steadfastly locked on the slumbering Juju. Author's note: La la la. Today the author seeks self-amusement. Chapter 38. 38 Talismans. In the bustling city, amidst the clamor of crowds, the vibrant neon lights slowly receded. Juju rested her head against the bus window, observing the hurried throngs outside. A sweet smile gracing her lips as her crush had called her, inviting her into his world. Despite his busy schedule, he expressed concern for her well-being, igniting a spark of hope within her. Some may speculate that he merely sought her company for warmth, but she knew him to be a man of integrity. Since he mentioned only concern, and with an empty room at home, Juju felt assured that his intentions were genuine. Twirling the keys in her hand, she made a decision. She would move in with him, even if it meant forfeiting her 3 months' rent. Tomorrow, she would inquire with her landlady about the possibility of a refund. After disembarking the bus, Juju stopped at a convenience store for snacks, carrying her bag toward her old building. In the dim light, her shadow elongated, and she scanned her surroundings with curiosity. It was still early, yet the street was eerily deserted. Had she lost track of time? The sound of her high heels echoed, sending shivers down her spine. Clutching her bag tightly, she quickened her pace toward the building. Tension coursed through her, every hair on her body standing on end, as she scanned the stairwell, devoid of any signs of life. Yet the chilling sensation lingered, an unmistakable weight of reality pressing upon her. With a clatter, the keys slipped from her grasp due to overwhelming anxiety, and at the very moment when Juju bent down, the motion-sensitive lights in the corridor extinguished abruptly. Startled, she reached out, but instead of finding the keys upon the ground, her hand brushed against something soft and furry, prompting an involuntary scream. Coincidentally, her cry activated the lights throughout the building, illuminating her surroundings. Trembling, Juju turned her gaze toward the source of her earlier fright. A jet-black cat crouched in the corner, its eyes resembling dark voids, fixated on Juju, creating an eerily tense atmosphere. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding washed over her as she glanced at the keys lying in front of the feline. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself, crouching down cautiously to retrieve them. Just as her fingers grazed the keys, the cat let out a sharp cry, its voice harsh and unyielding. Unlike the timid demeanor it had previously displayed, in a flash, it swiped at her hand, leaving behind a sharp sting. Instantly, her fair skin bore several crimson scratches, beads of blood oozing from the wounds. Casting a quick glance at the black cat, she hastily picked up the keys, unlocked the door, and dashed inside. Once inside, she placed her belongings down and swiftly grabbed some soap to clean her wounds. The cat appeared to be a stray, and the thought of contracting a disease filled her with dread. After rinsing her hand under cool water for nearly 20 minutes, Juju emerged from the bathroom, her skin flushed from the chill. Although the bleeding had ceased, anxiety gnawed at her. Tomorrow morning, she was due for a vaccination. Nevertheless, For the sake of her crush's safety, she resolved to avoid visiting him for the next few days. She would postpone her move until she was sure of her health. Cradling a cushion, Juju pondered with a hint of melancholy. With her phone in hand, she reclined on the sofa, aimlessly browsing but finding nothing engaging. Realizing her lack of interest, she decided it was better to retire early, as it was already past midnight. Observing her phone's dwindling battery, she rose to charge it, unaware that she had sprawled on the couch for nearly 3 hours. After stretching her stiff neck, she took a sip from the cup on her bedside table and retrieved her charger from the drawer. Just as she connected her phone to the power source, she heard an unusual noise from outside, distinct and seemingly emanating from her own home. Recalling her encounter with the black cat, she hesitated momentarily before grabbing a baseball bat and venturing out. In the living room, the strange noise became more pronounced. Biting her lip, Juju cautiously approached the storage room, the sounds emanating from within sending chills down her spine. She rapped on the door twice with the bat, and an eerie silence fell almost immediately. Curious, she pressed her ear against the door. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted from inside. The sound of something slamming against the door startling her into a seated position. After a moment of listening, she recognized the familiar sound, like insects skittering. However, this time, she feared there were hundreds within. Could it be possible? In this bustling metropolis, could such a multitude of insects truly exist? A crack appeared in the wooden door, and Juju instinctively watched the gap, ready to spring into action. A torrent of insects cascaded through the opening, with many more crawling out from below. Unlike common pests, these were venomous creatures, a horrifying sight. Gasping in shock, Juju quickly scrambled to her feet and dashed into the bedroom. Once inside, she hastily barricaded the door with movable furniture, determined to prevent the creatures from entering. She couldn't afford to be bitten. Even a single sting could prove fatal. These were creatures she had only read about in encyclopedias, some of which were native to tropical rainforests. How could they possibly be here in such overwhelming numbers? With the door secured, Juju rushed to her bedside, illuminating her phone screen to call for help. Suddenly, her hand trembled, sensing something fall from above. Now crawling on her head, holding her breath, she dared not move. 30 seconds later, the screen dimmed. Looking down, her heart raced in horror as the darkened display reflected the ceiling. The once white surface was now a riot of colors, densely populated by venomous insects. With a sudden darkness enveloping her, countless creatures rained down, overtaking her bed. Tears streamed down Juju's face, yet she remained paralyzed with fear. A glossy black scorpion crawled along her arm, its stinger poised menacingly. She was certain that any movement on her part would provoke it to strike. Meanwhile, the noise at the door intensified, the sound of the insects gnawing at the wood revealing the sharpness of their mandibles. How had these venomous creatures emerged? Given their sheer numbers, she doubted they had always been confined to the storage room. Reflecting on the dream she had that night, it no longer felt like a mere figment of her imagination. She was now faced with the grim reality that she might not survive this night. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her foot, followed by a wave of numbness. Her legs weakened, and Juju felt herself tumble backward. A thud echoed as her head struck the ground painfully, but she couldn't move. At that moment, she sensed the insects leaping and crawling upon her. The sensation of being enveloped in a coat of venomous insects was eclipsed by the horror of the scene before her. As her phone slipped from her grasp, it fell from the bedside table, illuminating the room with a new message notification. Juju attempted to reach for her phone, but her arms felt as heavy as lead. Utterly immobile, the weight of the insects pressing against her was suffocating, as if a colossal mass were pinning her down. A hole had been gnawed through the bedroom door, and a swarm of familiar insects infiltrated the room. Their movements were peculiar, merely crawling on her. Initially paralyzed by fear, she felt no immediate physical change. But as time passed, a horrifying realization dawned upon her. Her vitality began to drain, as if an unseen force was siphoning her life away. This sensation, initially subtle, grew more pronounced with each passing moment. As nights silently slipped away, this night stretched interminably for Juju, her complexion pale and devoid of color. Her body drenched in sweat, as though she had emerged from the depths of a pool. The notification chimed again. With bloodshot eyes, Juju read the message. Good morning, Ming. Today I'm going out with my classmates, so I want to be cooking for you. It's almost time, so I'm leaving now. Bye. The message was sent. The author wishes to convey a message. Today, the author gazes intently at you. Dear reader. Chapter 39. The Talisman as dawn began to break. Ming Lan entered the last of his data into the computer. After a prolonged period of overtime, he had finally completed his work. The screen went black. reflecting a countenance that bore the marks of fatigue, dark circles under his eyes, and stubble on his chin, starkly contrasting with his usual polished appearance. Rubbing his temples, Ming Lan retrieved his phone and noticed a message from Zhu Zhu. For reasons unknown, he felt something was amiss with Zhu Zhu these past few days. His calls went unanswered, and he would often receive a text reply hours later. The content of these texts was largely repetitive, which piqued his curiosity. Having known Zhu Zhu for 4 years and having been in a relationship for over a year, he had a decent understanding of her character. He dialed her number, quickly inputting a message, but at the last moment, he hesitated and deleted it. After a brief contemplation, Ming Lan rose and made his way to the bathroom. Due to the frequency of such occurrences, he had prepared a set of toiletries at the office. After a quick wash and a shave to rid himself of the stubble, he wiped his face with a towel, feeling significantly more alert. On his way to Zhu Zhu's neighborhood, he donned his Bluetooth headset and called her several times. Yet none were answered. The more he encountered silence, the more anxious he became. 40 minutes later, he arrived at her apartment complex, parked his car, and hurried up the stairs. Standing before her door, he took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his racing heart. He raised his hand, but then hesitated, pulling out his phone to dial the number etched in his memory, pressing his ear against the door. Familiar music drifted from within. The sound, though soft, penetrated his ears. Minutes passed, yet the music continued, and Zhu Zhu still did not answer his calls. In that moment, a chill ran down Ming Lan's spine. The likelihood of something being wrong had escalated significantly. He opened his wallet, extracting a key, praying that Zhu Zhu had not locked it. With a swift motion, he slid the card through the lock, and the door creaked open slightly. The light spilling through the gap eased his anxiety. Peering through the crack, he observed a neatly arranged interior, void of any chaos. Gently pushing the door open, he quietly stepped inside, scanning the area. The living room appeared normal. But as he glanced toward the bedroom, he noticed a large hole in the door. Through the opening, he glimpsed someone lying on the floor, causing his heart to race. Xiaozhu. He rushed toward the bedroom door, pushing it open to reveal Zhu Zhu sprawled on the ground, her complexion pale and her gaze vacant. Xiaozhu, tell me, what happened? He lifted her off the floor, feeling her body was chillingly cold. Panic surged through him as he checked for her breath. Though faint, it was still present. He carried her to the bed and tucked her under the covers, waving a hand before her eyes. But she remained unresponsive, as though time had frozen for her. After examining her, he found no visible injuries, yet it was difficult to ascertain if she had suffered a stroke. She seemed lost in a distant realm, devoid of thought. Having been raised by a mother who was a doctor, he had absorbed a great deal of medical knowledge, yet he could not discern Zhu Zhu's condition. Remembering the message he received from her earlier that day and contrasting it with her current state, he felt an unsettling eeriness. Xiaozhu, he called softly, leaning closer to her ear. If this did not yield results, he would have no choice but to take her to the hospital. Perhaps it was his gentle urging that stirred the heavens. As he continued to call her name, a flicker of light returned to her vacant eyes. Ming Ming. Zhu Zhu's voice was hoarse, her throat constricting painfully. Having experienced a terrifying ordeal the night before, she had shut her consciousness away to protect herself from reliving that horror. If not for Ming Lan's voice reaching her heart, she may have remained in that state indefinitely. I'm so sorry, Xiaozhu. I'm late. Ming Lan lamented as he held her trembling form. His heart ached at the sight of her distress. They remained locked in an embrace, his hands gently patting her back until her breathing gradually steadied. Here, drink some warm water. Discarding the cold water in the cup, he poured from the thermos, ensuring it was lukewarm before offering it to her. Ming Lan sat quietly by her side, his gaze filled with tenderness and concern. Refraining from directly asking her what had transpired, waiting for her to gather herself before she could speak. Their hands intertwined, his warmth seeped into her, calming her racing heart. The strangeness of the situation weighed heavily, were it not for his deep understanding of Zhu Zhu. He might have found it hard to believe such bizarre and terrifying events could exist. Did those poisonous insects really bite through the door? Ming Lan stepped back to examine the basketball-sized hole in the bedroom door. Yes, Zhu Zhu nodded, her face devoid of color, her large eyes bloodshot. Ming Lan crouched to scrutinize the hole, noting numerous bite marks. Zhu Zhu's account seemed true, yet it only heightened his unease. One question lingered in his mind. If these insects originated from the tropical rainforest and were of an extinct variety, how had they arrived here, venturing out only at night? With their considerable numbers, surely others in the vicinity would have noticed. Minggu, don't go. Zhu Zhu struggled to rise from the bed, her fear overwhelming. Even a slight chance of danger was too much for her. Xiaozhu, stay in bed. Don't get up. Ming Lan rushed to her side as she stood unsteadily, fearing she might fall. Don't go. I'm scared. She clung to him, her anxiety palpable. It's all right. Since you haven't seen them during the day, it means they don't dare emerge. If we can eliminate them, now is the perfect opportunity. Ming Lan reassured her, his determination unwavering. But I'm scared. What if they come out during the day? Zhu Zhu's face grew even paler at the thought, her complexion resembling that of a blank sheet of paper. In that case, Xiao Zhu, you should come stay with me. It's too unsafe here, Ming Lan sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness. Mingge, do you still want to go in and take a look? Zhu Zhu pondered for a moment, then met his gaze. She understood his nature well. Once he set his mind on something, he would not relent until he had answers, especially since it pertained to her. This is an unstable factor. I cannot rest easy until it is resolved. Ming Lan stroked her hair, acknowledging that this situation had completely upended his worldview. Then I will accompany you. Zhu Zhu bit her lip, her hands tightly clasped together. You are still unwell. Take a proper seat on the sofa, Ming Lan said, gently assisting her onto the couch. As he moved around the room, he handed Zhu Zhu a bottle of air freshener and a lighter. Do you know how to use these? To be on the safe side, he provided her with some assurance. I can manage, Brother Ming. Be careful, Zhu Zhu replied. Gripping the air freshener in one hand and the lighter in the other, her gaze resolute as she looked at Ming Lan. You're quite impressive, little pig. Ming Lan chuckled, ruffling her hair at her determined expression. This girl, despite her naivety, was much better off confronting her fears rather than hiding them away. Zhu Zhu shot him an annoyed glare, finding his stance, holding a baseball bat in one hand and a large wrench in the other, rather amusing. He seemed so unlike his usual serious self. This version of her idol felt much more relatable. Unperturbed by Zhu Zhu's gaze, Ming Lan stood by the door with the wrench in hand, first wrapping a cloth around the lock to muffle the sound before swinging the hammer with force. The cloth was a precaution. After all, Zhu Zhu had mentioned that the landlord lived upstairs, and he did not want to alert her to the commotion below. Since she had cautioned Zhu Zhu against opening this place, Ming Lan couldn't help but suspect that the landlord might be behind this. Until he clarified the situation, he wished to avoid alarming her. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sound of the hammer striking the lock was not loud, but it took several strikes for the lock to finally give way. Clang. The lock fell, but Ming Lan was unable to catch it, causing it to chip a small piece off the white tiles below. With the door now unlocked, Ming Lan's senses sharpened, and even his hand trembled slightly as he prepared to push the door open. Just then, a loud knocking echoed from the other side. The unexpected sound heightened the tension between the two. Little pig, did you tell anyone your address? Ming Lan asked, his eyes fixed warily on the door. Friends shouldn't knock like that. Brother Ming, I've only told you. Zhu Zhu's complexion paled as she began to suspect that the person at the door could be the landlord. After all, she had indeed only shared this information with Ming Lan, and had yet to mention it to anyone at home. Perhaps the landlord had found out about their lockpicking. But was that even possible? The moment the lock fell, the landlord appeared at the door. Regardless, she could only think the worst. Brother Ming, it might be the landlord. What should we do? Tears welled in Zhu Zhu's eyes. If it truly was the landlord, she would be dragging her idol into trouble. The warning about the storage room echoed in her mind. The landlord was no ordinary person, and she feared that neither she nor her idol could stand against her. Don't worry, little pig. Don't cry, Ming Lan said, his focus shifting away from the storage room. The contents could wait. If the landlord was indeed outside, they might be in danger. First and foremost, he needed to deal with the landlord at the door. Brother Ming, Zhu Zhu glanced out the window. If she weren't on a high floor, she would have considered having her idol escape through it. Stay calm. I'll handle this, Ming Lan said, wiping the tears from her eyes before putting on a coat to obscure the baseball bat he held. If the landlord were to act, they might have a chance to catch her off guard. As Zhu Zhu listened to the increasingly frantic knocks at the door and watched Ming Lan assess their surroundings, her lips nearly blistered from anxiety. Ah, right. Suddenly, she grabbed a coat from the sofa and began rummaging through the pockets. The girl she had met that night might have sensed something amiss and given her a business card. Calling her could be their salvation. Is that you, Mrs. Landlord? Please hold on for a moment. We're a bit occupied, Zhu Zhu said, gripping the card tightly, forcing herself to calm down as she dialed the number, calling out anxiously to the door. Understood. The landlord's voice came back from outside, slightly impatient but momentarily quieting her knocks. Inside, the atmosphere grew even more tense. Ming Lan exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhu, alertly standing behind the door, his ear pressed against the door to listen for any movements outside. Beep, beep, beep. Zhu motioned for Ming Lan not to open the door just yet. She needed to make this call first. She could only hope that the person on the other end had their phone handy and would answer right away. Otherwise, she truly didn't know what to do. Hello. This is Qian Qiu. How may I assist you? The cool voice on the line made Zhu feel a surge of emotion. Hello, are you still there? Zhu was so overwhelmed that she struggled to speak, but fortunately, Qian Qiu noticed her irregular breathing. Yes, I'm here. The other night at the sheep pen. You gave me your card. Please, we need your help. Zhu's voice trembled with urgency, and Qian Qiu sensed her instability. All right, don't panic. Please tell me your address, and explain what's happening, Qian Qiu instructed, exchanging a glance with Dai Wang. The urgency in Zhu's plea indicated they were in real danger. She had not heard from the girl in days, and thought the situation had settled. But now it seemed far more complicated. Bang, bang, bang. Are you not ready yet? The landlord's voice was noticeably impatient now, and her knocks grew louder. We'll be ready shortly, Zhu shouted, her voice strained. She is coming in. Quick, Daoist, come here, Zhu whispered, trembling as she realized time was of the essence. Take my card and stand in the sunlight, Qian Qiu instructed, handing a note with the address to Dai Wang. Raising her eyebrows to signal him to go fetch the car, Qian Qiu felt a wave of relief. Thankfully, Dai Wang's car was nearby. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find transportation at this hour. If they delayed, it could cost lives. As for Zhu, she knew that whatever was out there during the day was not a ghost. Otherwise, she wouldn't have made it this far. But why would it act now? After so many days? That puzzled her. Regardless of what it was, as long as they could stay in the sunlight, they would have some protection. Fortunately, the weather was fine, the sun was bright, and the energy was strong. With the card's blessing, they should be able to hold out until help arrived. Of course, that was only if whatever it was didn't have centuries of power. If it did, she couldn't guarantee their safety. After hanging up, Qian Qiu and Dai Wang rushed down the stairs, knowing that every second counted. Lives were at stake. Ming Lan stood by the door, casting a puzzled glance at Zhu. The encounter at the sheep pen seemed to grow more enigmatic by the moment. Brother Ming, let us buy some time, Zhu said as she approached, withholding details about her call for now. Click. The lock turned, and the landlord used her spare key to unlock the door. Their eyes locking as tension escalated. Brother Ming, take this and go to the window. Stand where the sun shines. Zhu felt fortunate that she had not discarded the business card that day. Now it had become a lifeline for both of them. Go quickly. She urged Ming Lan with a gentle shove, then placed her hand on the latch. After making a call to Qian Qiu, her confidence surged significantly. Ming Lan, observing the resolute glint in Zhu's eyes, squeezed the card in her hand and turned decisively toward the window. Granny, is something the matter? Zhu inquired as she opened the door, meeting the sharp gaze of the elderly woman at the threshold. I came to check on you. The neighbors mentioned they hadn't seen you for a couple of days, and I grew a bit worried. The old woman's eyes scanned the room, landing on Ming Lan, and a flicker of intrigue crossed her features. Oh, I'm fine. You needn't worry, Granny, Zhu managed to force a strained smile. Child, I've been standing at the door for so long, and you don't invite me in for a moment's rest? The elderly woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she spoke. Apologies for the intrusion, Zhu began, but the old woman had already sidled past her into the room. Zhu clenched her fists and followed closely behind. Is this young man your boyfriend? The landlady inquired confidently as she settled onto the sofa. He seems quite admirable. Her gaze swept over Ming Lan appreciatively. Thank you for the compliment. May I offer you some water? Ming Lan replied, placing a cup of warm water in front of the old woman. Little pig, didn't you say it was cold? The sun is quite nice today. You should step outside and soak it in. Your face looks rather pale. Ming Lan held Zhu's hand, discreetly passing her the card. Zhu intended to say something, but Ming Lan supported her toward the window and even provided her with a chair. Sitting by the window, Zhu felt a mix of joy and anxiety. She was elated by Ming Lan's earlier demeanor, realizing that when he referred to her as his fiancée, it was genuine. Yet, she worried about Ming Lan being so close to the landlady, where sunlight barely reached, and the card still lingered in her possession. With your demeanor, one might think I am some ferocious beast, the landlady remarked, her gaze flitting between the two, suddenly breaking into a smile. Both Zhu and Ming Lan turned towards her, their clenched fists damp with perspiration. You jest, Granny. Although you appear stern, we perceive you as a kind-hearted soul. Ming Lan replied with a smile. Is that so? So, it appears I am viewed as a good person in your eyes? The landlady sighed, her tone tinged with self-mockery. her gaze drifting toward the distance. I heard Zhu mention that you even brought her vegetables, Ming Lan said, her eyes reflecting curiosity. Ding dong. Suddenly, Ming Lan's phone chimed. Glancing down, she saw a notification from Baidu. As she read the message, her previously calm expression drained of color. The once-in-a-century solar eclipse is about to commence. Let us await its arrival. Ming Lan opened the Baidu search engine, which was nearly overwhelmed by this news. Having been preoccupied for days, she had no time to check for updates, and now her heart sank. What is it? The landlady inquired, noticing her change in demeanor. Well, I shall not intrude any further, the elderly woman added with a smile, rising to her feet. Zhu cast a puzzled glance at Ming Lan, her heart brimming with concern at the expression on his face. Could something truly have gone awry at his home? As she pondered this, Zhu suddenly felt the sunlight filtering and dim slightly, prompting her to turn and gaze at the sky. The scorching sun still hung high, but a shadowy edge began to encroach upon its brilliance, gradually consuming it. Ming Lan suppressed her rising unease as she accompanied the landlady to the door. Just as she prepared to open it, she discovered, to her dismay, that the door had inexplicably jammed. What's wrong? The landlady noticed her troubled expression and raised an eyebrow in concern. It won't budge. Ming Lan pulled desperately, but the door felt as though it were embedded within its frame, impervious to her strength. Simultaneously, the door to the storeroom began to rattle violently, as though something within was straining to break free. The author wishes to convey, Dear angels, I apologize. I just arrived home and will update shortly. Chapter 41. The 41 Talismans. Greetings, dear audience. Today marks a rare total solar eclipse. Experts advise against viewing the sun directly during an eclipse, as it may cause temporary blindness and, in severe cases, permanent vision loss. The announcer's sweet voice resonated through the radio as Dai Wang turned it on. Upon hearing this, Qian Qiu's grip on her phone tightened. A solar eclipse. Daigu, is there a shortcut nearby? She exclaimed, startled by the unexpected occurrence. During a solar eclipse, creatures that thrive in darkness seize the opportunity for freedom. As daylight wanes and darkness grows, the energies of the shadows become more accessible. Some nocturnal beings emerge to roam, gaining strength from the solar eclipse. Furthermore, Zhu, caught in their midst, could become a sacrificial offering, her flesh and blood accelerating their transformation. The thought ignited a sense of urgency within Qian Qiu. She wished for Dai Wang's vehicle to sprout wings and soar through the skies, for their current speed felt agonizingly slow. Observing Qian Qiu's expression, Dai Wang surmised part of her apprehension. The solar eclipse posed a dire threat to those trapped within. Hold on tight, Dai Wang instructed, retrieving an alarm from within the vehicle and activating it. The siren blared, clearing a path ahead, allowing them to speed toward the address Zhu had provided. Within the old neighborhood, Ming Lan, realizing the door would not open, turned her gaze toward the landlady. Why are you looking at me? The house is sealed tight. None of us can leave, the landlady replied coldly, her eyes glancing warily toward the storeroom. Ming Lan found herself perplexed by the old woman's demeanor, which was laden with suspicion. Sealed? What do you mean, Granny? She questioned, kicking the door in frustration, but it remained completely impervious to her efforts. Zhu had now joined Ming Lan, hoping fervently that Qian Qiu would arrive soon. Although there were no poisonous creatures within, Zhu sensed a far more terrifying presence enveloping them, such as fate. The landlady murmured, her voice tinged with melancholy as she peered out the window. Bang! The wooden door shook violently before being flung open by an unseen force. Granny, get down, Zhu shouted, sensing an overwhelming sense of desolation emanating from the old woman's back. Despite appearing frail, the elderly lady wielded her seemingly unassuming cane with devastating force, shattering the door. As the two witnessed the chaos within the storeroom, their faces paled in horror. Which, they are innocent. Spare them, the landlady pleaded, kneeling respectfully before whatever lay within the storeroom. Jiu, when did you become so benevolent? A voice emerged from within, dry and harsh, resonating with an unsettling intensity. Which, with the power of the eclipse, I need not their lives. I shall rise again. The landlady paused, gritting her teeth as she replied. Jiu, you know that with their blood, flesh, and souls, I shall become even more powerful. The voice emanating from within brimmed with madness, for she had awaited this day for far too long. Zhu and Ming Lan stood behind the elderly landlady, every cell of their bodies brimming with vigilance. Although the nature of the entity within remained a mystery, its desire for their very flesh and souls was far beyond the realm of ordinary comprehension. It was likely the mastermind behind the sinister manipulation of the venomous insects. Wu Ju, do not test my patience, the figure inside, referred to as Wu by the landlady, suddenly interjected, shifting from a tone of sternness to one of unnerving gentleness. Simultaneously, as the voice of Wu resonated, the atmosphere around them underwent a palpable transformation, the chill permeating even to the two standing outside. As the temperature and light diminished, Ming Lan hurried to the source of illumination and clapped his hands. The lights flickered ominously, and since they were not far from the storeroom and not in a blind spot, they could clearly discern the unsettling scene within. How does one articulate it? Coupled with the incessantly flickering lights, the interior seemed to amplify the horror manifold. When the lights illuminated, they could distinctly see the runes painted on the walls, dark red and somber, resembling the stains left by congealed blood. The sight of those crimson runes was profoundly disquieting. A mere glance sent their hearts racing and chills coursing through their spines, as if the terror had infiltrated every pore of their being. In the center of the room lay a bed forged from the heads of various animals, and as the lights brightened, Ming Lan could even discern the grotesque and agonized expressions on those heads, their eyes wide and bloodshot. Among the beasts visible from Ming Lan's vantage point were a python, a tiger, a wolf, and a cheetah, once rulers of the forest, now grotesquely severed from their bodies in a most unnatural manner during their time of suffering. Suddenly, a movement stirred upon the bed constructed from the various predatory birds, accompanied by an eerie sound. A dark figure slowly and stiffly rose from it. For a century, I have absorbed the vitality brought by the venomous insects to nourish this body. My soul, bound by the talismans, cannot leave the place of this bed of beasts. Do you know how lonely and tedious it has been for me? Abruptly, with a halt to her laughter, Wu turned her head sharply toward the two standing outside. In that instant, they beheld her visage, a face resembling that of a desiccated corpse, with withered muscles and hollow eyes glowing with insatiable greed. The most revolting sight was the discernible writhing beneath her flesh, the form of the creatures moving clearly visible. Juju, drag that girl over here. The fresh blood coursing beneath her skin, and the aroma of her vitality will surely enhance the quality of the blood sacrifice, Wu commanded. The landlady, who had just begun to protest, suddenly contorted her face, rolling on the ground as her blood drained swiftly from her face, rendering her breathless. Unable to emit even the slightest sound, Ming Lan shielded Juju behind him, feeling a pang of compassion for the landlady writhing on the floor. Yet he understood that she was in cahoots with the dark-robed Wu, and he was powerless to intervene. Do not delay, Wu's voice thundered, filled with ire and an authority that brooked no dissent. As her words fell, the landlady's convulsions began to subside. The two exchanged wary glances, questioning whether the landlady would indeed turn against them. The landlady, in a pitiful state, lifted her head, her once meticulously arranged white hair now disheveled from her struggles. Ming Lan's gaze locked onto her, discerning a flicker of pain and reluctance in her eyes. Could he dare to hope that the landlady had not yet descended into madness, that perhaps if they pleaded, she might show them mercy? Auntie, I know you are a good person. You wouldn't harm us, would you? Ming Lan looked at her with a glimmer of expectation. How foolish. If I were a good person, would I have survived all these years, feeding on the vitality of the living? Wu sneered, her tone rife with derision. Indeed, I have never been a good person, the landlady replied with a self-mocking smile, reflecting on the centuries during which she had utilized dark arts to change residences with Wu. The vitality Wu consumed was drawn from those she had deceived, and though she expelled them when they could no longer endure, the memories of those moments haunted her. She was a sinner. Do not delay. Wu bellowed again, her patience wearing thin, threatening to take matters into her own hands. Meow. Ming Lan looked down to see a black cat that had appeared unbeknownst to him, now rubbing against the landlady. Forgive me, Black, for my moment of recklessness. The landlady cradled the cat, her gaze soft yet laced with guilt and resolve. Meow the cat seemed to sense her turmoil, struggling momentarily before resigning to lie quietly in her embrace. The landlady gently stroked the cat's head with her rough hand, but suddenly, her expression hardened, and with a twist of her hand, she rendered the once lively creature lifeless. As she listened to the faint cries of the cat, the landlady's eyes sharpened, and with a fierce tug, she severed the cat's head from its body. Pray that your allies arrive soon. I cannot hold on much longer. The landlady was drenched in the cat's blood, a hue not of typical crimson but a strange, dark purple, exuding an oddly sweet yet metallic scent. With that, she raised the cat's body to her lips, parting them to drink the still warm blood flowing from within. An intriguing little trick. Within the storeroom, Wu had not anticipated Juju would resort to such measures, revealing her lack of concern for the insects residing within her body. Then let us see how you relish that unparalleled, exquisite flavor the author wishes to convey. Today, the author remains silent, stating quietly that there will be no updates tomorrow, but rather the day after. The new year approaches, and with no backlog of drafts, she must strive to prepare them to avoid a hiatus during the festive season. Chapter 42. The 42 Talismans. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The landlady's throat convulsed as she drank the blood, her other hand drawing strange runes upon her cheeks with the crimson liquid. Borrowing life. It seems Juju has been preparing for this for quite some time. Wu's voice dripped with malice, a mocking smile curling upon her lips. Borrowing life from a cat? Such sorcery requires years of preparation to succeed. Wu, ever since that day, I have been engulfed in regret. Those were our kin. Juju's voice brimmed with remorse. She blamed her youthful naivety and narrow-mindedness for colluding with Wu, leading to the demise of their entire clan. Though those few had perished, they took with them many who had nurtured her since childhood. She would forever bear the mark of a sinner among her people. After living for over a century, she had long since forgiven them, starting to understand their actions, realizing why they had treated her and Wu with such disdain. They were both anomalies. When a prodigious talent emerged within a tribe, they brought not only joy but also fear, for such an individual possessed the ability to upend their very existence. This power would not be nurtured. Thus, they sealed Wu's abilities, never anticipating the emergence of an unforeseen variable that would lead to their utter ruin. Regret? Have you forgotten how they treated us? Wu's expression transformed, a flash of fervor igniting within her. The black cat in her hands was a deliberate selection, nourished on venomous insects and steeped in toxic waters since its infancy. Every full moon, she would employ the tribal sorcery to refine it. A ritual she maintained for over a decade with the singular purpose of this day. Once all was prepared, the elderly landlord gently set the cat's lifeless body aside. If possible, I hope you can bury it after you leave, she said, casting a glance at the two. Minglan and Juju nodded. Since the landlord was willing to assist them, they would honor her request to enter the cat. Then, the elderly landlord began to tremble, her lips moving in incantation. With her movements and words, her form began to shift. The once murky yet astute black eyes transformed into a pair of vertical pupils, one black and the other yellow. And her nails elongated into sharp, black talons. One life has been lost. I wonder how long you can endure, the witch declared, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Unseen by Ming Lan and Juju, a dark aura began to seep through the building. Rustling sounds followed as countless venomous insects descended from above, their eyes gleaming with an eerie green light. The elderly landlord discarded her cane and dropped to the ground, her body arching like a wary cat, her mismatched pupils shimmering with an otherworldly hue. Meow, she uttered, her voice transformed into a cat's cry as her sharp claws flailed to obstruct the advance of the insects. Ming Lan and Juju retreated to the door, Juju clutching a lighter and insect repellent, while Ming Lan wielded a tool to pry open the door. Creak. This time, before he could exert much force, a gap appeared in the door, causing their expressions to light up with excitement. Alas, in the next moment, their smiles froze in place. The door had indeed opened, yet beyond it lay an abyss of darkness, and they could not fathom whether they would plunge into the depths below. The witch had likely foreseen the state of the outside world, which is why she did not prevent their escape. Bang! The elderly landlord was hurled back by an immense force, her body crashing against the wall before sliding down. Despite the protective runes drawn with cat blood adorning her, the two could discern her pallor was far from healthy. Do you truly believe sealing the insect curse would be so simple? Do not forget, it was I who planted it within you. The witch taunted, observing the elderly landlord as she was struck down once more. I still have 7 lives. The landlord gasped, struggling to rise, her gaze fiercely fixed upon the storeroom. Witch, spare them. But before she could finish her plea, a wave of excruciating pain coursed through her. She was painfully aware that if she did not descend each month to seek the witch's help, the cursed insects would slowly gnaw her to death, a torment akin to slow slicing. Not a chance. The elderly landlord felt an unprecedented intensity of pain, her disbelief palpable. The black cat, which she had meticulously prepared, and the monthly ritual she conducted with her own hands, now proved utterly ineffective against the insects within her. This meant she had wasted over a decade of effort. In this century, you are not the only one who has evolved, the witch sneered. For 100 years, she had tirelessly refined her curses, with endless time to perfect them. From the very beginning, you never fully trusted me. Even with the insects you personally bestowed upon me, you still doubt me. I trust no one but myself. The witch's gaze was frigid. To them, complete trust in another only led to a more tragic demise. She was the living proof. Ack. The elderly landlord straightened, only to collapse once more. Feeling the writhing of the insects within her, it was as if they had awakened from a century-long slumber, their elation resonating deep within her. How could she have forgotten? From the very start, that woman had been recognized as the clan's prodigy. I had intended to keep you, but it seems you have outlived your usefulness, the witch declared, seated upon a throne of beasts, directing the insects to carry the elderly landlord inside. As for the two outside, she knew they could not escape. She had woven a barrier throughout the entire building. The elderly landlord was transported within, her eyes filled with despair as she felt the insects within her gnawing, growing, and consuming one another. You would use my body to nourish the insects, she exclaimed in disbelief, realizing the witch's ruthlessness. She recalled the witch's earlier words and understood her true intent. It became apparent that even a swift death was beyond her reach. Witch, if I told you that what ultimately consumes you is not merely your flesh but your very soul, would you regret it? The witch said with a smile, her demeanor resembling a demon emerging from hell. Enough, enough. I have no face left to show my kin, the elderly landlord uttered before spitting out a mouthful of blood. On the ground, where her blood had splattered, several tiny forms struggled. Those were the insect eggs recently awakened by the witch. So be it. I shall fulfill your end, the witch intoned, her words invoking a surge of activity among the insects within the elderly landlord. Despite borrowing 8 lives from the black cat, she could not withstand the relentless assault of her own body and soul. This agony eclipsed even the most excruciating torture, as she felt her flesh diminishing. The witch's incantations accelerated the insect's frenzy. Within minutes, the elderly landlord was breathing more out than in. Externally, she appeared human, albeit with vacant eyes, yet internally, she was merely a hollow shell, devoid of flesh, her consciousness entirely under the insect's control. This was the true torment. Within her, the insects continued to consume one another, leaving only the last one standing to have the chance to devour the soul of this human. A palm-sized insect emerged from the elderly landlord's mouth, its shiny, dark red shell, sharp claws, serpentine tongue, and pointed stinger manifesting ominously. Simultaneously, the witch seated on the throne of beasts underwent a stark transformation. Her withered skin swelled, and even her once weedy hair now gleamed with vitality. The taste of a soul is indeed an exquisite delicacy. The witch licked her lips, her eyes glinting with avarice. The insect that had crawled from the landlord now perched quietly upon the witch's shoulder. Youth is truly wonderful. Admiring her fair complexion, the witch stepped down from the throne, invigorated by the essence of the soul, coupled with the power of the eclipse, allowing her to walk freely away from the throne of beasts. Bending down, the witch picked up the elderly landlord's desiccated form, her delicate hands brushing over the face, a fleeting look of regret crossing her features. Such a capable subordinate was indeed a pity to lose. Observing Juju's anguished expression, the witch smiled with satisfaction. Licking her lips, the witch hoisted the elderly landlord's empty shell and made her way toward the door, now prepared to indulge in her feast. Meanwhile, Qianqiu and Dai Wang had just arrived at the old residential area. The sun in the sky had been consumed halfway by the eclipse. They needed to rescue the individuals before the eclipse completed its course. The author has something to express. Today, the author feels a bit of discomfort in the waist and back. The readers have provided nourishment, and I am grateful to the little angels for their support. Yesterday's thorough cleaning nearly exhausted me. Although the space may appear small, organizing it proved quite laborious. The author, feeling like a salted fish, lies down and reflects. Chapter 43. The 43 talismans. It was clearly noon, yet the community was devoid of any human presence, shrouded in an eerie silence. With not even the whisper of a breeze, the air itself seemed to be suspended in time, rendering any sound of humanity utterly absent. Qianqiu, wielding a peachwood sword, cast a sharp glance around, realizing they had indeed stepped into the domain of something sinister. Since their arrival, a thick white mist had begun to rise, enveloping them and obscuring their surroundings. Dai Gu, secure your wristband. The fog is bound to thicken, Qianqiu advised, pulling a strap from her bag and fastening one end to her wrist before handing the other to Dai Wang. If they were to become separated, she would have no time to search for him. Understood. Dai Wang accepted the strap without hesitation, aware that today's circumstances were decidedly unfavorable for them. As Qianqiu surveyed the environment, her brow furrowed. This encounter was unlike any previous ones, compounded by the solar eclipse, which hinted at impending trouble. Moreover, the entity they faced was neither human nor ghostly, capable of conjuring such a formidable spectacle. It seemed they were in for a significant ordeal. System, what exactly is that thing? Qianxiu inquired, her gaze vigilant and her senses heightened, unwilling to afford even a moment of relaxation amidst the peculiar atmosphere. Quite troublesome. She has already mastered the Gu King, and with the power of today's eclipse, she can become a true Grand Witch. The system responded gravely, its tone devoid of exaggeration. Could she really command a horde of insects? Qianxiu feigned a smile, dismissing the notion of a master of Gu. Indeed, she can summon insects within a kilometer. All of them recognizing her as their sovereign, the system affirmed. Isn't your purpose to uphold morality and promote good deeds? Qianxiu chuckled, yet understood that the system's statement validated the formidable nature of the entity they were confronting. As an ancient proverb wisely states, he who retains the green mountains need not fear a shortage of firewood, the system retorted, momentarily taken aback by Qianxiu's words. Just as Qianxiu was about to inquire about their chances of success, a cacophony of despairing cries echoed from the building ahead. Exchanging a glance with Dai Wang, they swiftly dashed inside. Hey host, are you truly intent on courting death? I've warned you that the entity within is not to be trifled with. The system shouted in exasperation. You mentioned it was merely difficult to deal with, not that it would guarantee my demise. Besides, I made a promise to that girl. It would be unbearable to abandon her now. Qianxiu recalled the hopeful tone of the girl when she answered the phone, unable to bear the thought of letting a young life flicker out. Had she been unaware from the start, she would have merely felt regret at the girl's fate. However, this time, she had instilled hope in her, and while her actions might seem overly altruistic, she could not allow this incident to become a lingering shadow in her conscience. Moreover, she harbored a degree of selfishness. As the saying goes, fortune and misfortune coexist. If she could resolve this situation, not only would she save a life, but the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. Furthermore, with the system as her ally, her survival was assured. Although the system cautioned her about her insufficient cultivation to confront the entity, she had points and a marketplace at her disposal. Though the items were costly, their efficacy was exceptional. As they rushed inside, the system's frustration was palpable. This foolish host must learn a lesson this time. It's imperative she remembers this experience. Despite its internal grumbling, the system initiated the marketplace interface, preparing to select the necessary tools for its reckless host. Inside the room, you're still alive, old hag? The witch sneered at the translucent spirit of the elderly woman, who clung to her hand with unexpected tenacity, revealing her resilience. I will never allow you to harm my granddaughter again, you wretched creature. The elderly woman declared fiercely, determined to protect her beloved child, even at the cost of her own existence. Do you truly believe yourself formidable? The witch scoffed. Grandma, please don't worry about me. Zhu cried, heartbroken at the sight of her grandmother's struggle. Why haven't you moved on? Why must you protect me? I can't bear to see you hurt. Unbeknownst to her, her grandmother had been safeguarding her in the shadows, and from their conversation, Zhu realized that if her grandmother intervened any further, the consequences would be dire. It wouldn't merely be death, but something far worse. Zhu, I'm fine. Don't cry, the elderly woman said, forcing herself to stand. Her smile strained yet steadfast. Please, Grandma, leave. Get away from here. Zhu pleaded, attempting to reach her, but the witch pinned her down, leaving her no choice but to clench her fists and wipe her tears as she called out. As for Ming Lan, he was surrounded by venomous insects. Had it not been for the card from Qianxiu in his possession, he would have been devoured entirely. Zhu, I truly am fine. Don't cry. It ruins your beauty, the elderly woman reassured, her gaze shifting to the witch, steely and resolute. Although she knew she was no match for the creature, she only needed to buy a little more time. Young man, take good care of Zhu in the future. May you find happiness together. The elderly woman smiled at Ming Lan, her approval evident. I will look after Zhu, Ming Lan vowed, his determination unwavering even in the face of countless threats. I believe in you, the elderly woman replied, satisfied with her granddaughter's choice in a partner. With a final warm smile, she summoned all her remaining spirit energy, coalescing it into a dense, dark mass, launching it at the witch. Grandma, Zhu and Ming Lan cried out in unison, witnessing the act unfold. Bang! The witch remained still, a mocking smile gracing her lips as she effortlessly deflected the elderly woman's attack with a mere opening of her mouth, unleashing a wave of sound that struck like 1,000 wailing spirits. In an instant, it felt as though their minds were pierced by countless needles, causing excruciating pain. Ming Lan, clutching Qianxiu's card, fared slightly better, but Zhu suffered greatly, blood streaming from her ears, nose, and mouth, her vision clouded in crimson. Ming Lan staggered forward. The cards inching toward Zhu. If this continued, her head would be reduced to mere pulp. The elderly woman, sensing this, struggled to rise, preparing to attack once more. "Grandma, no. If you continue, you will vanish," Ming Lan exclaimed, desperately reaching for her, only to find his hand pass through her ethereal form. The young man. "The grandmother has little to offer you. The only thing she can do now is to buy you some time," she said with a smile as she glanced at the two of them. Before Ming Lan could respond, the old lady moved, completely transforming her ghostly energy. Innocent. Watching the old woman sacrifice her soul, the witch's mockery intensified, accompanied by a growing rage. "Since you seek death so eagerly, I shall grant you that." With a cold chuckle, the witch moved her fingers, causing the surrounding aura to condense. At that moment, the old lady had transformed into a blade engulfed in blue flames. Its mournful wail creating a trajectory as it shot towards the witch like a beam of blue light. Whoosh! The witch raised her hands before her, fingers trembling, as the blue blade was ensnared by a net of black mist hovering before her brow. "Since you have presented yourself so willingly, I shall accept your offering," the witch declared, opening her mouth to swallow the blue blade formed from the old lady. Ming Lan, positioned in opposition to the witch, witnessed the scene with crystal clarity. Yet cold sweat poured down his back, for when the witch opened her mouth, he beheld a horrifying sight. This being, indistinguishable from a typical human, could hardly be referred to as such. Inside her mouth sparkled countless starry lights, which were not benign, but rather a swarm of insects, their eyes glimmering like stars. This human form was likely sustained by countless insects, and the writhing creatures within made his scalp tingle. For some inexplicable reason, he felt those venomous creatures fixate on him. And in that moment, he felt as though he had plunged into a hell of poisonous insects. The sensation of being targeted and gradually devoured by them was chillingly vivid. The author wishes to express. Today, the author remains as quiet as a chicken. The readers have provided nourishing support. Thank you, dear angels, for your contributions. Tomorrow marks New Year's Eve. I wish everyone a joyful year of the rooster in advance. As the new year approaches, let us also distribute red envelopes. Though due to an abundance of them, we shall limit it to the first 20. Both today and tomorrow may be busy, so the quiet author has decided to distribute them on the first day of the new year. Those first 20 angels, do remember to check. Lastly, thank you all for your companionship. May we continue together in the coming year. Chapter 44. The 44th talisman entering the floor, the electrical circuit malfunctioned. The dim lights flickered ominously, reminiscent of a horror film set. Yet, this was no mere film. It was the true essence of terror, with the sun outside nearly consumed. The darkness within intensified as the lights flickered and dimmed. Daiwang produced a small flashlight, but alas, just as the light flickered on, it extinguished before he could discern what lay ahead. "Useless, don't waste your effort. Stay close to me," Qianxiu instructed, performing a hand gesture, her fingers sweeping before her. When she opened her eyes again, the darkness of the corridor was no longer an obstacle. Grasping the strap tied between them, the two raced swiftly up the stairs, reaching the 6th floor without a single breath of exhaustion. At the door, Qianxiu sensed the potent aura emanating from within. Holding the talisman firmly in her hand, she began to chant, preparing to break the seal on the door. Break! Suddenly, Qianxiu's tightly shut eyes sprang open, and with a powerful shout, she pointed at the door. A black light rippled like water across the surface, dispersing into nothingness. Bang! Qianxiu shattered the defense. Glancing at Daiwang, who, understanding her gaze, stepped forward and delivered a forceful kick to the wooden door. Without the protective barrier, the door was no match for Daiwang's strength and was sent flying. The occupants inside were startled by the sudden commotion. Ming Lan, glancing towards the door, saw the very barrier they could not open hurtling towards him. Surrounded by insects, he had no avenue for escape, so he could only shield his head with his hands to mitigate the impending impact. Minggu, Zhu, ensnared by the poisonous insects controlled by the witch, felt an immense weight pressing down on her, rendering her immobile. As she watched the wooden door approach Ming Lan, her eyes filled with terror. The two were several meters apart, reduced to mere glances exchanged. The witch crouched in the middle, drawing intricate symbols on the ground with her own blood, creating a strange array. As she began to inscribe it, Both felt a flicker of fear towards the unformed array. Apologies, Daiwang ventured inside. Observing Ming Lan trapped beneath the door, an apologetic look crossing his face. He was unaware of how his kick had possessed such force. The flickering lights obscured the insects around him, but as he took a few steps forward, he furrowed his brow and halted. Qianxiu, feeling a bit embarrassed, realized she had infused a slight amount of pure energy into Daiwang to enable him to kick the door open. Unfortunately, while her strength had increased, she still lacked the power to kick the door down herself. "Don't go yet," Qianxiu pulled the bag tied between them, warning him that the area was swarming with poisonous insects. Taking this, lead them away from here. Qianxiu untied the strap and removed the jade pendant from around her neck. "I'm fine, don't worry," she reassured Daiwang, who wore a visibly concerned expression. "All right, I'll lead them away," Daiwang acknowledged, realizing their presence would only complicate matters for Qianxiu. "Thinking of leaving, did you consult me first?" The witch's sinister voice echoed as she licked the black blood trickling from her fingers, her eyes gleaming with a predatory light. "There is no need," Qianxiu stepped forward, positioning herself to block the witch's path. "Hurry," Qianxiu urged Daiwang, her gaze shifting slightly. "Be careful," she added. Upon hearing this, Daiwang quickly approached Ming Lan, and in that moment, a radiant light emanated from him, dispersing the surrounding poisonous insects. The insects, intimidated by the light, parted to create a path for Daiwang and even for Zhu Zhu, who followed closely behind, unwilling to cross that radiant barrier. Upon arrival, he had witnessed Qianxiu holding the jade pendant, and after inquiring, he learned that she had been channeling her pure energy into it, enhancing its already significant properties. Now, this pendant would aid them in escaping this misty realm, while he would wait at the entrance for the returning Master Miao. Today's events would undoubtedly prove troublesome if faced solely by Qianxiu. Though the witch's words suggested otherwise, she made no move to stop them, merely observing their departure with an unsettling smile. "Female Daoist, your blood sacrifice may yield far better results than theirs, though it is 3 for 1. I am still quite pleased with you." The witch smirked, her intentions dark as she licked her lips. A mere novice Daoist could hardly be her match. "Little girl, what is that look in your eyes? That old one is my assistant, after all, and she carries her share of blood debts." The witch spoke with a mocking tone, expressing her surprise that someone could still feel sympathy for the traitor. "Humph, mere tricks." With a flick of her finger, Qianxiu unleashed a talisman that emitted a yellow light, instantly subduing a venomous snake that had approached from behind. Observing the fangs, perilously close to her neck, Qianxiu smirked coldly. "System, have you located a suitable item for today?" In the depths of her consciousness, Qianxiu began communicating with the system. "Host, the Great Witch's soul bone. 1,000 points, can prevent any insect from approaching." The system replied with a flat tone. 1,000 points. Beyond merely warding off insects, it seemed utterly useless. Qianxiu furrowed her brow. This item was not only impractical but also exorbitantly priced. After all, her jade pendant could similarly repel insect pests, which is why she had given it to Daiwang. "Host, that jade pendant can only defend against low-level insects. Do not forget, there is a Goo King within her body," the system remarked ominously. The Goo King. Qianxiu pondered whether to purchase the soul bone. 1,000 points was no small sum for her. "Host, the system strongly recommends procuring the soul bone. Once this incident passes, you will be able to break the seal, and within lies the accumulated knowledge of the Great Witch." The system continued. Although it was known that not all soul bones contained the Great Witch's lifetime achievements, was it truly so simple? Qianxiu, aware of the system's tendencies, felt increasingly suspicious as it pressed its case. With a swift movement, the witch noted the snake under Qianxiu's control and realized she needed to act quickly. Otherwise, the opportunity would slip away. Opening her mouth, a swarm of flying insects erupted, darkening the air as they flapped their wings and surged towards Qianxiu. Faced with the onslaught of countless insects, Qianxiu gritted her teeth and instructed the system. Points could be earned again, but such a multitude of bugs was truly revolting. As the points were deducted, she felt a heavy sensation in her hand, a chilling sensation coursing from her palm straight to her heart. A grayish light seeped from her fingertips, coalescing into a barrier that repelled the approaching swarm. "You possess the Great Witch's soul bone," the witch exclaimed, her voice laced with envious fury. In their world, the Great Witch's soul bone was a revered object. "Give her to me." A shrill sound erupted from the witch's mouth, the powerful sonic wave forcing Qianxiu to stagger back several steps. The witch radiated a dark aura, which had now materialized into a 3-eyed venomous snake coiled above her head. Simultaneously, countless poisonous insects surged forth from her body, crawling from the air and ground, all possessing lethal venom, encircling Qianqiu as they advanced. Borrow the power of the universe, summon the thunder and lightning, divine weapons swift as fire, ignite the flames. Exterminate the evil. Qianqiu hung the soul bone around her neck, formed seals with her fingers, and chanted incantations. Upon concluding her words, flames erupted from her position. A vivid blend of red and blue, radiating intense heat. Any insect that approached the flames was instantly reduced to ashes. Despite the multitude of poisonous insects emanating from the witch, which seemed to regenerate endlessly, Qianqiu's flames could not eradicate them completely. You possess some skill, but that is all. The witch sneered, producing a skeletal staff while reciting an incantation in an unintelligible tongue, rhythmically dancing as she waved the staff in an odd manner. Open. Abyss of 10,000 ghosts. With a stomp of her foot, the array beneath the witch began to glow with a purple light. Come forth, my ghostly servants. Feast today. Striking the staff against the ground, a pitch-black chasm opened beneath her, and a chilling wind swept through the room, filled with the eerie cries of countless spirits. As if surrounded by vengeful wraiths. This bone-chilling atmosphere sent shivers down Qianqiu's spine, every cell in her body heightened in alarm. As the abyss of 10,000 ghosts opened, the room became engulfed in a nearly tangible darkness. Numerous translucent souls flitted about like fish in water, their piercing wails resonating through Qianqiu's ears. Narrowing her eyes at the scene, she swiftly retrieved a stack of talismans from her small bag. Suddenly, a grotesque female ghost lunged at her. Its disheveled hair and pallid face riddled with holes, as if something could burst forth at any moment, a truly terrifying sight. In response, Qianqiu flicked her wrist, drew a talisman, pierced her finger, and smeared her blood upon it. Instantly, her unremarkable peachwood sword transformed, enveloped in a soft golden glow. Next, she swiftly adjusted her fingers, gliding the talisman along the sword's blade. As the talisman vanished, the incantation inscribed upon it emerged on the sword's surface. The crimson script glimmered momentarily before sinking into the blade just as the female ghost arrived before her. With a swift motion, she swung the sword, the golden blade slicing through the ghost's hideous visage, leaving a charred mark on her pallid, hole-riddled skin, and blocking the ghost's talon-like grasp. Qianqiu pierced through her forehead, and the ghost's piercing scream reverberated, sending ripples through the air as she ignited from head to toe. The other spirits hesitated momentarily at the sight. But upon the witch's dry cough, they surged forward, realizing that facing her one by one was disadvantageous. A mob would surely yield better odds. Qianqiu showed no mercy. Each strike was infused with the intent to obliterate their very souls. Under the eclipse, if she showed any leniency, she might soon become one of them. The witch, wielding her skeletal staff, stood at the center of the array, a cold smile gracing her lips. Unbeknownst to Qianqiu, the witch began to erase several symbols with her blood and inscribe new ones in an eerily bizarre script upon the empty spaces. Endless, Qianqiu exclaimed, cleaving through the attacking spirits with evident dissatisfaction. Suddenly, she yanked open her backpack, producing a stack of talismans, and quickly arranged them around her. Barrier rise. She formed seals with her fingers and shouted, a golden light immediately emanating from her surroundings. The talismans levitated above her, interconnected by golden radiance, slowly rotating to form a protective barrier that kept the spirits at bay. The terrifying faces of the spirits pressed against the barrier, their bulging red eyes exuding dread. While various poisonous insects fell from their forms, surrounding the periphery of the barrier, Qianqiu merely cast a cursory glance at the chaos outside before closing her eyes. The great Emperor Yang Yuan, the four mysterious gates, a myriad of demons and poisons dare to confront me. Colossal beasts, with their heavy kisses, carve open abdomens and slaughter hearts. The divine emissaries guard the encampment, clad in yellow, leading soldiers to sever the souls of demons, annihilating countless fiends, crushing wickedness and treachery, eradicating entire species. Summoned by the decree of the Jade Emperor, I cleansed the three realms. The incantation concluded, I struck my teeth 36 times. Divine weapons stand guard. Countless spirits are bound, 1,000 demons lie dead, exterminated. Suddenly, the tightly shut eyes of Qianqiu burst open, her hands swiftly forming seals. Then she raised them upwards in a gesture of prayer to the heavens. An overwhelming aura radiated from her, and a blinding light erupted from within her being. Following this was a miniature legion of divine beasts, armed and charging towards the surrounding vengeful spirits. This is a grand assault. Given Qianqiu's current strength, she could sustain it for merely a minute. Yet only 30 seconds had passed, and blood was already oozing from her ears, nose, and mouth. Indeed, the divine weapons assist me. Beside her, the witch wore an eerie smile, continuously waving her skeletal staff, drawing the phantoms of the divine weapons into the recently reinforced formation. As the myriad of spirits was nearly vanquished by the divine beasts, Qianqiu could finally peer through the gaps of the divine phantoms toward the witch. To her astonishment, the witch not only showed no fear of the divine weapons but actively drew their phantoms into the formation. Realizing the dire situation, Qianqiu attempted to sever the connection, only to find it impossible. Not only were those divine weapons ensnared by the witch, but even those not caught were rendered incapable of escape. What have you done? Qianqiu suppressed her seething anger, casting a cold gaze upon the witch. Oh, nothing much. I must thank you for providing me with so many divine phantoms. Although they are mere shadows, they are still sufficient. The witch leaned on her staff, a satisfied smile gracing her face. No need to ponder. This is precisely a trap set for you, merely a scheme to draw you in. Everything I have done is for my own ambition, and you shall serve as a stepping stone on my path to supremacy, ha ha ha. The witch remarked, noting the flicker in Qianqiu's eyes with a grin. From where did you learn of my abilities? The realization of being manipulated cast a pall over Qianqiu's countenance. Few truly knew of her capabilities, and even fewer were aware that she could summon divine beings. You need not concern yourself with that. I was initially worried that you would directly summon the divine. Though it would have been troublesome, had you truly used divine sacrifice, the results would have been undeniable. However, I did not anticipate you would resort to this tactic. Though the effect is somewhat diminished, it has spared me considerable effort. The witch concluded, tapping her skeletal staff on several points within the formation. Then, a black-purple radiance emanated from the formation, swirling momentarily before penetrating the skull atop her staff. With this black-purple energy, the skull began to undergo transformation, its previously fractured surface gradually mending, particularly at the center of its forehead, where an unfamiliar symbol appeared to Qianqiu. Boom! 2 clusters of black-purple ghostly flames ignited within the empty eye sockets, flickering around like human eyes probing their surroundings. The teeth of the skull, sparse and jagged, began to grind against each other, producing a sound akin to the friction of teeth. As the witch recited her incantation, orbs of black-purple light shot forth from the eye sockets, targeting the phantoms of divine statues within the room. Upon contact, these orbs transformed into a net of restraints, tightly ensnaring the phantoms, which struggled in vain to escape until they were ultimately absorbed into the symbol on the forehead of the skull. With the disappearance of the divine generals, the formerly dull and cracked skull became remarkably smooth, akin to a sculpture of white jade, especially the symbol on its brow, which appeared even more ominous and black-purple. The results are truly commendable. The witch, satisfied, lifted her skeletal staff, gently caressing the skull, her gaze towards it bordering on obsession. Do not move recklessly, little Daoist. My precious has quite the temper. As Qianqiu made a slight movement, she heard a warning from the witch. Hiss! At some point, a creature resembling a snake slithered silently behind her, its appearance astonishing Qianqiu. Through the glass of the cabinet, she clearly saw the triangular head adorned with 3 differently colored eyes, sharp teeth glinting with icy light, and a green, slender tongue flicking near her ear. This is your life worm. Without needing the system's reminder, Qianqiu deduced that this was the witch's life worm, the so-called king of worms. Indeed, it is no ordinary life worm. The witch regarded the life worm behind Qianqiu as one would a beloved child. In our tribe, each individual possesses a life worm unique to them, meticulously selected treasures. Mine, however, is a remarkable creation, evolved from absorbing the life worms of everyone in the village. The witch bragged, recalling how those once proud individuals ultimately fell to her life worm. Those vengeful spirits in the abyss were a portion of your kin, were they not? Qianqiu coughed lightly, wiping blood from the corner of her mouth, and raised her head to address the witch. Your observation serves you well, indeed. Some were once my kin. The mention of her kin filled the witch's eyes with hatred. Your kin truly deserves such a fate. Qianqiu noted the distinctive attire of some of the spirits, easily identifying them as members of minority groups. Yet what appalled Qianqiu was the sight of infant corpses and young spirits among them. Those were children, innocent victims of the witch's cruelty. The spirits she forged endured relentless torment within the abyss daily, caught in a cycle of suffering, unable to live or die, regardless of her kin's transgressions. Those children were blameless. Among them were several infants, entangled in their own umbilical cords, who had never seen the sun, unable to accept salvation. Their fate was to be scattered, Yet perhaps that was preferable to enduring torment in the abyss. The witch cast a glance at Qianqiu. Her prior hatred now replaced by an obsession, dismissing Qianqiu's words entirely. The witch commanded her life worm, then delicately cradled the white jade-like skull. Aligning her brow with the skull's, a radiant light emanated from the black-purple symbol, merging with a powerful force that came from the skull after absorbing the purified essence of the divine beasts. The author has something to say today. The author reflects on life. Readers Maopa and Yaiwising, thank you for your generous offerings. Your support is greatly appreciated. As the new year approaches, the challenge lies in indulging without gaining weight. Chapter 46. The 46th Talisman, a wailing ambulance, flashing lights ablaze, arrived at the entrance of the old district, accompanied by a sleek black car. As the vehicles came to a halt, Dai Wang turned his gaze toward them, anticipating the arrival of his initial contact. You all go for treatment first. I will inquire about the situation later. Dai Wang handed the two individuals over to the medical staff, holding medical equipment. Be careful, Ming Lan cautioned, supporting the hesitant Zhu Zhu as they departed. The two had been relying solely on their willpower, but now that the tension had eased, the pain from their bodies became painfully clear, leaving them with an overwhelming urge to faint. They were truly at their limits. Dai Wang nodded to the two of them, exchanged a few words with the doctor, and then proceeded directly towards the elderly man with white hair who had just alighted from the car. Mr. Gua, Elder Miao, you have arrived. Qianqiu is still trapped inside. The situation is rather complicated. Dai Wang greeted them and began to explain. Qianqiu is still inside. Please elaborate on the situation, Mr. Gua said, his brow furrowing as he cast a glance at the building ahead. What seemed to be an ordinary old residential complex now gave him an unsettling sensation, as if something within had been watching them since their arrival. The fact that it could hold Qianqiu indicated that whatever lay within was far from ordinary. He genuinely hoped that no harm would come to Qianqiu. The previous incident had dealt him a significant blow, and this time, he felt a strong desire to prove himself. Elder Miao stroked his graying beard as he listened intently. Dai Wang succinctly conveyed the situation inside, his few words providing Elder Miao with a sense of assurance. Truly, the steadiness of a high-ranking officer in the police force was commendable. If only his own rough apprentice could exhibit half of that composure, he would be quite pleased. This situation was indeed precarious. The surrounding aura was thick with malevolence, and the entity inside was nearing a state of monstrosity. Elder Miao surveyed the area, his expression growing even more serious. Indeed, Elder Miao finally said after a moment of silence, this matter is exceptionally troublesome. However, I shall do my utmost to bring the child back safely. Tianli, assist me in extracting the entity, he instructed, his demeanor grave. The malevolent energy ahead was thickening, and although ordinary people could not perceive it, they could certainly feel the discomfort. To enter the interior, they would need to employ their magical artifacts. Master, the compass, Wu Tianli said, observing the wildly spinning needle atop the compass, a look of alarm crossing his features. This was the treasure of their sect. And since he had followed his master, he had never seen the needle behave so erratically. Director Gui, you and the others must remain outside. Tian De will stay to protect you both, while Tianli accompanies me inside, Elder Miao instructed, glancing at the compass in his hand. Be careful, Elder Miao, Mr. Gui said solemnly. In such matters, they truly felt powerless to assist. Elder Miao nodded, his gaze sharp. He pointed at the compass, and the once spinning needle abruptly came to a halt. Let us proceed, he signaled to Wu Tianli, and together they stepped into the swirling darkness. Tianli, heed my words, do not act rashly, Elder Miao cautioned as they advanced. Understood, Master, Wu Tianli replied, gripping his peach-wood sword tightly, his eyes scanning their surroundings with trepidation. With urgency, he called forth their incantation, open. After searching for some time, Elder Miao finally located a point where the miasma was weakest. He bit his fingertip and pointed at the compass, reciting a chant, a golden light emerging from within, gradually dispelling the thick black energy ahead. At last, we have found it. Elder Miao wiped the sweat from his brow, the miasma intensifying around them, making it increasingly difficult to discern their direction. Were it not for the treasure of their sect in his possession, they might have succumbed to the miasma. May that child be blessed, he murmured, realizing that even he had taken considerable time to breach the barrier, let alone a child trapped within. All they could do now was hope for the best. Master, what exactly is inside? Wu Tianli hesitated before asking, having never seen such a serious expression on his master's face. Demons, Elder Miao replied, glancing down the corridor ahead. Not only is this malevolent energy derived from an eclipse, but it also carries an indescribable essence. After speaking, Elder Meow removed a large gourd adorned with red runes from his waist. Heaven and earth, manifest. Transform the essence into the void. Let the void guide the spirit, borrowing the breath of heaven to expel the world's evil, he chanted, raising the gourd high with one hand while using the other to draw symbols in the air. Begone, malevolent beings. He lifted the lid, and a cascade of red rice spilled from the gourd's mouth. Elder Meow scattered it before him, and as the illusion shattered, an acrid, putrid odor immediately wafted forth. Master, what is that stench? It's unbearable, Wu Tianli exclaimed, recoiling a few steps, covering his nose from the sudden assault on his senses. Poisonous insects. Stay close to me, Elder Meow instructed as he continued to sprinkle the rice while moving forward. Wu Tianli stifled his urge to retch, his gaze following the path of the red rice. To his horror, as he looked closer, he was met with a scene that sent chills down his spine. The ground was teeming with immobile poisonous insects, and the foul odor emanated from beneath his master's feet. Suddenly realizing something, Wu Tianli glanced down to see that he too stood upon a mass of crushed insects. Their viscous green remains coating the soles of his shoes. The master and apprentice tread cautiously through the corridor, each ascending level amplifying the oppressive atmosphere. This residential complex, once filled with life, was now eerily silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping would be noticeable. They had unwittingly entered the gaze of the malevolent entity since their first step within. It's just ahead. Tianli, be cautious. This time, I may not be able to protect you, Elder Meow warned gravely, observing the dark energy surging from the doorway like a flood. It has been many years since demons have surfaced, and the magnitude of this one is alarming. It seems the world is on the brink of chaos. I understand, Master. You too be careful. Wu Tianli tightened his grip on the peachwood sword. Let us move forward. Elder Meow took a deep breath and advanced. The door ahead having been kicked open by Dai Wang, revealing the flickering, dim yellow lights within. Despite having prepared himself mentally, the sight that greeted Elder Meow was akin to a thunderbolt striking him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Author's note: I apologize, dear readers, for the delay and for the brevity of today's update. It has been a long and exhausting day. Please allow me this short interlude. Love you all, moi. Chapter 47. The 47th talisman. Inside the room, black energy and white light intertwined and devoured one another. The blackness surged while the white light waned. In the center of the room, a woman clad in white floated in midair, her hands positioned before her, grasping a white jade skull. Strikingly, the skull emanated a swirling aura of black and white, visibly being consumed by the encroaching darkness. At this rate, it would be long before the white light vanished entirely. The rustling sound of her flowing robes echoed as the energy swirled around her, her hair dancing in the air like a specter. It seems she has not only refined the divine beast generals, but has also fused their divine powers through that skull. Just what is this sorceress? Qianqiu found herself cornered by the Gu King, unable to avert her gaze as the sorceress began her transformation. System, is everything prepared? Qianqiu inquired, fixated on the Gu King, communicating with the system in her mind. Host, this concoction is quite challenging to prepare. Please hold on a little longer, the system replied, its tone tinged with exasperation. It was evident that Qianqiu had invested significantly this time. I understand. Please expedite the process. That sorceress is nearing complete transformation, Qianqiu stated, falling silent thereafter. Truly, the divine power was exquisite. In midair, the witch suddenly opened her eyes, a wicked smile creasing her lips as she licked them. The transformation she had undergone was stark. She was now a far cry from the person she had once been, both in demeanor and physique. Her eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and a diminutive version of the Gu King gleamed with a golden-red luster at her brow. Her skin had taken on a sickly pallor, with blood vessels beneath the surface appearing intermittently like slender black earthworms. Even her mouth had undergone a drastic metamorphosis. Once filled with grotesque, venomous insects that sent chills down one's spine, it now resembled a vast, gaping abyss, evoking a sense of horror and despair that surpassed the previous dread. Such a grand spectacle demanded a witness, and she mused, let your life linger for a moment longer. This extraordinary scene was too magnificent for her to savor alone. It required an audience to truly shine. She was, after all, someone who relished sharing her experiences with others. Well, I must thank you, Qianqiu retorted. Bemusement etched on his face. This was the epitome of arrogance. The witch regarded Qianqiu with the same disdain one might hold for an insignificant ant. The minuscule energy he possessed was inconsequential to her, a being imbued with the divine power of myriad beasts. What mattered was that this historic moment needed a witness. It would immortalize her in legend. As for Qianqiu's thoughts, she dismissed them entirely. Once she succeeded, he would become her first puppet of poison. Come, she bellowed. And the skull in her hand erupted with a blinding white light. The rune at its center, as if animated with consciousness, writhed slightly before detaching itself, skipping across a bridge of light towards her heart, ultimately vanishing into her brow. A piercing scream erupted from the witch as the rune penetrated her forehead, reverberating throughout the building with a cacophony that shattered many furnishings into dust. Host, now is the time, act swiftly. The dormant system suddenly urged, recognizing the opportunity to strike while she absorbed the divine power. Simultaneously, Qianqiu felt a weight in his palm and, without hesitation, cast the powdered soul bone he had ground into the Gu King's third eye, though it had cost him a considerable amount of points. Nothing was more precious than his own life. The knowledge contained within the soul bone was evidently beyond his reach. The powdered soul bone was akin to a lethal toxin for the unformed witch and the Gu. As it entered the Gu King's eye, the pain inflicted was as if he had scattered it directly within, a searing agony that transcended mere physical suffering, reaching into the very essence of the soul. Seizing the moment, Qianqiu produced the yellow talisman infused with vermilion, rapidly incorporating the soul bone powder. Then bit his fingertip to mix his blood into the concoction with a swirl, completing the talisman in a single breath. By the power vested in me, I command. He leaped, breaking through the witch's defenses to place the talisman upon her forehead. Instantly, the energy emanating from the skull was halted, rendering the Gu King immobile. Host, with her current strength, this talisman will only contain her for 5 minutes. You must hasten. The system urged, observing the situation unfold. I understand. Inkline, Qianqiu responded promptly. For optimal effect, add your blood. As the system concluded, an ancient ink ruler materialized in Qianqiu's hand. He hoped the expenditure of points would prove worthwhile. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he grimaced as he sliced his palm, allowing the crimson blood to flow into the ink ruler. Watching the ink transform from dark red to a vibrant scarlet, he applied the remaining ointment from before to his wound, which vanished in an instant. In those fleeting seconds of tending to his injury, the ink within the ruler had been permeated with his blood's unique essence. It's done, host. Quickly form the array. The system reminded, ever vigilant of the external tumult. Nodding, Qianqiu commenced his steps in accordance with his memory, each movement precise, for this opportunity was singular. He could not afford a misstep. With each stride, he flicked the black-red ink line, producing a sharp sound as a vivid red line appeared on the ground. With a final flick, the intricate array was complete, a dense web of red lines intersecting and pulsating with a crimson glow. Utilizing the protruding elements within the room, Qianqiu swiftly entwined the ink lines around them. At that very moment, Miao Lao and Wu Tianli appeared at the doorway. Meanwhile, the witch, having broken through her confinement, unleashed a chilling sound. An eerie rustling filled the air as her mouth gaped open like a black void, releasing a swarm of venomous insects that scuttled towards the ink web below. As they made contact, the foul scent of burning permeated the room. She was depleting the energy of the ink web with her minions. Master, what is that thing inside? Wu Tianli whispered, suppressing the nausea that threatened to overwhelm him. Even after years of training under Miao Lao, the scene was still enough to send shivers down his spine. A Gu witch. I never anticipated such a fiend to emerge here. Miao Lao, with years of experience, had never encountered such a formidable adversary. Though he held some renown in this realm, this creature was beyond his capacity to confront, having only read of such entities in texts. Let us observe, he decided, bracing himself against the malevolent energy radiating from the witch as he prudently shielded his apprentice behind him. It was not that he wished to withhold assistance, but he recognized that his current abilities would only hinder their retreat, leaving them no choice but to remain hidden and await an opportunity to lend aid to the young girl. As they positioned themselves at the threshold, the system within Qianqiu alerted her, and she felt relief wash over her upon noticing that the two had not acted rashly but remained concealed. I did not expect you to have such a backup, the witch hissed, her expression contorting into a grotesque grin. Qianqiu remained silent, tightening her grip on the peachwood sword. The ink web seemed to be taking effect. Such trivial tricks cannot ensnare me, the witch proclaimed, and with that, dark tendrils of energy spiraled from her form, weaving towards the upper ink lines. I anticipated your capabilities would be limited, she mocked, observing Qianqiu motionless in the corner. Indeed, my abilities are modest, Qianqiu retorted with a smile, even gesturing as if to say, such is life. Knowing she would respond thus, she had prepared a little extra. With a grin, she shook the small vial in her hand. Upon seeing the vial, the witch's expression soured, but Qianqiu did not allow her a moment to respond. Gesturing with her left hand while wielding her sword with her right, beginning to inscribe symbols in the air. Heaven and earth are in chaos. The sun of the Supreme Emperor shines brightly. I invoke the divine spirits, borrowing the pure sunlight. By the decree of the Jade Emperor, I cleanse the three realms, executing heavenly orders to eradicate treachery and evil. Urgently, as per the law, I command. As the last word leaves her lips, the crimson talisman in midair is completed. She harnesses the might of heaven and earth, exhausting all the pure energy within her body, preparing to unleash a powerful strike against the witch. With a pointed sword, the deadly talisman flies directly toward the witch's body. Boom. Upon contact with the witch, the red talisman creates a tremendous sound within the room, shaking the entire building. After the explosion, silence envelopes the room for a brief moment. Suddenly, a foul odor rushes into Qianqiu's nostrils, and she curses her misfortune. But her body is a step too slow. A tremendous force strikes her chest, and like a kite severed from its string, she crashes against the wall. Seeing the spiderweb-like cracks left on the wall as Qianqiu falls, the elderly master, without hesitation, charges in with his talisman. If the witch strikes again, the young Daoist might very well meet her demise. Such a promising talent, he cannot allow her to perish. Demon, meet your end. The elderly master chants a spell, imbuing the compass with his cultivation. Red runes mixed with golden light illuminate the witch, who emanates a burnt smell. Though the treasure he wields is intended to ward off minor demons, against a witch of such caliber, it can only inflict superficial harm. Tianli, take her away. The elderly master commands Wu Tianli at the entrance. Master. Wu Tianli supports Qianqiu, worry etched across his face as he glances at the elderly master. This, which is formidable, the master's actions seem akin to suicide. Quickly leave. The elderly master shouts, channeling more power into the compass. Had the witch not just suffered from the young Daoist's fierce assault, he would truly struggle to contain her. Wu Tianli, frustrated, stomps his foot, helping Qianqiu toward the exit, only to realize they are trapped. Ants. The witch gazes at her charred wounds. Had she not seen the dark veins throbbing on her forehead, it would feel as if she were merely bitten by a mosquito. However, this state could only be maintained for a few minutes. After breaking the elderly master's spell, with a single wave of her hand, he slides down the wall like Qianqiu before him. Master. Wu Tianli, unable to break the barrier at the door, sets Qianqiu aside and draws his floating dust to attack the witch, though he is merely the elderly master's disciple in his eyes. The elderly master is akin to a father, having raised him since childhood. In this moment, even if it meant risking his life, he would not abandon his master, especially since he cannot breach the barrier. Boom. Wu Tianli slides down the wall behind his master, spitting out blood mixed with bile. The searing pain in his chest rendering him unable to crawl toward his master, despite the mere steps separating them. You have ruined the visage I painstakingly restored. The witch flashes before Qianqiu, her shattered hand gripping her neck, lifting her from the ground. Qianqiu's face turns crimson, her eyes begin to bleed, her legs weakly struggle. Yet her gaze reflects no hint of surrender. The witch observes Qianqiu's defiance, and her already grotesque features contort further as her muscles twitch. Several venomous insects roll off her face, a sight horrifying enough to unsettle even the system-altered Qianqiu. You dare to act in my domain. You must be tired of living. A figure appears on the windowsill, a smoke ring dispersing in the breeze. Leaning casually against the window, a cigarette flickers between his fingers, glowing with a faint red light as he addresses the witch with an air of indifference, his tone betraying annoyance. With a mere utterance, the witch's grip on Qianqiu's neck slackens, whether from her negligence or the man's overwhelming presence remains unclear, as she gazes at her increasingly mangled wrist. Her expression twists in anger as she looks toward the figure on the windowsill. The author has a message. Today, I'm all smiles. Thank you to the angel who provided nourishment. This chapter is longer. Isn't it a delightful surprise? Love me? Chapter 48. The 48th talisman cough, cough, cough. As she lands, Qianqiu clutches her neck and begins to cough, her gaze instinctively drawn toward the window. Just a glance confirms that the figure is neither foe nor friend, prompting her to stow away the item hidden in her palm and slowly crawl toward the elderly master. Even though she had taken the spiritual medicine exchanged with the system, its effects are not instantaneous. While her body begins to heal, it does so from the most grievous wounds, leaving the non-fatal injuries to the end. Thus, despite some alleviation, she still feels considerable pain. Grandfather, quickly, take it. Qianxia rummages through her backpack and retrieves the jade box containing the pills exchanged with the system. The elderly master breathes less laboriously, yet his gaze remains fixed on Wu Tianli. Though he is a disciple, in his heart, he is akin to a child. Do not worry. He will be fine. Qianxia reassures the elderly master, noticing his attention shift. After taking a painful breath, she adds, the system indicated that his injuries are not as severe as theirs, so I prepared different pills for him. After all, their injuries are far graver, and the pills for them are significantly more valuable. The elderly master, unable to assess his disciple's condition, breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing Qianxia's words. As he watches her hold the fragrant pills, gratitude fills his gaze. He is aware of his own injuries, yet seeing her hopeful expression, he swallows the pills. Upon ingestion, the effects resemble those of miraculous elixirs, leaving him astonished. As the medicinal energy courses through his meridians, the pain within his body subsides, and he breathes more freely. This experience is unlike anything he has encountered in his life. However, observing the young Daoist's pained expression, the elderly master surmises that these pills must be extraordinarily precious. They have not only failed to assist, but have consumed someone else's secret medicine. Suddenly, he feels a flush of embarrassment. Grandfather, the purpose of medicine is to save lives. Do not dwell on it. Moreover, you acted to save me. I should be the one apologizing, Qianxia says, sensing the elderly master's guilt. She feels somewhat embarrassed, realizing her earlier expression of pain had been noticed. The elderly master remains silent, but his gaze toward Qianxia is filled with admiration. Since they have already consumed the pills, it is pointless to fuss over it now. Once they leave this place, he will think of how to repay the young Daoist. Such a pure-hearted child is a rarity, and the pill she provided could fetch a fortune at auction, enough to sustain her comfortably for a lifetime. The fact that she gifted it to him while only displaying a fleeting sense of regret speaks volumes of her noble character. Who are you? On the other side, the witch growls through gritted teeth, her eyes filled with malice as she regards the man at the window, sensing no trace of his power. You dare to act in my domain, yet you question my identity? The man exhaled a puff of smoke, and with a gentle leap, he descended lightly to the ground. The corners of his eyes slightly lifted with a hint of impatience. Your territory, huh? The witch retreated slightly, her gaze toward the man tinged with a trace of apprehension. How disgusting. The man didn't even cast a glance in the witch's direction. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings with evident disdain, clearing a pristine spot beneath his feet with the air currents generated by his presence. To the ordinary observer, the ground was littered with both live and dead venomous creatures. Their crimson and green viscous remains smeared across the earth, truly repugnant. Die. The man's words fell upon the witch's ears, sounding particularly infuriating. Not only was she ignored, but she was also insulted as disgusting. Veins protruded from her temples in fury, and with a swift motion of her right hand, a mass of aggressive black energy hurled toward the man. Though slightly wary of the man's sudden appearance, she was not afraid, especially since she was already halfway into the realm of the Great Witch. The man observed the dark energy shooting towards his face, inhaled deeply from the cigarette held between his lips, and the tobacco glowed as it burned down to the filter. With a puff, a cloud of white smoke billowed from his mouth, as if manipulated by an unseen force, coalescing before him into a smoke shield. As the black smoke collided with the shield and began to dissipate, the man flicked the cigarette but to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot, and calmly retrieved a fresh pack of cigarettes from his pocket. The witch, watching the man nonchalantly light up, felt her already grotesque visage twist further in rage. Her eyes radiated a venomous glare, wishing she could devour him whole right then and there. It seems you possess some skills, the witch sneered, her lips curling into a sinister smile as incomprehensible yet unsettling incantations flowed from her mouth. Suddenly, peculiar bells appeared on her fingertips, chiming in harmony with her incantations, producing a sound that was both clear and melodious. Realizing the urgency, Qianxia hurriedly extracted a stack of talismans from her backpack, hastily stuffing several into her ears. Once the talismans were in place, the witch's ringing sound penetrated her ears, now transformed into a harsh, jarring noise that, fortunately, no longer affected her mind. After stuffing the remaining talismans into both their ears, Qianxia sighed in relief as she observed the previously bulging eyes of both individuals gradually returning to normal. However, witnessing the current situation, Qianxia truly felt that they had encountered a hidden master, judging by his relaxed demeanor, the witch might genuinely not be his match. Which would be splendid. Meanwhile, the witch's eyes bulged with fury as she realized her bells had no effect on him. I'll give you a chance, self-destruct, the man said, finally fixing his icy and disdainful gaze upon the witch. Infuriated by his shameless words, the witch's hands trembled with fury, and as she regained her composure, her stare turned even more frigid. Once you're dead, you won't have to worry about any troubles, she cackled, shaking her bells even faster. And a strange black mist began to emanate from her, creeping upward from her feet. With the ascent of the dark mist, a series of eerie sounds emerged from below. How utterly revolting, Qianxiu thought, unable to see the witch's transformation, yet the man was not oblivious to it. Old man, if you can truly get rid of her, I'll wash your clothes, Qianxiu remarked, her brow twitching at the absurdity of worrying about dirty laundry at such a moment. Nonetheless, this only alleviated some of her anxiety, indicating that he genuinely did not regard the witch as a threat. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll make you suffer just like her, the man warned, casting a glance at Qianxiu before vanishing in a blur. Moving with a speed that was nearly impossible to track as he aimed a kick at the witch. Bang! The witch was sent crashing against the wall, which fractured like a spider web before collapsing, burying her beneath a pile of debris. Coughing amidst the rising dust, Qianxiu choked, recognizing the sheer force behind that kick. This was a wall fortified with concrete, bricks, and steel. Suddenly, Qianxiu slapped Wu Tianli's face, rousing him from his stupor. What was that for? He exclaimed, clutching his face, bewildered by the force of a young girl. Did you see that? I didn't do this to the wall. Qianxiu gripped Wu Tianli's collar, her tone fierce. She lacked the means to compensate for such damage. You little brat, do you expect me to pay for it? I'm leaving. You're on your own, the man said, his brows twitching in annoyance at Qianxiu's money-grabbing demeanor. I'll pay. Wu Tianli nearly shouted, incredulous at their lack of concern for the monstrous witch. That's what you said, they both echoed in unison, directing their attention toward him. Yes, I said that. Wu Tianli nodded fervently. Then I can rest easy. After all, they're all broke, and once this place is cleared, the barrier will be lifted, and danger will ensue. Huh? You really think I'm made of clay? A chilling voice emerged from the rubble. The witch, bloodied and disheveled, crawled out from the debris. Her clothing was reduced to mere scraps, revealing patches of black scales beneath. Not only that, but her legs had transformed, giving way to a thick, black tail, tipped with a glowing blue hook, sharp and venomous. On her back, a pair of wings unfurled, and her arms were adorned with scales, her elongated fingers tipped with blackened, razor-sharp claws. Her once grotesque face was now undergoing a transformation, healing itself before their very eyes, morphing into a monstrous visage resembling her insectoid king. I must thank you for that kick. Otherwise, I would have remained a mere imitation of a great witch, but now I am truly one. She grinned wickedly, her head twitching with a life of its own. You're welcome, it was nothing, the man replied, stroking his stubbled chin with a glint of amusement in his eyes. The witch, her gaze fixed on the man, felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. With a swift flick of her tail, the venomous hook lunged toward him with blinding speed. Wu Tianli, sensing the imminent danger, felt his heart race, realizing that if the man fell, none of them would escape alive. Qianxiu, benefiting from her system's enhancements, discerned the witch's movements with clarity, yet she struggled to grasp the old man's intentions. As the system had just revealed that he had intentionally infused energy into the witch when he kicked her, enabling her immediate ascension to a great witch. However, the next moment, Qianxiu comprehended the old man's true motives. A wave of excruciating pain surged from her tail to her brain as the witch stared in disbelief at her bleeding appendage, glancing incredulously at the man before her. Bang! The bloodied hook struck the ground before her, accompanied by the man's infuriating voice. You little brat, put that away. If you lose it, you'll have to make do with your own repairs. The man, having spoken, extended his wicked hand towards other parts of the witch's body. As she observed all her attacks being effortlessly neutralized by him, it dawned on her that this man was beyond her capability to conquer. Her gaze was now filled with terror and despair. After a century of meticulous planning, it seemed that her ambitions would culminate in this very day, and her heart brimmed with bitterness. Truly, he was a demon. Qianxiu and Wu Tianli watched the man, who resembled a dissected specimen, and could not help but whisper to one another. Before them lay a gruesome assortment of items, including the witch's bloodied tail, teeth, nails, and still twitching organs, alongside the essence forcefully extracted from her by the man. Having finally taken action, how could he return empty-handed? The man's face bore droplets of the witch's blood, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he plucked a shiny, black scale from her vulnerable spot, blood steadily dripping down. The witch, in agony, screamed, and in that moment, she recalled the man's earlier taunt about self-detonation. With a derisive snort, he surveyed the despairing and pained expression in her eyes, mocking her. Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? As the man continued his grim task, Qianxiu and Wu Tianli huddled quietly in the corner, hardly daring to breathe, for he truly resembled a hellish demon, a harbinger of doom. This grotesque scene did not repulse him. Instead, a smile danced at the corners of his eyes, which was utterly terrifying. Moreover, Qianxiu noted that ever since this man appeared, the system in her mind had grown eerily silent, only speaking when absolutely necessary. As time ticked by, the man dismantled everything of value from the witch, leaving her bloodied and disfigured upon the floor, surrounded by the twisted corpses of poisonous insects, a sign that her injuries had affected them as well. You little brat. That fire talisman, he said, pulling out a tissue to wipe his hands before addressing Qianxiu. Uncle, you intend to burn her? The witch, gasping for breath, suddenly found a glimmer of hope in her lifeless eyes. She had never desired death so fervently. Such a chatterbox, the man dismissed the talisman Qianxiu offered, instead unleashing a surge of energy upon her vulnerable spot. From an angle unseen by Qianxiu, he observed the witch's expression of relief, a mocking smile curling his lips as he uttered a few words that penetrated her mind before she could succumb to death. Burn her and be done with it. I'll take what I need. Remember to come by tomorrow to do my laundry, understood? He produced a large plastic bag from somewhere, stuffing the items he had taken from the witch into it, then turning to include the remaining possessions of the elderly landlady. Upon seeing Qianxiu nod in agreement, the man leapt from the window, and when the two rushed to look outside, only a sliver of golden sunlight remained, having just spilled from the shadows. Sighing at the lifeless witch, Qianxiu flicked the talisman in her hand, igniting it before casting it upon the witch's body. Suddenly, as she prepared to leave, she noticed the witch's eyes, still wide open in death. She recalled how the witch had been filled with excitement at the prospect of liberation. But now those eyes reflected sheer terror. With the witch's demise, the barrier surrounding the building dissipated, and the thick fog began to lift. As the mist cleared, Dai Wang and Guozong looked up to see a floor with a missing wall emitting smoke, their imaginations racing with thoughts of the power that could obliterate such a barrier. Exchanging glances, they hurried inside, relieved that they no longer had to wait anxiously outside. Meanwhile, several medical personnel waiting outside quickly followed the two into the building, equipped with medical supplies. How are you feeling? Is anything amiss? Dai Wang asked, having spotted a disheveled Qianxiu. He approached her with concern etched in his eyes. I'm fine, Qianxiu replied with a smile, which eased Dai Wang's worries. Yet he still stepped forward to support her shoulder. Unbeknownst to Qianxiu, her curiosity had rendered their posture somewhat intimate, while Dai Wang was oblivious to any implications. Only Guozong exchanged a knowing glance with them before directing the medical staff to take care of his apprentice. Guozong, I'll take Qianxiu to the hospital. You can handle things here, Dai Wang said as he helped Qianxiu follow the doctor. Go ahead. You've worked hard, Qianxiu. I'll have Dai Wang accompany you to the hospital. Don't worry about things here, Guozong assured her, patting Dai Wang's shoulder after addressing Qianxiu. With a smile, Qianxiu nodded at Guozong before departing with Dai Wang. The author has something to say. Today, I inadvertently wrote a lengthy passage. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. Chapter 49. The fourth talisman. Gazing at the mountain of clothes in the courtyard, Qianxiu looked at the man, her eyes clearly expressing, Are you joking with me? Uncle, I still feel dizzy. I need to return to the hospital. I'll wash the clothes another day, Qianxiu exclaimed, clutching her head and mouth, looking as if she was about to collapse. She had initially thought the incense shop uncle merely wanted her to wash the clothes she wore yesterday, which should not take too long. It was certainly preferable to having a knife perpetually poised at her throat, given the uncle's brutal methods. Who could have anticipated that she was still too naive, as the incense shop uncle boldly piled a mountain of clothes before her? Had she known, she would have heeded Uncle Huang's advice and stayed in the hospital a few more days. Girl, how do you think the items from yesterday turned out? In the courtyard, the incense shop uncle lounged in a rocking chair, legs crossed, a half-burnt cigarette in his mouth, eyeing her with a hint of menace. Ahem, where is your washing machine? Qianxiu asked, suddenly feeling invigorated and eager to do something with that energy. Rolling up her sleeves, she smiled brightly at the incense shop uncle. If it's just washing clothes, she could manage. You think if I had a washing machine, I would be waiting here for you to wash clothes while wrapped in a bath towel. The incense shop uncle looked at her, as if questioning her sanity. Haha. Qianqiu feigned a laugh, realizing that his wearing a bath towel was not due to just having bathed or showing off his physique, but rather because he simply had no clean clothes to wear. With such arrogance, what more could she say? Get on with it. The sun is just right. He ignored her sarcasm, glancing at the sun before returning to his phone. Yes, sir. I'll get right on it. Qianqiu gritted her teeth and approached the pile of clothes, silently grateful for the hot water heater. Otherwise, her hands would surely turn to ice after washing such a mountain of laundry. Wash one set and hang it to dry. As Qianqiu filled the basin with water, the incense shop uncle suddenly spoke. Yes, uncle. Qianqiu retrieved the clothes the uncle had worn the previous night and began scrubbing them in the water. Her expression fierce, as if she were taking revenge on the clothes for being worn by the man lounging in the rocking chair, smoking and humming a tune. 10 minutes later, Qianqiu held a basin, her eyes scanning the yard, only to realize that there was no clothesline to hang her laundry. How was she supposed to dry her clothes? Was she expected to suspend them in midair? In the corner, she spotted a wire. After washing her clothes, she decided to retrieve a piece from the yard. The uncle paused his tune, his voice rough, yet magnetic, reaching Qianqiu's ears. All right, I'll pull it. Qianqiu turned with a grimace towards Uncle Xiangzhu, feeling as if her mind had been muddled. Why had she rushed out of the hospital to do this? Taking a deep breath, she set her cleaned garments aside and walked to the corner to fetch the wire mentioned by the uncle, a bundle wrapped in dust, its color indiscernible. She soaked the wires in the basin, vigorously rubbing them until the water in the third basin became clear, and then began preparing to string the line. Glancing around, to prevent her clothes from dragging on the ground, she opted to hang the line higher up. The storage room on the right had a stepladder. Noticing that she was struggling to reach, the uncle's voice floated over. I see you're trying. Got it. Qianqiu shot him a glare before heading to the storage room. After a while of setting up the stool, she felt it was clearly intentional. After finally managing to get the stepladder out and set up, she climbed up with a mix of hope and anxiety. Just as she steadied herself, her phone began to ring. Uncle, could you hold this for me? Qianqiu, while tying the wire, thought for a moment before asking the uncle for help. The uncle glanced at her, seemingly irritated by the incessant ringing. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed her the bag. Snap! Qianqiu instinctively caught it, leaning back as the stepladder began to wobble. Just as panic set in, the ladder stabilized. Clumsy. Hurry up. The uncle had somehow appeared beside the stepladder, his expression a mix of disdain and impatience. Thank you, Uncle. Qianqiu, now too preoccupied to answer the call, hastily secured the wire and quickly descended. This time, the uncle seemed to have a change of heart, shouldering the ladder and positioning it on the other side, raising an eyebrow at her. Seeing this, Qianqiu swiftly pulled the wire and climbed up, moving like a monkey, tying it in no time. With a swift motion, the uncle tossed the ladder aside and reclined in his rocking chair, smoking. The action made Qianqiu's mouth twitch in disbelief. Just then, her phone buzzed again, and the uncle shot her an annoyed glance, causing her to lower her voice. Daigu, she whispered, unsure of what Dai Wang wanted at this hour. I brought you some soup. Why aren't you at home? Dai Wang stood at the entrance, his stern expression slightly furrowed. Dr. Huang had mentioned that even if she wasn't hospitalized, she needed rest, and he wondered where she had rushed off to so early. Ask him to bring it over, and while he at it, get some prepared food. The uncle, eavesdropping, caught Qianqiu's expression of longing, which piqued his appetite. Otherwise, you'll have to cook for yourself later, he chuckled, reminding her that there was nothing in the house, and she would have to buy groceries if she wanted to eat. What's wrong? Dai Wang asked when he noticed the sudden silence from Qianqiu. Daigu. Are you busy? If not, could you bring some groceries? Qianqiu looked at the pile of clothes. Knowing she wouldn't have the energy to wash them on an empty stomach, she had noticed that there were no food vendors on this street. She would have to go to the opposite side of the street, and she doubted the uncle had anything prepared. Sure. How many portions? Dai Wang paused before responding. 3 portions, please, Daigu. I'll send you the address shortly. Qianqiu felt her mood lift as he agreed. It seemed that pleasant things still existed. After hanging the clothes, she began washing them, eagerly anticipating the soup Aunt Zhao had made. Watching Qianqiu suddenly brighten, the uncle shook his head in resignation, continuing to lounge in the sun while playing games. An hour and a half later, Dai Wang arrived carrying a bag and a thermos into the narrow alley, where his car could only park outside. Buzz. The phone rang as Qianqiu washed her hands, wiped them on her clothes, and quickly answered. After such a long struggle, she was indeed famished. Qiao, Did you send the wrong address for your shop? Dai Wang had walked around the narrow alley twice and still couldn't find the shop Qianqiu had mentioned. No, I double-checked it before sending. Qianqiu was puzzled, convinced she had made a mistake, wondering if Dai Wang had confused the location. Just as she was about to speak, she heard the uncle's voice. Girl, go meet him. He can't get in here. Okay. Qianqiu shot a puzzled glance at the uncle before telling Dai Wang, then dashed outside. Daigu, over here. As soon as she exited the shop, she spotted Dai Wang, who was facing away, scanning the area. Daigu, let us go inside. I'm starving. Qianqiu grinned at the bag in Dai Wang's hands. Thanks for bringing it. She smiled, thinking that Dai Wang was becoming more perceptive. He had a cold demeanor but a warm heart. Not a bother. Why are your hands so red? Dai Wang noticed her hands were flushed, with traces of water on her rolled-up sleeves. I'm fine, just washed some clothes. Qianqiu twirled her hand with a smile. I told you someone saved us yesterday, and his condition was that I help him wash clothes. So I came early today, not realizing there would be so many. She continued, worried that Dai Wang might misunderstand. Considering the uncle's appearance, she needed to clarify. All right, you're still recovering. Let us take the clothes to the laundromat. Dai Wang glanced at Qianqiu's red hands. Seeing him remain silent, Qianqiu assumed she was almost done washing. However, when he stepped into the yard and saw the mountain of clothes beside the sink, even his expressionless face cracked a smile. Qianqiu had indeed understated the quantity. Let us eat. You've worked hard, young man. The uncle greeted Dai Wang with a rare smile as he entered. It's no trouble. Dai Wang observed the man in a bath towel roaming around, wondering if his eyes were playing tricks, but since he was a guest, he refrained from saying anything. Come over for a drink. The uncle produced a bottle of alcohol, raising it towards Dai Wang. Not right now. I need to drive later. Dai Wang scanned the man, who appeared to be in his 30s, and wondered why he was calling him young man. Uncle, this is Dai Wang, my login officer. Daigu, this is the uncle who saved us yesterday. By the way, I still don't know your name. Qianqiu suddenly realized she had been calling him uncle without knowing his name. Luoyan, just call me uncle. The uncle shot Qianqiu a disapproving look. But young man, I've heard much about you. Uncle Luo patted Dai Wang's shoulder, speaking truthfully. Dai Wang was well known in their line of work. However, the young man possessed too much integrity, making it nearly impossible for him to enter his shop without guidance. Uncle, you jest, I'm not that famous. Dai Wang extended his hand to Luo Yin for a handshake. Let us skip the pleasantries and eat. Uncle Luo chuckled. Already catching a whiff of the delicious aroma wafting from the thermos, the chicken soup must have been simmering for no less than 5 hours. The uncle gazed at the tantalizing array of dishes, his attention no longer on the two individuals, as he eagerly picked up his bowl and chopsticks, diving into the meal. My favorite spicy chicken, you truly are wonderful, brother Dai. As Qianqiu lifted the lid, she beheld the vibrant red chilies within. Eat a little less. Your injury isn't fully healed, Dai Wang gently advised as he passed her some rice. It's fine, she replied, her eyes sparkling, completely captivated by the food, oblivious to the other dishes. Brother Dai, why aren't you eating? Noticing he had no intention of sitting down after arranging her meal, she paused with her chopsticks in hand. I've already eaten. You all enjoy, Dai Wang replied, having had a bowl of noodles while waiting for the dishes to arrive. Really? You've eaten? She questioned, disbelief evident in her tone. Yes, truly. Don't mind me. I'll just look around, he reassured her with a nod. Once Qianqiu was certain he spoke the truth, she turned back to her meal, planning to cook him a delicious dinner later that evening. After observing the two happily enjoying their food, Dai Wang took the initiative to wash a pile of dirty clothes after a stroll around the yard. Little girl, your boyfriend is quite a catch, the uncle remarked, raising an eyebrow at Qianqiu. Cough, cough. Uncle, don't say such things. Brother Dai and I are not what you think. Qianqiu shot him a glare. If he weren't your boyfriend, would he be washing clothes for a stranger? The uncle countered with a knowing look. Brother Dai, put that down. I'll wash it shortly, she insisted, rushing over to pull at his arm, trying to coax him off the small stool. Look, your hands are red. Go eat, he replied, remaining steadfast and continuing his task. Brother Dai? She exclaimed in frustration, seeing he remained unmoved. You go eat. I'll get up after you finish, he said, his tone gentle. Qianqiu felt it was already quite a bother that he brought her food, and it seemed unreasonable to ask him to wash clothes as well. The uncle observed her devouring her meal and shook his head in disbelief. It seemed only she would be ungrateful for assistance. However, as Qianqiu approached, Dai Wang advised her against suddenly squatting to wash clothes after eating, as it could lead to stomach cramps. for her well-being. He suggested she take a leisurely 10 laps around the yard. With no choice but to comply with his earnestness, Qianxiu began her slow-paced walk. The author wishes to convey. The author remains strikingly handsome today, as Qianxiu shook out the last piece of clothing. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she hung it on the wire overhead. Finally done. After stretching her aching back, she sighed with relief. It truly took all day to wash these clothes. Brother Dai, I'm so sorry for making you help with this, she said. Placing the basin down and moving beside him, she vowed to treat him to a sumptuous dinner that night. Surprisingly, Dai Wang washed the clothes with remarkable efficiency and cleanliness, far beyond her expectations. No need for such courtesy, he replied, glancing at the clothes fluttering in the yard. He hadn't done this much manual washing in a year. Given the convenience of modern washing machines, with his busy schedule filled with research and workouts, he seldom had time to wash clothes himself. Hey, thank you so much. I'll prepare a feast for you when we return, Qianxiu said, her eyes brightening with a sweet smile. All right, Dai Wang responded, a hint of a smile tugging at his lips. By the way, where did the uncle go? She asked. Noticing the rocking chair in the center of the yard was empty, along with the uncle himself. He probably went to the shop, Dai Wang recalled. Remembering that when the son was absent from the yard, Luo Yin had yawned and left in the direction of the entrance. Okay, Brother Dai, you rest a bit. I'll go take a look, Qianxiu said, heading towards the wooden door leading to the shop. As Dai Wang began to stretch after sitting for so long, he realized that this felt more exhausting than a day of hard work outside. Sure enough, upon entering the shop, Qianxiu spotted the uncle reclining, leisurely listening to opera. All done? He inquired, glancing her way as she entered. Yes, all done. If you have nothing else, we'll be on our way, she smiled. Internally hoping he wouldn't create more trouble for her. Take out the 11 witch bones from your bag, the uncle commanded, noticing her reluctance to hide her intentions. Those are mine, she protested, swiftly covering her bag with a wary expression. The 11 witch bones, remnants from the burned witch corpse, were not only beautiful but also possessed potential for crafting magical artifacts, according to the system. Look at how stingy you are. If I wanted them, I would have taken them yesterday, the uncle remarked with a scornful glance. After some contemplation, Qianxiu retrieved the box from her bag, thinking perhaps the uncle intended to explain their uses. He took the box, extracting one of the bones, its pristine whiteness and straight form radiating beauty, unlike anything left behind by a witch. Come back in 3 days, he instructed, toying with the bone. What's wrong? Afraid I might keep them for myself? He teased, noticing her intense gaze on the bone. No, uncle, I was merely curious about what kind of magical artifact you plan to create for me, she smiled. Realizing he was indeed willing to assist her in crafting one, she had previously contemplated using her considerable points to request the system to forge an artifact. But now it seemed she could save that expenditure. You foolish girl, don't expect too much from me. Now, be on your way, don't disturb my business, the uncle said dismissively, clearly indicating it was time for her to leave. All right then, uncle, I'll visit again in 3 days. Qianxiu replied just as Dai Wang emerged from inside. The uncle waved her off without looking up, returning to his focus on the witch bone. Brother Dai, let us go, Qianxiu said cheerfully, her heart lightened by the prospect of acquiring a magical artifact. Luoge, may we meet again by fate. Dai Wang nodded at Qianxiu before addressing Luo Yin, who remained engrossed in his task. Take care, Luo Yin replied without looking up, his tone indifferent. Dai Wang, unfazed, had already gathered some understanding of Luo Yin's temperament, a skilled individual hidden in plain sight. It would be wise to discuss this with General Gua. By the way, Officer Dai, I dislike trouble. You know what to do, Luo Yin called out just as Dai Wang was about to step out of the shop. Rest assured, Luoge, I know what to do, Dai Wang affirmed. Dai Wang paused, his sharp gaze falling upon Luo Yin. The words he had just spoken were uttered after contemplating whether to inform General Gui, leaving him uncertain if it was merely a coincidence. Daige, is something the matter? Qianxiu, who was leading the way, noticed Dai Wang's sudden halt and looked at him with curiosity. It's nothing. Let us proceed, Dai Wang replied, arching an eyebrow. He observed Qianxiu's expression and realized she had caught his earlier conversation with Luo Yin, confirming that Luo Yin's prowess was indeed formidable. All right. Dai Wang initially intended to suggest they grab a quick bite outside, but seeing Qianxiu cheerfully counting the dishes she planned to prepare for dinner, he swallowed his words. It would be better to assist her. Preparing a meal wouldn't take too long. Suddenly, a dapper man clad in a tailored black suit and polished shoes stepped into the incense shop. You're here. How has the matter been handled? Luo Yin asked. putting away the box containing the witch's bones and looking at the man who had entered. It has been taken care of. The elite man's demeanor was entirely incongruent with the surrounding environment. Yet since his arrival, his gaze remained fixated ahead, showing no interest in his surroundings. "Gio, tidy up," Luo Yin said, glancing at the impeccably still man, feeling somewhat helpless. No matter how much time passed, Gio's expression and thoughts remained unchanged. "Yes, my lord." The elite man nodded, sweeping his gaze around before a mass of black energy materialized in his hand. "I have told you numerous times, Gio, to do it yourself. Your aura will taint whatever you handle." Luo Yin quickly waved his hand, dispersing the black mist from the elite man's grasp. "My lord, the aura from manual labor will also taint it, and besides, I am quite busy," the elite man replied calmly, brushing off the reprimand. "Since you are busy, then you may leave," Luo Yin said, feeling somewhat intimidated by the elite man's gaze, fully aware of Gio's unspoken intent. "My lord." The elite man stepped forward, his brow slightly furrowed. "Gio, subordinates are meant to assist the leader. Do you understand?" Luo Yin interrupted, fixing his gaze on him. "I understand. My subordinate takes his leave." The elite man's eyes flickered, and he vanished from the shop. What an annoyance. "I do not wish to open the shop today." Luo Yin lifted the box, and with a flick of his wrist, the entire room plunged into darkness. "I might as well refine some magical tools for that troublesome girl." With that, he stepped forward, and a black vortex suddenly appeared. He stepped into it. Meanwhile, Qianqiu and Daiwan exited the market, each carrying heavy bags filled with groceries. The market was not far from the community where Qianqiu lived, and they quickly entered the neighborhood. "Woo woo woo, let us go take a look," Daiwan said, casting a glance at the crowd gathering nearby. "Grandmolly, what has happened?" Qianqiu approached the familiar figure of Grandmolly. The small community was so close-knit that any disturbance would not escape the notice of the elderly residents who gathered daily in the garden for gossip. "Ah, it's about that boy you helped find, Grandma Zhu's grandson. He is 16 years old and has been unresponsive since he fell asleep 3 days ago," Grandmolly explained. "There he is," Grandmolly exclaimed, watching as medical personnel carried someone out on a stretcher. Her gaze fell on the young man lying there, seemingly in a deep slumber, with a swirl of black energy hovering above his forehead, likely entangled by some dark force. "May the Bodhisattva bless him. I hope you will be all right," Grandmolly said. Her hands pressed together in prayer as she watched the ambulance drive away. After exchanging a few more words with Grandmolly, Qianqiu and Daiwan proceeded into the corridor. The author has something to say. Today's author, Wang Tianzhong, finds the piracy issues quite bothersome. The anti-piracy system on Xinjiang has been breached again, and it feels as though many authors will eventually be forced to abandon their works due to these piracy sites. Alas, I am but a commoner, diligently spending hours crafting content, only to have it stolen in mere seconds by these sites. The number of supporters for original works is dwindling, and I commend myself for persisting despite earning only a few coins each day. I apologize, dear supporters, but starting tomorrow, I may have to implement anti-piracy measures again. As before, locking content at 9 a.m. and replacing it at 3 p.m. If you care, please check back for updates at 3 p.m. I feel a bit melancholic today. Slap's face, Chapter 51. The 51st talisman. The gentle sound of a clear spring accompanied by the sweet chirping of birds echoed within the room, repeating insistently as if to rouse a reluctant sleeper. Beneath a light blue quilt, Qianqiu struggled several times before finally extending her hand to slap the alarm clock resting on the bedside table. It's already 8 o'clock. After silencing the alarm, she groped around the nightstand until she found her phone plugged into the charger. Pulling out the charging cable, she peered into the blanket at her phone, mumbling in a daze, still half asleep. Just 5 more minutes. She tucked the phone beneath her pillow and pulled the quilt over her head once more, relishing the warmth that made her reluctant to rise. Thus, after several rounds of 5 more minutes, Qianqiu finally emerged from the blanket, her hair resembling a bird's nest, and made her way to the bathroom. However, it was not solely her desire for sleep that kept her in bed. She was also driven by the urgency of a full bladder. After freshening up, she noted that the clock in the living room indicated the time was between 9 and 10. After giving her cheeks a gentle pat, she grabbed her small bag and casually threw on a jacket as she stepped outside, noting the increasingly cold weather, even though winter had yet to officially arrive. Click. Grandmolly. Just as she locked the door, she spotted Grandmolly coming from Grandma Zhu's house. "Xiaoqiu, are you heading out?" Grandmolly smiled at her, though fatigue was evident on her face despite the cheerful expression. "Yes, Grandmolly, what's wrong? You look quite tired." Qianqiu said as she approached to support the elderly woman. Oh, it's nothing. I was just helping Grandma Yu's family find a master for their child. Grandma Yu is following the master's advice and watching over Yu at the hospital, so I came to lend a hand. Yu has shown no clear signs of illness at the hospital, but according to Uncle Mo, it seems he might be haunted, Grandma Li said, lowering her voice. The older generation still held some trepidation regarding such matters, yet Grandma Li was willing to help because she was fond of Qiyu. By the way, Xiaoqiu, you're a Daoist, right? Have you noticed anything unusual regarding Yu's situation? Grandma Li sighed before turning to Qianqiu. Grandma Li, I would need to see him to determine anything, Qianqiu replied. She did not wish to make any unfounded comments, as she had not yet attained the level of insight to discern the truth at a glance. Initially, when Uncle Mo mentioned this, both Grandma Li and I wanted to invite you to check on Yu. However, Uncle Mo strongly recommended this particular master, so please do not take it to heart. We all know of your abilities, Grandma Li said sincerely. Nevertheless, due to Uncle Mo's exalted praise of the master, Yu's parents followed his suggestion. In the eyes of the older generation, those referred to as masters were typically elderly Daoists in their 50s or 60s. Since Yu's parents had never met Qianqiu, they naturally preferred a well-reputed master, especially one recommended by someone they knew. Don't worry, Grandma Li. I'm actually on my way to the hospital now. But what did that master say? Qianqiu was quite curious that Master Mo was not easily deceived and might indeed possess considerable skill. As for her age was a factor, and she certainly lacked the reliability of those seasoned practitioners. After a busy morning, she was currently performing rituals inside, claiming to be beset by malevolent forces. Granny Li glanced toward Granny Zhu's house and whispered. Granny Li nodded, realizing Qianqiu was indeed a good child. She felt somewhat embarrassed about the introduction of the master by Master Mo, as his words had seemed rather mystical at that time. Having spent the morning assisting Qiyu's parents, Granny Li was feeling somewhat worn out. Qianqiu helped her into the house and poured her a glass of water before departing. Upon exiting the community, Qianqiu made her way directly to the rice noodle shop. Regardless of where one goes, one must eat well to have the energy. By the time she arrived at the hospital with fruits in hand, it was nearly 11 o'clock. She inquired with a nurse about Qiyu's room number and proceeded there. Through the window, she observed the scene inside. This ward was not a single room, but had 3 beds, each occupied by patients receiving intravenous drips, all lying quietly. Granny Zhu sat by one bed, her face etched with worry as she wiped Qiyu's face with a towel. Qianqiu entered, and the relatives of the other patients acknowledged her with nods. Granny Li, I came to see Qiyu, she greeted with a smile, moving closer. The other 2 patients, like Qiyu, lay quietly in their beds, each with a dark aura hovering over their foreheads. The middle bed's occupant appeared particularly frail and pale, suggesting a grave condition. Xiaoqiu, why did you buy fruit? Granny Li stood up from her chair, taking the fruits from Qianqiu and placing them on a nearby cabinet. Granny Li, I could have managed it myself. Please, sit down, Qianqiu replied, noticing Granny Li's actions and hurriedly moving to fetch her a chair. Xiaoqiu, I know you have abilities. Can you help me see how Yu is doing? Granny Zhu offered the peeled apple to Qianqiu. Though the master recommended by Master Mo seemed quite formidable, she preferred to trust this child. Granny Zhu, I will do my best, Qianqiu replied, taking a bite of the apple while directing her gaze toward Qiyu. There are rules in this field. If a master has taken on Qi's family's case, others must not intervene unless in situations like Granny Zhu's, who had approached Qianqiu directly. Even so, before taking action, Qianqiu must communicate with that master to avoid misunderstandings that could lead to resentment. Of course, Qianqiu would not directly disrupt this precedent. Currently, Qiyu is not in immediate danger. If the master could indeed dispel the malevolent force afflicting him, she would refrain from acting before the master did. However, the other 2 patients seemed not to be under the master's care, and judging by their conditions, they appeared far worse than Qiyu. As Qianqiu examined Qiyu, the relatives of the other patients occasionally glanced over. Having heard from Granny Zhu about this new patient who had summoned a master, Granny Zhu's concern stemmed from the similarity of their conditions. All initially presented with excessive sleepiness, followed by an inability to awaken, though her grandson had not been asleep as long as the others. In the ward, the 3 patients seemed to be in a state of deep slumber, as if trapped in a nightmare. Compared to the patient in the middle, Qiyu fared slightly better since he was not ensnared by a malignant dream. After inspecting Qiyu's pupils and mouth, Qianqiu suddenly reached into her bag and extracted a talisman. The ward had been quiet, So Granny Zhu's earlier conversation with Qianxiu had reached the ears of the two other relatives. Now, seeing Qianxiu produce a talisman, some gazes were filled with anticipation, while others bore a hint of derision. Granny Zhu, sitting closest to Qiyu, witnessed him suddenly open his eyes. Just as she was about to exclaim, "My dear grandson," she noticed his pupils rolling back, leaving only the whites of his eyes. Subsequently, Qiyu's body began to convulse. Without hesitation, Qianxiu grabbed a pair of chopsticks, wrapped the talisman in them, and placed it horizontally in Qiyu's mouth to prevent him from biting his own tongue while simultaneously suppressing the malevolent energy. Once the demon realized someone was attempting to combat it, it would retaliate, placing Qiyu in significant danger. "Xiao Qiu, what is happening to you?" Granny Zhu cried, tears welling in her eyes, momentarily forgetting to call for a doctor and instead turning to Qianxiu. "Granny Zhu, it seems the master from your family has failed. Both he and you have suffered a backlash," Qianxiu replied, her expression grave, as Qiyu's response indicated that the force was intent on taking his life. Suddenly, Granny Zhu's phone, which he had placed on the counter, rang. Qianxiu glanced at it. The screen displayed the word "son." When Granny Zhu answered, Qianxiu chose to remain silent. "Mom, quickly check on Yu. Put something in his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue." A frantic voice emanated from the phone. "Don't worry, my dear. Xiao Qiu is here, and Yu is fine for now," Granny Zhu reassured her son. "Mom, we're on our way. Keep an eye on Yu. I have to hang up now." Granny Zhu's mobile was an elderly model, and the volume was loud enough for Qianxiu to hear the chaos on the other end. It seemed the master was also suffering from a backlash. "Dr. Lu, my grandson needs to be discharged." Granny Zhu shot a glance at Qianxiu and, gritting her teeth, declared that given the events that had just transpired, she was willing to trust Qianxiu. "Granny Zhu, we understand the relative's urgency, but the patient has just regained consciousness. For his well-being, it is advisable not to discharge him just yet. Allow me to examine Qiyu first," Dr. Lu stated as he approached the bed. The family of the patient in the middle also turned to watch, seemingly eager for the unfolding drama, their gazes tinged with mockery. Qianxiu noticed the woman's gaze and frowned, but chose not to speak. Judging by her demeanor, Dr. Lu was likely summoned by her. "What is this?" Dr. Lu asked, noticing the chopsticks Qiyu was biting down on, reaching out to remove them. "You cannot take them." Qianxiu seized Dr. Lu's wrist, her gaze sharp and unwavering. "Who are you?" Dr. Lu frowned, displeased. "Dr. Lu, this is Xiao Qiu, a child from our community and a skilled practitioner," Granny Zhu interjected. "Granny Zhu, could it be this girl is the one who wants to discharge Qiyu?" Dr. Lu responded, casting a disapproving look at Qianxiu. He was aware that a master had been consulted for this family, yet now a young practitioner appeared, wanting to take the patient away, which displeased Dr. Lu. "Children should not speak of the supernatural. Your actions could endanger the patient. Why not learn something more beneficial?" he admonished. "Regardless, I will not allow you to take the patient." As he spoke, he attempted once more to remove the chopsticks from Qiyu's mouth. "For Qiyu's sake, I will not let you take them away, and we must leave this hospital," Qianxiu declared, her eyes glinting with resolve, knowing she had no time to engage in further debate. At that moment, a nurse following Dr. Lu turned and hastily exited the ward, casting a fierce glare at Qianxiu before leaving. As the situation reached a stalemate, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Who was causing a disturbance? Several men in security uniforms stormed in, wielding electric batons and glaring fiercely. Qianxiu cast a calm glance at the few individuals before her, devoid of any semblance of fear. "Dr. Lu, Qianxiu is my guest. Your actions are rather excessive," Grandma Zhu remarked, her expression turning cold at the unfolding scene. "Is your intention to obstruct my execution of duty?" Qianxiu smiled reassuringly at Grandma Zhu, then retrieved an identification card from her bag, ready to wield her authority. "You." Dr. Lu's words were abruptly interrupted by Qianxiu, her identification card eliciting a darkening of his complexion. "How can we be certain this identification is genuine?" murmured a nurse who had just stepped outside to summon help. "Indeed, I suspect there may be issues with this card. I must verify its authenticity." Dr. Lu's eyes glimmered with realization, recognizing the improbability of someone of Qianxiu's age being part of the criminal investigation team. "I will grant you 10 minutes after that." "I intend to discharge Qiyu," Qianxiu asserted as she handed the identification to Dr. Lu, her demeanor still cheerful. "I'll inquire further," the nurse said, taking the card from Dr. Lu's hands. At first glance, it appeared genuine, yet she resolved to call a contact within the investigation team for confirmation. Casting a challenging glance at Qianxiu, she remained skeptical of her affiliation with the team, well aware of the stringent entry requirements. Feel free to investigate. Qianxiu replied with a smile, beginning preparations to assist Qiyu in departing under Dr. Lu's watchful gaze. Though still a child, Qiyu was tall and would be cumbersome to move from his slumbering state. Thus, Qianxiu and Grandma Zhu decided to use a wheelchair provided by the hospital for his exit. Do you require assistance? A man from the adjacent bed approached after observing the situation for a moment. Although Qiyu was still a youth, his frame was substantial, and the man was concerned that Qianxiu alone might struggle. Thank you, sir. Could you please help me lift him into the wheelchair? Qianxiu expressed her gratitude with a smile. As the two were shifting the patient from the bed, Dr. Lu shot a sharp glance at several security personnel behind him, clearly signaling them to intervene. The guards exchanged nervous glances, having overheard the conversation. Despite their bravado, they dared not confront an officer. However, failing to act could jeopardize their positions. Excuse me, officer. May we ask you to wait a moment? One of them approached hesitantly after deliberation. Very well, Qianxiu replied, noticing the conflict in his eyes. She had no desire to create undue difficulty for them. Sir, here is my business card. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to call. Covering Qiyu with a blanket on the wheelchair, Qianxiu handed her business card to the man who had assisted her. Dr. Lu, it appears to be authentic. The nurse admitted, her tone laced with reluctance. Grandma Zhu, do you truly intend to allow her to take Qiyu? Dr. Lu inquired, his gaze shifting back to Grandma Zhu. Thank you, Dr. Lu. Xiaoqiu, let us depart, Grandma Zhu said, preparing to leave with her grandson. The earlier events still weighed heavily on her mind. She was eager to avoid further delays. Dr. Lu and the nurse watched the pair exit. Gripping their pins tightly in frustration, this was an egregious affront to their profession. After stiffly greeting the other families in the room, they too took their leave. The family of the patient in the middle bed exchanged awkward smiles with the man, then feigned busyness, reflecting on the dramatic turn of events that day. It was unfortunate for that child. The hospital's disbelief in the so-called master could lead to dire consequences. As Qianxiu pushed Qiyu through the hospital's entrance, she prepared to hail a cab, but was interrupted by the sudden appearance of a familiar vehicle. Daigu, please assist me in getting him into the car. I will explain later, Qianxiu instructed, gesturing toward the wheelchair. Of course, Daiwang responded, effortlessly lifting Qiyu as if he were weightless. Grandma Zhu, please join us. After securing the seatbelt around Qiyu, Daiwang ensured he was comfortably positioned before addressing Grandma Zhu, concerned that Qiyu might lean awkwardly due to his unconscious state. Both she and Qianxiu positioned themselves on either side of him to prevent any potential injury. Once the vehicle was in motion, Qianxiu requested Grandma Zhu to inform Qiyu's parents that he had been discharged and also to relay a message to the master at home, urging him to prepare the necessary items. They had erred in not heeding their mother's warnings. Had they done so from the start, perhaps Qiyu would not be in this predicament. Please clear this area. I will prepare what the elder requires, the master said, unsteadily rising to his feet. He did not perceive Qianxiu's sudden involvement as a challenge. Rather, it was a form of assistance in rectifying a situation he could not manage alone. Although he was proud, he was unwilling to let the innocent suffer due to his shortcomings, for a practitioner of the way feared entanglement in such karma. Thus, he harbored genuine gratitude for Qianxiu's involvement. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood erupted from his lips as he took a step. His injury was clearly severe. Master, are you all right? Qiyu's father stepped forward, steadying the master, who nodded. I am fine. Please attend to the area. After regaining his balance, the master addressed Qiyu's father. Initially, they had been angry with him, blaming his inadequacies for nearly endangering their son. However, their feelings shifted to embarrassment as they recognized the master's condition. He was indeed suffering. Master, please have some water, Qiyu's mother offered, placing a glass on the table beside him. Thank you, he replied, acknowledging the gesture. He had observed their reactions during his earlier failure, silently mocking their disbelief, yet he refrained from departing in anger, knowing that abandoning his efforts would seal their son's fate. Unbeknownst to him, Qianxiu had encountered a formidable ally. If circumstances allowed, he wished to avoid a mutual demise with the nightmare spirit. The path of cultivation was long, and he still desired to live. Sighing, the master rummaged through his supplies, well prepared with the necessary equipment to fulfill Qianxiu's earlier requests. Meanwhile, Qianxiu understood why Daiwang had appeared so unexpectedly. Due to her unique status, any inquiries regarding her typically reached President Guo. Consequently, Guo was soon informed of Qianxiu's situation at the hospital and promptly contacted Daiwang, who happened to be nearby, allowing him to arrive swiftly. Daigu, it seems many have fallen under the nightmare spirit's influence. However, I have not heard of any spirit capable of ensnaring so many at once. This situation is indeed complex. Qianxiu mused, stroking her chin. Dai Wang revealed he had already discovered over 10 individuals in a state of slumber, all admitted by family members. Some, however, might still be unaware of their predicament, as many patients had been admitted alone. They could not dismiss this possibility, indicating the gravity of the situation. The likelihood is minimal. Qianxiu frowned. Nightmare spirits are typically rare, only emerging in the wake of large-scale fatalities or disasters, generating an abundance of resentment and discontent. Over time, these emotions coalesce into a singular consciousness, thus becoming a nightmare. Initial manifestations of such spirits are confined to their birthplace, and they can typically ensnare only a handful of individuals at a time. The entity capable of traversing boundaries and ensnaring multiple individuals simultaneously is referred to as a night demon. It is notoriously difficult to contend with. It is said that 10 malevolent spirits are no match for a single night demon, let alone one whose whereabouts remain unknown. The most formidable challenges arise from that which is unseen and unfound. The author wishes to convey, today's author is adorably whimsical. Chapter 53, the 53rd Talisman. Knock, knock, knock. As the door was rapped upon, the sound of hurried footsteps emanated from within. Following this, the lock clicked, revealing Qi's mother, her eyes still red from weeping. "Come in quickly," she urged, her gaze landing on the child cradled in Dai Wang's arms, her tears once again held at bay. "Don't worry, we may." "Xiaoqiu is here," Grandma Zhu reassured her daughter-in-law, whose eyes were as red as a rabbit's. "I understand, mother," Qi's mother replied, clasping Grandma Zhu's hand. She fervently hoped Xiaoqiu was indeed as capable as they claimed. "Thank you. You must be Xiaoqiu. Please, I implore you to save my child." She expressed her gratitude to Dai Wang, her astonishment flickering across her face as her gaze fell upon Qianxiu, yet she stepped forward to grasp Qianxiu's hand. "Rest assured, Andy," Qianxiu comforted, understanding the anxiety that parents often feel. "Senior, everything is prepared." The master, supported by Qi's father, approached upon hearing the commotion. Initially, while listening to the recording, he had assumed the elder's voice belonged to a child, but upon seeing her in person, he realized she truly was just a young girl. "Yes, you are quite injured. Take this medicine and rest. I will handle the rest," Qianxiu stated. Glancing at the master, the dignified man in his 50s did not exhibit any contempt upon seeing her, thus she bestowed upon him the healing medicine exchanged through the system. "Thank you, Senior." The master accepted the vial, his eyes filled with gratitude. In this profession, anyone of higher cultivation is referred to as senior, regardless of their age. However, for Qianxiu, it felt somewhat peculiar to have someone of her father's generation address her in such a manner. So she smiled and nodded at the master before proceeding to the hall, where the items she had mentioned were neatly arranged. As the system had just informed her, she needed to adapt, for as her strength grew, there would inevitably be those from her grandfather's generation addressing her as senior as well. Such was the custom of this realm, and no one would feel ashamed to refer to a younger person as senior. It would only reflect poorly on their own inadequacy. The master was assisted by Qi's father to a sofa. After taking the medicine from Qianxiu, he immediately felt a significant alleviation of his pain. His gaze towards Qianxiu was now filled with not just gratitude, but also respect. Such a remarkable remedy was not something that just anyone could possess. And even if they did, who would be willing to offer assistance to a mere acquaintance? As the master's body began to mend, Qianxiu received a prompt from the system, revealing that the points she had just earned were double that of what she had spent on the medicine. Although it was merely a standard healing elixir, she did not begrudge the points she had received. After all, even the smallest of mosquitoes yield flesh. "Xiaoqiu." "He's starting again." Suddenly, Qiyu, who had just calmed, began to convulse violently once more. Without hesitation, Qianxiu seized the 5 emperor coins from the table and approached, surprised that he could not even remain tranquil for an hour. She stripped him of his clothing and placed it on the table before the altar. Qianxiu then bit her finger, letting her blood touch his forehead, and subsequently bound the 5 emperor coins around his wrist. Once these actions were complete, she addressed those around her. A few exchanged glances before quickly getting to work. Under Qianxiu's recent actions, Qiyu, who had previously been thrashing, now lay still on the sofa. Seizing the moment, Qianxiu removed her outer garment, revealing the Daoist robe beneath. She then placed the prepared cinnabar and brush in the center of the altar, saluted the heavens and earth, and grasped the peachwood sword, beginning to wave it before the altar. "Heaven and earth decree, divine ink from all directions, with this divine brush," I command the energies of the four corners. By my decree, seal the divine patterns for my use. Go. With each movement, the materials on the altar reacted accordingly. While ordinary individuals could not perceive these changes, the master, who had been observing closely, noticed the yellow energy swirling around her as she wielded the peachwood sword. Initially, the yellow energy flowed around her. But upon uttering the final word, it coalesced into a golden aura, transforming into a golden dragon that surged into the brush. Simultaneously, others carried Chiyu over. And the next scene was visible to all. The brush resting on the altar began to levitate. As it rotated, a series of fine red symbols, slender as a fly's leg, began to envelop the brush. Qianxiu withdrew a blue ribbon from her waist and wrapped it around her eyes. Then intoned incantations until the brush ceased its spinning. "Come to me," she suddenly shouted, and the brush, which had just halted, swiftly flew into her hand, accompanied by a gust of cold wind. Stripped completely, Qianxiu turned, furrowing her brow, and after tilting her head, addressed the others. Daiwang glanced at Qi Yu's remaining undergarments before looking over at Grandma Zhu and Qi's mother. "Is it done?" Qianxiu called out upon hearing their departing footsteps. "Cough." "Almost," Qi's father replied, placing Qi Yu's trousers on a nearby chair, then turned to Qianxiu. He felt a sense of relief, if Qianxiu could see. The aftermath when Qi Yu regained consciousness would likely be quite awkward. "Please step back a little. I am about to commence," Qianxiu announced. Once she finished speaking, she closed her eyes, reciting the incantation as the brush moved in tandem with her hand. Qi's father and Daiwang took a step back, observing Qianxiu's actions with quiet astonishment. Beginning at Qi Yu's forehead, Qianxiu swiftly wielded the brush, each stroke infused with the righteous energy of heaven and earth. To onlookers, her movements appeared sacred and solemn. The master, who had previously sat on the sofa, was now at the table, his gaze fervent and excited as he watched Qianxiu inscribe the talismans upon Qi Yu. This was a technique that existed solely in books. To execute, it required mastering 49 different styles of seal writing, each with a precise spacing of 2.6 millimeters. Any deviation would render the effort futile, making the successful execution of this art exceedingly rare. He never imagined that in his lifetime, he would witness someone perform it so flawlessly. Even in death, he would have no regrets. As Qianxiu completed one section, she maneuvered the brush, and Qi Yu's body lifted into the air, flipping over. With swift strokes, she began to paint the red symbols, starting from behind his ear and spreading across his back. Yet, halfway through, she sensed her internal energy waning. It seemed she needed to accelerate her training, for she had a premonition that this was merely the beginning. Gradually, a mass of dark energy was expelled, resembling a dark stain that slowly emerged from Qi Yu's back. This was a remnant of the night demon's consciousness. As long as this dark energy remained, Qi Yu would not awaken. As the dark energy solidified further, Qianxiu found her strokes growing increasingly laborious. It seemed the night demon had sensed the shift and was once again alert. Suddenly, the dark energy swirling around Qi Yu coalesced into a grotesque black visage, tearing at the skin on his back and howling as it lunged toward Qianxiu. With a swift movement of his wrist, Qianxiu's pin emitted a brilliant golden light that struck fiercely at the face of the assailant who had suddenly lunged forward. The three burly men standing nearby were momentarily startled by the scene, particularly the eerily silent visage that now permeated the air around the table, instilling a chilling dread that seeped into their very pores. Though only a silhouette was visible, each man could sense the presence of malevolent eyes fixated upon them, a bone-chilling sensation rendering them unable to utter a single breath. Suddenly, the face moved again, but this time it did not linger on Qi Yu's back. Instead, it began to wander into areas untouched by Qianxiu's brush, all the while emitting a series of spine-tingling, mournful cries. "Take this," the master said as he retrieved several talismans from his sleeve. These artifacts possess the power to disrupt the mind. Should anyone become affected and interrupt the elder's actions at this critical moment, Qi Yu would undoubtedly meet a tragic fate, one that would see his soul scatter. "Thank you, Master." Qi's father accepted the 3 talismans the master offered and hurriedly passed one to both his wife and mother. "It appears you possess something of great value. I shall not embarrass myself with my humble offerings." The master glanced at Daiwang, a hint of envy in his gaze, for this individual was clearly unperturbed, likely wielding something far superior to what he held. "Indeed, it is a remarkable item," Daiwang remarked with a smile, his eyes betraying no attempt to conceal his admiration for the treasures bestowed upon him by Qianxiu. Minutes later, the face abruptly ceased its movements, unleashing a series of cackles. However, As Qianxiu continued to paint, the haunting cries fell silent, visibly transforming into a swirl of black mist that fled from Qiyu's back. The master brandished his prepared tool towards the black mist, but just as his artifact nearly ensnared it, the entity vanished. At that moment, a thunderous knocking reverberated from the door, akin to someone relentlessly kicking it. The occupants of the room exchanged glances, doubting the door would withstand many more blows without warping. I shall see who it is. The master grasped his belongings and approached the door. The elder could not afford to be distracted at such a pivotal moment, lest she find herself in peril. As he reached the door, he observed the iron gate trembling under the force of the knocks, with dust and debris cascading from its hinges. Taking a deep breath, the master squinted through the peephole. Outside stood an elderly woman clad in a black and red floral padded coat, an acquaintance from earlier that morning, Granny Li, who had come to assist them. The master recognized her by her attire, recalling their earlier encounter. Despite her robust demeanor, there was no way she could possess such strength. Her force was akin to that of a young man. Something is amiss. The master's mind raced as he contemplated a strategy. Just then, the knocking ceased, plunging the room into an eerie silence. Could she have left? He murmured in confusion, then peered through the peephole once more. As he leaned closer, the sight that greeted him was far from what he had anticipated, causing him to gasp in shock, cold sweat trickling down his back. The elderly woman had indeed stopped knocking, lifting her head to reveal eyes devoid of pupils. A ghastly smile stretching across her face, an expression that sent a chill down his spine. Calming himself, the master concluded that the elderly woman had fallen under the influence of a malevolent force, which sought to use her to disrupt the elder's concentration. Though he may not be formidable, he could not allow it to succeed. Madam Qi, our elder is at a crucial juncture. We must not let the external disturbance interfere with her work. I require your assistance, he addressed the visibly anxious Mrs. Qi. What must I do, master? She asked, taking a deep breath, steeling herself for whatever may come, even if it meant facing demons. This is a Bagua mirror and a yin-yang instrument. You and Mr. Qi shall each take one and stand with your backs to the table. Should she approach, use these to confront her. The master produced the artifacts from his robe, relics bestowed upon him by his master, precious tools of their craft. While he did not harbor illusions that they could banish the evil spirit, controlling its movements would suffice. I can help too, Granny Zhu interjected, rising from her seat, unwilling to remain idle amidst the chaos. Granny, please position yourself behind Mr. Qi and his family. Do not allow the spirit to exploit any openings, the master instructed after a moment's pause. The elderly woman outside had clearly succumbed to slumber, allowing the malignant force to seize control. He was determined to prevent Granny Zhu from falling victim to the same fate. Understood. Granny Zhu, with support from Madam Qi, made her way to the area where Qianxiu was performing her incantations. Granny Zhu, please take a seat here. Daiwang offered a cushion, concerned for her well-being, as the stress of the situation had visibly affected her. Thank you, Xiao Dai. Granny Zhu smiled, settling down. Aware of her limitations, she resolved not to become a burden. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I shall open the door. The master cast a glance at Daiwang and, grasping the peachwood sword, approached the entrance once more. Creak. As the doorknob turned, the relentless knocking outside abruptly ceased. The iron door cracked open slightly, and a pallid hand reached through, pulling the door wide open with a forceful tug. Ha ha ha. Granny Li's laughter echoed, her pupilless eyes scanning the room. With a flick of her wrist, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Even with their forewarning, the Qi family felt their grips tighten on their possessions, the hair on the back of their necks standing on end. Begone, demon. Depart from the body of this innocent, the master shouted, glaring at Granny Li. You think you can command me? She replied, her voice raspy and laced with contempt, a derisive smile creeping across her face. Indeed, I can, the master intoned. Great Lord Laozi, I call upon you. Rise, soul-severing banner. Reciting incantations, he drew forth a handful of items and scattered them towards Granny Li. Upon closer inspection, they were small flags of black and red, drifting toward her, initially no larger than a finger, but growing to the size of a palm as they encircled her. The soul-severing banner spun rapidly, generating gusts of wind that sent the coverings on the sofa flying. Under the master's incantation, the flags began to emit beams of white light, surrounding Grandma Li's body completely. The radiance intensified, resembling the illumination of a 100-watt bulb within the room. Trapped within this sphere, Grandma Li displayed no signs of discomfort. Her lips even curled into a slight smile, seemingly unaffected by the spirit-repelling banner. How could this be? The master, witnessing the scene, was filled with disbelief. This artifact, a treasured legacy from his master, was said to possess immense lethality, yet it appeared to have no effect at all. With a thunderous crash, the spirit-repelling banner disintegrated into ashes amidst black smoke, scattering debris across the floor. "I shall fight you." The master gritted his teeth, grasping his peach-with sword, charging forth. With the banner shattered, he feared facing his master again after a century of disgrace. "You pitiful insects," Grandma Lee scoffed, flicking her finger to effortlessly deflect the oncoming sword. With another gesture, she pointed at the master's forehead. Boom! The master was hurled backward with tremendous force, crashing into a vase in the corner of the hall, which shattered into countless fragments. Grandma Lee was relentless. She snapped her fingers, causing the scattered shards to soar toward the master's face at breakneck speed. Pain surged through the master's chest, blood gushed from his throat. Even as he saw the shards approaching, he lacked the strength to escape, helplessly watching them close in. Just as he believed his life was over, a red board appeared before him, absorbing the shards that struck it with a deep thud, embedding themselves within. It was evident that had they penetrated his body, his demise would have been inevitable. "Thank you," the master murmured through gritted teeth, his voice barely audible. "Oh no." Daiwang intended to inquire about the master's condition when he noticed a figure darting toward Grandma Lee in the reflection on the wall behind him. The Chi couple, who had been standing by the table, now lay on the ground, their blood staining the artifacts the master had given them. The earlier incident was indeed a diversion. "Don't move." Daiwang produced the advanced talisman prepared by Qianqiu and hurled it toward Grandma Lee. "Qianqiu, may I borrow your jade pendant?" Seeing Grandma Lee's momentary stiffness, he quickly informed Qianqiu, ready to retrieve the pendant from her waist. He could not allow her to harm Qianqiu, aware of the pendant's immense power, thus resorting to this strategy. Suddenly, Qianqiu's hand grasped his reaching arm. She rode on Qiyu with one hand, while holding the jade pendant in the other. After a minute, she finally handed it to Daiwang. He pressed the pendant to Grandma Lee's forehead. As soon as the pendant made contact, two inyong fish, one black and one white, emerged from it, radiating protective golden light. They swirled around Grandma Lee twice before darting into her eyes. Almost immediately, her previously blank eyes transformed, the inyong fish morphing into swirling half-black, half-white pupils, creating a rather terrifying spectacle. "Ah!" Grandma Lee suddenly threw her head back and screamed, her body convulsing violently. To prevent her from sustaining further injury, Daiwang swiftly grabbed a cloth strap from the coffee table. If she wasn't restrained, the damage to her body would only worsen. Though Grandma Lee still possessed considerable strength, with Chi Fu's assistance, they managed to bind her to the chair. Minutes later, Grandma Lee ceased her struggle. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, speculating on the likelihood of the nightmare spirit's departure. Daiwang seized a talisman and pressed it against Grandma Lee, but regrettably, these talismans, crafted by the master, lacked the potency of those drawn by Qianqiu. Despite the thick stack, they had no effect at all, disintegrating into ashes. "Little one, come play with me." Grandma Lee tilted her head back, releasing a dense black mist from her mouth, which swiftly entered Qianqiu's body before they could react. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as sirens began blaring from outside the community. The commotion caused by Grandma Lee had likely attracted attention, prompting someone to call the police. The author has something to say. The author is cheerful. The sun is out, warming the day. Chapter 55. 55 Talismans. Daiwang approached the window, pulling back the curtains to look outside. A police car, sirens wailing, had parked below. The officers were likely already on their way up. Assessing the situation inside, he doubted they could explain everything clearly, so he dialed General Gua. "General Gui, we have a situation here." Upon connecting, Daiwang concisely recounted the events. "Is anyone in there?" "We are the police," a voice called from outside. "We received reports of possible abuse occurring within. Please open the door for inspection." A police officer stood at the door, flanked by two armed officers. With a click, the door lock sounded, and everyone tensed. "I apologize, but you'll need to step back. I am Captain Daiwang of the Criminal Investigation Unit. We will take over the situation inside." Daiwang positioned himself at the door, presenting his credentials to the officer. "I'm sorry, Captain Dai, but we have not received any notification." The officer glanced at the credentials, confirming their authenticity but insisting he had received no orders from the precinct. "Captain Dai, may we enter to take a look?" The officer returned the credentials and glanced inside, taking in the chaos. "Yes, but we are executing a special task. Please be cautious and do not disturb anyone inside." Seeing the officers still holding their weapons and maintaining their guarded demeanor, Dai continued. Understood. The officers exchanged glances before following Dai into the room, where the situation was even more dire than they had anticipated. Are you all right, Elder? They noticed the master lying in one corner, still unable to rise, and Grandma Lee bound to a chair, the rope still intact. The department has issued a confidentiality order, Dai said, noticing the officer's troubled expression. Please take these two injured individuals to the hospital. If we receive a call from headquarters, 2 of you may remain here. Dai gaze shifted to the master and Grandma Lee. With Qianqiu's condition still uncertain, he could not leave. Xiaotong, DeWu, take the injured to the hospital. The officer nodded at Dai then instructed the 2 officers behind him. Yes. They saluted and prepared to carry the injured away. Young man, be cautious. Given the elder's condition, it's best not to interfere with her. Before leaving, the master advised Dai Understood. Focus on your recovery. Once this situation is resolved, I will visit you. Dai expressed his gratitude to the master, feeling relieved he had refrained from acting on Qianqiu. Superstition must not be tolerated, Captain Dai. Do you dare to lead such practices? Once the door closed, the previously speaking officer frowned at the markings on Qiyu, buzzing at that moment. The officer who had remained with him received a call. Upon checking, it was their superior. The boss says to withdraw. This situation is beyond our jurisdiction. The officer whispered to his companion. What should we do, Officer Dai? Qi's father wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting a gaze filled with anxiety and concern towards Qiyu and Qianqiu. Remain still. I have already contacted the team, and help will arrive shortly. Furthermore, judging by Qianqiu's movements, she has not completely lost consciousness. Dai glanced at Qianqiu, who was still focused on Qiyu. You were injured as well. Please rest on the sofa for a while I keep watch here. There's no need for everyone to stand around now that the nightmare demon is no longer a threat. All right, call us if needed. Qi's father rubbed his chest and went over to assist his elderly mother and wife to the sofa. Dai cast a quick look at Qianqiu before picking up the jade pendant that had been flung away by the nightmare demon. Although it could not entirely fend off the demon, placing it on Qianqiu would provide her with some support. Deep within her consciousness, Qianqiu observed the nightmare demon swirling around her, her face contorting in displeasure. The creature had infiltrated the depths of her mind, even though this was her consciousness. The demon would find it much easier to confront her here. She moved her hands, attempting to control her body to complete the final seal. Ha ha ha, little girl. Don't move around too much. In my domain, do you think I wouldn't know your little schemes? The nightmare demon, formless and composed of dark mist, circled Qianqiu, its features shifting with each rotation. Don't forget, this is also my consciousness, Qianqiu retorted, her brow furrowing as she faced the demon. And what of your consciousness? The demon halted its spinning, fixing its elongated gaze on Qianqiu. As long as its power surpassed hers, it would dominate here, manipulating countless strings of humanity. My consciousness is under my control. With those words, Qianqiu's hands formed a golden seal, directing it towards the nightmare demon. The jade pendant, depleted of energy, materialized in her awareness, and as golden light flashed, twin fish emerged once more. Empowered by Qianqiu's concentrated energy, the twin fish circled the nightmare demon twice, expanding in size until they transformed into 2 massive serpents that ensnared the creature tightly. The demon's malevolence intensified. It had not anticipated this clever girl would manage to bind it with a magical artifact, although it was confident in its ability to break free. The time it bought Qianqiu was sufficient for her to accomplish much. She had to seize this opportunity to complete the seal, which would not only imprison a portion of the nightmare demon within Qiyu, but also allow it to suffer backlash. Noticing the demon was momentarily immobilized, Qianqiu hastily resumed her drawing, nearing completion. It moved. The others, witnessing Qianqiu's sudden activity, sprang to their feet, their eyes alight with excitement. If she was able to move, did that mean she had resolved the nightmare demon that had just invaded her body? Silence. Dai frowned at the scene. Qianqiu's movements were now too swift, lacking the steadiness she initially exhibited, as if something were pursuing her from behind. Thus, it was likely that the nightmare demon within her had not been vanquished, but merely sealed temporarily while she continued to draw the seal for Qiyu. Inside Qianqiu's consciousness, the serpents entwining the nightmare demon began to stiffen. Though they still possessed some strength, it would not be long before the demon would break free. Gritting her teeth, Qianqiu persevered, dividing her internal energy into 2 streams. One infiltrated the stiffening serpent, merely slowing its rigidity. The other was injected into her brush, her movements accelerating significantly, But such exertion came at a price. Her energy was depleting rapidly, and it strained her eyes considerably, though Qianxiu's eyes were closed. Various seals flickered before her, the closed lids resembling a screen on which red seals continuously appeared, inscribed upon Qiu's body by her hand and brush. The pain felt akin to termites gnawing at her flesh, and for a fleeting moment, she nearly faltered. It was not that she did not wish to save him, rather. She was in excruciating agony. Yet, thinking of her parents who watched her with hopeful eyes, she steeled her resolve and resumed her movements. For the sake of her parents in another realm, she could not give up. She only needed to endure a little longer. She's bleeding. Qi's mother gasped as she saw 2 streams of blood flow from Qianxiu's eyes, instinctively covering her mouth, fearful that her voice might disrupt Qianxiu's incantation. Daiwang clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could bear her suffering in her stead. Buzz buzz buzz. Mr. Gua. Daiwang stepped back a few paces to a vantage point where he could see Qianxiu without disturbing her before answering the call. This delay was not of their choosing. The task had been assigned from above, and he had heard that the situation had worsened, prompting the formation of a special team to investigate the recent events. 3 hours, Mr. Gua. I worry that Qianxiu cannot hold on that long. Daiwang pounded his fist against the wall, loathing his own helplessness. He never imagined he would be so powerless, merely watching as Qianxiu face danger. I'm sorry. Shall Dai. I too wish to avoid this situation, Mr. Gua replied, his tone tinged with helplessness and a bittersweet smile. He did not wish for any harm to come to Qianxiu. Mr. Gua, there is a place I hope you can visit for assistance. Daiwang suddenly recalled the disheveled man. Though he could not provide help here, he could not leave Qianxiu alone. Mr. Gua narrowed his eyes, remaining silent, uncertain of whom Daiwang referred to. However, if that person could indeed be of assistance, he did not mind making the trip. His name is Wang Yan, the owner of a jaw stick shop, and he can be considered a friend of Qianxiu. If you can locate that shop, please invite him to come. I will send you the address shortly. All right, send it over. Mr. Gua's curiosity piqued. Could it be that Qianxiu did not have his number saved on her phone? Why else would they need to make such a request? After hanging up, Daiwang copied the address Qianxiu had previously sent him and forwarded it to Mr. Gua, hoping he would find that shop. Heaven and earth have decreed. Divine seal in all directions, wielding this divine brush, commanding the energies of the 4 corners, by my will. Divine pattern seal, for my use, seal. With the misunderstanding resolved, Qianxiu completed the seal on Qiu's foot and then flicked her brush, causing Qiu's body to turn over. The brush moved with a flourish, hovering above Qiu. Qianxiu performed a grand gesture, her hands forming seals as she recited the incantation. As her words fell, the brush suspended in midair began to move autonomously. Meanwhile, a portion of the nightmare demon's energy within Qiu sensed the impending threat and began to tremble violently. Unfortunately, it was too late. It had overly relied on its primary consciousness, and now, as it attempted to flee, the divine seal would not simply let it go. The seals inscribed on Qiu's body awakened in response to the demon-esque struggle, intertwining to form red chains that tightly bound the demon-esque consciousness. The brush above also drew a circular formation, and even those who did not comprehend its meaning could feel a force radiating from the heavens. As the formation completed, Qianxiu gritted her teeth and made the final gesture, her eyes narrowing as she shouted, "Seal." The red formation descended, crashing onto the portion of the nightmare demon-esque consciousness bound by the seals within Qiu. Roar. As the formation pressed down, the red chains tightened swiftly, constricting further with each of its struggles until it ultimately dissipated into nothingness. Before Qianxiu could even utter a word to Daiwang, her head tilted, and she lost consciousness. In her mind, the serpents entwining the nightmare demon crumbled to dust. The demon had escaped. The author has something to express. Today, the author feels a bit anxious. After watching a drama, I blinked, and it was already 3 o'clock, leaving me in a fluster. Chapter 56. The 56th Talisman in the Alley. Mr. Gua took out his phone and, following the address, wandered around the entire alley. Yet he still could not locate the incense shop mentioned by Daiwang. After several rounds, Mr. Gua gazed at the wall before him. If Daiwang's address was correct, then the incense shop he spoke of should indeed be here. Taking a cigarette from his pocket, he lit it and unceremoniously sat on the step beneath the wall. Regarding the matter of the extraordinary beings, he had been exposed to it earlier than Daiwang. He had heard of certain things, such as this place, which perhaps only those of the same kind could enter. As an ordinary person, it was not surprising that he could not find it. However, he had heard that within such barriers, those inside might be able to see the outside. Thus, he decided to give it a try. He could not assist in other matters, but if he could summon Mr. Wang out, that would be splendid. Mr. Wang Yan, I do not know if you can hear my words. If you can, I hope you will come out to meet me. Xiao Qiu is in trouble, and I wish to request your assistance. Mr. Guo exhaled a puff of smoke, leaning against the wall and speaking to himself. I have always liked this child, Xiao Qiu. Although she appears playful and lively in times of crisis, she sometimes demonstrates even more composure than I do. How could such a wonderful child encounter so many troubles? He flicked the ash off his cigarette, a bitter smile creeping onto his lips. Looking at the cigarette butts at his feet, the smile on Mr. Guo's face grew increasingly forlorn. After all he had said, there was still no response from within, and he wondered how Xiao Qiu and the others were faring now. Mr. Guo glanced at Dai Wang's number but ultimately refrained from dialing. After a moment's hesitation, he called the earlier contact instead. Mr. Guo, I haven't slept in 3 days. It's only been an hour, so let me catch some rest in the car. A weary voice came from the other end as soon as the call connected. Apologies. Old Hong, I wouldn't rush you if it weren't urgent. Mr. Guo's tone carried a hint of regret. If I didn't know your character, I would have hung up long ago. Very well, I will urge the driver. Old Hong replied before abruptly ending the call. His aged body was struggling. After just 3 days without sleep, he was starting to falter. After urging the driver, Old Hong leaned back and fell asleep again. Mr. Guo contacted Old Hong not only because of their friendship, but also because Old Hong was a true descendant of a century-old lineage of celestial masters. In this realm, he was a genuine prodigy, having saved countless lives throughout his lifetime. Old Hong was indeed a towering figure in this domain. In the eyes of the upper echelons, Old Hong remained a national treasure. Quietly, he had resolved numerous incidents involving foreign individuals who employed extraordinary techniques to cause harm domestically. As long as Old Hong was present, foreign entities, deterred by his abilities, generally refrained from causing chaos. Even if there were otherworldly beings present, they dared only to live quietly. It was unknown what methods Old Hong employed, but he could sense any unusual movements from these extraordinary beings, promptly addressing the situation. If spies from other countries were involved, Old Hong would even use extraordinary techniques to send the heads of the perpetrators back as a warning. Many legends about Old Hong circulated within the realm of extraordinary beings. Understanding Old Hong's temperament, Mr. Guo decided to call Dai Wang, urging them to hold on for another hour. This was the best he could do. With a sigh, Mr. Guo glanced at the phone he had just hung up, then turned to look at the wall, striking it a few times in frustration before turning to leave. Inside the wall, our Uncle Wang reclined leisurely in a rocking chair, earbuds in his ears, occasionally humming a few notes, oblivious to the sounds outside. At Grandma Ju's home in the neighborhood, Officer Daiwan asked, "What do we do now?" Chi's father looked at his still unconscious son, then glanced at the fainted Qian Qiu, feeling somewhat at a loss. "Cover Qi with something. Let us not move him until Qian Qiu wakes up." From what we just witnessed, Qian Qiu may have already driven the nightmare demon out of Qi's body. Even so, Daiwan was uncertain whether Qiyu could be moved. If there was still something left, both Qiyu and Qian Qiu would be in danger. "What about Master Dai?" Qi's mother inquired, taking a blanket and draping it over Qiyu. They had all witnessed the earlier scene, and they were uncertain of the consequences of the nightmare demon entering Qian Qiu's body. "I'll move Qian Qiu to the sofa. In an hour, the person Mr. Guo contacted will arrive. We can ask him then," Dai Wang said, glancing at the cold ground where Qian Qiu lay. "All right, let us follow Officer Dai's lead." Although Qi's father was successful in his career, he felt utterly bewildered in this situation. Grandma Zhu, not deaf, had overheard their conversation and quickly cleared the sofa. "Xiao Dai, place Xiao Qiu here." Looking at the still fresh bloodstains on Qian Qiu, Grandma Zhu felt a pang of guilt. It was she who had called for Qian Qiu. And although her grandson might be safe, if this incident caused harm to Qian Qiu, she would carry that burden for a lifetime. "Grandma Zhu, you should rest too. I'll keep an eye on Qian Qiu." Given Grandma Zhu's age and the injuries sustained by Qi's parents, it was best for them to rest rather than fret. Waiting for the master, Mr. Guo was summoned to arrive. With a splash, Dai Wang filled a basin with warm water, took a towel, wrung it out, and gently wiped away the bloodstains from Qian Qiu's face. For some reason, he found the vivid red marks exceedingly bothersome. Seeing Qian Qiu in pain made his heart ache. Although he had not known her for long, he felt as if his heart had already begun to change. Many times afterward, Qian Qiu had saved his life. Each time he reflected on this, Dai Wang pondered whether he would have perished at the hands of the ghostly general had he never encountered Qian Qiu. It seemed he was Qian Qiu's nemesis. Since their fateful meeting, Her injuries had often occurred because of them. He had previously teased his teammates for being enamored with idle dramas, lamenting how pitiful it was for them to encounter such tragic protagonists. Thinking of this, Daiwang tightened his grip on the towel, so forcefully that the veins on the back of his hand threatened to burst. He felt utterly unworthy of Qianqiu. To match her, he aspired not merely to protect her completely, but to at least ensure he wouldn't drag her down when she needed help. He wished to be able to lend a hand instead of merely watching helplessly from the sidelines. After this incident, he intended to meet Mr. Guo alone. No matter what, he could not continue in this state. Previously, he had been among the strongest in the team, but back then, he had not felt particularly powerful. Now, in Qianqiu's eyes, he likely resembled an ordinary brute, as his only asset was his strength. Xiao will be all right. Grandma Zhu approached, noticing the tense veins on Dai Wang's hand, and gently patted his arm. In the midst of the fog, Qianqiu slowly awakened. A cool breeze blew, the dense mist gradually dissipating, and the scene before her began to come into focus. A familiar street lay before her, eerily silent. Who? In the distance, several swaying figures were slowly approaching her through the mist. Qianqiu shouted a few times, but upon receiving no response, she cautiously stepped forward toward the figures. Zombies! Zombies! As she got within 2 to 3 meters of the figures, Qianqiu discerned their appearance through the fog. They were dismembered, with entrails and organs hanging from their bloodied abdomens, their pale faces missing chunks of flesh, and their filthy, dark hands reaching out towards her. Truly, this is a nightmare. Upon realizing the gravity of her situation, Qianqiu turned and fled. Although her mind was still clouded with confusion about what had transpired, she had no time to ponder. The zombies depicted in films were known to feast upon humans. The streets were cluttered with numerous vehicles, their doors swung wide open, and many contained belongings that their owners had failed to take with them. The windows of several cars were smeared with dried blood. Surrounding walls bore traces of blood as well, along with ominous messages painted in red. The apocalypse has arrived. Zombies have ravaged the city. Humanity is on the brink of extinction. Murder without consequence, beasts worse than animals, and other blood-red proclamations. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from behind her. She turned her head and found a decaying face nearly inches from her own, the shock propelling her backward by over a meter. The zombie, noticing her attempt to escape, dragged its severed limbs toward her, intermittently emitting ghastly sounds. Clutching her chest, Qianqiu dashed into a seemingly vacant building devoid of zombies. Under normal circumstances, she would have preferred not to enter, uncertain of the dangers that might lie within. Yet, she had no choice. A horde of zombies had gathered just 10 meters ahead where she had turned moments ago. Fortunately, she had not made a sound. If the horde had spotted her, her fate could have been sealed. To her relief, the first floor appeared empty, showing no signs of the undead. There, not far ahead, lay a crimson axe. Qianqiu cautiously approached and picked it up, feeling a measure of security with a weapon in hand. In the corridor, a swarm of zombies swayed back and forth, searching for the food that had mysteriously vanished. A heap of garbage loomed around the corner, left unattended for an extended period, with the contents of bags long since rotted and a foul stench permeating the air, masking the smell of blood on Qianqiu's thigh. She crouched beneath the refuse, enduring the noxious odor and only daring to breathe lightly, fearful that any sound might alert the roaming zombies outside. Her legs began to tingle with numbness. Yet she dared not move, hearing the shuffling of the zombies dragging limbs nearby. Biting her palm, tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks as she thought of her parents, wondering how they were faring in this chaos. As time passed, the zombies outside failed to find sustenance and gradually dispersed from the corridor. Qianqiu stealthily used a shard of glass to check outside, confirming the absence of any undead before quietly crawling out from her hiding place. Without pausing to brush off the refuse clinging to her, she made her way toward a door that had a slight opening. She glanced around cautiously and then slowly pulled the door ajar, hoping there were no zombies inside. She needed supplies to clean her wound. Once assured of her safety within, she stepped inside, clutching the axe, her sole means of defense. The bathroom was secure. The living room was safe. The kitchen was free of threats. The bedroom too was devoid of zombies. After confirming the absence of any undead, Qianqiu ventured out to close the door she had just entered. Leaning against the iron door, she took a deep breath, only to be assaulted by the stench emanating from her own body. Attaching the axe to her belt, Qianqiu rifled through the drawers in the living room. In her hasty escape, she had sustained a cut on her thigh from the glass, and now she sought bandages and alcohol for disinfection. Unfortunately, she found only a few anti-inflammatory pills and an assortment of health supplements. She also needed a change of clothes. Having crawled through the garbage, she worried about infection. With determination, she made her way to the bedroom, hoping to find clean garments. "Dear grandmother, may I borrow a bath and a change of clothes?" she murmured, gazing at a photograph on the nightstand with her hands clasped in prayer. Taking a deep breath, she reminded herself that such places often harbored dangers, and she must remain vigilant. As expected, the moment she opened the wardrobe, a figure lunged at her, nearly causing her heart to leap from her chest. Instinctively, she pushed back with force, the figure crashing against the wardrobe. To her shock, this was no zombie. It showed no sign of resistance. Upon closer inspection, she noticed white maggots crawling from the old woman's mouth, and in that instant, she felt something crawling on her back as well. "Excuse me, pardon me," she exclaimed, swiftly closing the wardrobe door, no longer interested in searching for clothes within. After checking the door lock thoroughly, she entered the bathroom, bringing the axe for reassurance, as she desperately needed to wash away the foulness clinging to her. The best part of her day was the presence of water in the bathroom, albeit ice cold. Thankfully, the weather was not too frigid, allowing her to endure it. The icy water stung her wound, causing her to grimace and turn pale. Through the agony, she eventually managed to cleanse herself, wrapping a towel around her and carrying a basin of water back outside. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a bottle of strong liquor from the shelf, without proper alcohol. She had to resort to this potent substitute for disinfection. Gazing at the gaping wound on her thigh, she took a couple of swigs from the bottle. The fiery sensation traveling from her throat to her stomach made her eyes water. Clenching a towel in her mouth, Qianxiu tilted the bottle over her wound, allowing the clear liquid to cascade down into the gash, an excruciating sting that she had to endure. Despite the pain, she persevered. Sweat beaded on her pale face, and her hands trembled as she held the liquor bottle. At times, she nearly toppled over. The intense agony was the most excruciating she had ever experienced. The bleeding ceased, and she sprinkled the crushed anti-inflammatory pills onto the wound, swallowing the uncrushed ones with water before grabbing the gauze to bandage herself. After completing this arduous task, she collapsed onto the sofa, gasping for breath. The earlier shower had been in vain, as she was now drenched in sweat, lacking the energy for another wash. She wrung out the towel from the basin and wiped her body as best as she could. Once she felt somewhat dry, she donned the clothes she had found, loose-fitting pants adorned with blue and white floral patterns, and a blue and purple floral shirt. She marveled at the old woman's peculiar fondness for floral designs. These garments were nestled among others, appearing cleaner than the rest that had been worn. In the shoe cabinet, Qianxiu discovered a pair of new black cloth shoes, along with several identical pairs. Fortunately, they fit her well, although clad in floral attire. The pants were spacious enough that even walking in place would not aggravate her wound. Grabbing a black cloth backpack nearby, she emptied its contents and placed the shoes and clothes inside. The remaining items consisted of food she had scavenged from the house. Though meager, it would sustain her for a couple of days. Placing her belongings on the sofa, Qianxiu organized them early to prepare for any emergencies. If trouble arose, she wanted to ensure she could swiftly grab her essentials and flee. Standing by the window, she observed the zombies wandering aimlessly on the street below. She could not comprehend how the world had transformed so drastically, leaving her utterly unprepared. In such a vast city, could she truly be the only living soul left? As dusk descended, Qianxiu felt a slight heaviness in her head, perhaps a side effect of the anti-inflammatory medication. She could not afford to succumb to sleep in this place. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, she steadied herself against the sofa and rose to her feet, realizing she must find a secure location. If the medication was indeed taking effect, she did not wish to fall into a deep slumber from which she might not awaken. Entering the guest room, Qianxiu locked the door behind her and climbed into the wardrobe, pulling down some hanging clothes to cushion her inside. After settling in, with her backpack conveniently placed on her right side, she glanced at the darkening sky, closed the wardrobe door, and grasped her axe, surrendering to sleep with the hope that the zombies would remain oblivious to her presence. When she finally opened the wardrobe door again, the sun had risen high in the sky. After tending to her wounds, Qianxiu prepared to vacate the premises. Perhaps due to the sunlight, there were noticeably fewer zombies roaming outside. If fortune favored her, she might even discover a vehicle with fuel and escape this place. She resolved not to traverse the corridor, as the scarcity of zombies outside suggested a greater concentration within the building, a risk she was unwilling to take. However, There was a small advantage to the old lady's home. It was not situated too high above the ground, as she lived on the third floor. As for her descent, she had fortuitously discovered a rope within the wardrobe. Although she found it peculiar that a woman in her 60s would keep such a rope ready to reach the ground outside. Something felt amiss, but she dismissed her concerns, prioritizing her escape. Grasping the other end of the rope, Chinchio understood that nothing was more crucial than leaving this place. With a swift motion, she tossed the rope down. And it was precisely the right length, neither too long nor too short. After shouldering her backpack and securing the axe to her waist, she took a deep breath, lifted her thigh, and began her descent. To prevent slipping, she donned the kitchen gloves meant for washing dishes, hoping the plastic would provide some grip. Yet, for someone injured and inexperienced, this endeavor was far from the effortless spectacle portrayed on television. Just moments ago, she had been startled by a female zombie on the second-floor balcony, nearly causing her to lose her footing. The sight of the female zombie, drooling and clawing at the rope, filled Chinchio with dread. Its long nails could very well be sharp enough to sever the rope, leading to a harrowing demise. In her agitation, Chinchio lost her grip, and though the plastic gloves were meant to assist, they proved less effective than she had hoped. To avoid a free fall, she clamped her legs around the rope tightly. The intense friction against her inner thighs was excruciating, and she realized that her skin must have been chafed raw. Upon landing, she quickly oriented herself and took tentative steps in the direction she had initially chosen. However, upon witnessing a street teeming with zombies, her disbelief surged. Had she truly seen an empty street moments before? In the blink of an eye, it had transformed into a nightmare, as if the undead had materialized from thin air. Clutching her axe tightly, she veered into a narrow alley. Unfortunately, she discovered that even here, 3 zombies awaited her. As they turned towards her, the axe she had been holding slipped from her grasp and clattered to the ground. No, it couldn't be. Gazing at the grotesque forms of the 3 zombies, tears streamed down her face as disbelief overwhelmed her. Father, mother, brother, you cannot be gone. You are not one of them, are you? Overwhelmed, Chinchio collapsed onto the ground. Her heart shattered at the sight of her beloved family reduced to this state. This could not be true. She pounded the earth in despair, her eyes filled with fear and incredulity. The gray concrete beneath her soon bore witness to her anguish, stained crimson as the scent of blood attracted the approaching zombies, quickening their steps. As she raised her gaze, she beheld her dearest kin, her father and mother clad in the garments they wore when they last bid her farewell. Their affectionate smiles replaced by lifeless expressions. Her once vibrant brother, now missing his right hand, wore tattered clothing that hung limply on his frame, his joyful demeanor supplanted by a pallid visage. Seeing her loved ones in such a state, Chinchio questioned the purpose of her own existence. If she were to remain alone in this world, perhaps it would be better to join her family in death. Father, mother, brother, wait for me. We shall be together again. With a final smile, she closed her eyes, ready to embrace the inevitable. The 3 zombies, upon witnessing her resignation, advanced towards her with deliberate, heavy steps, their intentions unmistakable. They sought her as their next meal. The foul stench of decay grew stronger as they drew near, yet Chinchio did not retreat. Yes, this was the way it should be. Meanwhile, in the heavens above, the malevolent entity known as the Nightmare Demon reveled in the unfolding scene below. Exhilarated by the prospect of this woman meeting her end today, it would ensure that no one would dare oppose it in the future. The thought of otherworldly beings seemed trivial to it, as it proclaimed itself a god, capable of both creation and destruction, just as the Nightmare Demon relished its triumph. The situation took an unexpected turn. Suddenly, Chinchio, who had been seated on the ground in despair, transformed her expression and seized the axe that had fallen beside her. With a fierce swing, she aimed for the head of the man who bared his teeth at her, her face stained with blood and tears. Chinchio wasted no time in raising her axe once more to strike the 2 approaching zombies, channeling all her strength into each blow. Each swing was a testament to her will, as she aimed to liberate them from their torment, regardless of their true nature. With each strike, the axe met its target, and soon the last head rolled away into the depths of the alley, the headless corpse collapsing before her. Blood gushed forth like a broken dam, quickly staining the concrete beneath her. As she stared at the pool of blood, tears streamed unbidden down her cheeks, even if they were mere illusions. The faces she had just struck down were all too real to her. The inner turmoil she felt was magnified 100-fold, as the anguish of slaying her beloved family consumed her. How did you discover it? The Nightmare Demon's sinister voice echoed in her ears, bewildered by her realization. It had prided itself on its elaborate deception. How could she have seen through it? My father has a mole behind his ear, and he does not possess it. Furthermore, my family lives an hour away by car. If the apocalypse had truly begun, they would not have come here. And that outfit is not suitable for this season. Even if they were but phantoms, the nightmare demon had manipulated her emotions through the guise of her family, and she would not let it escape unscathed. It was that simple. The nightmarish demon approached Qianqiu with a menacing visage, mere moments away from resolving her existence, and he felt an insatiable sense of reluctance. It was as straightforward as that. Qianqiu cast a glance at the demon, surprised by its formidable prowess. Within its nightmarish grasp, not only was her connection to the system severed, but it also wielded control over fragments of her memories, crafting illusions that felt all too real. For those unfortunate souls previously invaded by him, if their dreams were merely mundane, they might fare better. However, should the dreams turn excessively entertaining or horrifying, the toll would be more than just their mental fortitude. Once their vitality waned, their very souls could be entirely devoured by the demon. You humans, especially those who cultivate the arts, do you not possess the ability to turn a blind eye to death? The demon's words dripped with malevolence, its tone evoking a visceral urge to strike it down. Mirror of shadows. The demon suddenly moved, its hollow eyes transforming into a blood-red vortex, overlapping ominously, instilling a sense of dread and nausea in Qianqiu with just a single glance. In that instant, a thick black smoke began to emanate from its form, shrouding the once bright surroundings in an encroaching gloom. Mirror of shadows, the overlapping nightmares of countless ensnared humans. This is my first time employing this ability, and I eagerly anticipate the surprise you shall provide me. Do not perish too swiftly, for I desire a sense of accomplishment. It continued. As a reward for your recent escape from my illusions, let me reveal a secret. Most of the humans appearing in the mirror are still alive outside. Should they meet their demise within the mirror, their bodies in the external world will also perish, and their souls shall serve as sustenance for the mirror, unable to reincarnate as humans again. Enjoy your experience. Ha ha. Just before the light faded from her sight, Qianqiu heard the demon's raucous laughter. It seemed that this so-called mirror of shadows was not easily activated, while the cost borne by the demon remained a mystery, judging by its tone. This mirror was likely quite formidable. Moreover, the demon's earlier statement suggested that many of the beings trapped within were humans, meaning a portion of them were products of the mirror, which she currently had no means to identify. Before the obsidian mist dispersed, Qianqiu felt a wave of oppressive heat and humidity, accompanied by the foul stench of decaying foliage and animal carcasses, a noxious assault on her senses. In that moment, every cell in her body stood on high alert. As the black mist gradually receded, Qianqiu discerned her surroundings: towering trees, rotting animal remains, and a landscape that defied her understanding, with flora both bizarre and extraordinary. Help! A woman's desperate cry echoed from deep within the forest. Qianqiu scanned her vicinity for potential weapons, but found none. Furrowing her brow, she resolved to head toward the source of the plea. Ha ha ha, little beauty, do continue your flight. Why have you stopped? A disheveled woman lay on the ground, her once lovely face marred by fear and tears, while two burly men leered at her with sinister intent. Just moments before, she had been in her palace, entwined with her idol, and now, she found herself in this forsaken place, pinned beneath the weight of a brutish man, surrounded by other lecherous figures. In her previous dreams, she had experienced beauty and control, feeling like a deity amidst a world of wonders, reluctant to awaken. Yet now, she found herself powerless within this inexplicable nightmare, unable to resist or escape. The months spent here had been a true torment. Moreover, during this time, she had uncovered that several girls captured alongside her shared her fate, initially omnipotent in their dreams, only to be cast into this realm without the ability to awaken. Often, it is said that if one dreams of biting themselves and feels no pain, it is merely a dream. However, if pain is felt, it is reality. Yet now, the sensations coursing through her were painfully vivid, leaving her unable to discern whether this was reality or a dream. Since the beauty has spoken, we shall endure one punishment for you. The two men exchanged glances and reached for the woman with malicious intent. Qianqiu observed as the remnants of the woman's tattered clothing threatened to vanish, her bright eyes flickering with uncertainty. Firstly, she could not ascertain whether these men were trapped within the mirror, and secondly, she was calculating her odds of confronting the two brutes. Ultimately, as a fellow woman, she could not bear to witness another suffer at their hands. and the predatory glances exchanged between the men convinced her that the woman would not be released after their vile intentions were fulfilled. If this woman was indeed real, her appearance suggested she had lingered here for some time. Perhaps she could glean vital clues from her. Regardless, Qianqiu felt compelled to take a gamble. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she spotted a stick the thickness of her wrist, an ideal instrument for incapacitating an assailant if aimed accurately. She picked up the stick and stealthily approached the two men, who were engrossed in the woman, oblivious to her movements. The woman, noticing Qianqiu behind them, briefly lit up with hope. Qianqiu raised a finger to signal silence, and the woman, quick-witted, redirected her attention back to the men, pleading with them. With a deep breath, Qianqiu struck one of the men forcefully on the back of the head. "Tsk, tsk, tsk, another beauty. Quite audacious, aren't you?" The other man, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, showed no concern for his companion, instead leering at Qianqiu with a predatory gaze. "Damn, that hurt. This woman hits hard." The man, now seated on the ground, glared with malice at Qianqiu. "We're not just women. A hit like that won't phase us. Capture her, and we'll be set for the month." He cast a glance at the woman, his meaning clear. Any resistance on her part would lead to consequences she could not withstand. "You have a point there. Let us go." The man charged at Qianqiu with a quickened pace. Qianqiu, seeing the brute lunging towards her, furrowed her brow and narrowly evaded his attack. But now she faced not one but two adversaries. Meanwhile, the woman she had just saved quietly slipped away from the chaotic thicket. Author's note: today, the author is in a bit of a hurry. My apologies, dear angels, for the delayed update. Deep bow, Chapter 59, The Fifth Talisman. Buzzing. In the quiet room, the unmistakable sound of a vibrating phone resonated. He glanced at the caller ID, noting it was a call from Mr. Guo, before setting down the handkerchief in his hand. "Shao Dai, I brought old Hong with me." Open the door. Beside Mr. Guo stood an elderly man with silver hair, appearing somewhat weary. This was the legendary old Hong. After hanging up, Daiwang took a few strides to the door, but hesitated to open it. Peering outside to confirm Mr. Guo's presence, he finally swung the door wide. "Mr. Guo, old Hong, please come in." As he opened the door, he ushered them inside. "Old Hong, please check on Xiaoqiu," Mr. Guo said, his gaze falling upon Qianqiu, who lay on the sofa with a pallid complexion, worry etched deeply in his eyes. The young girl found herself ensnared within a dream realm. And this was no ordinary dream. The elder, known as Hong Lao, seated himself upon a stool beside the sofa, with both hands forming intricate seals above Qianqiu's head. He began to channel his energy to assess her condition. After a thorough examination, he spoke gravely, noting that only one soul and one spirit remained within her. Given her current predicament, she was trapped in a perilous dream. Any harm she sustained within could manifest upon her physical form. Similarly, should she face life-threatening dangers in the dream, her very essence could be extinguished. Hong Lao's expression was stern, for despite the tranquility that had lingered, the tide was about to turn. This dream conjured by the nightmare entity was specifically crafted for the girl, and conventional methods might prove ineffective. A more audacious approach was warranted. His gaze lingered on Daiwang for a moment before he continued, urging him to wait until he finished speaking before making any decisions. Hong Lao's eyes scanned Daiwang. Recognizing his potential, he hesitated at the thought of sending him into such peril. "Please, speak," Daiwang replied, glancing at Hong Lao. "In order to rescue the girl, we must cast a spell to enter her dream. However, you are not drawn into the dream by the nightmare entity, thus, your presence may alert it, leading to a relentless pursuit," Hong Lao cautioned. He paused, noticing that Daiwang remained unfazed, which prompted a sigh from him. "If you encounter misfortune within the dream, your physical form will also perish. I do not intend to frighten you, but I speak only the truth. Moreover, given the nightmare entity's intellect, it will likely deduce your intentions. Even if you evade its pursuit, locating the girl will be exceedingly difficult." Hong Lao's underlying message was clear. He hoped Daiwang would refrain from entering. For once inside the dream, those outside would be powerless to assist. "Please, perform the spell," Daiwang insisted, confirming that he had heard all that Hong Lao had to say. "Very well, once you enter, exercise caution. I will first attend to that young man before casting the spell," Hong Lao conceded, observing Daiwang's resolute demeanor with a mix of resignation and concern. He turned and made his way towards Qiyu's location, with the Qi family hastily following. "The young man is fine. Assist him to a room for rest. After he awakens, prepare nourishing food to restore his strength," Hong Lao instructed as he approached the altar, lifting the covering to examine Qiyu. All 7 souls and 8 spirits were in place. Aside from a slight depletion of vitality, he appeared to be unharmed. Yet, it was Qianqiu who piqued Hong Lao's interest further. He had heard from Gui Gang that her skills surpassed even those of the renowned Master Miao. And upon witnessing her handiwork, he recognized the perfection of her incantations. Each stroke of the mystical seals hidden within Qiyu was executed with exquisite precision, a feat he doubted he could replicate even in his prime. Though Qiyu lay there, significantly weakened, he would likely lead a life free from sickness and calamity once he recovered, thanks to the divine seals upon him. However, should he ever harbor malevolent thoughts, the consequences would be more severe than for an ordinary person. Is Yu truly unharmed? Thank heavens! Exclaimed Grandma Zhu, her eyes brimming with tears of relief upon hearing Hong Lao's words. Rest assured, with Qianqiu's seals, he is destined for a life of prosperity and good fortune. Yet, you must remember that these seals also serve as a double-edged sword, Hong Lao cautioned. Master, please be assured, we shall diligently oversee Qiyu's well-being, Qi's father interjected solemnly. Stepping forward, with the choice at hand, he was determined to guide his child toward the most favorable path, vowing to monitor him closely alongside his family. Then it is settled. Help the child inside. He is not in danger, Hong Lao nodded, hopeful that they would keep their promises. As the saying goes, heaven watches over those in need. At this juncture, General Gui shared a few words with Dai Wang, expressing his desire for Hong Lao to perform the spell at Qianqiu's residence. Of course, if her home were too distant, he would not have suggested it. But given that Qianqiu's abode was merely across the street from the Qi family, it seemed reasonable. Gui did not distrust the Qi family. Rather, he perceived their fatigue. If they continued their rituals here, they would likely feel reluctant to rest. Furthermore, he was uncertain how long Dai Wang would remain in the dream with Qianqiu, and it was impractical for them to wait indefinitely. By relocating to Qianqiu's house, it would afford others the opportunity to rest while allowing them to prepare for any potential threats. Lastly, the nightmare entity could manipulate those who entered the dream at will. Gui wished to protect them from its influence, especially since he held both children in high regard. Be cautious, Grandma Zhu advised Dai Wang, having absorbed Hong Lao's earlier warnings. Qi's father approached to assist Dai Wang and the others in moving their belongings. The process was swift, taking no more than 10 minutes. Thank you, Qi's father expressed gratefully as they finished packing. As for Qianqiu, he promised to return with a significant token of appreciation once she awakened. Dai Wang nodded in silent acknowledgement. Closing the door behind him, his thoughts focused solely on entering the dream and locating Qianqiu as soon as possible. In the living room, Hong Lao arranged the altar, setting out the necessary implements. With the balance of heaven and earth, I invoke the powers of the universe, Hong Lao intoned, wielding a peachwood sword as he recited incantations, his movements fluidly mimicking the steps of their tradition. Initially, Dai Wang and the others could follow along, but as Hong Lao's cadence quickened, it became increasingly difficult to keep pace with his gestures. Suddenly, Hong Lao paused, placing the peachwood sword on the table. With a swift motion, he grasped a large rooster, twisting it with a brutal efficiency. The anguished cries of the bird echoed as its head separated from its body, warm blood gushing forth. The rooster, still clinging to life, flapped its wings, shedding vibrant feathers in its final moments. Dai Wang had witnessed Qianqiu's rituals before, yet they paled in comparison to Hong Lao's dramatic display, which resembled an ancient shamanic rite. Despite their differing styles, both practitioners commanded a profound sense of reverence from their audience, as if the very essence of the cosmos watched over them, evoking a deep respect. After completing the final step, Hong Lao approached Dai Wang, holding a bowl of cinnabar. Dai Wang, he called, as Dai Wang's eyes gleamed with urgency. Sit, Hong Lao instructed, and as Dai Wang complied, the elder used a brush to inscribe a symbol upon his forehead. Extend your hand, he continued, drawing a blade from its sheath. He retrieved the bowl covered with yellow paper from the table. Lifting the paper away, he resumed his incantation, revealing a red thread submerged in a crimson liquid. Alongside the rooster's blood, other substances were likely present, though Dai Wang could not discern what they were. Noticing Hong Lao's signal, Dai Wang extended his wrist. With a deft motion, Hong Lao made a small incision, allowing Dai Wang's blood to flow into the cup. As he chanted, he stirred the mixture with his fingers. And in a peculiar turn of events, the contents of the bowl began to vanish under his manipulation. Dai Wang was in close proximity to Hong Lao, allowing him to clearly observe the moment when Hong Lao deftly extracted a red thread with his fingers to begin weaving. Not a single trace of blood marred its surface, and the entire length exuded an aura of pristine cleanliness. A moment of contemplation washed over Dai Wang as he glanced at the strap around his wrist, blinking vigorously. For he could have sworn he saw it move just moments ago. Realizing the significance, he adorned his wrist with the chain belonging to Qian Qiu. An act that Hong Lao had indicated was necessary for him to carry it inside. Lying on the bed while grasping Qian Qiu's hand, he acknowledged that the subsequent events would be left to their own devices. After ensuring that Dai Wang was adequately prepared, Hong Lao instructed him to hold Qian Qiu's south hand and close his eyes. Upon seeing Dai Wang nod, Hong Lao could only hope that the message had been received. Once satisfied that Dai Wang was ready, Hong Lao conducted a thorough re-examination of the preparations before commencing the incantation for both individuals. Author's note: today, the author has overindulged. Dear little angels, the replacement has arrived just in time before 6 o'clock. Chapter 60. The 60th talisman. Qian Qiu watched as the woman departed, her gaze turning icy. With a swift motion, she seized the man's arm and twisted it forcefully, resulting in a distinct crack as his limb snapped. A piercing scream erupted from the man, echoing through the forest like the wail of a slaughtered pig. Another man, witnessing his companion rolling on the ground, cradling his broken arm, felt a surge of vengeful fury and picked up a stone, hurling it towards Qian Qiu. Within this realm, only obedient women were acknowledged as such. If their strength proved formidable, they were regarded as adversaries, enemies competing for resources. As Qian Qiu evaded the oncoming boulder with a swift movement, the man, blinded by rage, failed to notice another stone hurtling towards him. With a resounding thud, the massive rock struck his chest just as he attempted to roll away, inflicting excruciating pain that rendered him voiceless. Blood began to pour from his mouth and nose. "Their brother," he cried out too late, his companion now lifeless. The ground beneath them stained crimson. "I'm so sorry. I swear I will avenge you. That woman will pay." In a frenzy, he knelt beside the fallen man, tenderly closing his unblinking eyes. In his heart, he believed that had it not been for that woman, his brother would still be alive. Thus he held Qian Qiu accountable for this grievous loss. Meanwhile, as he approached the fallen figure, Qian Qiu had already slipped away unnoticed. The man, his face darkened with malice, produced a bamboo whistle from his pocket, its clear sound piercing through the forest. Qian Qiu, having just evaded capture, recognized the whistle's call for reinforcements and quickened her pace. Alone and aware that these were not mere phantoms, against whom she could battle 100 with her tools, she understood that dealing with real men was a different matter entirely. She would be fortunate to face two at once. The thought of confronting a multitude was akin to courting death. System. As Qian Qiu fled, she attempted to summon the system from the depths of her consciousness, but to no avail. She pondered when the system had mentioned quick. What she desperately needed was her bag of tools, for some of its contents could prove invaluable. Observing the thorny thicket ahead, she concealed her tracks and swiftly maneuvered within, taking care to avoid breaking any branches. The ground, carpeted with dry leaves, worked to her advantage, as long as she maintained her stealth. Those pursuing her would likely remain oblivious to her presence. By the stream, a man clad in camouflage knelt, cupping water in his hands to drink while remaining vigilant. Once quenched, he retrieved his water bottle and scanned his surroundings before continuing to fill it. The clear stream flowed into the container as Dai Wang secured it to his waist, shaking droplets from his damp hair into the water below. After wiping his face, he glanced at his reflection in the stream, noting that the talisman on his forehead had faded slightly since his arrival. Initially, he harbored concerns that the talisman might wash away with sweat, but he soon discovered that not even immersion in water could erase it. Perhaps it was the fact that the symbol was inscribed directly onto his body, but this proved advantageous, saving him considerable trouble. As he gazed at the sun above, he lost track of how much time had passed outside, yet he distinctly remembered that this was the 7th sunrise since he entered. During these 7 days, he scarcely had a moment to search for Qian Qiu, for upon awakening, he found himself surrounded by a pack of wolves. Fortuitously, his agility had spared him from being torn apart upon entry. Heaven and earth decree, the 3 pure ones gather souls, seek the true essence of the child. Swift as the law commands. To the east, is it? Dai Wang lowered his finger, and the once-taut chain slackened, returning to its original state. Drawing the dagger bound to his leg and picking up a nearby stick, he ventured into the forest towards the east. Suddenly, a rustling emerged from the thorny thicket ahead, prompting Dai Wang to grip his dagger and conceal himself behind a massive tree. A frail and disheveled figure stumbled out from the thicket. It was unmistakably a man, though his gaunt appearance and the bloodstains on his body suggested he had encountered dire straits. As the man collapsed in exhaustion, Dai Wang cautiously approached him. Who are you? He demanded, suddenly appearing behind the man, the cold blade of his dagger resting against the man's neck, his tone severe. Spare me, good sir. I am Zhou Yong. I will answer any question you have. Just please steady your hand. Zhou Yong had narrowly escaped and was desperate to avoid an untimely demise in this dreamlike nightmare. After all, he had a sweet and lovely girlfriend waiting for him outside, and he had yet to even touch her hand. In the past 7 days, Dai Wang had encountered other living souls, but each had sought his life upon their first sighting. He had managed to capture one. But that individual had only been able to utter the words "kill me" and nothing more, confirming their status as puppets of nightmares. I too am bewildered. I merely played a ranked match and somehow fell asleep at my desk, only to awaken in this forest. It's utterly frustrating, Zhou Yong lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Dai Wang maintained his grip on the dagger at his neck, pressing it forward, a thin line of crimson appearing on his skin. Pain, Zhou Yong exclaimed, his face contorted in anguish. Let us speak reasonably, please steady your hand. This man truly had a propensity for violence at the slightest provocation. I speak the truth. At first, I believed this was merely my own dream, a remarkably vivid one at that. I thought I would enjoy myself within it, after all. It was just a dream, and there was no danger. He paused, a bitter smile breaking across his face as he regretted making such a decision. Not long after, I encountered a group of men in the woods, 7 or 8 of them, armed and pursuing 2 bloodied men. As a good man of the 21st century, I felt compelled to intervene. I thought, what a fitting scene for my dream. Alas, I lamented that if those 2 men had been women instead, it would have been perfect, a true hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Though he spoke lightheartedly, he knew that in his dream, no one had the right to act recklessly. So, I stepped forward. He hesitated, and Dai Wang, observing his expression, noted the fear and regret etched on Zhou Yong's face. I shall forever remember how they proclaimed the discovery of a new prey, while those 2 men fixed their gaze upon me with an intense, resentful glare. In that moment, the reason behind their expressions became painfully clear. Amusingly, I felt nothing but shock and fury, devoid of any sorrow, and an inkling of curiosity arose within me. It was astonishing to realize that my dream could manifest such vivid expressions, even from mere cannon fodder. I was acutely aware that this was merely a dream. Despite their demise, it was all an illusion. Dai Wang uttered not a word, simply observing him in silence, seemingly assessing the veracity of his statement. You claim their bodies did not vanish? Dai Wang furrowed his brow, recognizing that this contradicted his previous encounters. In those instances, the deceased would dissolve into a wisp of black smoke, leading him to conclude that those were merely phantoms conjured to confront him. However, what Zhou Yong described was entirely different, prompting Dai Wang to ponder. Could it be that those ensnared within this dream were not solely Qianxiu and himself? Indeed, they did not disappear, and I was also abducted, reduced to their plaything, a mere slave, enduring their twisted vanity daily. It was only during those days of captivity that I learned a disheartening truth. This was not my dream at all, but rather, I was one among countless others trapped here, hardly a hero, more akin to a hapless fool. Later, I feigned compliance and eventually managed to escape, only to encounter you upon emerging from the thorny forest. Zhou Yong wore a wry smile. Brave man, do you not realize that you, too, may have believed this was your dream? Zhou Yong scrutinized Dai Wang's expression, noting the furrowed brow, and could not help but imagine a scenario. Without a dagger poised at his throat, he felt considerably more at ease. Zhou Yong rubbed his neck, for he truly despised having a blade held against him. All men? Over 100 of them? Is it possible that all those ensnared by the phantoms have been cast into a shared illusion? Who leads the tribe? Dai Wang glanced at Zhou Yong. The news he had received today was promising. It appeared that most of those ensnared had indeed entered this realm, and a significant number had not taken refuge in the hospital. Guo, the leader, had informed him that only around 30 individuals were currently hospitalized. And now it seemed even fewer than that. How about others? Dai Wang felt a sense of familiarity with the name, yet could not immediately recall the details. A robust figure with a fearsome visage, truly fitting of his name. Zhou Yong recalled the scar etched across his face, when Wu Biao had merely glanced at him. He felt his calves tremble. This man was undoubtedly acquainted with violence, at least in reality. Who spoke of this? Dai Wang regarded him curiously. Point me in the direction of that tribe. To the east, Dai Wang mused whether Qianxiu might be there. Regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to investigate. Proceed straight ahead. Once you exit this forest, you shall see it, Zhou Yong gestured. Dai Wang cast him a sidelong glance, preparing to depart. I refer to reality, he replied, his brow knitting in thought. The people of that tribe may possess knowledge. Dai Wang's gaze met Zhou Yong's, the implication unmistakable. Brave man, I do not perceive you as malevolent, yet I must caution you against venturing there alone. Entry is impossible without guidance. Zhou Yong clenched his teeth. Since this man had spared him, he wished to prevent him from walking into death's embrace. Moreover, this individual exuded a formidable presence. Teaming up with him could significantly bolster his own safety. Why is entry impossible? Dai Wang regarded Zhou Yong, effortlessly discerning the calculations within his mind. To gain access, one must either be introduced or present a captured prey to Wu Biao. Only then would he consider admitting you. Those who trespass without permission become prey themselves, ultimately meeting their demise. Zhou Yong looked at Dai Wang, a glimmer of dark resolve flashing in his eyes. Prey? Dai Wang's gaze fell upon Zhou Yong. If this individual had managed to escape, it indicated he possessed some intellect. Moreover, having been confined for an extended period, bringing him along could prove significantly beneficial to Dai Wang. If given the choice, he would prefer not to ally with an ordinary individual. Yet he found himself bereft of options. After so long, this was the first genuine human he had encountered, one who possessed knowledge of that tribe. Therein lay the possibility of finding Qian Qiu, and perhaps even the key to unraveling this place. As Hong Lao had said, all manifestations could be broken, contingent upon whether those ensnared within could discover the path to liberation. Nevertheless, recalling the horrifying visions he had witnessed within the tribe, he felt a twinge of hesitation. I am Dai Wang, captain of the Nancha Criminal Investigation Team. You may choose to trust me. Dai Wang addressed the man, who wrestled with his internal conflict. Revealing his name. Are you truly the Dai Wang? Zhou Yong's eyes sparkled with recognition. This was his idol. Although he had never seen his face, he had heard countless tales of his deeds. Indeed, Dai Wang watched as Zhou Yong's expression shifted so rapidly, perplexed by the sudden change. Thus, he must find the means to unlock the secrets of this illusion. I believe you. Zhou Yong's pallid face was tinged with crimson from his earlier excitement. After being ensnared for so long, he finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. Author's note. The author remains as dashing as ever. Ah, I finally completed this before 3 o'clock. As I must venture out. Thus, I present it to you in advance. Chapter 61. The 61st Talisman in a secluded valley surrounded by mountains. A circle of quaint wooden cottages stood in neat arrangement, each spaced apart, indicating a strong sense of territoriality among their inhabitants. Among them was a 3-story building. Distinct from the others, its exterior hinted at the residence of the local leader. The ornate carvings and architectural style imbued it with an air of antiquity. Currently, the open space before this house was filled with people, men and women clad in long robes of various hues. The priest has proclaimed that capturing this woman will grant him a wish. Everyone, open your eyes and observe clearly. A gruff voice resonated from the circular platform, where a man in a black robe, bearing scars upon his face, held aloft a photograph of Qian Qiu, who appeared to be smiling without a care in the world. Wu Biao truly can fulfill any wish, a woman remarked, her brow furrowed. She had witnessed the priest's capabilities and remained in this place for that reason. However, the notion of fulfilling any wish seemed somewhat exaggerated. Qing Zi, are you doubting the priest's abilities? Wu Biao glared at her with a hint of menace. You misunderstand. I harbor no doubts about the priest. I merely pondered if, upon capturing this woman, my wish to return to my original world would be granted. Qing Zi met Wu Biao's fierce gaze head-on. She felt no sense of belonging here, only Wu Biao, who harbored grand ambitions to become the ruler of this realm. She, Qing Zi, would never serve as his stepping stone. After Wu Biao entered, several individuals adorned with chains around their necks began distributing photographs to the crowd below. They were slaves captured by Wu Biao, ordinary people ensnared within the dream realm, devoid of any remarkable skills. In Wu Biao's eyes, to remain anything but a slave would lead to certain death. As the people gathered in the open space received the photographs, a fleeting moment of confusion crossed their faces, quickly replaced by exhilaration. To them, the prospect of any wish being granted was an enticing opportunity. Among them, one man, upon seeing the photograph, displayed a flicker of recognition, swiftly concealing it within his clothing before scanning the area and hastily departing with a companion. Inside the 3-story building, the atmosphere was markedly quieter compared to the chaotic discussions outside. Priest, we have distributed the photographs as per your request. At this moment, Wu Biao had shed the imposing aura he exuded outside and was kneeling respectfully before a man. Very well, you may proceed. You have handled this matter commendably. This is your reward. With a slight motion of his hand, Another man suddenly appeared within the room. Brother. The newcomer initially gazed around in confusion until his eyes settled on Wu Biao, transforming his bewilderment into joy. Do not disappoint me. The man seated above glanced at the two before dissipating into a wisp of black smoke. Thank you, Master Qi. Rest assured. Wu Biao will handle this matter with utmost care. Wu Biao urged the astonished man beside him to kneel as well. If this task were accomplished successfully, the master would surely find a way to bring in their brothers from outside. In that case, this land would become their kingdom. Brother, I am so relieved to see you safe. You have no idea. After that night, you fell asleep and never woke up again. The brothers were terribly worried. Wu Biao's brother excitedly thumped his chest twice, his eyes gleaming with emotion, while he believed that Wu Biao would fill him in on the recent events. Who's he? See. I am fine. You need not worry. This environment suits us better. Wu Biao has brought his brother over to prepare him for the journey ahead. How intriguing. Humanity is indeed fascinating. Above, a wisp of black smoke observed everything below. Entrusting matters to these humans was far more entertaining than taking action himself. Selfish and insatiable. Humanity was unwittingly staging a grand performance. How delightful. The dream demon reveled in this sensation, feeling akin to an omnipotent deity, controlling all within this space. The humans were like puppets, capable of being infused with varying concepts, allowing them to act independently, even if some suddenly changed their course. That was precisely what made it interesting, for ultimately, they would still tread the path he had outlined for them. Regrettably, this world felt a tad too diminutive. However, once he dealt with the extraterrestrial Qianxiu, he would be free to manipulate humanity and expand his dominion, becoming a true god. Here, he could bask in their adoration, even receiving offerings akin to those lofty beings above. What could be more splendid than that? Nothing. Nothing at all. Ha ha ha. Xiaozi, what troubles you? The man's outstretched hand froze, and he lowered his gaze to conceal the murderous intent in his eyes. When he looked up again, only admiration remained. This was the man she had loved for 8 years, the same man who had pushed her child away for a mistress, only to later declare it was her fault, claiming she had taken a man and forced him into a corner. Xiaozi, be cautious on your journey. The man drew his weapon, smiling warmly at her. Qingjia, you have arrived. At the valley's entrance, several women, each bearing large blades, smiled at her. Once outside the valley, everyone gripped their weapons, within the valley. They were part of a tribe, yet beyond its borders, each regarded the others as enemies, driven by the temptations of the task's rewards. Qingjia, which direction shall we take? Asked a woman with her hair tied high and high cheekbones. We shall not rush. Let them depart first, then we will choose a direction. Qingzi surveyed the surrounding individuals, determined to memorize their paths, and staying at the rear would allow her to avoid some ambushes. Of course, she had another plan in her mind, but it was not convenient to divulge it now. Those eager to enter the forest did not wander aimlessly, but instead dispersed into pairs, advancing in various directions. Ultimately, it was Qingzi and her group who entered last. She chose not to split them up, but rather followed a specific path. Qingjia, is it all right for our group to stay together? Asked a young girl with a charming appearance, the youngest in their team. The second brother has seen that woman. Following her is undoubtedly safe. Qingzi glanced at them and replied, Qingjia, you are amazing to know this. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement, indicating they could gain an advantage over the other teams. The second brother, after a night of drinking, had heard descriptions of that woman from his accounts. It was undoubtedly the same one from the photograph. Moreover, his suspicious behavior earlier further confirmed that he likely knew her. Qingzi cast another glance at them before leading the way forward. The girl who had just spoken wore an even brighter smile. Perched on a thick branch of a giant tree, Qianxiu appeared more disheveled than when she first entered this place, despite having initially been well-dressed. Fortunately, the unreliable system had at least provided her with a dagger and a cloaking device. The device could obscure her presence from the dream demon's gaze. Even within his fabricated illusions, as long as she possessed the cloaking device, he would never pinpoint her exact location. Though the system had mentioned the device was quite costly. How expensive could it truly be? Worst-case scenario, it would wipe out all her accumulated points. It matters not, as long as I can survive and escape. I can earn points again in the future, she reassured herself, embodying the resilient optimist she was. The dagger had indeed been invaluable, otherwise navigating this forest would have proved exceedingly challenging. Presently, she felt somewhat downcast, but found it bearable compared to the sensation of being constantly monitored by the dream demon. Gurgle. Her stomach emitted another round of hunger pangs, and at that moment, Qianxiu held only a wriggling snake in her hand. Yes, a non-venomous snake. This was her first meal of the day. For the past few days, she had been fleeing through the mountains, subsisting on wild fruits and live fish. To avoid detection, she had refrained from making a fire, truly experiencing what it meant to be primitive, to live off the land. At this moment, her face reflected her struggle. As her stomach and mind waged a fierce battle. Gurgle, another rumble echoed. This was the limit. If she did not consume something soon, her stomach would truly cramp. Forget it. I shall consider it sashimi, albeit, this time without seasoning and cut rather thick. With that thought, Qianqiu closed her eyes, drew the dagger, and made a cut at the snake's midpoint. Warm blood flowed forth, and gritting her teeth, she leaned in to drink. It is merely uncooked blood stew. She repeated to herself several times until the blood slid down her throat, the strong metallic taste nearly inducing her to vomit. Once the snake's blood was consumed, she used the dagger to slice the snake in half, revealing its steaming, blood-tinged flesh. Qianqiu raised an eyebrow and cut off a piece, quickly chewing before swallowing. After a few bites, she suddenly realized that the snake's texture was quite pleasant. The meat was tender, albeit with a strong fishy flavor. Otherwise, it was genuinely delightful. Compared to the live creatures she had been eating in recent days, she deemed this a culinary delight, resolving to seek such fare in the future. It was not only palatable, but also manageable to swallow. Minutes later, she had devoured the entire snake. As for the skin, she planned to find a spot to dry it. Perhaps she could craft a small pouch or something similar. She wondered when the system would quietly enter this place. Feeling her stomach, which was now rounder compared to yesterday's fullness, she acknowledged that she had cleaned the snake thoroughly. Unlike previous days when she could hardly bear to eat once her stomach sensed something inside. After a moment of contemplation, Qianqiu recalled those who pursued him. They appeared to belong to a tribe, one that had managed to flourish without being repelled by the night demon. Qianqiu felt compelled to investigate further, for the method of the stacked mirrors might be concealed in some obscure corner of that realm. Rising to his feet, he climbed to the top of the tallest tree in the vicinity, uncertain if he would glimpse the tribe mentioned by them. At the treetop, a gust of wind whipped across his cheeks. As for the tribe, he could see nothing but a distant mountain at the edge of the forest, aligning with the direction they had come from. Perhaps it lay nearby that very mountain. Stroking his chin, his eyes darted around. To his astonishment, he spotted a group of individuals approaching through the foliage. Notably, there were a few women trailing behind, seemingly intent on following them. A flicker of intrigue crossed Qianqiu's expression, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. It appeared there was potential for entertainment. Concealing himself within the branches, Qianqiu quickly donned the leaf attire he had prepared for such an occasion. With this camouflage, even if someone were to glance upward, they would find it exceedingly difficult to detect his presence unless they meticulously searched the tree. Furthermore, his hiding spot afforded a clear view of the surroundings within a 50-meter radius. "Are you sure that woman is coming this way?" inquired a man wielding a wooden spear, glancing towards his companion. "Yes, she possesses some skills, but she cannot evade my sight," replied the second man. "The very one who had slain the third on that fateful day. Then we must find her. Not only will it avenge the second, but it will also grant us a wish from the priest. This time, we shall surely bring down Wu Biao," the man said, a manic glint flashing in his eyes as he regarded the second man. "Boss, will the priest truly assist us against Wu Biao?" The second man's voice trembled slightly. In his estimation, Wu Biao was far more formidable than their leader. "Look at your cowardice. You disgrace me. Hurry up and search." The boss cast a disdainful glance at him. Had it not been for their long-standing association, he would have eliminated this worthless fellow long ago. Of course. The second man complied, his gaze meticulously scanning the ground inch by inch. The trace left by the woman had vanished by this point. To fulfill that wish, he needed to summon a fighting spirit akin to the third eye of Erlangshan. Suddenly, the sound of a branch snapping echoed through the forest, strikingly conspicuous in that moment of stillness. "Who is there?" the boss shouted sharply, gripping his spear with a watchful gaze, uncertain of how much the concealed individuals had overheard. Qingzi observed a girl who appeared contrite and was bowing her head in apology, signaling her teammates to be silent. Qianqiu, perched on the trunk, smirked slightly at the scene below. With her vantage point, it was evident that the girl had intentionally stepped on the branch. Unexpectedly, even in such a tense situation, some women remained engrossed in their scheming, much to her disdain for their lack of willingness to assist. After all, she had already suffered once in similar circumstances and was resolute in not making the same mistake twice. However, their earlier conversation hinted at the priest, who possessed the power to grant wishes, compelling people to capture her deep in the forest. It was clear without a doubt that the so-called priest was indeed the night demon. For only he had the ability to fulfill any wish within this realm of stacked mirrors. Ah, how delightful. Qianqiu's eyes sparkled as he observed the unfolding drama. He noticed the girl making a subtle movement, discreetly tugging at a small branch while the attention of those in front was diverted. The individuals, already on high alert, soon detected the disturbance. The boss exchanged glances with his companions, and they feigned searching while actually seeking an opportunity to encircle Qingzi and her group. You sure, what a coincidence. Qingzi remarked, fully aware that they had been discovered. She stepped through the thorns with determination. You sure, to say we were merely passing by sounds rather disingenuous, Qingzi replied flatly, casting a glance at him. Is that so? What a coincidence to pass behind us. You sure retorted, his expression one of incredulity. Indeed. We were merely passing through and heard nothing of your plot against Wu Biao. The girl who had previously stepped forward interjected, causing Qingzi and her companions to blanch. Yusher fell silent, a cold smirk creeping across his face as he regarded them, his eyes now radiating a raw desire to kill. Xiao Jiang. The woman with a square face shot a look of incredulity at the girl named Xiao Jiang. Initially, she could believe it was all unintentional, but at this juncture, it was clear that attributing it to mere chance was an affront to them. Qingjia, really, Yusher is quite amiable. We need not kill them. We simply need to locate that woman, Xiao Jiang said, her voice soft yet enough to reach the ears of Yusher's subordinates. Her words reached Qianqiu's ears, and he felt a wave of relief, fortunate that he had refrained from intervening earlier, for that would have been akin to delivering himself to them. Little girl, quite perceptive. In light of your recent remark, I shall spare your life. Yusher's gaze turned to Qingzi, a sinister glint suggesting that today, one of them would die. And it must be him who survived. Qingjia, we've been betrayed by this girl. The square-faced woman seethed with rage, ready to strike Xiao Jiang at any moment. Thank you, Grandpa Yusher. I will assist you, Xiao Jiang said, casting a false smile as she hurled powder towards Qingzi and her companions. Jiang Li, you ungrateful wretch. It would be best if you never cross my path again. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. The feeling of betrayal was more tumultuous than the pain in her eyes. And the square-faced woman's face flushed with fury as she vowed to capture the girl and ruin her. As the chilly powder descended, Jiang Li hastily plunged into the depths of the forest. Go on, I will hold them off, Qingzi declared, attempting to shield her eyes. But the powder was not so easily dismissed. For the others, the tiny particles invaded their eyes, causing an unbearable sting. Since you have come, you might as well stay, Yusher proclaimed, brandishing his spear and lunging at Qingzi. The battle erupted, and aside from the square-faced woman, the rest of her companions had already been seized by Yusher's men. Qing, if you make another move, your companions will perish, Yusher sneered with malice, deriding their audacity to threaten him. Qingjia, we don't want to burden you. And we are truly exhausted. We cannot foresee an end to this. You and Najia must survive. Farewell. The woman's eyes were swollen with tears, and without hesitation, she seized a dagger from the ground, plunging it into her heart. Not only her, but several other companions followed suit, each bidding farewell before taking their lives. For they had long grown weary of such a life. No, Qingzi cried out, her heart heavy with sorrow. After enduring such torment since their arrival, how could they simply die here? Nana, we must go. We cannot allow our sisters to die in vain. After Qingzi spoke, she swung her weapon back, piercing it into the body of the second man. We will remember this grudge. Nana followed suit, creating a gaping hole in another man's head. Seizing the opportunity, the two exchanged a glance at their fallen sisters before swiftly disappearing into the thicket of thorns. Find them. We must locate them, Fish Boss said. His eyes darkened with malice. He had underestimated women, failing to anticipate their audacity. Should they find Wu Biao, their troubles would escalate. Today's words must not reach his ears. After a cacophony of hurried footsteps, silence enveloped the area once more. As they vanished from sight, Qianqiu shed her concealment and slid down from above. Observing the bodies on the ground, still oozing blood, her expression remained unervingly calm. With a sigh, she slipped into the thorny forest. In the mirrored realm, those who had entered years before her had thoroughly adapted to the treachery and the survival of the fittest. To her surprise, the night demon possessed the ability to manipulate time within, as those ensnared by it had not exceeded 3 months in duration. Yet, she had heard pursuers mention they had been trapped here for a year and a half, indicating that time here diverged significantly from the outside world. If so many had been trapped for that long, their original forms should have been discovered by now. However, Qianqiu was perplexed by the night demon's manipulation of time. Moreover, She calculated that she had been here for nearly half a month, while the system had informed her that only 3 hours had passed outside. Navigating through the thicket, Qianxiu pursued the direction in which the two women had fled, understanding that some questions could only be clarified by them. "What should we do, Qingxie?" Nana asked, glancing at the cliff ahead and then back at their pursuers, a clear struggle in her eyes. Just as Qingxie began to respond, a sharp pain struck the back of her head, plunging her into darkness. Nana experienced the same fate, and as they succumbed, neither realized how they had been rendered unconscious. "Boss, do you think they jumped?" A man near the cliff held a hammer, clearly Nana's weapon. "Any findings?" Fish Boss inquired, taking the hammer from him. "Boss, all signs point to here. Let us assume they've chosen to end it on their terms. It's far better than falling into my hands." Fish Boss cast a triumphant glance over the cliff, where a cascade of shattered stones awaited below. "Ihua, gather your men and help me locate the priestess." "Yes, boss." The group split into two, departing from the cliff's edge. Below the cliff, amidst the vines, lay a protruding boulder where Qianxiu and the two women rested. This spot, a chance discovery, had proven fortuitous. Once the coast was clear, Qianxiu retrieved a vine and bound them securely, aware that their combined strength could lead to a fierce struggle. "Apologies for having you face down. I lost track of things," Qianxiu said, noticing Nana's flushed face and the crimson trails of blood from her nostrils. A wave of embarrassment washing over her. After all, appearances mattered to women, and the urgency of the situation had led to an unintentional mishap. Given that their combined weight was considerable. Once they were secured, Qianxiu settled beside them, gazing at the waterfall while waiting for them to regain consciousness. The author wishes to convey. The author has finally completed the second chapter, feeling a sense of relief. Please shower me with praise and affection. Chapter 63, the 63rd Talisman on the Cliffside. Qingxie awoke, thoroughly bound. As her eyelids fluttered open, she attempted to move but found herself ensnared by vines. Glancing down, she spotted Nana behind her without needing to think. Recalling the events before her unconsciousness, she remembered how their sisters had sacrificed themselves for her and Nana. Cornered at the cliff's edge, they had been forced to jump, but her loss of consciousness had spared them from capture by Fish Boss. Shifting her gaze, she noticed a woman seated with her back turned. After confirming the woman posed no immediate threat, she began to survey her surroundings. Stretching her neck, she heard the roaring sound of the waterfall, its grandeur suggesting an abundance of stones below. The area was largely barren save for some vines and the boulder, which likely jutted out from a cliff above the waterfall. "Don't move. If you fall, it could mean certain death," the woman warned as Qingxie shifted. "Who are you?" "We have no grievances. This seems unnecessary," Qingxie replied, her sharp memory allowing her to recognize everyone she had encountered. Yet, she had never seen this woman before, leaving her uncertain about the woman's intentions. "Indeed, if we have no past quarrels, why capture me?" Qianxiu turned to her with a playful smile, brandishing the photographs they had brought from the tribe. "Furthermore, I am now your savior. Had I not knocked you out and brought you here, you would have been captured by that group." Qianxiu's gaze was laden with mockery as she spoke. "I am Qingxie, and this is Nana. Thank you for rescuing us." Qingxie's initial surprise upon seeing Qianxiu transformed into joy, which quickly faded into guilt as she noticed the amusement in Qianxiu's eyes. In mere seconds, Qingxie's expression had shifted, reflecting a myriad of emotions. If not for Qianxiu's penetrating gaze, her guilt might have remained hidden. "I am Qianxiu, a Daoist priestess," she replied, noting Qingxie's sincere demeanor as she apologized. "Daoist?" Qingxie exclaimed, astonishment evident on her face. Could she be the very Daoist she imagined? "Yes, the one you envision. I was ensnared by the night demon while vanquishing evil and imprisoned within this mirrored realm. If I were to send you to Mengpa Bridge, you would be in for a rude awakening. The night demon would ensure your essence was obliterated." Qianxiu regarded Qingxie with an expression that suggested disbelief. Time had passed since their entry, and yet she was only now learning this crucial information. "You are a villain too, leaving no room for hope," Qingxie observed, the bitterness in her gaze deepening. She understood the truth, but clung to self-deception, seeking solace for her troubled heart. "Are you saying you can lead us out?" Qingxie's eyes sparkled with excitement at Qianxiu's words, her faith in a fellow human outweighing her fear of the demon. "Indeed. This night demon will only grow stronger if left unchecked, so we must eliminate it before it reaches its full potential," Qianxiu replied, her smile fading as seriousness enveloped her demeanor. While she had yet to discover the true means to eradicate the night demon, She was confident in her ability to find a way to send them all to safety. Eliminating an ordinary night demon posed challenges. Yet this particular one was anything but ordinary. Once, Qianxiu stumbled upon records left by her ancestors, revealing that ordinary night demons were not so formidable. His sudden appearance was striking, and even the many experts within nature failed to notice him. As the system indicated, this particular night demon was evidently being manipulated by some unseen force. Even his rapid growth suggested he had been nourished by something that bestowed upon him such extraordinary abilities from the moment he emerged. What kind of method are you referring to? Qingzi inquired, furrowing her brow. It's difficult to describe precisely. It varies in perception from person to person. The only certainty is that wherever this method exists, night demons will certainly not allow anyone to approach. Qianxiu replied thoughtfully. The method is akin to the core of this layered mirror. If it were to be shattered, the mirror itself would inevitably collapse. Hence the night demon will undoubtedly safeguard it. The only place that remains off-limits is the building where the priest resides, except for Wu Biao, Nana suddenly interjected. Having awakened at an unknown moment. Please tell me about the location of the tribe and the personnel changes, Qianxiu said, casting a glance at Nana, who had been aware of her awakening. We can take you there. Do you think you can remember all this if we explain? Nana twisted her body in dissatisfaction, feeling a slight ache in her face upon waking. No need. You all are injured. It's best to rest here. I shall go investigate alone. Who can guarantee that you won't lead me into a trap? I'd rather be cautious and not risk it again, she replied. What will we do if you leave? Qingzi maintained her silence after Nana spoke, her eyes squinting a few times, lost in thought. Nana noticed that Qingzi still had more to say, but no one interrupted. Of course, if you speak falsehoods. I wouldn't mind lingering here a few more days to enjoy the scenery, for it is indeed quite beautiful. Qianxiu chuckled. We speak the truth, if you get lost. That would be quite unfair to us, Nana retorted, her swollen eyes betraying her lack of menace. As long as you speak honestly, I shall certainly find my way. Now, enough idle chatter. Tell me about the layout of the tribe. I'll assess the specifics myself, Qianxiu said, raising an eyebrow. She would take their words at face value. Some matters required her own observation to ascertain their truth. The tribe changes guards 6 times a day, alternating shifts. Qingzi said, lightly nudging Nana, who was about to speak, and proceeded to detail the layout of the tribe. She harbored her own schemes. Even if she didn't trust them, she was sure they would find a way to escape once she departed. Qianxiu, without a notebook, committed Qingzi's words to memory, thankful for her sharp recollection, as it would have been quite a challenge to remember so much otherwise. Be cautious, although most of the tribe members are away now. Wu Biao's remaining subordinates are no pushovers, Qingzi warned as she noticed Qianxiu preparing to leave. Thank you for the warning. I will be vigilant. If the method truly lies there, by the time you awaken next, you should be able to see the ceiling of your home, Qianxiu responded with a smile. Before the two could protest, she swiftly incapacitated them with a couple of precise strikes. She placed 2 bamboo tubes filled with water nearby, then grasped the vines and began her ascent. Should this mission fail, at least they would have water upon awakening. As for escaping this rocky terrain, it would be relatively simple for those who had spent over a year in the layered mirror. Until we meet again. Qianxiu glanced back at the two, restored the vines to conceal them from view, then quickly scaled the cliff's summit, brushing off the leaves from her attire. Qianxiu surveyed the chaotic thicket around her and swiftly proceeded in the direction indicated by the two. Meanwhile, Dai Wang and Zhou Yong had neutralized several attackers, who, as Zhou Yong mentioned, were indeed from that tribe. Daigo, look at this, Zhou Yong exclaimed boldly, retrieving a colorful photograph from one of the incapacitated foes. Are you searching for her? Dai Wang's eyes narrowed as he caught sight of the individual in the photograph. The conscious person glanced at Dai Wang, but had no intention of speaking. Without a second thought, Dai Wang stepped forward and stomped on the man's hand. I'll talk. The man winced, nearly shedding tears from the unexpected severity of Dai Wang's attack. Dai Wang regarded him, instructing Zhou Yong to fetch a vine to bind the incapacitated individuals to a tree. Take your time, he said, stuffing a stone into the hand of the conscious man. With such a thick vine, he would undoubtedly take 2 or 3 hours to wear down. As the two departed, the man, clutching the stone, wore a pained expression, pondering how long this would take. Author's note. Today, the author is feeling a bit stuck, but still published this. A little self-praise is in order. Thanks to Hong and Shushu for their nourishing support. Here is a big kiss for everyone. Chapter 64. The 64th talisman behind a massive tree near the tribe. Dai Wang and Zhou Yong crouched low. Daigu, there's a blind spot at the patrol point ahead. We can enter from there. The patrolling personnel usually 1T notice, Zhou Yong whispered, pointing out the blind spot to Dai Wang. Dai Wang followed Zhou Yong's gaze, observing that the path leading to the tribe was obstructed by a dense thicket of thorns. A small ditch, likely carved by seasonal rains, lay ahead. If he and Zhou Yong crawled through, the cover of grass would indeed make them difficult to detect. How do you plan to get through that thorny barrier? Dai Wang remarked, eyeing the impenetrable wall of thorns. If it weren't for the density of the thicket, even a wildcat would struggle to pass, let alone two grown men. Any movement would surely alert the patrolling personnel. Follow me, and you'll see. Let us go. Zhou Yong grinned mysteriously, sneaking toward the ditch and beginning to crawl forward. The ditch, perfectly eroded, allowed just enough space for them to traverse. Dai Wang observed Zhou Yong's worm-like movement and followed suit. Though his crawling style was decidedly more refined, the ditch wasn't too long. Within 5 or 6 minutes, they had crawled through. Zhou Yong gave Dai Wang a reassuring glance and gently prodded the thicket with a stick he had been gripping. To his surprise, the tangled thorns receded, creating an opening just large enough for a person to pass through. With a look of triumph, Zhou Yong cleared a path through the newly sprouted thorns, revealing a route that would allow them to proceed without injury. As they quietly made their way through, Dai Wang cast a glance at the fallen wooden plank, his first expression of admiration for Zhou Yong evident. The camouflage was so realistic that, from a distance, it appeared utterly authentic. Where is this? Dai Wang gave Zhou Yong a thumbs up, scanning the area and noting its desolation. Of course, this desolation was relative to the tribe. Ahead lay nothing but weeds, and not a single house was in sight. This is where the slaves relieved themselves, commonly referred to as the open-air toilet. Zhou Yong replied with a cold smirk. For those people, they were deemed unworthy of using the toilets in their homes, but this also provided him with an opportunity to escape. Let us go. I'll take you to Wu Biao's residence. A friendly reminder, watch out for landmines. Zhou Yong cast a glance at Dai Wang, pondering that should he inadvertently step on something, he could only feel disgust for himself and accept his misfortune. Perhaps it was merely bad luck for both of them, as they had scarcely traversed a short distance before encountering 3 individuals squatting in the grass. To avoid startling them, the 2 men treaded even more cautiously. Zhou Yong's mention of an open-air toilet proved not to be an exaggeration. Surrounded by a dense array of landmines, Dai Wang found himself admiring those hidden in the thicket, wondering how they had evaded these traps and managed to find a small patch of clean ground to squat upon. After leaving the makeshift restroom, Dai Wang noticed a row of wooden cabins ahead, with very few people moving about. Confirming what they had heard from their informant, most individuals had indeed gone out in search of Qinqiu. Without expending much effort, Dai Wang and Zhou Yong arrived at Wu Biao's residence, which stood out amidst the cluster of wooden houses. Even Dai Wang could recognize it at a glance. Since Wu Biao hardly allowed anyone to approach, the interior was devoid of occupants, save for a few patrolling guards outside. Even Wu Biao himself had taken his newly arrived companions into the forest. Seizing the moment when the patrol was changing shifts, Dai Wang and Zhou Yong climbed through an open window. Wait here, I will search for the passage, Dai Wang instructed as they entered the house, commencing their search. I will assist as well. What does the passage look like? Zhou Yong whispered inquiringly. Oh, Zhou Yong glanced at Dai Wang, then resumed his search within the room. By the way, I recall there is a secret chamber here, Zhou Yong suddenly declared, pausing his rummaging. What secret chamber? Dai Wang halted as well. I remember that person mentioned it while intoxicated. It seems there's a decorative object in the southeast corner of the room that can be opened. He stumbled upon it by accident and was subsequently yelled at by Wu Biao. Zhou Yong stroked his chin thoughtfully, confirming the direction before looking towards the southeast. This way is southeast, Dai Wang said, taking a few steps forward to knock on the wall. After glancing at Zhou Yong, he began searching for the decorative object that could open the secret chamber. Carefully, Dai Wang explored the antique shelf, attempting to locate the item connected to it. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he halted upon touching a seemingly ordinary brocade box. Despite exerting all his strength, it remained immovable. After pondering for a moment, Dai Wang opened the box to reveal a luminous pearl the size of a baby's fist nestled within. Taking a deep breath, he reached inside, discovering that the pearl was indeed connected to the box. Without hesitation, he twisted it to the side. With a crack, a narrow, dimly lit passageway appeared before him. Dai Gu, as a criminal police officer, you truly have a knack for finding such places, Zhou Yong remarked with a smile, giving Dai Wang a thumbs up. Let us go, Dai Wang replied, glancing at Zhou Yong before stepping into the passage. The passage was indeed narrow, allowing only one person to walk through, and above them, about 10 meters in, a small orb emitted a faint yellow glow. However, Dai Wang was astonished to find that the pathway twisted and turned so much that after walking for nearly half an hour, they had yet to reach an end. Dai Ge, are we trapped in here? Zhou Yong's face was filled with regret and fear. The path felt too abnormal. This passage likely does not belong to that house. If I am not mistaken, the door connects to the deep mountains behind it. Dai Wang was certain that although the path was long, they were not trapped. They simply had not reached the conclusion yet. Who would build a passage this long? That person must be insane. Zhou Yong muttered under his breath. Dai Ge, it seems like there is an exit ahead. Zhou Yong suddenly exclaimed, pointing excitedly forward. Be cautious, Dai Wang warned as he noticed the bright light ahead. Uncertain of what awaited them, whether it was the passage to the illusion of the nightmare demon or the demon himself. Upon hearing Dai Wang's words, Zhou Yong quickly covered his mouth and cautiously followed behind him. The two moved quietly, inching closer to the source of light. At the edge of the cave entrance, they pressed against the wall, and Dai Wang gestured for silence before carefully peering inside. The interior of the cave was spherical, and their position was the only entrance or exit. The walls were covered in various blood-red symbols. Dai Wang dared not gaze too long, for whenever he did, he would see the once static symbols begin to writhe, resembling struggling souls, their anguished shrieks piercing his eardrums painfully. Dai Ge, could that be the passage you mentioned? Zhou Yong raised his arm, excitedly pointing at the glowing orb suspended in the center of the cave. I'll go take a look, Dai Wang said, rubbing his eyes before stepping further inside. Hiss, something feels off, he thought as his expression suddenly turned pale upon entering. With each step, he felt an overwhelming force pressing down from above, as if something were trying to stop him. Just as Dai Wang was fully focused on approaching the orb, he failed to notice Zhou Yong stealthily advancing behind him. Dai Wang. In an instant, the once sunny boy transformed into a figure consumed by madness, brandishing a sharp dagger that he thrust mercilessly toward Dai Wang's back. Clang! Dai Wang swiftly turned and delivered a kick, sending the dagger flying from Zhou Yong's grasp. The twisted expression of madness on Zhou Yong's face shifted to one of disbelief in that moment. How do you still have strength? Zhou Yong glared at Dai Wang, filled with venomous resentment. Dai Wang's gaze was cold as he regarded him. He had been immersed in the lesson of survival against despair for an indeterminate time. Even the faintest hint of murderous intent was palpable to him, and he had felt the intense aura of malice the moment Zhou Yong stepped into the cave. The overwhelming force above them had also been significantly mitigated by the symbols inscribed on his body, making it entirely feasible to deal with Zhou Yong. When did you realize? Zhou Yong lay on the ground, convinced he had concealed his true intentions well. I suspected from the moment you appeared, and your subsequent actions only confirmed my belief that you were a spy deliberately placed by the nightmare demon. Dai Wang placed a foot on Zhou Yong's chest, explaining that he had refrained from exposing him because he needed to reach this location. Given the nightmare demon's arrogant nature, he likely used genuine bait, implying that the glowing orb in the center of the cave was indeed the true passage. Do you really think you can break the ritual master's passage? Don't be absurd. You will meet the same fate as those souls, becoming sustenance for the master. Zhou Yong's eyes gleamed with a frenzied infatuation for the nightmare demon. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Dai Wang pressed down hard, rendering Zhou Yong unconscious. Gazing at the orb before him, Dai Wang pressed his lips together tightly. Hong Lao had once remarked that a passage was an exceedingly fragile entity, easily shattered even by a child. He unsheathed his dagger, resolutely plunging it toward the luminous orb. The blade effortlessly pierced through, blinding light erupting and flooding the cave, yet the dagger remained lodged within, refusing to budge. Thud. Dai Wang glanced down, realizing that the dagger he had kicked away had pierced through his chest from behind, crimson blood dripping onto the stone floor, blooming into small red flowers. A metallic sweetness surged in his throat as blood began to seep from the corner of his mouth, yet his body remained immobile. He could only bite his lip, striving to stave off unconsciousness. Thud, thud, thud. Dai Wang felt his heart faltering, the dagger resembling a hand bristling with blades, tightening around his heart, threatening to shatter it into fragments at any moment. The heart shattered, and Dai Wang found himself enveloped in a crimson haze, his elongated, obsidian eyes filled with despair. He had yet to locate that individual, had not managed to rescue them. The author wishes to convey. Today, the author wears a grave expression. The male protagonist departed. This tale concludes. Thank you all for your attention. Let us celebrate. Ha ha ha. Were you all frightened? Covering your heads, you hastily flee. What if you stay and get beaten? Chapter 65, the 65th talisman. When Qianqiu arrived, she beheld a harrowing scene. The circular stone chamber was suffused with blinding white radiance, while blood-red talismans adorned the walls. And the agonized, contorted bodies appeared to be tormented by the relentless white light, trapped in a limbo where survival was impossible and death was elusive. In the center of the room, Dai Wang floated, his pallid visage devoid of color. As beams of white light transformed into countless fine needles that incessantly pierced into his still-bleeding chest, Qianqiu felt a piercing pain in her own heart. As if those needles were not invading Dai Wang's body, but rather her own heart, rendering her breathless in an instant. Host, that man's heart is shattered. He is deceased. The system's voice echoed in Qianqiu's mind, yet she absorbed not a single word. The man who had silently cared for her from the shadows. The so-called Iron Man of the team. How could he possibly lack breath? This was merely an illusion, a nightmare deliberately conjured for her torment. Host, he is truly dead. And the method of the overlapping mirror has entered his body. The system's tone remained flat, merely stating the current reality. Hoping its host would come to terms with this upheaval, retrieve the dagger from the ground, pierce through his heart, and the overlapping mirror will shatter. Those trapped within will awaken in the real world, and you, dear host, shall return to reality. The system, noting Qianqiu's indifference, adopted a more urgent tone. Little Daoist, how delightful is this surprise? The method has transformed into his heart. With a single thrust, this overlapping mirror shall be obliterated. The nightmare demon materialized, its smoky form adorned with an expression of anticipation. Even if this realm of overlapping mirrors were to be destroyed, witnessing her perpetual suffering would be worth it. This woman harbors secrets. He could not confine her, but he could certainly leave indelible pain within her heart. Reflecting on that secret, the nightmare felt an insidious ache in its chest. Though it lacked a physical form, that sensation had been etched into its mind. Qianqiu disregarded the words of the nightmare and the system, stepping forward to pull Dai Wang from the air. Gazing at his ashen face and tightly shut eyes, Qianqiu pressed her hand against the gaping wound in his chest, attempting to staunch the flow of blood. Feeling the temperature of the blood beneath her palm steadily diminish, her internal anguish intensified. Dai Wang was the first person to show her kindness upon her arrival in this world. Though his expressions were few and far between, and he often spoke with a serious demeanor, Qianqiu understood that he had merely grown accustomed to such fade. Beneath it, Dai Wang's heart was warm. System, is there a weapon that can ensure his soul shatters, never to be reborn? Qianqiu caressed Dai Wang's cheek while conveying her thoughts to the system, her voice icy as frost. Indeed, there is one that can allow him to experience the torment of his own creation as his soul disperses. The system responded after a moment's silence. Exchange. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu made a swift decision. Exchange. Her voice rang with authority, causing the system to tremble. The nightmare demon was cunning. If she missed this opportunity, she knew not when she might capture its true form again. What, reluctant? The nightmare observed Qianqiu, whose eyes were now red-rimmed with tears, and felt it had executed its plan flawlessly. The sight of her anguished face brought it immense pleasure. Huh? Qianqiu scoffed coldly, her intent shifting, and she felt a weight in her hand. A grand bow materialized before her. What is this? The nightmare recoiled at the sudden appearance of the bow in Qianqiu's hands, stammering incoherently. The supreme bliss bow. How could you possess an ancient artifact? The tremor in its voice revealed its recognition of the bow's power. The supreme bliss bow ranks fifth among artifacts, its body forged from the stones that mended the heavens, tempered in the fires of the abyss. Its string crafted from the sinews of divine dragons and the hides of celestial tigers. The arrows, made from the bones of iron fish and feathers of firebirds, were said to be wielded by Hui in his legendary feats, thus earning the title of the progenitor of bows. You actually recognize the supreme bliss bow? Qianqiu narrowed her eyes. Had the system not explained this to her, she would have remained ignorant. The nightmare, formed after the fact, should not have been able to identify it merely from a glance. Thinking to flee, did you consult the bow in my grasp? As the nightmare attempted to escape, Qianqiu drew the bowstring taut, knowing that the bow itself harbored divine power sufficient to confront it. Buzz, Qianqiu released the bowstring, unleashing a golden light that morphed into a colossal dragon, racing toward the nightmare. The golden dragon ensnared the nightmare, devouring the black smoke enveloping its form. The nightmare felt its power dissipating, yet there was no time to ponder. The sensation of the dragon's bite was unlike any pain it had ever known, penetrating its very soul. As the nightmare emitted wails of agony, its dense black smoke began to unravel. Without hesitation, Qianxiu drew a second arrow. The system had earlier stated that a single shot would suffice to eliminate the nightmare, yet the current circumstances suggested otherwise. Strange, it shouldn't be possible. How can the nightmare still withstand the divine attack of the supreme bliss bow? Odd, exceedingly odd. The system pondered, bewildered by the unusual turn of events. What secret does this mere nightmare hold that allows it to resist the divine might of the supreme bliss bow? This was utterly implausible. Buzz, with the third divine attack. The nightmare's screams intensified, yet its essence remained unbroken. Qianxiu furrowed her brow. Time was running short for the supreme bliss bow. She drew the bowstring once more, directing her aim at the nightmare. Suddenly, as her divine power approached the nightmare, a cascade of multicolored light erupted from its form, repelling the golden dragon. You wish for my demise, yet I shall persist, and I shall confront you daily. If you possess the power, strike him. The nightmare's form had dwindled to the size of a fist, yet curiously, strands of colorful light intertwined within the mass of black smoke. As the nightmare's words faded, it swiftly transformed into a streak of light, burrowing into Dai Wang's heart. As it entered, the wound on his chest began to heal rapidly. And in the blink of an eye, his chest appeared as though the initial wound had never existed. She remained oblivious to the truth when Dai Wang opened his eyes. Would he be Dai Wang or the nightmare? The nightmare bears fragments of the multicolored stone. That is one of the pieces that fell to earth when Nuwa mended the heavens, explaining its formidable powers. It is absorbing the divine energy from the multicolored stone. The system intoned gravely, noting that even a fragment the size of a fingernail could wield boundless power, and the nightmare had yet to fully comprehend it. Qianxiu should consider herself fortunate. Otherwise, the nightmare would not have been so easily subdued by the divine energy of the supreme bliss bow. The multicolored stone is a divine stone. Even fragmented, it not only possesses divine power, but also fragments of memory. The nightmare likely knows of the supreme bliss bow through those memories. The system's conjectures, though largely speculative, proved to be correct. As Qianxiu engaged in dialogue with the system, Dai Wang's eyelids fluttered, and in the next moment, he opened his eyes. Yet, unlike the usual depths of his dark gaze, this time they were blood-red, radiating an aura of malevolence and fury. Get out, Qianxiu commanded coldly, knowing without a doubt that this was the nightmare, not Dai Wang. TSK. 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 This body is quite remarkable. The nightmare demon cast a glance at Qianxiu, then sat up alone, disregarding her words as he adjusted to his new body. By the way, I forgot to mention that I used the shards of the colorful stone to reconstruct his heart, so I must take my leave. He will perish. The nightmare demon glanced at Qianxiu, observing how the person he favored had suddenly transformed into one he despised, which was rather amusing. I was truly frightened just moments ago, believing it was the end, yet now it seems this outcome is not so bad after all. The nightmare demon moved his arm, his gaze toward Qianxiu laden with scrutiny. The blissful bow had vanished. Could it be that this woman possessed another magical artifact, one that could store items? Come forth. Qianxiu stepped forward, grasping the nightmare demon's neck with fierce determination. How dare he invade Dai Wang's body? I have told you, I have now fused with him. If he dies, I perish. And vice versa. The nightmare demon's eyes rolled downward, a smirk curling his lips. It was inconceivable that this woman could act so decisively. Sealing talismans. With a swift motion of her wrist, Qianxiu produced a talisman and pressed it against the forehead of the nightmare demon. He was presently wounded by the blissful bow, rendering him incapable of escaping the sealing effects of the talisman. Although the nightmare demon's body lay immobile, his eyes remained keen, watching as Qianxiu retrieved a peachwood sword from her small backpack. Judging by her expression, that sword was undoubtedly prepared for him. Chanting an incantation, Qianxiu's cold, murderous gaze fixated on the nightmare demon. Host, be cautious. The colorful stone has restored Dai Wang's bodily functions, and its outer layer is the gateway to this dimensional mirror. For the sake of Dai Wang, you must not harm the colorful stone, the system warned within Qianxiu's mind. Even to protect her, Dai Wang must survive. I understand. Qianxiu replied to the system, raising the peachwood sword towards Dai Wang. Xiao, kill me. Suddenly, Dai Wang's eyes shifted, a familiar tone resonating in Qianxiu's ears. Dai Gu, I will not allow you to die. Qianxiu gazed into his warm, dark eyes, resolutely stating that since the colorful stone could forge a heart for Dai Wang, she would leave the colorful stone within him, while she would eliminate the nightmare demon. Xiao, I do not wish to become a demon. Dai Wang's face began to contort as the nightmare demon struggled to break free. if the nightmare demon sought to torment Qianxiu through him. He would rather die than witness her sorrow. I will not let you die, nor will I allow you to become a demon. Trust me. Qianxiu's gaze was unwavering. All right. I trust you. Under Qianxiu's steadfast eyes, Dai Wang could no longer utter words urging his own demise. If he could live without harming Qianxiu, how could he desire death? He did not believe in the next life. Dai Wang only believed in this one. In this life, he wished to share it with Qianxiu. Qianxiu cast a somber glance at Dai Wang, her eyes darkening as she pressed the peach-wood sword against his chest, inch by inch. The author has something to say. The author is quite handsome today.